Chapter 1. Rebirth and Departure. In a parallel world, in Chong'an City of the Xian Nation, a series of loud knocks reverberated through the air. Zhou Mu, come out. Don't hide in there in silence. I know you're inside. The incessant clamor stirred Zhou Mu from his slumber. As he slowly opened his eyes, he gazed around the familiar room, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Had I not perished here, to die in this very chamber? And yet, could it be that I have been reborn? Zhou Mu's expression transformed from confusion to astonishment. He harbored a secret known only to himself. He was, in fact, a traveler from another realm. In his first life, he was an orphan from Huaguo on Earth, having grown up in a welfare institution. After a tumultuous journey, he graduated from a music academy and became a music blogger, making a modest living by transcribing nostalgic songs and selling USB drives. While he may not have attained great wealth, he certainly was not destitute. However, fate took a cruel turn when, after finishing lunch and heading to a computer market, he was struck heat-in by a speeding car. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in a world that bore a striking resemblance to his past life. Strangely enough, before the accident, he had intended to upgrade to a high-performance computer, unwilling to part with a hard drive containing countless songs. Thus, he had detached the hard drive and brought it along, only to have it transported to this new world with him. Interestingly, since his arrival in this realm, he could only recall knowledge of composition, while the melodies from Huaguo remained hazy in his memory. It wasn't until the eve of his college graduation that the hard drive in his mind was finally activated. Moreover, despite the twist of fate, he found himself once again an orphan in this world called Xia, though he was fortunate enough to be taken in by kind-hearted individuals. He spent several blissful years in that home, free from worries, until two individuals claiming to be his biological parents arrived at their doorstep. Upon returning to them, his life took a precipitous decline. He faced scorn and ultimately met a bitter end filled with resentment. Reflecting on the hellish years he endured, Zhou Mu longed to slap himself for abandoning the nurturing warmth of his adoptive parents to seek out his biological ones, only to face a fate devoid of dignity. Yet, fate had granted him another chance. One ought not, and cannot, repeat the same mistake in the same place. With a creak, Zhou Mu opened the door, causing the hand of the incessantly knocking Zhou Lu to pause midair. Well, you scoundrel, I knew you were in there. Why did you bully Xiao Yin yesterday? He kindly came to invite you to dinner, and you locked him out. Seemingly to vent her frustration, Zhou Lu's hand, which had just relaxed, shot towards Zhou Mu's face in a fierce slap. In his previous life, consumed by a yearning for familial affection, he would have made no attempt to resist his furious sister. The loneliness of being an orphan in two lives had left him desperately craving the warmth of kin, even if it meant enduring some indignity. But now, things were different. He had seen through the facade of these so-called family members. Perhaps in their eyes, Zhou Mu was not even a blood relative to them. As Zhou Lu's palm approached, Zhou Mu's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly seized her wrist. Then, amidst her incredulous expression, his hand forcefully struck her face. The sensation was rather satisfying, serving as a restitution for his past grievances. What are you staring at? Is it permissible for Miss Zhou Air to strike, yet we are forbidden from retaliating? Zhou Mu remarked. Zhou Mu, you possess an audacity that astounds me. You bullied Xiao Yin yesterday, and today you dare to strike me. Do you believe I won't throw you out? Zhou Lu screamed, cradling her face. Then I must express my gratitude. It is a wish fulfilled. His nonchalant demeanor nearly drove Zhou Lu to the brink of madness. Very well, Zhou Lu said, her teeth clenched. You truly are an ungrateful wretch. Even a dog I raised for a few years learns to wag its tail to please its master. I suspect your conscience has been devoured by A.D.O.G. an ungrateful wretch, lacking a conscience. It seems that my years of subservient flattery have rendered me inferior, even to a dog in your eyes. Zhou Mu returned to his room without a word, beginning to pack his belongings. Although it was termed a room, it was merely a storage space of less than 10 square meters, containing only a single bed, a small wardrobe, and a diminutive table perched atop the bed. Apart from these, there was nothing else. The Zhou family, as the proprietors of brilliant entertainment, was considered a prominent family in Chong'an City. Yet, who would know that as the biological son of the Zhou family, he resided in a storage room unfit even for servants. Zhou Mu possessed few clothes over the years. The Zhou family had scarcely provided him with any apparel, let alone money. Minutes later, Zhou Mu emerged into the living room with a bag, casting a cold glance at those he was nominally related to. His father Zhou Banghua, mother Wu Yinping, elder sister Zhou Yu, second sister Zhou Lu, third sister Zhou Shuang, and the true heir of the Zhou family Zhou Yun. Shou Mu, I hear from your second sister that you struck her? After all, Lulu is your sister, how can you? You ingrate. I have yet to settle the matter of you locking Xiao Yun outside yesterday, and now you strike your second sister? It seems you wish to rebel. At over 20 years of age, you do not seek employment, yet you linger in your room all day. Look at Xiao Yun, who graduated and immediately began assisting at the company. And you, how could I have given birth to such a waste? Listening to his father Zhou Banghuo's incessant tirade, Zhou Mu's expression shifted from calm to bemusement as he cast a discreet glance at Zhou Yun, who, upon realizing Zhou Mu's gaze, immediately lowered his head. Zhou Yun then turned to Zhou Banghua, displaying a pained expression. Dad, please stop. Perhaps yesterday, brother didn't hear me calling him for dinner. He didn't mean it. Please do not blame him. Such polite words filled Zhou Mu with disgust, yet simultaneously evoked a sense of sorrow that a nominally adopted son immediately joins the family business upon graduation, while he, the biological son, must scavenge for job opportunities. The disparity in treatment was unparalleled. What was worse, Zhou Yun had not even called him for dinner the previous day. In their household, meals were always consumed by the others first, leaving him to pick at the remnants. Yet here they were, conducting a public inquisition as if he had committed some heinous crime. Zhou Mu, look at how Xiao Yun is still speaking up for you. Do you not feel even a hint of embarrassment? Mother, how could this wild child know what embarrassment is? The eldest sister, Zhou Yu, scoffed with a cold smile. Just look at his demeanor. He exhibits no semblance of proper upbringing. Ah, indeed, I lack proper upbringing, Zhou Mu replied with a hint of a smile, his words laden with implication. What can I say? My family lost me when I was young. I truly am a wild child, born of a father, but never taught by a mother. At his words, the expressions of everyone present instantly stiffened, and the Zhou sisters exchanged glances, their eyes turning towards Zhou Banghua and Su Sume, who sat at the head of the table. It appears that young Master Zhou is quite dissatisfied with us. What is it? As your parents and sister, we cannot express a few words of concern? Zhou Shuang, the third sibling, remarked sarcastically while reclining against the couch. Wretched child. Zhou Banghuo's hand trembled as he pointed at Zhou Mu, while Su Sume's eyes reddened, reflecting a tumult of regret and anger. Zhou Mu gazed at these so-called family members, feeling neither sorrow nor joy. Brother, how can you speak to our parents like that? You ought to apologize, lest they become angry again. Zhou Yun approached Zhou Mu with a worried expression, attempting to persuade him, though Zhou Mu discerned the subtle glimmer of delight hidden deep within his brother's eyes. Smack! Zhou Mu, observing this scheming younger brother, raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Leaving him momentarily dazed, he then seized his brother's hair, the sudden pain forcing Zhou Yun to lift his head high. My dear brother, I kindly ask you to refrain from performing such hypocritical antics before me in the future, otherwise I shall strike you every time I see it. Xiao Yun. Zhou Mu, how dare you hit Xiao Yun? I will kill you. Zhou Shuang, witnessing the assault, leaped from the sofa, shrieking as she rushed over. Get lost. Zhou Mu retaliated, delivering a powerful kick to Zhou Shuang's abdomen. The force of the blow sent her sprawling several meters back, curled up on the ground in agony. This brutal scene left everyone present in a state of shock. It was not until Zhou Banghuo's furious roar that they regained their senses. Beast, what are you doing? The eldest sister, Zhou Yu, hurried to Zhou Shuang's side and helped her up, looking at Zhou Mu with a gaze as if she were seeing him for the first time. Is this truly the timid Zhou Mu who usually cowered before them? Zhou Lu, the second sister, approached Zhou Yun, instinctively covering her face with her hand, her heart aching for him. Zhou Mu, you wretched creature, dare you strike someone? Our parents should never have brought you back. You should have been left to perish outside. Beast, kneel before me. Zhou Banghuo's eyes reddened with fury, as though he were ready to devour someone whole. As he approached in a rage, Zhou Mu showed no fear, casually picking up a chair beside him, coldly regarding his father. You. Zhou Banghua halted, caught in a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat upon seeing the object in Zhou Mu's hand. Su Mei embraced Zhou Shuang and Zhou Yun, tears streaming silently down her face, unable to comprehend how a family that had just been laughing and talking moments ago could devolve into such chaos. Listen carefully, Zhou Mu declared, surveying the room with a bag in hand, his gaze devoid of any emotion. From this day forth, I, Zhou Mu, officially sever all ties with the Zhou family. Henceforth, there shall be no connection between us. Ungrateful wretch, ungrateful wretch. In the face of Zhou Bangwo's fury, Su Mei's anguish, Zhou Lu and Zhou Yun's resentment, and Zhou Ye's astonishment, Zhou Mu felt an indescribable exhilaration akin to savoring a chilled cola on a sweltering summer day. Rest assured, everyone, we shall meet again, he proclaimed as he stepped out of the house, casting a glance back at his so-called family. Everything you have done to me over the years, I will reclaim piece by piece. Chapter 2. The Interview. Han Hai Entertainment. Indeed, this is the place. But why is there not a soul in sight? Zhou Mu, having left his home, arrived at the interview location according to the address on his phone, only to be met with an unsettling scene. The doors of Han Hai Entertainment stood ajar. Yet the reception was devoid of any personnel. Peering cautiously inside, Zhou Mu noted that the office area was in disarray, reminiscent of a chaotic raid. Despite this, he remained undeterred and steeled himself to venture further. As the saying goes, even a hero can be thwarted by mere coin. Though he departed the Zhou household with vibrant enthusiasm, the meager contents of his pocket served as a stark reminder of the need for employment. During this period, he submitted numerous resumes, yet opportunities for a recent graduate in composition were scarce. This establishment, Han Hai Entertainment, was among the few that offered an interview along with meals and accommodation. Is anyone here? I'm here for an interview, Zhou Mu called out, but was met only with an oppressive silence. How unfortunate could he be? Was he facing a mere fa ade of a company? Despair began to creep in. The cost of living in Chong'an City was not insignificant, and his meager savings would only last a few days with frugality. If it came to renting a place, sleeping under a bridge might become his reality. Just as Zhou Mu prepared to exit the premises in disappointment, a melodious voice called from behind. Wait, are you here for the interview? He turned to see a striking urban beauty, her long black hair cascading elegantly, clad in a chic white blazer. Yes, I'm here for the interview. May I ask who you are? I'm the owner here, Meng Shiqing. Which position are you applying for? As a composer. I am a recent graduate, and here is my resume. Zhou Mu handed over his resume. Ms. Meng, I noticed in the job listing that your company provides meals and accommodation. He seized the opportunity while Meng Shiqing reviewed his document. Yes, she replied, glancing up at him. But as you can see, Han Hai is still in its startup phase. We don't have a canteen, so meals would have to be takeout. As for accommodation, there are a few vacant offices. That is perfectly fine, as long as there is food and shelter. Zhou Mu internally sighed with relief upon receiving the desired confirmation. All right, your resume appears satisfactory. When can you start? I'm ready at any time. If possible, I would like to commence today. Meng Shiqing seemed taken aback by his eagerness, but quickly brushed it off. Han Hai was merely a shell at this point, and it was crucial to retain any applicants willing to join. Very well, you're officially starting today, she said, rising with a smile and extending her hand. However, for now, you will be considered an intern. Your permanent status will depend on your performance. The monthly salary is 6,000, and the copyright for the songs will be jointly held by you and the company, which retains commercial rights while you maintain authorship attribution. Future profit sharing will be determined by your level as a composer, and since you have no works yet, you will initially receive a fixed salary. Zhou Mu grasped her delicate hand, nodding in agreement, signifying his acceptance of the terms. It is a widely accepted consensus within the industry that composers cannot enjoy profit sharing during their internship period. This world categorizes composers into various tiers: novice, intermediate, advanced, and gold level, with the pinnacle being the so-called music sage. However, the title of music sage is by invitation only, requiring not only certain qualifications, but also the endorsement of the Music Association, which must actively contact you for such an opportunity, rendering it a lifetime honor. Consequently, under normal circumstances, The gold level represents the highest achievement for a composer. Please find a workstation to settle in. One of our colleagues has stepped out for supplies and will return shortly to assist you with your onboarding process. Meng Shiqing instructed before turning toward her office. In the vast office space, only Zhou Mu remained. Zhou Mu glanced around and chose a seat by the window. He rummaged through his bag, retrieving a small figurine to place on his desk. He also produced several sheets of paper, which contained lyrics to a song he had recently composed, transcribed from the reservoir of melodies stored in his mind. According to his past memories, today was originally the day he intended to present this song to Zhou Yun. He had composed it with the hope of pleasing his family. Subsequently, Zhou Yun leveraged this song to rise to prominence during the rookie season, bringing significant attention to the illustrious Zhou family's entertainment enterprise. Zhou Mu had believed that by demonstrating his worth, he would earn his family's affection. However, the reality proved that he had greatly underestimated their shamelessness. Once Zhou Yun acquired the song, he transformed into a highly sought-after original musician and incessantly demanded that Zhou Mu continue to compose for him. Eventually, they confined Zhou Mu to a dim storage room, justifying it by claiming they wanted to shield his creative inspiration from mundane distractions. They confiscated his phone and denied him meals when he failed to produce songs. In the end, Zhou Yun successfully ascended to prominence, and the Zhou family celebrated his achievements with lavish banquets, even granting a week of paid leave to their household staff. While everyone connected to the Zhou family rejoiced, they conveniently overlooked Zhou Mu, the true architect of this success. Ultimately, Zhou Mu perished in despair, starved to death in that storage room. Reflecting on this, Zhou Mu's resentment burned within him like an uncontrollable wildfire. Even the most vicious of beasts refrain from harming their young. One must ponder how many parents would treat a biological child in such a manner for the sake of an adopted one. Fortunately, he had escaped that prison. Zhou Mu believed that, armed with the countless songs stored in his mind, he could carve out a niche for himself in the entertainment industry. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that the Zhou family's illustrious entertainment company also primarily focuses on music and operates in Chuang'an City. Thus, it is inevitable that Hanhai Entertainment will find itself in competition with them. Contemplating the general manager of the illustrious entertainment company, none other than the eldest daughter, Zhou Yu, Zhou Mu felt a twinge of anticipation. Just then, as Zhou Mu was lost in thought, the sound of crisp high heels echoed from outside the door. Although Hanhai Entertainment was newly established, it had the financial clout to occupy an entire floor of an office building, and it was evident that the owner of those heels was headed to this very location. Soon, amidst Zhou Mu's anticipation, a figure appeared at the entrance, and the outcome did not disappoint him. Standing at approximately 1.7 meters, with chestnut waves cascading down her back, she wore a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her alluring curves. Her long, mesmerizing legs were clad in black stockings emblazoned with letters, complemented by towering heels, giving the impression that every aspect of her being radiated an irresistible charm. Oh, a new arrival at the company? Upon entering, the beauty's captivating almond-shaped eyes immediately spotted Zhou Mu, seated by the window, and she approached him directly, faced with the enchanting woman before him. Zhou Mu could not help but swallow hard, feeling rather unremarkable. To be honest, he had encountered many beautiful women, not to mention Meng Shiqing from earlier. The three sisters of the Zhou family were all strikingly attractive. Yet, Zhou Mu sensed that none of them could compare to this woman, primarily due to the unique allure she possessed. Seductive without being gaudy, sensual yet not frivolous. After all, men are visual creatures, and simply her long legs were enough for Zhou Mu to deem her the most formidable. Are you the new artist? My name is Lin Yue. May I ask how to address you, handsome? Lin Yue placed her belongings on the desk, appraised him with a smile, and inquired. Hello, I am Zhou Mu, the new composer. I hope to receive your guidance, Sister Yue. Zhou Mu responded hurriedly, having regained his composure. A composer? Lin Yue exclaimed, her small mouth agape in surprise. With your qualifications, it would be a pity not to pursue a career as an artist. However, it's all right. We're all part of the same company. And if you ever wish to switch paths, you are welcome to do so. You're joking, Sister Yue. I prefer working behind the scenes. Being in the spotlight is not suited for me. Upon hearing Zhou Mu's composed response, Lin Yue's opinion of him rose several notches, and her smile grew even brighter. This young man is rather intriguing. Chapter 3. Brothers. As Lin Yue was unaware of Zhou Mu's addition, the lunch she purchased was rather modest, suitable for two girls. Perhaps to maintain her figure, she had ordered predominantly low-calorie items, such as salads and other light fare. While this was sufficient for a girl, it left Zhou Mu, being a man, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Subsequently, Meng Shiqing ordered takeout for him, ensuring he would not go hungry. "Ms. Meng, do we have any singers in our company?" Zhou Mu inquired, pushing his yellow braised chicken aside to look up at Meng Shiqing. "Yes, but they are not here at the moment. You know that you are the only new composer in the company, so having singers around wouldn't be of much use," Meng Shiqing replied casually, her fork idly picking at her salad. However, Zhou Mu's question sparked an idea in her mind. "I'll have those two singers come over to meet you shortly. Since it's September, we are in the newcomer season. Zhou Mu, let us see if our company can share in the spoils." "Shiqing, you are too hasty. Zhou Mu is just a fresh graduate and a newcomer. Let us not put too much pressure on him." Lin Yue chuckled, observing her friend. "Writing songs is not as simple as buying groceries or cooking. There's no need to worry, Sister Ruiwei. This is precisely what I do," Zhou Mu chuckled. "Manager Meng, please summon the singer. As for the song, I must first assess the singer before making any decisions." "All right, I'll make the call immediately." With that, Meng Shiqing lost all interest in her meal, tossing aside her fork and darting into the office to make the necessary arrangements. "Zhou Mu, are you truly considering participating in the newcomer season? You haven't even met our company's singers. What if they do not meet your expectations?" Tailoring compositions is fundamentally the skill of a competent songwriter. As long as the singer possesses professional capabilities, I see no issues on my end. When it comes to songwriting, Zhou Mu harbored absolute confidence, for his hard drive was brimming with an abundance of excellent songs, be it Mandarin, international, lyrical, or rock. He had it all. He believed that with his talent, even the most unpromising of individuals could soar. "I must say, your confidence is quite intriguing. It's rather charming." Lin Ruiwei's face blossomed with a radiant smile, her chin resting on her hand, her upper body leaning onto the table. Zhou Mu felt a pang of sympathy for the desk, burdened with pressures it ought not to bear. "By the way, Sister Ruiwei, why does our company have so few employees, yet occupy such a vast office?" He had long pondered this question. Logically, a fledgling company need not occupy such a large space. With only a handful of employees, it seemed a waste of resources. In truth, Hanhai was once her father's company, thriving in its heyday. Unfortunately, poor management led to its bankruptcy, leaving behind a mountain of debt. Her father, unable to bear the stress, succumbed to a heart condition. However, Shiqing was determined not to let her father's efforts go to waste, selling the family home and car to settle the debts and employee severance pay, thereby preserving the brand. "This floor was purchased by my father during Hanhai's peak, and it includes a recording studio. This constitutes our entire asset." "A single floor?" Zhou Mu marveled inwardly, recognizing that in Chong'an City, the value of just this floor likely reached at least 8 figures. The saying holds true, a thin camel is still larger than a horse. These two female bosses were undoubtedly affluent. Indeed, this is all that Shiqing and I possess. Should the company fail, we might find ourselves in dire straits. Lin Ruiwei winked at Zhou Mu, playfully asserting, "Our future as two young ladies rests in your hands, future great composer." Feeling bashful in the presence of such a delicate beauty, Zhou Mu found himself unable to meet Lin Ruiwei's gaze, hastily averting his eyes. Giggling, "Zhou Mu, have you never been in a relationship? Your face is flushed." Lin Ruiwei seemed to find his embarrassment amusing, lightly poking his reddened cheek. "Enough. You're just a single dog yourself. How can you tease me?" Zhou Mu retorted, brushing her hand away with mock annoyance. Lin Ruiwei paid him no mind, leaning back in her chair with her legs crossed. However, her posture was somewhat provocative, and given her form-fitting skirt, Zhou Mu's gaze began to wander. However, Lin Yue remained utterly unconcerned, confidently encouraging him to look without hesitation, asserting that they were all brothers and there was no need for modesty. I am wearing safety shorts. After all, an isn't my beauty meant to be admired? Upon hearing her words, Zhou Mu felt as though he had been struck by lightning. She was not merely a businesswoman, but rather a vivacious goddess. Sister Yue, you must be from the north, right? Is there an accent in my speech? That's impossible. I was the host back in school, and even hold a professional broadcasting certificate. No. Zhou Mu quickly shook his head. I merely assumed your forthright personality suggested you hailed from the northern regions. In truth, there was no need for guesswork. After all, which good-natured woman would dare to wear form-fitting black stockings while sitting cross-legged in front of a man, even if she were clad in safety shorts? Only the bold women of northeast China possessed such audacity. Your guess is quite accurate, Lin Yue remarked, giving Zhou Mu a hearty pat on the shoulder. When I have the time, I'll take you back to my hometown. The winter snow scenery there will surely be unlike anything you've ever experienced in the south. Zhou Mu, grinning widely, felt the warmth of northeast women's hospitality, though internally he couldn't help but scoff. It was said that Lin Daiyu had taken away the gentleness of northeast women for 3 centuries, but it seemed that this parallel world had also been affected. However, Zhou Mu, do not harbor any ill intentions towards me. I regard you as a brother. The man capable of winning my heart has yet to be born. When? What kind of wolfish words are these? Zhou Mu thought, bemused. Though she was stunningly beautiful, her communicative prowess left much to be desired. What are you two so engrossed in chatting about? Oh, nothing much, just discussing the future plans of the company with Zhou Mu, Lin Yue replied, immediately adopting a friendly demeanor upon seeing Meng Shiqing emerge. Zhou Mu could only smile awkwardly from the sidelines, not daring to utter a single dissenting word. As a novice just starting in the company, did it really make sense to discuss the company's future with him? Zhou Mu, I have already notified the singers. They will be arriving in the afternoon for you to meet, Meng Shiqing said. All right, President Meng. After the 2 women departed, Zhou Mu tidied up the takeout boxes on his desk and found himself staring blankly at the toy. Currently, his workstation lacked even a computer, and with a subpar phone, playing a game was out of the question. He leaned on the desk and unknowingly drifted into slumber until he felt someone shaking his shoulder, rousing him from his stupor. Zhou Mu, the singers are here. Take a look. Meng Shiqing indicated the 2 men standing nearby. Zhou Mu turned to glance in their direction, and at first sight, he felt a strange twitching in his eyelids. Were these 2 truly singers? Surely, they couldn't be mere passers-by that Meng Shiqing had plucked from the street. Chapter 4. The singer Zhou Mu stared at the 2 singers before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Which singer could possibly look like this? One appeared to be in his 30s, sporting disheveled hair reminiscent of a bird's nest and a scruffy beard, clad in gray work attire. To suggest he was a laborer mixing mortar at a construction site would perhaps be more fitting. As for another individual who appeared to be quite young, likely around the same age as Zhou Mu, standing approximately 175 meters tall, with a tousled head of blonde hair, perpetually chewing gum, he resembled a typical street thug. This was Yu Yang, a veteran of the company, who had long been a signed artist of Han Hai. Meng Shiqing pointed at the man with a rough demeanor and then directed her finger towards the blonde youth. This is Meng Shiqing, my younger brother. Younger brother? Zhou Mu inquired with curiosity. Your biological brother? Yes. Her reluctant acknowledgement was evident, her expression reflecting a degree of unwillingness. Currently, Han Hai is quite small in scale, and we lack the resources to sign accomplished artists. However, he is a graduate of a music academy, so his capabilities are not a cause for concern. Hello, Teacher Zhou. I'm Yu Yang. To Zhou Mu's surprise, Yu Yang's voice was warm, deep, clear, and powerful, sparking his interest. As a singer, his vocal quality was indeed commendable. Hello, Zhou Mu, I am Meng Shiqing. Meng Shiqing, feeling quite familiar, casually threw an arm around Zhou Mu's shoulder in greeting. Before Zhou Mu could respond, Meng Shiqing raised a foot and playfully kicked him. Meng Shiqing, who are you being so familiar with? Can't you speak properly? Address him as Teacher Zhou. Hey, sister, give me some face. I just thought he was around my age and want to make a friend. That still requires proper decorum. Why the roughhousing? Mind your own business regarding men's matters, Meng Shiqing retorted defiantly. Zhou Mu, I leave these two in your care, especially this rascal. Don't worry about sparing my feelings. Train him well. Meng Shiqing shot Meng Xingchen a fierce glare, then turned to Zhou Mu with a warm smile. The entertainment industry in this world is quite sophisticated, with professions such as directors, screenwriters, and composers holding substantial status. Within the music realm, the position of a composer is undoubtedly superior to that of a singer at the same level. Furthermore, many exceptional composers have their peculiarities, leading even company owners to treat them with utmost respect. It is precisely for this reason that Meng Shiqing felt compelled to admonish her brother for his lack of decorum. After all, while singers can be produced en masse through training, talented composers are rare gems. There's no need to worry, Manager Meng. This is quite acceptable. Come, gentlemen, let us proceed to the sound check. Zhou Mu felt little discomfort. They were all young people, and after exchanging a few words, they had become friends. As Zhou Mu led the two to the sound check, the Zhou family was also discussing him. At that moment, Zhou Banghua, Su Sume, and several of the Zhou sisters were gathered together watching television when Su Sume suddenly remarked, I wonder how Xiao Mu is doing. Has he eaten yet? Zhou Banghua cast an annoyed glance at his wife. Why are you worrying about him? A grown man will naturally come home to eat. He is not going to starve. Exactly, Mom. He was quite spirited when he hit me. Does he really need you to fret over him? Honestly, I say let him fend for himself out there. Xiao Shuang. After all, he is your biological brother. Don't. I certainly don't have a brother who resorts to violence. My real brother is right here. Thank you. Third sister. Zhou Yin smiled at Zhou Shuang, then turned his gaze toward Zhou Banghua. Dad, perhaps we should bring my brother back. After all, he is your biological son, and I am merely adopted. Please do not let my presence harm the family's feelings. His words were earnest, imbued with a poignant sorrow that conveyed his sense of being an outsider. Xiaoyan, what nonsense are you speaking? You are the only brother I acknowledge. I care little for that fellow's fate. Zhou Shuang gazed at the dejected Zhou Yun with compassion, gently stroking his hair in comfort. Third sister, Zhou Yun was profoundly moved, tears welling in his eyes. Indeed, Xiao Yun, this is your home, and no one can replace your place in our hearts. Thank you, second sister. I'm truly fortunate to have such loving family members. I feel so blessed, Zhou Yun said with a smile, despite the pain on his face, which caused him to grimace as he moved. Zhou Banghua, observing his understanding son, felt a wave of emotion, pondering how two brothers could differ so greatly. By the way, Xiaoyan, how have things been at work lately? Is your money sufficient? Upon hearing Su Sume inquire about his job, the eldest sister, Zhou Yu, the general manager of Huiguang Entertainment, momentarily lost her smile. Don't mention it, Mom. I initially wanted to take advantage of the newcomer season to debut, Xiao Yun, but I've been struggling to find a suitable song. It's been quite troublesome. Sister, my matters can wait. Take your time, but don't wear yourself out. Xiao Yun has indeed grown up, showing concern for his family. Su Sume looked at the siblings with a benevolent gaze. By the way, Xiao Yun, is your money enough? Since you're working now and have social engagements, I will send you some more later. Mom, you are the best. With a joyful expression, Zhou Yun leaped into Su Sume's embrace, indulging in affection, and the home was filled with laughter and joy. However, compared to the family's merriment, Zhou Yu, the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, wore a smile on her face, yet her heart was laden with confusion. She still could not comprehend why Zhou Mu had such a strong reaction today, even going so far as to threaten to sever ties with the family. Driven by curiosity, she quietly rose and made her way to Zhou Mu's room. Upon entering, she discovered just how small the room was. It not only lacked windows, but also saw no sunlight throughout the day. Visiting this space for the first time, Zhou Yu found it nearly impossible to fathom how someone could live in such conditions. Had it been her, she would scarcely have lasted a minute. Yet she recalled that it had been 7 years since Zhou Mu was brought back. Aunt May, has Zhou Mu been living here all these years? Zhou Yu asked the family maid, pointing to the room. Yes, miss, young Master Mu has lived here since the day he returned. The master and madam feared that young Master Yin might dwell on it too much, so they allowed young Master Mu to stay here temporarily. All right, I understand. Zhou Yu furrowed her brow and waved her hand, signaling Aunt May to leave, and she slowly stepped further into the room. At that moment, the room contained little, but in her memory, she recalled Zhou Mu sometimes carrying only a small bag in the morning. Reflecting upon the numerous garments and shoes scattered throughout the abode, including the overflowing cabinets of Zhou Yun and even the dedicated room for her clothing, Zhou Yu pondered. Could it be that Zhou Mu's entire wardrobe consisted of merely a few pieces? It seemed implausible. Surely their mother provided him with a monthly allowance, allowing him the means to procure his own attire. Zhou Yu endeavored to convince herself, grappling with disbelief over her suspicions. It is worth noting that Zhou Yun, who had just embarked on her career, received a monthly allowance of 50,000 yuan, a mere fraction of what their mother granted as pocket money. When considering the contributions from her sisters and her own salary, Zhou Yun's monthly expenditures surely exceeded 100,000 yuan. She resided in a villa spanning several hundred square meters, donned clothing that never fell below 4 figures, and drove a sports car, with several exquisite watches worth hundreds of thousands apiece adorning her wrist. In stark contrast stood Zhou Mu. Shaking her head vigorously, Zhou Yu found that once the seed of suspicion had been sown, it took root firmly within her mind, refusing to dissipate. She hastened to the living room, where she inquired of the kindly smiling Su Mei, "Mother, how much allowance did you previously provide Zhou Mu each month?" Chapter 5. Zhou Mu in despair. What? Su Mei, taken aback by the seriousness etched on her eldest daughter's face, struggled to comprehend. "I meant to ask how much you used to give Zhou Mu for his living expenses each month," Zhou Yu articulated with precision. "Living expenses?" Su Mei tilted her head, pondering for a moment before glancing uncertainly at her husband. "Bangwa, I recall that you were the one who provided Xiao Mu's allowance, weren't you?" "You seem to be mistaken. Such trivial matters around the house are typically managed by you. Did you not provide him with any?" Su Mei's voice rose in pitch, turning to her daughters. "And what about you 3 sisters? Have any of you sent Zhou Mu any living expenses?" "Absolutely not. I would never give a single penny to that scoundrel. He irritates me to no end," Zhou Shuang remarked nonchalantly while scrolling through her phone. Su Mei then directed her gaze toward her second daughter, Zhou Lu, who naturally echoed the same response. "Thus, all these years, none of us thought to provide Zhou Mu with any allowance?" Zhou Yu stared blankly at her family, questioning whether this was still the harmonious and loving household she remembered. "Xiao Yu, how could you, the eldest, forget? As the oldest, you should take better care of your younger siblings." Su Mei's face betrayed a hint of anxiety, while she admonished Zhou Yu. If you, as the mother, remain indifferent, how could I possibly have known?" Perhaps stung by the term mother, Su Mei's expression shifted to one of discomfort. In truth, Zhou Yu, as the eldest, had always been quite attentive to her younger siblings. Having graduated from university, she joined the family business and, through her diligence, eventually succeeded her father as the general manager of Huiguang Entertainment. She had always believed herself to be a competent leader in the company and a responsible elder sister at home, treating her siblings with fairness. Yet, the stark reality now confronting her felt like a resounding slap. Although she had never particularly favored Zhou Mu, he remained her blood relative. Preference and reality were 2 entirely different matters. It was only through Aunt Mei that she realized the hardships endured by Zhou Mu over the past few years. A high school student who attends classes by day and takes on part-time work after school. He wears the same school uniform for several years, and, at night, when hunger strikes, he dares only to consume a bun worth a mere 1 yuan in that dimly lit little room. Simultaneously, she recalled how Zhou Yun frequently reported Zhou Mu for mingling with delinquents, engaging in fights, skipping classes, and often bullying him, even stealing items from their home to sell. They often observed Zhou Mu returning late at night, leading them to believe the accusations, and thus they treated him with disdain and reprimand. In retrospect, it seemed implausible that Zhou Mu, preoccupied with his part-time job, could find the time to engage in such dubious activities. Moreover, how could he have stealthily infiltrated the second floor to unlock their tightly secured door and steal? Previously, Zhou Yu, having favored Zhou Yun, never questioned his words, believing Zhou Mu to be a deceitful, untrustworthy child. However, upon reflection, many aspects seemed peculiar and could not withstand scrutiny. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yu suddenly felt a sense of estrangement towards Zhou Yun, who was currently frolicking with family. If Zhou Mu was innocent of those allegations, how could one explain the behavior of Zhou Yun, the beloved younger brother? Not to mention Zhou Yu's complex emotions at that moment. Zhou Mu himself felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. He discovered that in the entirety of Hanhai Entertainment, he appeared to be the sole individual grappling with plans for song releases. Just earlier, he had passed by the offices of Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue. At that moment, the boss, Meng Shiqing, was cozily nestled on the sofa, headphones in place, engrossed in her tablet, occasionally bursting into laughter or muttering to herself, and at times cursing vehemently. She presented herself as a quintessential binge-watching girl, yet she was running a company. As for Lin Yue, despite being the company's partner and second-in-command, she was hiding in the office during daylight, playing video games, exclaiming, "Damn, I'll knock you out." Her typing speed was impressive enough to make him, a former piano maestro of the gaming realm, feel inadequate. As for the fish-loving Yu Yang, who had drifted through the entertainment industry for years without much success, he had inexplicably developed a passion for fishing. Thankfully, he hadn't neglected his primary responsibilities, fishing by day and prowling various bars by night to earn a living. Then there was Meng Xingchen, who was constantly on his phone live streaming. It was said that he changed locations daily for his singing sessions and had garnered a following of several thousand fans. The pressing question was Tihan High Music Company? Was no one contemplating releasing new songs? He pondered whether it was too late to escape. He believed he had signed an internship contract that likely bore no penalties for withdrawal. Thus, he spent the night lost in thought, finally dozing off in the early hours, resting on a folding bed in the company, his first night since joining. The next day, upon their arrival at the office, Lin Yue and Meng Shiqing were greeted by Zhou Mu's prominent dark circles. "Zhou Mu, did you go thieving last night?" What do you think? "I am earning a meager income while toiling with the weighty concerns of a more substantial venture, while the two of you are engrossed in your dramas and games. Could you at least spare a moment to ponder the release of songs during a newcomer season?" On the very second day of my employment, I confronted the company's owner quite boldly. Surely, that reflects a certain level of capability, does it not? By the way, dear bosses, when will my equipment arrive? Upon noticing his vacant workspace, Zhou Mu's previously settled frustration surged back. Even the most skilled cook cannot create a feast without ingredients. Despite the myriad of splendid songs swirling in his mind, without a single computer, he cannot conjure something from nothing. Well, the equipment I ordered should arrive today. I will go and follow up on it. Observing the only composer in the company wearing a displeased expression, the girl engrossed in her drama quickly bowed her head and retreated into the office. "Zhou Mu, have you had breakfast? What do you think?" Zhou Mu, devoid of expression, regarded Lin Yue, making her feel quite uneasy. "Here, I bought breakfast. I've been dieting, so I'll give it to you. Make sure to eat well." Lin Yue hastily tossed the sandwich and coffee she held, darted into the office, and promptly closed the door, drawing the blinds as well. Until noon, as Zhou Mu gazed at the top-of-the-line computer before him, his expression finally brightened considerably. Now he finally had a platform to showcase his abilities. "So, Zhou Mu, this is the best configuration in the industry. Do you have any other requests besides the computer?" Meng Shiqing consciously inquired, observing Zhou Mu's improving demeanor. "I have many requests. Writing lyrics and composing is no issue, but what about the band for arrangement? It seems unreasonable for a music company to lack a dedicated band or even a single instrument, does it not? If we create works, they must be registered for copyright, right? Does the company have a dedicated copyright department? What about various types of singers? We need sound engineers for recording, and then their distribution and promotion stop. Meng Shiqing interjected hurriedly, her scalp prickling at the overwhelming list. "We can't tackle everything at once. I will discuss recruitment with Yue right away." With that, she seized Lin Yue's arm, and the two swiftly vanished from Zhou Mu's sight. Zhou Mu decided not to concern himself with them. After all, he was not the actual boss, and the company structure was not his to worry about. His current task was simply to produce the first piece of work as swiftly as possible. He opened the computer, preparing to write songs. For him, Composing and lyric writing were straightforward, merely transferring the ideas swirling in his mind onto the screen. The absence of a band was not a significant hurdle. He could make do with a simulator for the time being, although some effects may not match those of a live band. It was certainly better than having nothing at all. As for which song would be his first piece, Zhou Mu already had an answer in mind. With determination, he pulled out the keyboard and began to showcase his unparalleled skills. Back in the day, he was known as the Ghost of the Canyon in the underground scene, a title earned through merit, not mere reputation. Now, let the classics of his past shine anew in this world. Chapter 6. Song Recording Meng Xingchen. This is your song. Familiarize yourself with it quickly so we can record it as soon as possible. During lunch, Zhou Mu placed several sheets of A4 paper on the table. Wow, Zhou Mu, you're impressive. You've managed to write the song so quickly? Lin Yue, quick-witted and nimble, snatched the sheet music from the table to examine it. Unfortunately, while she recognized the lyrics, the musical notation left her utterly perplexed. Sister Wei, if you can comprehend it, just take it, Meng Xingchen said, slightly displeased at having his new song snatched away. What's the matter, little brother? Can I take a look? She teased. No, no, no. Meng Xingchen shook his hand vigorously as if it were a windshield wiper. It's an honor for Sister Wei to view my song. Please feel free to do so. It wasn't that Meng Xingchen was overly timid. Lin Yue and Meng Shiqing were university classmates and roommates. When Meng Xingchen was still in middle school, Lin Yue frequently visited the Meng household, often punishing the mischievous young boy. He considered himself adept at navigating through life unscathed. Yet he maintained a respectful distance from Lin Yue, the formidable woman. With her temper, if he dared entertain any inappropriate thoughts, she would not hesitate to wield scissors and cut him down to size. He wasn't ready to relinquish the joys of manhood just yet. However, Meng Xingchen's fear did not extend to Zhou Mu. Ignoring Lin Yue's predatory glare, he seized the sheet music from her and handed it to Meng Xingchen. Stop dawdling and practice the song. There's less than a month left until the debut season ends. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to weep for yourself. Brother Mu, you're truly remarkable. Meng Xingchen gave him a thumbs up and hurried to a corner to study the music. Meng Shiqing, observing her friend's doughy face, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Zhou Mu, isn't this a bit too rushed? Rushed? Where's the rush? The debut season only comes once a year. Are we to wait for next year to seize this splendid opportunity? Zhou Mu retorted. He was indeed correct. In Xia country, the months of August and September are recognized in the music industry as the debut season. During this time, a plethora of fresh graduates enter the entertainment realm, coinciding with the enrollment period for first-year students. The Music Association of Xia Country established the concept of debut season to encourage budding creators. Although there are no explicit regulations, it is customary for major entertainment companies, as well as established singers and composers, to intentionally reduce their output during this time to make way for newcomers. Concurrently, all major music platforms open a debut season track with specific eligibility requirements. If the singer is a newcomer, the corresponding composer must not exceed an intermediate level. Conversely, if the composer is a newcomer, the singer's status must not surpass that of a second-tier artist. This is to prevent seasoned artists from overshadowing the work itself with their fame, allowing the music to speak for itself. Thus, for newcomers or emerging companies, the debut season presents an excellent opportunity to make their mark. Upon hearing Zhou Mu's words, Meng Shiqing ceased to voice any further objections. She was studying business administration, while Lin Yue was majoring in finance, leaving them both rather uninformed about the intricacies of music. Discussing these matters with Zhou Mu is truly an exercise in futility. Very well, you may proceed with the song release. The company fully supports you. By the way, has the copyright been registered? Rest assured, it has all been taken care of. No one understands the significance of copyright better than Zhou Mu. He registered it at the Copyright Center of Xia Country the moment the song was completed. He even meticulously captured screenshots of the successful registration page, along with the timestamp. With this, Meng Shiqing felt reassured and returned to the office with Lin Yue, concerned that this Navi individual might disrupt Zhou Mu and the others. While Meng Xingchen familiarized himself with the song, Zhou Mu entered the recording studio to continue mastering the operation. Ordinarily, this would be the responsibility of a sound engineer. But alas, Hanhai Entertainment had none, compelling Zhou Mu to take matters into his own hands. Fortunately, having spent considerable time in recording studios as a music blogger in his previous life, he quickly acclimatized. While he may not rival the professionals, he could certainly meet the basic operational needs. Thus, it was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Zhou Mu attempted to record Meng Xingqian's song for the first time. Yet the process was fraught with challenges. Perhaps due to his extensive experience with street music, he approached recording with an unconventional flair, often indulging in spontaneous improvisation. Stop. Meng Xingqian, you've raised the pitch on that line. As a professional graduate, how can you miss the pitch? That line is too low. Let us try again. The chorus is predominantly falsetto. Infuse it with more emotion. This is a love song. Why do you sound so tormented? Again, didn't you say this was your favorite? I wanted you to add some vocal runs, not spin your tongue in circles. Again, Meng Xingqian found himself thoroughly exhausted by the end of the workday, his throat feeling as if it belonged to someone else. It was his first encounter with Zhou Mu's relentless standards, where even the slightest punctuation or pause was scrutinized. As Zhou Mu put it, once you achieve fame, you can perform however you desire at concerts, but in the recording studio, every note must be flawless. Throughout the days of recording, Zhou Mu emerged as the formidable overlord of Hanhai Entertainment, with Meng Xingqian being mercilessly chastised. Even Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue found their attempts to interject met with unyielding retorts from him, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a grand spectacle. Time passed gradually, and soon 2 days had flown by, culminating in the release of Meng Xingqian's debut single. On this day, the long-quiet official WeChat account of Hanhai Entertainment finally spoke after 6 months of silence. This summer, we wish to take you on a journey around the world. The mountain roads wind like an adventure of love. This summer, Hanhai Entertainment sets sail once more, bringing you the unique sweetness and tenderness of the season. Simultaneously, the song's audio was made available on major music platforms, leaving only the anticipation of its reception. Early that day, as Zhou Mu settled into his workspace, Meng Xingqian hurried over, followed closely by Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue. Brother Mu, this is breakfast that I specially bought for you. Eat it while it's warm. Zhou Mu, with Meng Shiqing holding a food container, added, You've worked hard these past few days. I brought you some fruits, eat plenty, and I've also ordered you some milk tea, which should arrive shortly. As I observed the two siblings indulging in food and drink, Lin Yue, caught off guard, began to feel a sense of urgency. Glancing around and confirming that she had nothing of worth to offer, she cast her eyes downward, steeled her resolve, and boldly placed a foot upon Zhou Mu's chair. Zhou Mu, look at these stockings I just purchased. What do you think? If they don't meet your fancy, I shall simply gift them to you. This audacious maneuver left the siblings utterly astonished, thinking to themselves, Ah, it truly is you, Tiger Girl. While we merely contribute a little money and effort, you have thrown yourself into the fray. Chapter 7. The release of the song Lu Xing. A third-year composition student at the Chong'an Art Academy in Chongzhou found that the 2-month newcomer season was their busiest time of the year. As students of a specialized institution, the tasks assigned by their professors, alongside their personal passions, culminated in a rare auditory and visual feast. During this period, a plethora of new male and female singers and composers emerged, representing a dazzling collision of beauty and talent. However, Lu Xing felt somewhat dissatisfied with the recently concluded month of August, as there were scarcely any new songs worthy of his attention. I hope September will bring forth some delightful surprises. Reclining against the headboard, Lu Xing held his phone and connected his Bluetooth headphones, effortlessly navigating to the newcomer season section. The interface showcased various charts, such as the latest songs, the most saved, and the most listened to. Yet, as a seasoned connoisseur, Lu Xing typically focused on 2 categories: the latest recommended songs and the most downloaded music chart. After all, the initial listening and saving were free and offered little in terms of value. Conversely, downloads required payment, generally $1 per song, granting permanent access for listening. It was evident that anything involving a monetary transaction held greater significance. As a professional with discerning tastes, Lu Xing was particularly selective. He could determine the quality of a song merely from its verse. After sampling a dozen songs from the recommendation page, he found them to be decent. Yet they fell short of satisfaction or even fondness. This only exacerbated his already heightened frustration, which had been stirred by the oppressive heat of summer. This year, the summer in Chong'an was unusually sweltering, with temperatures soaring to a staggering 43 degrees Celsius. Such a scorching season rendered him apathetic toward any endeavor. After a lengthy listening session, Lu Xing felt lethargic. He resolved to listen to one more song before rising, for he risked dozing off again. He had made plans to accompany his girlfriend to the mall today. Stifling a yawn, he aimlessly scrolled through the charts until a particular line of text captured his attention. This summer, Hanhai Entertainment sets sail once more, bringing you the sweet tenderness that is uniquely summer. Lu Xing was no stranger to Hanhai Entertainment. It had once been a respectable music company in Chong'an, stirring quite a commotion in the local music scene before ultimately closing its doors. Upon encountering the name Hanhai Entertainment once more, Lu Xing found himself intrigued, particularly by the song title, a simple yet evocative two-character phrase, summer, perfectly resonating with the current season. With a casual click on the play button, he hoped for a delightful surprise. The screen of his mobile device transitioned to the playback interface, revealing the song's details. Summer, composed, penned, and arranged by Zhou Mu, with vocals by Meng Xingchen. Before Lu Xing could fully process the astonishing trifecta of the song's creators, the music surged through his headphones with sudden intensity. It began with a melodious and enchanting brass section, followed closely by a pulsating rhythm of drums. The instant he heard the music, Lu Xing discerned that this would be a lively tune, and his intuition proved correct. After the spring rain, the sun slowly reveals its smile. Your smile is like a gentle rainbow. In this sky, the clouds are my presence, surrounding you at all times and places. The kites on the riverbank stretch the freedom. A gentle breeze carries the feeling of happiness. I long to tightly hold your hand, romantically embracing you as we watch the sunset. When darkness falls, counting fingers, time passes swiftly. I will carefully cherish you. My shoulder is yours in the rain. If sleepless, remember to think of me 3 seconds later, and you will dream of me. Riding on balloons, I accompany you on a breeze, gazing at all the twinkling stars. Indeed, the rhythm of the verse was exceedingly cheerful. And fortunately, Meng Xingchen's enunciation was clear. Otherwise, many would struggle to comprehend the lyrics without a written guide. Lu Xing's drowsiness vanished entirely, replaced by a sensation of drifting in a sea of sweetness. Even the oppressive heat seemed to dissipate in that moment. Who among those in the throes of passionate love could resist such a sweet little love song? As Lu Xing eagerly anticipated, the chorus commenced. Throughout the summer, I wish to travel the world with you. The winding mountain roads resemble an adventure in love. Your smile is my only treat. I capture this close up with my eyes. This summer, throughout the summer, I wish to travel the world with you. The winding mountain roads resemble an adventure in love. Your smile is my only treat. I capture this close up with my eyes. Hearing this, Lu Xing could not help but wear a smile akin to that of an affectionate aunt. This is overwhelmingly sweet. Moreover, it was a rare gem of a song. He couldn't help but recall the tender moments shared with his girlfriend, feeling an impulsive desire to share this song with her immediately. Lu Xing's girlfriend was a junior from his university, though he was in the composition department while she studied vocal performance. This pairing was a common configuration in the music department, a couple where one composes and the other performs. What could be more exquisite than a husband writing while the wife sings? Darling, I've discovered a wonderful song. I shall send it to you shortly. Lu Xing adeptly liked, saved, and downloaded the song in a swift motion, leaping from his bed and rushing out of the dormitory, eager to immerse himself in the sweetness of love. At this moment, the various groups within the music department of Chong'an Art College are inundated with an array of chat records. Goodness, my friends, Hanhai Entertainment has made a triumphant return, and they have kicked things off with a spectacular new song, Summer, which I absolutely adore. To those upstairs who are out of the loop, I heard this song early this morning, and it has already made its way into my notebook. What a rascal! After much effort to find a splendid song for my assignment, you have beaten me to it. Enough said. Let us battle. While the slowpokes are still dawdling and listening to the song, I'm already clutching my guitar, ready to confess my feelings to my goddess. Hold on for 5 minutes. Brothers, Hanhai Entertainment has indeed brought something remarkable this time. Have you noticed the composer? The lyricist, composer, and arranger are all the same person, and this individual, Zhou Mu, is actually our senior from the composition department, though the style of this song is rather unique. Furthermore, the vocalist, Meng Xingqian, is also from our school. It would be remiss not to support this. Without further ado, let us collect and download, and I shall promote it on the school forum. Our senior is impressive. Chongzhou, geographically situated near the coast, bears some resemblance to the Zhejiang Shanghai region of Zhou Mu's previous life. As the capital city of Chongzhou, Chongmen boasts a level of prosperity that requires no elaboration, and is also the birthplace of summer's e-commerce in our country. The entertainment industry has always taken root in economically vibrant regions. Hence, Chongmen is not only home to top-tier art institutions, but also numerous entertainment companies. Witnessing a song like Summer, with its lyrics, composition, and performance all attributed to our school as seniors. The students of Chongmen Art College are filled with an inexplicable sense of joy, and they spontaneously begin to promote the song. Yet, Zhou Mu, the subject of this excitement, remains blissfully unaware. Chapter 8. Early Confirmation. Brother Mu. Our song has surpassed 3,000 listens and downloads are approaching 2,000. We are on the verge of success. Goodness, this is the 10th time you've reported this to me today. Aren't you exhausted? Zhou Mu replied, gazing blankly at the phone screen almost pressed against his face. Are you not the least bit excited? Our download ratio has exceeded half. This is the rhythm of a potential hit. Meng Xingqian exclaimed, his face flushed with enthusiasm as he pointed at the screen. The so-called download ratio refers to the proportion of total listens to downloads. Typically, a ratio of 1:5 is considered acceptable, and 1:3 is deemed excellent. Currently, the ratio for Summer has surpassed 1:2, indicating that its success has exceeded expectations. Zhou Mu furrowed his brow, wearing an expression of deep concern. Must you report this every few minutes? Initially, he had felt a surge of happiness upon seeing the numbers rise, but he was acutely aware of the song's historical impact. The author of Summer is none other than the legendary Zhou Dong, whose song garnered the 18th Golden Melody Award for singer Li Jiuzhe. For Zhou Mu, the song's success was not unexpected. After the initial thrill wore off, he returned to a state of calm, although he was taken aback by Meng Xingqian's relentless enthusiasm. Thus, an overwhelming desire to share may not always be a virtue. In stark contrast to Zhou Mu's indifference, another singer from the company, Yu Yang, radiated joy today as he generously extended his congratulations to Meng Xingqian. However, the longing glances he occasionally cast towards Zhou Mu revealed his own anticipation for a new song that rightfully belonged to him. Zhou Mu was all too familiar with such a gaze. For the past few years, he had directed that very look at his family members within the Zhou household. It embodied a yearning, a deep-seated desire for validation from others. Rest assured, Yu Yang, I'm already preparing your song. Once the fervor surrounding Meng Xingqian's piece has peaked, I shall record yours. Though his expression remained unchanged upon hearing Zhou Mu's words, the excitement in Yu Yang's eyes was unmistakable. He suppressed his inner thrill and replied, Thank you, Teacher Zhou. I understand your intentions. For a small company like ours, releasing 2 songs simultaneously would indeed be a waste of resources. I've managed this long. I am in no hurry. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment at Yu Yang's understanding nature, Zhou Mu conceded that he was right. Releasing multiple songs from the same company at once was not a prudent decision. As the afternoon unfolded, the jubilant shouts of Meng Xingqian echoed throughout the office. Sensing Zhou Mu's lack of enthusiasm, Meng Xingqian shifted his focus to a new target for celebration. Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue became the subjects of his exuberance. As the old saying goes, those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door. These 2 women were cut from the same cloth as Meng Xingqian, and upon witnessing their company's song ascend the charts, they joined in the clamorous celebration. After work that day, they insisted on dragging Zhou Mu along for a celebration, even reserving a private room, where they relentlessly urged him to drink. By 6 p.m. that evening, The downloads for Summer had skyrocketed, surpassing the top 100 on the charts within just a day. Many songs struggled to reach even 10 downloads after 2 months of the rookie season, but Summer had accomplished this feat. Such a milestone was enough to instill pride in any emerging artist or composer. "Thank you, Zhou Mu," Meng Shiqing said, her voice slightly choked with emotion. "Bringing you into the company was the best decision I ever made." Before today, Meng Shiqing could never have imagined that a seemingly casual hire would yield such significant contributions to the company. Initially, she had taken over the company solely to preserve her father's legacy, stubbornly investing everything she had to salvage the failing enterprise. At that time, including Lin Yue and Meng Xingchen, everyone believed the outcome would be a total loss. Yet against all odds, a turnaround had occurred. No wonder the top composers wield such influence in the industry. Both singers and company executives treat them like treasures. Their prowess is undeniable. With just a flick of their wrist, they can rescue a company from the brink of bankruptcy. Ahem, Lin Yue interjected, glancing at her excited friend with concern. "You've been rambling for ages without getting to the point. What good is mere verbal gratitude?" However, Meng Shiqing, caught up in the moment, failed to register her friend's subtle hint. With a sigh, Lin Yue realized that her unreliable friend would not suffice, and it seemed she would have to take matters into her own hands. "Zhou Mu, although it is merely the first day, we have all observed the data for the new song, and there is no doubt regarding its eventual success. Therefore, I conferred with Shiqing, and we have decided to grant you a formal position ahead of schedule. To demonstrate our sincerity, we will accord you the subsequent revenue share for the song Summer as per the standards set for official composers." Indeed, upon hearing Lin Yue's words, Meng Shiqing also regained her composure from her excitement, stating that after the formalization, your monthly salary would be 15,000. Is this not a bit too hasty? It seems there hasn't been a precedent for this before, has there? No worries, the advancement of composers requires various stringent criteria. But for merely transitioning from intern to formal status, the company has the authority to make that decision. Meng Shiqing waved her hand grandly. Unlike the entertainment system of the past in Huagua, the cultural and entertainment regulations in Xiagua are far more refined, with clear classifications for singers and composers. For instance, an intern composer must independently produce and release at least one single to be recognized as a formal composer, specifically a junior composer. The transition from junior to intermediate requires 10 works and a total download count of 100 for qualification. Once these metrics are achieved, the company must register with the Music Association website to facilitate the association's tracking of composers across various levels. Very well, however, let me be clear that it is already September, and I cannot guarantee where this song will ultimately lead you. Observing the two company leaders' confidence, Zhou Mu ceased to be coy. He was in dire need of funds and would naturally not refuse such a fortuitous opportunity for promotion and a raise. Rest assured, even if future data remains stagnant, today's achievements merit your formalization. Seeing Zhou Mu's acceptance, Meng Shiqing's smile broadened once more. Of course, employees during their internship can leave at will. Only those who have signed a formal contract are bound by legal obligations. If Zhou Mu had more than one piece of work, Meng Shiqing would have considered elevating his status even further. However, there was little she could do in that regard, and thus she could only make concessions regarding salary and revenue shares. The dinner was a joyous affair, with Zhou Mu being so enthusiastically toasted that he scarcely remembered how he returned home. Yet, the joys and sorrows of individuals differ profoundly. Sadness merely shifts but never truly dissipates. While the crowd at Hanhai celebrated exuberantly, Zhou Yu of Huiguang Entertainment found herself rather disheartened. Today was also the day Zhou Yun released her new song. However, the song's data was rather dismal. Despite the company's considerable expenditure on promotion, the crucial download metrics remained stagnant. At that moment, she stared blankly at the familiar name on the Hot Songs chart, Summer by Zhou Mu. Could it be the same Zhou Mu? Chapter 9. The Anxious Zhou Yun Xiao Yun. How do you feel about your song released today? At the dining table, Su Sume gazed affectionately at her youngest son. Mom, it's only the first day. What can be discerned? Zhou Shuang, the artist director at Huiguang Entertainment, was well aware of the new song's performance and, fearing her mother's words might upset her younger brother, quickly interjected. "It's all right, third sister," Zhou Yun replied, his tone tinged with disappointment. "Mom, the data for the new song is rather mediocre, but I won't give up. As you said, today is just the first day. There is ample time ahead. Indeed, it is commendable to maintain such a mindset. Nothing can be accomplished in a single leap. One must endure solitude to ultimately attain grandeur. That was precisely how your mother and I established our illustrious journey back in the day." Zhou Bangwa gazed at his open-minded younger son, his satisfaction evident in his eyes, while the others cast encouraging glances his way. "Mom and Dad, does anyone have Zhou Mu's phone number?" Zhou Yu suddenly lifted her head from her meal, directing her inquiry at Zhou Bangwa and Su Sume. However, as soon as her question escaped her lips, the once lively living room fell into an abrupt silence. "Why do you want that scoundrel's number?" Zhou Bangwa's expression soured, his earlier good mood dissipating in an instant. "Today, a remarkable newcomer in the newcomer season has emerged, boasting data that dramatically surpasses other artists. The composer of this song is also named Zhou Mu, and I wish to inquire about. Eldest sister, you don't believe that the song Summer was penned by that fellow, do you?" Zhou Shuang interrupted Zhou Yu. "The newcomer season is an annual spectacle in the music industry, one that nearly everyone within the circle pays attention to, and Zhou Shuang was no exception. She too had noticed this sudden hit song today, and although she was taken aback by the composer's name, she could not believe that this Zhou Mu was the same incompetent younger brother she recalled. Precisely, eldest sister. Although that good-for-nothing graduated from the composition department. Have you ever seen him write a song in these past few years? I believe it is merely a case of sharing the same name." Zhou Lu chimed in, causing Zhou Yu's conviction to waver. Deep down, she secretly hoped that this Zhou Mu was indeed the brother she had overlooked for so many years. Listening to the conversation, Zhou Yun remained silent, focusing on his meal. He too had heard Summer and, to be honest, he found himself quite fond of it. The cheerful and sweet melody resonated well with the contemporary aesthetic of the youth. Yet, the prominent name of the author pierced his heart deeply. More than anyone else, he wished that this song had not been written by that good-for-nothing. He had exerted immense effort over the years to cast Zhou Mu out, and if it truly was him, would it not imply that Zhou Yun was inferior even to a failure? Meanwhile, Zhou Yu, despite her reluctance to admit it, felt a lingering unease until the matter was confirmed. "Mom and Dad, I still have some reservations. Please give me his number. I need to verify. If it turns out he did not write it, that would be best." However, Zhou Yu hesitated, glancing at her family before continuing. "If he did, I will bring him back. Even if he does not return, I must reclaim the song's rights." Zhou Bangwa furrowed his brow in contemplation before nodding. "Yes," confirming it would be prudent. "If it truly is him, we cannot allow him to assist outsiders against our family. Even if it requires force, we must bring him back. Sume, please share that scoundrel's number with Xiaoyu so she can confirm," he instructed. Su Sume, upon hearing this, retrieved her phone and began sifting through her contacts. After a moment, she looked up, a hint of embarrassment coloring her expression as she addressed her eldest daughter. It appears I may not have Zhou Mu's contact information." "Not have his contact information? How could you possibly not have his contact information?" Zhou Bangwa exclaimed incredulously, his eyes wide with disbelief. "And what about you all?" Zhou Yu turned her gaze towards her younger siblings. "I don't have it. Neither do I. Why would I keep his number? Am I looking for trouble?" Zhou Yu couldn't help but sigh, rubbing her temples. Although she had anticipated this outcome, the confirmation left her in a state of disbelief. After living under the same roof for 7 years, not a single family member possessed the other's contact details, especially among several siblings. Such a situation would elicit laughter if shared publicly, and it also left her with a more peculiar impression of her own family. What kind of heartlessness would render one so estranged from someone they had cohabited with for 7 years? Well, if there is no phone number, then so be it. I'll go confirm in person another day. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's intention to verify personally, Zhou Yun became anxious. If it truly was that useless person, and the Zhou family took him back, wouldn't all his efforts over the past few years be in vain? "Eldest sister, you are the general manager of the company. Constantly busy, perhaps I should go instead. If it really is fourth brother, I will take responsibility for bringing him back. No way, Zhou Shuang firmly refused. That scoundrel is already a lost cause. But if it is him, that rascal has a serious propensity for violence. I cannot trust you to go alone. I'll accompany you. Zhou Shuang's words were delivered with righteous conviction, leading the uninformed to believe she was a woman of great integrity. However, if Zhou Mu were to hear this, he would undoubtedly scoff. During his years with the Zhou family, Zhou Shuang was the one who had laid hands on him the most. Not only him, but as the director of the illustrious entertainment artist department, Zhou Shuang often resorted to physical punishment against trainees in the company as well. She treated him like a mere puppet, summoning him at will. And the most severe incident left his left hand fractured. In the end, he had to endure excruciating pain and walk over an hour to the hospital for treatment, receiving not even a word of concern afterwards. His animosity toward Zhou Shuang was only surpassed by his hatred for the principal culprit, Zhou Yun. Seeing that Zhou Yun was about to speak again, Zhou Shuang decisively put an end to the conversation. Although Zhou Yun was reluctant, he refrained from voicing further objections, silently praying that the author of Summer was not the useless Zhou Mu he knew. The following morning, sunlight gradually peeked through the clouds, radiating its brilliant rays through the gaps in the curtains and onto the floor. The once dark room became increasingly visible as Zhou Mu slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if his head was clouded and about to explode. Sitting up, he noticed a sharp pain and dryness in his throat. Spotting a bottle of mineral water on the bedside table, he unscrewed the cap without hesitation and gulped it down in one go. After finishing the bottle, he felt considerably better. He then made his way to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face with both hands, finally restoring a semblance of clarity to his hazy eyes. Phew, I cannot drink so much alcohol in the future. I would to even know if I was being sold out. Last night, Meng Shiqing and the others were excessively enthusiastic, dragging him into drinking until he could hardly resist. In his fading memories, it seemed that only Yu Yang, who had hardly drunk at all, was the one to escort him home. As he glanced at the clock, it was already 10 in the morning. Zhou Mu staggered out of the office, making his way to his workstation. Before he could fully recover from his hangover, the company doors swung open and a figure burst in, carrying a large assortment of items. Ah, our great contributor has finally awakened. Come and see what I've brought. I've purchased quite a feast. Chapter 10. Getting started. Lin Yue entered through the company's door and approached Zhou Mu's desk, meticulously arranging the items she held. Here we have steamed buns and fried dough sticks, congee and soybean milk, egg pancakes and milk, sandwiches and coffee. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I got a bit of everything for you to choose from. Am I supposed to finish all this? Is this breakfast or lunch? Zhou Mu gazed at the splendid array of food, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Did Lin Yue intend to treat him like a pig? Why fuss over it? You drank quite a bit last night. It's not good for your health to skip meals. Just select what you like. The rest is for Shiqing and me. Zhou Mu nodded and casually grabbed a meat bun and a bowl of congee, eagerly digging in. After a night of drinking, he had barely eaten anything, and his stomach was growling in protest. Zhou Mu, why don't you try this? Lin Yue suggested, pointing to the sandwich and coffee. No need. I prefer this. Zhou Mu raised the bun in his hand. Steamed buns and congee are more suitable for our constitution here in Xia country. You can enjoy the coffee and sandwich yourself. As they spoke, the office door swung open once more, and Meng Shiqing and Meng Xingchen strolled in, chatting and laughing. Brother Mu having breakfast? I must tell you, the listenership for Summer has surpassed 15. It's only been one night. Before Zhou Mu could display his impatience, Lin Yue interjected. Xingchen, can't you see Zhou Mu is eating? Save the performance report for after he finishes. Take your share and go enjoy it elsewhere. Perhaps due to childhood experiences, Meng Xingchen instinctively fell silent at Lin Yue's glare, obediently moving to the side with his breakfast. Yet out of her sight, the defiant Meng Xingchen silently practiced a series of military punches against her retreating figure. Zhou Mu could only sigh at the tenacity of this spirited man. Perhaps accustomed to their playful banter, Meng Shiqing remained unfazed. Zhou Mu, come to my office later. I have something to discuss with you. Zhou Mu shrugged off her request, quickly finishing his breakfast before seeking out Meng Shiqing. Manager Meng, what's the matter? Zhou Mu, what do you think of our company? Faced with this inquiry, Zhou Mu felt a twinge of confusion. Manager Meng, I've only been at the company for a short while. Isn't it a bit premature to ask such a question? However, from my perspective, the atmosphere here is quite pleasant, and I rather enjoy it. This sentiment was truly heartfelt. With so few employees in the company, the two female bosses spent their time either binge-watching dramas or playing games. The two singers, as Meng Xingchen charmingly put it, were youthful and vibrant, though in reality, they were rather silly. The other, Yu Yang, was a taciturn fellow, either fishing or on his way to fish. More importantly, no one in the company interferes with his work, and for a musician, such a relaxed and free creative environment is a rare gem. Meng Shiqing was quite pleased with his response. In the current landscape of Hanhai, the absence of anyone is manageable, but one individual, Zhou Mu, is irreplaceable. He is the company's most prized asset and must not be subjected to any grievances. Do you have any further suggestions for the company? For instance, what do you feel is lacking or what do you desire? Zhou Mu clapped his hands together and replied, There is quite a bit. Currently, the staff is too limited. We must expedite the hiring process. Sound engineers are of paramount importance. My rudimentary skills can only deceive the untrained. We need to bring in a professional without delay. And honestly, what is the purpose of such a large space for the company? Are we raising pigs? In my opinion, we could sublet half of it and recoup some funds. Meng Shiqing listened intently at times, tilting her head in contemplation while her pen danced across the paper, jotting down notes and sketches. I'm aware of these matters. We are already working on recruitment, and your idea of subletting half the office space aligns perfectly with my thoughts. I have instructed the building management to post advertisements. Although it was her first time as a boss, Meng Shiqing, being a graduate in business administration, was well acquainted with the company situation. However, recruitment had not been particularly smooth. Hanhai, being a music company, presented certain professional barriers. In recent days, there had been candidates for interviews, yet upon seeing the state of Hanhai, they promptly withdrew, some even before the interview commenced. As for professional musical talent, Meng Shiqing was hesitant to make decisions lightly, fearing that the candidates might merely be subpar. However, she could assign Zhou Mu to handle this in the future. Zhou Mu, would you be willing to write songs for others? Zhou Mu hesitated for a moment. Others? Singers outside the company? Yes, this individual is a friend of mine. She previously collaborated with Hanhai when my father was still around, and she is currently preparing a new album and seeking a lead song. I believe we can give it a try. Sure, I can definitely do that. Writing songs for others is within the purview of a music company. However, we must clarify the copyright details beforehand. Zhou Mu responded cheerfully, secretly pleased that his somewhat unreliable boss had finally recognized the importance of business development. Yet, the issue of copyright when writing for other artists posed a significant challenge. Typically, there are two types of contracts for such collaborations. One is a revenue-sharing model where the composer, the company, and the artist distribute profits according to a set ratio, determined by the composer's level or the song's quality. The other is a buyout system, where the artist pays a specific amount to purchase the song outright, allowing the composer to retain attribution rights while relinquishing any future earnings from it, essentially a one-time transaction. However, Zhou Mu undoubtedly preferred the former, as his current composer level was only entry-level. If charged under the buyout system, he would surely suffer significant losses. As long as you agree, I will handle the copyright fees and the company will manage the artist side. You just focus on writing the songs. Perhaps seeing Zhou Mu's agreeable demeanor lifted her spirits. Meng Shiqing's smile remained unwavering. As the two engaged in lively conversation, Zhou Mu faintly heard a commotion emanating from the direction of the company entrance. They exchanged glances and, almost instinctively, rose to head towards the door. Upon arriving, Zhou Mu was met with the sight of Meng Xingchen and Lin Yue confronting two familiar figures. I said I'm looking for Zhou Mu from your company. Do you two not understand human language? Hurry up and bring him out. As he recognized the faces of the two, Zhou Mu smiled, though the expression bore a hint of darkness. At that moment, Zhou Shuang and Zhou Yun also spotted Zhou Mu in the distance, and a flicker of disdain ignited in Zhou Shuang's eyes. Zhou Mu, it's really you. Did you actually write that song, Summer? So what if I did? Zhou Mu crossed his arms and approached the two. I'm giving you a choice. Hand over the song as copyright to me, and perhaps I'll allow you to stay at home. Zhou Mu regarded Zhou Shuang as if she were a fool, utterly bewildered by her audacity to speak to him in such a manner. It seemed the slap from last time had been too lenient. Brother, come back with us. We have a company at home. Why must you toil away for others? Zhou Yun's gaze was conflicted, torn between his unwillingness to urge Zhou Mu to return and the harsh reality that compelled him to do so. The song Summer was undeniably exceptional. Anyone with discernment could see it was bound to become a hit. Only through enduring hardship can one rise above. Once he secured the copyright, if Zhou Mu returned to the Zhou family, his position there would allow him to manipulate matters at will. Observing the arrogant Zhou siblings before him, Zhou Mu let out a cold snort, raised his right hand, and drew a swift arc through the air, accompanied by a gust of wind, delivering a resounding slap to Zhou Yun's face. With a sharp crack, Zhou Yun spun like a top in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. As he let out a cry, two pristine white teeth flew from his mouth. Zhou Mu seized his hair, lifting him off the ground. Look at me, you wretch. Have I not warned you that if you dare to appear before me again, I will strike you so hard that even your mother won't recognize you? Chapter 11. Another beating for Zhou Yun. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yue, Meng Shiqing, and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Although their time as colleagues had been brief, they had always perceived Zhou Mu as affable and approachable. In their work, he was decisive and efficient, able to produce songs overnight. A stark contrast to the man before them, who spoke little and acted swiftly. Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In the northeastern region of Summer Country, brawling was merely a commonplace affair. Not to mention, before coming here for university, she had often fought in high school. For her, a man who could not fight was hardly a man at all. Zhou Mu, you bastard. I'll fight you. Seeing her precious younger brother knocked down again, Zhou Shuang's eyes reddened, and she stormed forward, waving her freshly manicured nails in fury. However, before she could rush toward Zhou Mu, a sharp slap sent her crashing against the wall. Upon hearing her anguished cry, Zhou Mu turned to see Lin Yue pinning Zhou Shuang to the ground with a knee to her back. They were not sisters. Such matters among men were best left to them. If you wish to brawl, I, your sister, shall indulge you. Poor Zhou Shuang stood no chance against Lin Yue, the robust girl from the northeast. Zhou Shuang, at a mere height of around 5'6", weighed only about 90 pounds, having been pampered since childhood. She was utterly unfamiliar with any form of physical labor, and it would be no exaggeration to say she was incapable of lifting even the lightest burden. In stark contrast, Lin Yue towered at over 5'7", and their physiques were on entirely different planes. The disparity in strength was immense, standing together. One could easily liken them to a Tibetan Mastiff and an Akita. Just moments ago, Lin Yue's forceful shove nearly left Zhou Shuang breathless, on the verge of fainting. Zhou Mu, witnessing Lin Yue's swift and decisive actions, silently applauded her. This sister was indeed reliable. She truly stepped up when needed. You scoundrel, do you know who I am to dare lay a hand on me? I will call the police and have you all arrested. I will ensure you can no longer roam in Chong'an. Zhou Shuang, pinned to the ground, could only express her impotent rage, twisting her body in vain while her legs flailed weakly, exposing her underwear beneath her skirt. Fine, go ahead and call the police. Let them see how you have treated me all these years. Zhou Mu paid no heed to Zhou Shuang's outcry. Instead, a cold sweat broke out on Zhou Yun beneath him. Over the years, he had not been spared from Zhou Mu's slander at home, accused of skipping class, fighting, and stealing. For this, the Zhou family had taken to punishing him under the guise of education. Moreover, he had managed to alienate Zhou Mu's classmates, even bribing some local ruffians to humiliate him. If the police were to be involved, all his misdeeds would inevitably come to light, causing his carefully crafted image as a good student to crumble in an instant. He aspired to be a star and had the family fortune awaiting his inheritance. He could not bear such a stain, or his future would be ruined. Sister, we must not call the police, we must not. Zhou Mu chuckled, fully anticipating Zhou Yun's cowardice, akin to a rat scurrying in the sewers, content to engage in petty schemes in the shadows. Once exposed to the light, he would face the wrath of all. Zhou Mu lifted a hand and patted Zhou Yun's cheek. My dear brother, a brain is a wonderful thing. Remember to use it, rather than merely as a decorative piece. Also, I suffer from a fear of clusters. Keep your distance from those who harbor too many schemes. With that, he released Zhou Yun and signaled Lin Yue to let Zhou Shuang go. He then grabbed a couple of wet wipes from Su Yu to clean his hands, casually offering one to Lin Yue. Having just dealt with something filthy, he pondered whether it might be contagious. Very well, Zhou Mu. I did not expect that within just 2 days, you would associate with someone outside your circle. What a delightful pair of rogues. As Zhou Shuang uttered the latter part, she caught a glimpse of Lin Yue's menacing glare, swallowing the last word back down. Unable to retaliate with force or words, they could only flee the gates of Hanhai Entertainment in a state of disarray, dragging Zhou Yun along. Inside the elevator, noticing Zhou Shuang's furious expression, Zhou Yun cautiously ventured, "Third sister, please do not report this. Family matters should remain private. If you alert the authorities, the Zhou family will surely gain notoriety, and we will undoubtedly be trending online by the next day." I understood that although Zhou Shuang was angry, she had not completely lost her composure. I cannot tolerate that pair of scoundrels. I shall take my revenge, she declared. Well, that is simple enough. Hanhai Entertainment is merely a small company. Our Huiguang can easily bring them to ruin. Zhou Shuang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, while Huiguang might not be a significant player on a national scale, it held a prominent position in Chong'an City, making it a trivial task to deal with a company comprised of only a handful of individuals. Meanwhile, Lin Yue and others gathered around Zhou Mu, their curiosity piqued. Zhou Mu, who are they? They demanded your copyright with such audacity. One inquired, did they send you back? Are they your family? Impossible, Meng Xingchen quickly retorted. No family would treat their own like that. They must covet Brother Mu's talent and want him to serve them. Do not speculate wildly. I am a born solitary star. My relatives have long perished, and I am but an orphan. Zhou Mu turned to Meng Xingchen. By the way, that fellow earlier is a newly debuted singer from Huiguang, and he is your rival. The other woman is the head of the artist department at Huiguang. Both are members of the Zhou family. Meng Yue, from now on, we shall be sworn enemies of Huiguang. Who cares about that? Before Meng Shiqing could respond, Lin Yue interjected. We've already fought. Do you expect us to let them retaliate? Rest assured, you are one of us at Hanhai. As long as Hanhai exists, no one can harm you. Well said, Yue. Meng Shiqing sighed slightly, observing the camaraderie between the two. However, as Lin Yue mentioned, this feud has already begun, and words are futile. Besides, since we all reside in the same city and circle, Hanhai's growth will inevitably bring it into conflict with Huiguang. We will face whatever comes our way. Yue, I have a task for you. Zhou Mu's eyes gleamed with determination. Since they have sought us out, I shall not endure this quietly. Starting today, keep a close watch on Huiguang, especially regarding Zhou Yun. Inform me immediately of any plans he has to release music. Are you planning to target him? Lin Yue's interest was piqued. Though she was a woman, her spirit was tenacious. Zhou Mu's intentions were unmistakably grand. This excited her to the point where her tone rose a few notches. In contrast to Lin Yue's eagerness, Meng Shiqing maintained a more composed demeanor. Zhou Mu, do not act impulsively. Huiguang is a large company, and they have several senior composers. You are but one person without any backing. Fear not, Meng. I do not require support. I am my own greatest ally. Chapter 12. Family reunion time passes swiftly, as fleeting as a galloping horse, with cherries ripening and plantains turning green. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Mu had already been employed at Hanhai Entertainment for over half a month. During this period, the performance of the song Summer reached unprecedented heights, with total listens across the internet surpassing 4 million and the highest single-day listens approaching 200,000. Initially, Meng Shiqing invested 200,000 in promotions on short video platforms, but she soon realized it was unnecessary. She discovered that the organic spread by netizens was far swifter than any paid advertising. As September unfolded, it perfectly aligned with the seasonal essence embodied by summer. Additionally, it was the newcomer season, coinciding with the influx of countless first-year students returning to school. This sweet melody found itself featured in a plethora of videos uploaded daily on short video platforms, inadvertently serving as a substantial promotional tool. The explosive popularity of a song often relies on the convergence of favorable timing, location, and human connection, and Summer possessed all three, making its rise to fame entirely understandable. Today is Saturday, and although it is already late September, the autumn heat persists. Zhou Mu stands at the door of a house, holding a box of milk and some fruit. He sets the milk aside and raises his right hand, hesitating to knock on the door. Just as he is caught in indecision, the door swings open, and the person inside freezes upon seeing Zhou Mu at the threshold. Zhou Mu himself is momentarily taken aback by the familiar face he hasn't seen in a long time, feeling a twinge of emotion in his eyes. He fumbles with his lips for a moment before slowly speaking, his voice trembling without his own realization. "Dad, I'm back." Fu Weiming gazes at Zhou Mu, noticing his trembling lips, and scans him from head to toe, his eyes reddening as he reaches out to pat Zhou Mu's shoulder several times. "It's good that you're back. Welcome home." With that, he takes the items from Zhou Mu's hands and ushers him inside. This is the home of Zhou Mu's adoptive parents, where he was brought from an orphanage at the age of 10 by his adoptive father Fu Weiming and mother Wu Yinping. He lived in this home for 5 years, a period that constituted the happiest time of his life. In recent years, due to his studies and work, he has rarely had the chance to visit them, with his last return being 2 years ago. Perhaps there was also an element of deliberate avoidance. He did not wish for them to know about the hardships he faced at the Zhou family. Returning to the Zhou family was his own choice, and one must bear the consequences of their decisions. Upon entering the living room, he notes that the decor remains largely unchanged, with the sole difference being the television, which has been replaced with a larger model. The sofa has also been updated from a gray fabric set to a leather, multifunctional one. Fu Weiming, holding a glass of water, sits beside Zhou Mu and offers it to him. "Shao Mu, how have you been over there?" "Dad, I've moved out and now live at the company." "Moved out?" A flicker of confusion passes through Fu Weiming's eyes, but he quickly seems to grasp something. "That's good. This way, you'll have time to come back and see us." Many things between men need not be articulated too explicitly, and Fu Weiming instantly comprehends that Zhou Mu's life in that other household might not have been as pleasant as it seemed. A hint of resentment crossed my mind as I wondered why he had arrived only now. However, upon reflection, I realized that had the roles been reversed, he would likely have made the same choice. Just as a contemplative silence enveloped them, the door to the room swung open, revealing a girl clad in pajamas, wearing headphones and holding a tablet. "Dad, who is here?" she inquired, and upon spotting Zhou Mu seated on the sofa, she paused momentarily, rubbed her eyes, and then her face lit up with a radiant smile. "Brother, you're back," she exclaimed, tossing the tablet onto the sofa before leaping into Zhou Mu's embrace. He stroked the girl's hair, his own face reflecting joy. This girl was the daughter of his adoptive parents, Fu Weiming and Wu Yinping, and his sister, Fu Qinghue, who was several years his junior and had just begun her freshman year in college. Zhou Mu, studying composition at Chomin University of Arts, found it fitting that Fu Qinghue, who had a passion for singing since childhood, had also chosen to attend the same university, albeit in the vocal department. In her own words, "My brother is a composer, and I study vocals. Together we shall conquer the entertainment industry." "Qinghue, you're already a young lady, yet you still cling to me like you did when you were little. What do you think you look like? And what of it? You are my brother. Who dares to object?" Fu Qinghue retorted, pouting adorably as she gazed up at Zhou Mu. "Ha ha, you two siblings carry on. I shall step out to buy some groceries. Shao Mu, you stay for lunch." Fu Weiming chuckled as he observed their playful banter, suddenly recalling that he had intended to head to the market, promptly rising to change his shoes and head outside. Once he had departed, with Zhou Mu's insistence, Fu Qinghue finally disengaged from his embrace, taking a seat on the sofa, though one hand remained clasped around his arm. "Brother, have you already started working? Which company are you with? Are you a composer?" Upon learning that Zhou Mu was the author of Summer, Fu Qinghue erupted with excitement, bouncing around. Heaven knows how popular this song has become among the student populace lately. 5 classes in our freshman gala have chosen it as their performance piece. Had the school not intervened, it might well have turned into a gala solely dedicated to that song. Will you return home again? She asked. No, I shall live away from home. This is my home now, Zhou Mu replied with a smile, pinching Fu Qingyue's nose playfully. Why live away? Your room is still here. I wanted to move in before, but Mom and Dad wouldn't allow it, saying that if you came back, you would need it. I say you are their real child. To convince Zhou Mu, Fu Qingyue insisted on taking him to his former room. Inside, everything remained unchanged, and as Zhou Mu brushed his fingers across the dust-free desk, it was evident that someone had been regularly cleaning. His gaze fell upon the family portrait on the bedside table, and his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. This photograph had been taken shortly after his adoptive parents brought him home, capturing a moment at an amusement park where he and Fu Qingyue had enjoyed a day of laughter together. In the image, the 10-year-old Zhou Mu stood between his parents, his small hands clasped in theirs, the picture of innocence and familial love. In the embrace of Fu Weiming, Fu Qingyue found solace beneath the towering presence of a colossal Ferris wheel. Zhou Mu gently caressed the photograph, silent tears cascading onto its surface. Shao Mu. A familiar voice broke the stillness. Zhou Mu abruptly looked up to see his adoptive mother, Wu Yinping, standing at the threshold. Child, my heartless child, you have finally returned, Wu Yinping exclaimed, casting aside her belongings as she enveloped Zhou Mu tightly in her arms, her hand rhythmically patting his back as if to release pent-up emotions. Fu Weiming, behind them, held 2 bags of groceries, smiling as he observed the reunion of mother and son. Mom, I missed you so much. In that moment, Zhou Mu felt akin to a wayward traveler who had at long last discovered a sanctuary. The grievances he had carried within him found an outlet, and he clung to his mother, weeping openly. Chapter 13. The return to Zhou household. Come, Shao Mu, eat. I specially prepared your favorite braised pork. Eat plenty. During lunch, Wu Yinping incessantly piled Zhou Mu's bowl with dishes, to the point where the rice was obscured beneath a mountain of various delicacies. Zhou Mu shoveled food into his mouth, offering minimal responses to his adoptive parents' inquiries, particularly regarding his experiences at the Zhou household, which he merely glossed over. Yet, how could Wu Yinping, a head nurse, remain oblivious? When she had embraced Zhou Mu earlier, she instantly discerned that her son had endured considerable hardship over the years. He was emaciated, resembling little more than skin stretched over bone. With a firm grip, she could feel the contours of his skeletal frame beneath his skin. In truth, Zhou Mu had improved significantly since his arrival at Hanhai over a month ago. He had been even thinner during his time at the Zhou residence. Wu Yinping's heart was heavy with guilt and regret. Initially, when a Zhou Bangwa couple sought to bring Zhou Mu back, he had hesitated. However, with Su Sumei's heartfelt pleas and her intervention, they had eventually persuaded him to resolve to return to the Zhou household. Now, reflecting on these events, Wu Yinping wished she could chastise herself, her gaze toward Zhou Mu laden with profound remorse. In an effort to compensate, she insisted that Zhou Mu return home to reside with them. But Fu Weiming, as a high school teacher, could no longer bear to see this. He argued that their child was grown and had his own life, successfully dissuading Wu Yinping from her intention. Ultimately, Zhou Mu agreed to Wu Yinping's request to return home for meals every week, a compromise to assuage her concerns. After lunch, Wu Yinping engaged Zhou Mu in conversation for quite some time, and after his repeated assurances, he finally stepped outside. While many might find parental nagging irksome, for Zhou Mu, it was a cherished experience he had longed for, even delighting in it. An hour later, Zhou Mu returned to the Zhou household, determined to sever ties completely. As he entered the living room, the sharp-eyed Zhou Lu was the first to spot him, her expression laced with derision. Oh, if it isn't the prodigal Zhou, Xiao returning home. What brings you back today? What else could it be? The household pet strayed outside, and now, famished, it has returned to the warmth of its home. The moment Zhou Shuang laid eyes on Zhou Mu, her gaze was filled with unmasked disdain. Beast, do you still have the audacity to return? The last time your sister and brother sought you out, you dared to lay a hand on them. Why didn't you perish out there? As the head of the family, Zhou Bangwa slammed his cup onto the table, casting a cold glare at him. I merely came back to see if you were dead, but it seems I shall be disappointed. What did you say? What's the matter, Mr. Zhou? Has age dulled your hearing? If you can't comprehend, I'll have your epitaph inscribed upon your demise. Ignoring the predatory glances of those around him, Zhou Mu calmly approached the dining table and began to extract items from his bag. Beast, ungrateful wretch, how did I end up with such a creature like you? Observing the trembling figure before him, Zhou Mu genuinely worried that the man might suffer a fatal collapse. Stop pointing, be cautious. Your hypertension might just take you away. I did not come here to spar with you. As the head of the Zhou family, sign this, and from henceforth, I shall have no further ties to your family. Zhou Mu tossed several documents onto the table. As the others leaned in for a closer look, the large characters inscribed on the top read acknowledgement of severance of relations. Zhou Mu, I believe you have lost your mind to ask us to sign such a document. Are you not aware that this holds no legal validity? Or is your intention to retreat only to advance? Zhou Shuang rolled her eyes, convinced that Zhou Mu was merely engaging in a game of feigned intimidation. Little Mu, why must we sign such things? We are family. All you need to do is sincerely apologize, and we would gladly welcome you back. Susume gazed at her son with a hint of reproach, pondering why her own flesh and blood caused her such distress, especially in recent days. With his running away and mistreatment of family, there was hardly a trace of the grace expected of a Zhou family member. Zhou Mu, undeterred by their mockery, recognized that the document bore no legal weight. He then produced another document and slapped it onto the table. Since that one holds no value, let us sign this instead. Surely, this one has legal efficacy. Zhou Yu merely glanced at it, her eyelids twitching. Waiver of inheritance rights? Was he serious? The others fell into silence, for as Zhou Mu asserted, this document indeed possessed legal validity. While blood relations could not be severed, inheritance rights could, as long as both Zhou family members and Zhou Mu affixed their signatures. It would signify that Zhou Mu could never claim a penny of the Zhou family's wealth. Even Zhou Lu and Zhou Shuang, who had always harbored disdain for Zhou Mu, found themselves in a state of bewilderment. They could not discern whether Zhou Mu was genuinely intent on severing ties or merely putting on a show. Among them, only Zhou Yun secretly reveled in delight. With this document in hand, all future assets of the Zhou family would rightfully belong to him. According to the laws of Shagua, as long as the paperwork was in order, an adopted child held equal inheritance rights to a biological child. Coupled with his favored status in the Zhou household, there was little difference from receiving it for free. As for the sisters, they mattered not to him. Beast, who do you think you're trying to intimidate with this? You believe I lack the courage to sign? Very well, then let us proceed. Zhou Mu tenderly placed a pen before Zhou Banghua. At that moment, Zhou Banghua was filled with fury, and he reached for the pen, ready to sign. However, he was suddenly restrained by Susume. Wait, Banghua, after all. He is our biological son. Can you truly bear to do this? Susume's eyes were reddened. That was the flesh she had borne for 10 months. Heaven knows how agonizing it was when Zhou Mu was lost. Had it not been for Zhou Banghua bringing back Zhou Yun, filling the void of pain in her heart during that time, she doubted she could have persevered. Seeing her father hesitate, Zhou Yun felt like an ant on a hot pan, anxious as he watched his years of hard work hang by a thread, only to be stuck at this critical juncture. He could only pray fervently for the signing to occur swiftly. It was not just him. Zhou Mu was equally anxious. Once this document was secured, he could sever all ties with the Zhou family. From that point on, any actions he took against the Zhou family or Huiguang Entertainment could be deemed mere business competition, should anyone attempt to invoke familial bonds to meddle in his affairs. This document would serve as irrefutable evidence. Otherwise, once he achieved fame, the Zhou family might exploit their family status to harass him, which would be utterly distasteful. In his urgency, Zhou Mu's gaze swept across the room and landed on the equally impatient Zhou Yun, who happened to be the closest to him. At that moment, Zhou Yun's eyes met Zhou Mu's, and an inexplicable sense of foreboding sent a shiver down his spine. Mother! Zhou Yun barely managed to utter that one word before Zhou Mu acted first, pressing his hand against the back of Zhou Yun's head and forcefully slamming it onto the table. Idiot! Was it enjoyable watching the show? Have I ever told you to stay away when you see me? Why do you never listen? Chapter 14. Yu Yang's opportunity still in a state of bewilderment. Zhou Yun felt utterly wronged. This is my home. Where else can I possibly hide? Enough was enough. Zhou Bangwa was thoroughly disappointed in Zhou Mu. Pointing at him, he addressed his wife. This is the good son you bore for 10 months. We do not need such a beast in the Zhou family. With that, he took the pen in hand and signed his name on the letter of commitment. After signing, he forcefully tossed the document towards Zhou Mu. Get lost. If you dare to show your face before me again, I will break your legs. Zhou Mu paid no heed to his words and joyfully held the document, examining it several times before nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. This document exists in triplicate, one for you, one for me, and one I will submit to the lawyer for notarization. Mr. Zhou, Mrs. Su, from this day forth, our paths shall never cross again. Turning to Su Sume, he added, I hope your good son remains ever so filial to you. With a light pat on Zhou Yun's face, now smeared with soup, he departed, casting a pointed look at Su Sume. As Zhou Mu left, the reactions of the Zhou family varied. Zhou Bangwa and Su Sume sat languidly in their chairs, while Zhou Lu and Zhou Shuang appeared rather pleased. The happiest of all was Zhou Yun. Today marked the culmination of his long-standing ambition, and from now on, everything belonging to the Zhou family was his. In a moment of exhilaration, he completely forgot the incident where Zhou Mu had pressed his head into the vegetable platter. Under normal circumstances, he would have undoubtedly sought solace in the embrace of Su Sume or one of his elder sisters, playing the role of the pampered child. However, his eldest sister, Zhou Yu, found it somewhat difficult to accept. Previously, she had believed that Zhou Mu was merely employing a strategy of feigned withdrawal, using his departure from home and the songs he penned as leverage to capture the family's attention. Yet now, he had made a clear and irrevocable statement to the Zhou family, even going so far as to relinquish all claims to inheritance. While the Zhou family may not be regarded as a prestigious clan, their assets, which included the thriving Huiguang Entertainment and various real estate holdings, along with investments such as stocks and funds, certainly amounted to billions. Did Zhou Mu truly intend to forsake all of this? Moreover, what did his final remark about hoping Su Sume's good son would remain filial truly signify? Was he insinuating that Zhou Yun was merely an adopted child, or was there a deeper meaning? In the past, Zhou Yu would have felt a thrill of joy at the sight of the often disliked Zhou Mu departing from the Zhou household, much like her younger sisters. Yet today, for reasons unknown, as she watched his departing figure, an inexplicable sorrow enveloped her, as if she had lost something of immense significance, leaving her heart feeling hollow. In stark contrast, Zhou Mu, upon stepping outside, was filled with elation, having liberated himself from the clutches of the Zhou family, whom he perceived as vampires. For him, this was akin to being granted the freedom to soar through the vast skies. From this moment forward, he could act without fear of condemnation from the Zhou family. Turning to gaze at the opulent villa behind him, Zhou Mu let out a cold laugh. The majority of the Zhou family's power stemmed from Huiguang Entertainment. Thus, he resolved to commence his revenge with that very entity. He merely hoped they could endure a little longer, as revenge is always most satisfying when executed personally. The fleeting 2-day weekend vanished in an instant. On Monday morning, Zhou Mu leisurely walked into the company, munching on a pancake and fried dough. A week prior, Meng Shiqing had secured a nearby studio apartment for him. Given the success of summer, she dared not allow him to continue residing in the company office, fearing that rival companies might seize the opportunity to poach him. Zhou Mu, you have news to share, Lin Yue said mysteriously as she leaned closer upon his arrival at his workstation. What news? From Huiguang? Indeed, the top star Lin Su from Huiguang is about to release a song. Shouldn't we take some action? Zhou Mu narrowed his eyes at the mention of Lin Su. Lin Su was a leading singer at Huiguang, in his 30s, and the highest-ranking artist in the company, truly deserving of the title top star. His musical style predominantly featured melancholic and lyrical themes, and he had been a staple in the industry for over a decade, resonating with an entire generation's memories. As September neared its end, the newcomer season, which had spanned 2 months, was drawing to a close, prompting many company artists to begin generating early buzz. Where's Yu Yang? Off fishing again? Yu Yang? Lin Yue scratched her head in confusion. Are you suggesting we have Yu Yang target Lin Su? It seems Meng Xingchen is gaining more fame now. Thanks to the explosive success of Summer, Meng Xingchen could be said to have reached her peak upon debut. And she had even started receiving various invitations for appearances, though he may only be a minor character in some announcements or programs. He has nevertheless gained a modicum of fame, which has also brought a bit of income to Han Hai. Lin Yue initially believed that Zhou Mu would capitalize on the momentum and continue to promote his songs, but unexpectedly, it was Yu Yang instead. This month, Xingchen had just released a single, necessitating some time for the market to settle. Moreover, in the face of a mature artist like Lin Su, Yu Yang was a more suitable choice. Zhou Mu took out his phone, intending to call Yu Yang, while simultaneously searching for some of Lin Su's songs on his computer. Understanding both oneself and one's adversary is the key to prevailing in every battle. Although he possessed a wealth of works, it did not imply that he would underestimate his competition. On the banks of a river on the outskirts of Chong'an City, Yu Yang sat listening to music through his headphones, his gaze fixed intently on a white buoy. The river was not particularly wide, measuring only 6 to 7 meters across, and its waters had a slight yellow tint. On either side of the bank, no fewer than a dozen anglers sat in small groups. "Big Star, how's the catch today?" "Not bad. At least it's not a blank day," Yu Yang replied with a smile, showcasing the contents of his bucket, where several small fish were swimming about. "Quite impressive." "Big Star, you might just hit the jackpot today," his companion remarked, a hint of envy in his tone. This individual was a fellow angler from Yu Yang's fishing group, where everyone was aware of Yu Yang's relatively obscure status as a singer, often affectionately calling him Big Star. Yu Yang had grown accustomed to their playful banter. After years of navigating the ups and downs of the entertainment industry, he had learned to take certain things in stride. Additionally, fishing for him was merely a pastime to pass the time, cultivate his temperament, and hone his patience. It is worth mentioning that his fishing gear was among the most modest in the group. The better equipment was prohibitively expensive, far beyond his means. In his view, as long as the gear was functional, there was no need for excessive extravagance. Today, luck was on Yu Yang's side. Within 2 hours of settling down, he had already caught a fair number of fish. Although they were small, for someone who often returned empty-handed, this could certainly be deemed a successful outing. Just as he was engaged in light conversation with a fellow angler, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Yu Yang's previously indifferent demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He hastily wiped his hands on his clothing and pressed the answer button. "Hello, Teacher Zhou. Is it now? All right. I understand. I will return immediately." After hanging up, Yu Yang appeared momentarily dazed, staring down at his phone, which now displayed the call-ended screen. "Hey, what's going on? Did you get a bite?" His companion called out, noticing the buoy had suddenly dipped. Yu Yang snapped back to reality, stowing his phone in his pocket as he sprang to his feet and began to run. "Hey, are you leaving your fish behind? Consider it a gift. And your gear? Forget it." Yu Yang's figure receded into the distance, leaving his friend bewildered in the wind. He could not fathom what could possibly be more important than fishing. Could it be a burglary at home? Chapter 15. Fu Yinwan. About 2 hours later, Zhou Mu looked at the panting, sweaty Yu Yang before him, suppressing a smile of disbelief. It appears that he is not so composed when it comes to new songs. "Come, let's take a look at your latest composition." Zhou Mu took a folder from the drawer and placed it before him. Yu Yang gazed at the new single he had long yearned for, instinctively rubbing his hands together, his expression reverent, akin to a devotee on a pilgrimage. "Are you familiar with the illustrious Lin Su?" "Indeed, a leading artist, a monumental figure in the industry. This time, you are to compete with him. This song is aimed directly at him." Yu Yang furrowed his brow and let out a wry smile. "Teacher Zhou, I am struggling even against third-rate competition. I am indifferent to my own fate, but fear tarnishing your esteemed work." Zhou Mu waved his hand dismissively. "I have listened to Lin Su songs. Your styles are quite similar, both predominantly melancholic and lyrical. Sooner or later, you two will inevitably face off." Yu Yang and Meng Xingchen, with Meng being the younger of the two, were to follow Zhou Mu's plan of a pop-focused style. As for Yu Yang's musical direction, it was to be more mature and composed. In Zhou Mu's eyes, Yu Yang's voice was clear and full-bodied, better suited for a sentimental path. The song before them was the result of Zhou Mu's meticulous selection. Is half an hour sufficient? That will suffice, Teacher Zhou. Yu Yang nodded earnestly, taking the score and settling down to study it. While Zhou Mu awaited Yu Yang's progress, Lin Yue, dressed to the nines, approached him, accompanied by Meng Xingchen, whom he had not seen for several days. Upon reaching him, Lin Yue pulled up a chair, crossing her legs with an air of confidence, leaning in with a mysterious expression. Zhou Mu, do you recall the last time Shiqing asked you to write a song for a friend? I remember. What of it? Is she here? Indeed, she is in her office, Lin Yue said, gesturing towards Meng Shiqing's office, and she is quite the beauty. Could she surpass your beauty? Lin Yue smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons. You have a good eye. I must say, it has not been in vain that I have looked after you. However, she is a major star, while I am merely an ordinary person. How could I dare to compare? Though Lin Yue's words were modest, her eyes betrayed no sign of submission. Brother Mu, that girl is my sister's friend, named Fu Yunwan. Our families have known each other for generations. We share a long-standing friendship. I speak no exaggeration. In terms of looks and figure, Fu Yunwan is absolutely stunning, Meng Xingchen remarked, giving a thumbs up. Zhou Mu glanced at Meng Xingchen, then at Lin Yue, whose smile had gradually faded, silently reflecting, young man, your path seems to be narrowing. Since Fu Yunwan is so beautiful, why have you not pursued her? Lin Yue asked with a teasing smile. Ah, she's indeed lovely, but her demeanor is far too frigid. Even with 3 attempts, I could not elicit a response. Why would I chase after her? Meng Xingchen stated, his face unflinching, though only he knew the truth. They were of similar age, and when he first encountered Fu Yunwan, he had been smitten at first sight, enduring Meng Shiqing's disapproving glances for half a year in pursuit of her. Yet, she had barely acknowledged him. Had it not been for Meng Shiqing's influence, she might have even reported him for harassment. I must tell you, although my sister is friends with her, they hardly exchange a few words throughout the year. I have heard that Fu Yunwan is not particularly well regarded in her company, possessing only an average network and resources. Were it not for the immense popularity of your song Summer, Brother Mu, they might not have even thought of my sister. Meng Xingchen grew increasingly animated as he spoke, completely oblivious to the fact that Meng Shiqing's expression behind him had turned from pale to dark, almost as if it could drip with bitterness. Zhou Mu was drenched in cold sweat, making several attempts to interrupt him with his gaze, but alas, the simpleton remained engrossed in his own complaints. Instead, it was Lin Yue who noticed Zhou Mu's subtle gestures. She was quite astute. Though the Northeast Tiger girl appeared fierce, she was not foolish. Upon noticing Meng Shiqing and the 2 women beside her, she felt an impending sense of doom and discreetly slipped away, ignoring Zhou Mu's pleading look for help. She seated herself at a nearby spot, forcibly pulling the coffee-carrying Yu Yang, who was engrossed in composing a new song, into the gossiping mode. Brother Mu, in the future, you must avoid women like her when seeking a girlfriend. In the entertainment industry, mere beauty is of little consequence. Just look at Fu Yunwan after all these years. She remains a second-tier artist, utterly devoid of emotional intelligence. Ah, Xingchen, it is quite unethical to speak ill of others behind their backs. Let's refrain from such talk. Zhou Mu's eyes blinked rapidly, wishing he had learned Morse code. Brother Mu, why do you keep blinking? But this is a conversation best kept behind closed doors. You wouldn't betray me, would you? Foolish child, though I would not betray you, you are quite capable of selling yourself out. If this continues, that song Summer might just become your swan song. Zhou Mu supported his forehead with one hand, contemplating whether he should order 2 floral wreaths in advance. Meng Xingchen, I had no idea you held such strong opinions about my friend. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Meng Xingchen, who had been speaking incessantly, suddenly fell silent, as if someone had grasped his throat. He mechanically turned his head to see his sister and the subject of his earlier comments, both on the verge of tears. Cease. Miss Fu, when did you arrive? What do you think? Meng Shiqing's charming face flushed with anger, her delicate fists clenched tightly. She seized Meng Xingchen's collar, pulling his head down and delivering a series of swift blows. I told you to stop spouting nonsense, to mind your tongue. Please, please, sis, I was wrong. Brother Mu, save me. Sister Yue, Miss Fu, I was wrong. Unfortunately, None of the individuals he called upon paid him any heed. Lin Yue watched with great amusement, while Zhou Mu feigned indifference, busying himself with his computer. Fu Yunwan and her manager stood to the side, neither encouraging nor dissuading the situation. Ultimately, it was only when Meng Shiqing grew tired of her own tirade that she ceased her assault. Meng Xingchen, from now on, you better sleep with one eye open. If you dare utter a single word in your sleep, I will make you pay dearly. After berating her brother, Meng Shiqing turned slightly embarrassed towards her friends. Yunwan, Linye y apologize. This guy just loves to blabber. Please do not take it to heart. Allow me to introduce you to our company's treasurer, the composer of summer, teacher Zhou Mu. Upon hearing his name, the busy Zhou Mu could only rise and gaze at the stunning beauty, Fu Yunwan, whom Meng Xingchen had just mentioned. The earlier awkwardness had prevented him from taking a good look, but as he examined her now, a flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. He realized that although Meng Xingchen could sometimes be unreliable, this time she had spoken the truth. Fu Yunwan was indeed exceptionally beautiful, and not merely in an ordinary sense. Chapter 16. The First Encounter Gulp. Zhou Mu silently swallowed, and in that instant, he came to understand the essence of grace akin to a startled swan and a drifting dragon. He grasped the meaning of mountains converging like elegant brows and waters shimmering like expressive eyes. He recognized the allure of a brow that resembled delicate, smoky wisps and eyes that seemed to glimmer with unshed tears. There was no heavy makeup or revealing attire. Simply a modest white floral dress that seemed capable of captivating one's very soul. Hello, Teacher Zhou. I am Chen Lin, Fu Yunwan's manager. I hope you will take good care of her, said Chen Lin, stepping forward to greet Zhou Mu, while Fu Yunwan herself remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at him before lowering her head demurely. Chen Lin then pulled him aside, her expression filled with concern. Teacher Zhou, our Yunwan is naturally reserved and struggles with communication in unfamiliar settings. Please do not take it to heart. Social anxiety? Zhou Mu blurted out. At the sight of Chen Lin's puzzled expression, he elaborated, I mean social phobia? Something like that, though the doctor mentioned it as a communication disorder. Zhou Mu scratched his head. So doesn't tea affect her singing? She sings without issue. She usually keeps her eyes closed while performing. Her parents hoped that entering this industry would help her change. Hearing this, Zhou Mu felt a pang of sympathy for her. In an industry rife with superficiality, having an artist with a communication disorder must be exhausting. Given that he needed to record with Yu Yang, he refrained from further conversation. After exchanging pleasantries, Fu Yunwan and Chen Lin joined Meng Shiqing in the office. I brought Yu Yang to record. I'll leave the rest to you, Zhou Mu said as they arrived at the recording studio, addressing a girl seated at the control panel. This girl, with her shoulder-length silver-gray hair, had only recently joined the company and spent her days immersed in the recording studio, studying the equipment. Apart from knowing her name, Zhou Mu was otherwise quite unfamiliar with her. However, he had no doubt about her professional capabilities, recalling his assessment of the song Summer. The song was delightful, yet the recording quality and mixing were rather subpar. Though Zhou Mu initially considered disputing this, witnessing her effortlessly manipulate the soundboard, something he had struggled to comprehend for days, he wisely chose to remain silent. As a man of stature, why would he squabble with a girl? Finally, some work to do. I've been terribly bored these past few days, she exclaimed, her previously listless expression brightening at the prospect of recording. Is it that song from last time? She asked eagerly. Yes, that one. Please check the accompaniment track. If all is well, we can begin. Zhou Mu led Yu Yang into the recording studio, casually donning a pair of headphones himself. As we agreed, I will handle the vocals while you oversee the overall production. Is that acceptable? Absolutely, Yu Yang replied. Yet, there lingered a hint of unease. As the composer, your opinions will take precedence during the recording process. Please feel free to share your thoughts, but refrain from touching my equipment. Your equipment? Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow. Since when did the company's assets become yours? Taking a deep breath, he attempted to summon a faint smile. Each has their expertise. Rest assured, you are the professional sound engineer here. I shall only lend my voice, not my hands. Satisfied, he nodded. Zhou Mu gestured toward Yu Yang in the studio, and upon receiving an affirmative nod, He signaled with his finger. The music began to play through the headsets of the group. This recording session proved significantly smoother than the one with Meng Xingchen, culminating in just over an hour to complete the entire song. Unlike before, Zhou Mu would not need to personally engage in post-production tasks like mixing. He merely had to convey his requirements. Stepping out of the recording studio, they found it was lunchtime. Under Meng Xingchen's guidance, the quartet made their way to a private dining room in a restaurant to discuss their collaboration. On the way, Zhou Mu took a moment to search for information about Fu Yunwan on his phone. Interestingly, Fu Yunwan had debuted during her university years, quickly rising to fame with her stunning beauty, becoming a second-tier singer within just a year. However, as time passed, numerous negative stories about her began to circulate online. She ignored greetings from seniors and overlooked her fans' adoration, often singing with her eyes closed, devoid of interaction. Reports of her arrogance, disdain for colleagues, and disrespect towards others thrust her into the spotlight for all the wrong reasons. Moreover, she secluded herself, failing to provide explanations or appear on any programs, resulting in a plummeting reputation. To this day, she found herself in a state of near obscurity, with her fan base dwindling from peak numbers in the millions to less than 200,000. The company's resources had become alarmingly scarce, with the so-called preparation for a new album consisting of merely a handful of songs, most of which she had pieced together herself. Her journey could be likened to an auspicious beginning that ended in disarray. As the group settled in, waiting for their meals, Zhou Mu's gaze returned to Fu Yunwan. "Miss Fu, would you mind if I listen to the songs you've prepared?" "Oh, I have those songs right here. Let me get them for you." Chun Lin retrieved a disc from her bag and handed it over. Zhou Mu connected it to his phone and discovered 4 audio files. He casually clicked on one. Fu Yunwan and Chun Lin watched him with eager anticipation. Zhou Mu listened swiftly. To be precise, he only heard half of it, and the last track barely made it past the introduction. The vocal quality is commendable, but the song lacks substance. This naturally pales in comparison to Teacher Zhou's compositions, Chun Lin remarked, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Given Fu Yunwan's resources were now nearly non-existent, these songs were primarily penned by relatively unknown composers. And even that was a result of Chun Lin's earnest efforts. The entertainment industry has always been a realm of fame and fortune. And when Fu Yunwan was at the height of her popularity, she had countless songs at her disposal to choose from. Now, even the remnants left by others are not for her to claim. What is the nature of your contract with Tianmei Entertainment? Is this collaboration at the corporate level or a personal intention? Teacher Zhou, our contract with Yunwan and Tianmei is about to expire, and we should not renew it at that time. Chun Lin diligently explained Zhou Mu's concerns regarding Chun Lin's role as a spokesperson. I still suggest that Miss Fu release her new song only after her contract is formally terminated. Does Teacher Zhou believe that Tianmei will obstruct this process? In truth, Tianmei Entertainment has a decent reputation. I have no other intentions. Zhou Mu gently shook his head to interrupt Chun Lin. Yet in this industry, I personally do not shy away from harboring the greatest malice in speculating about others. This statement left several individuals present momentarily stunned, yet Chun Lin resonated deeply with it. She was simply curious. Zhou Mu, who appeared to be merely a freshly graduated composer, spoke and acted with an air of wisdom beyond his years. Chapter 17 Emotions. Miss Fu, what style do you envision for your new song? Teacher Zhou, Wei Lin Jie. Zhou Mu interjected, I need to communicate with the artist herself. Only she knows what she likes and excels at. I hope Miss Fu can personally address this question. Chun Lin opened her mouth helplessly, looking at Fu Yunwan with concern. Feeling the gaze of everyone in the room focused on her, Fu Yunwan's originally fair and rosy face turned visibly crimson, gradually spreading to her ears and neck. Her lips moved as if to say something, yet the words remained trapped at the tip of her tongue, unable to escape. Zhou Mu keenly sensed that Fu Yunwan was not unwilling to speak, but rather found it difficult to articulate. In essence, she seemed to harbor an inexplicable fear of outsiders, likely stemming from some psychological issue. However, Zhou Mu lacked nothing but patience. If she wouldn't speak, he would simply wait to see who would outlast him. After several minutes, Fu Yunwan finally managed to utter a few words. I can do anything. Ignoring Chun Lin's shocked expression, Zhou Mu earnestly noted the phrase anything in his notebook regarding the musical style. Do you prefer breakup songs or lively love songs? Lively, she replied, and perhaps spurred by Chun Lin's encouragement, Fu Yinwan's words flowed much more smoothly this time. See, isn't this communication going quite well? Zhou Mu leaned back in his chair, shrugged at Chun Lin. People are often pushed to reveal themselves. Since Fu Yinwan dared not speak, he would compel her to do so. Once she found the courage for the first time, subsequent interactions would be more manageable. On the way back, Meng Shiqing drove, while Zhou Mu sat in the passenger seat. In his previous life, Zhou Mu indeed possessed a driver's license and a car, but here, he was too busy with part-time jobs to even consider buying a car or learning to drive. He hadn't even touched one. Zhou Mu, what do you think of Yinwan? She has top-notch looks and an excellent voice, but her personality. I want to sign her, Meng Shiqing stated earnestly. Are you certain? Zhou Mu was somewhat surprised. He had thought Meng Shiqing merely wished to assist a friend. Furthermore, to be honest, he had noticed Chun Lin's attitude earlier. While her words were sincere, she seemed somewhat indifferent towards this collaboration. Ultimately, it appears that Hanhai Entertainment is rather diminutive, and the composer in question is merely a novice. Were it not for the commendable peace summer, it is likely that they would not have garnered any attention at all. Ultimately, the crux lies in whether the song I provide can meet their expectations. If it does, I shall feel confident. You may inquire about the expiration date of Fu Yunwan's contract, which is less than half a month away. Zhou Mu smiled confidently. That is ample time. In the ensuing days, Zhou Mu adopted a leisurely approach. As Lin Su's new song had yet to be released, Yu Yang's new piece would have to wait. However, he was taken aback to discover that Fu Yinwan was almost always at Hanhai, predominantly ensconced in Meng Shiqing's office. Her manager, Chun Lin, appeared to be exceedingly busy, likely handling matters pertaining to Fu Yunwan's contract expiration and the decision not to renew. As the days passed and the sweltering September drew to a close, October ushered in a refreshing coolness to the otherwise hot days and nights. This also signified the official conclusion of the 2-month newcomer season. On the morning of October 1st, at 9 o'clock, the data from the Music Association was officially released, revealing that Zhou Mu's summer ranked second with a score of 250, just 6 points shy of the first place. While the figure of 250 may seem substantial, it is in fact quite modest. The territory of Xian Nation is comparable to that of the former Huan Nation, if not larger. The newcomer season inherently attracts attention, being a national event in the music industry, rendering this achievement rather trivial. Although it was somewhat disappointing not to secure first place, Zhou Mu felt quite satisfied with this outcome. It is noteworthy that the leading song had been charting since August, backed by a company with considerable financial resources to promote it. Coupled with its quality, such a score is entirely justifiable. What does Hanhai possess? A mere 200,000 in promotional expenses would scarcely make a ripple in the entertainment industry. One ought to be grateful. As for his younger brother Zhou Yun's performance, Zhou Mu was unaware. The newcomer season rankings only recorded the top 500 songs, and Zhou Mu did not see his brother among them. Despite the nearly 1 million spent by Hui Guang on various promotional efforts, he vividly remembered the smug expression on Zhou Yun's face when he secured first place in the newcomer season with the single Zhou Mu had gifted him in his past life. Yet this time, he would not have the same opportunity. When the final results of the newcomer season were announced, many industry insiders received the news promptly, leading to a flurry of discussions. Who knows where this Zhou Mu emerged from? Is he truly a newcomer? I am uncertain. I have never heard of him before. Surely he cannot be a pseudonym for some high-profile figure? He must be a newcomer, yet I had no idea one could write in such a manner, harmonizing so well with Xiaowen. I previously believed that this rhythmic style was more suited to Western music, but it seems there is considerable potential for this musical form to evolve in Xian Nation. Enough of that. I shall go compose. How about considering adding him to the group for some collaborative discussions? It is still early. Perhaps he is merely focusing on this area. Currently, the realm of Xia is still dominated by lyrical expression. In this group chat, which is predominantly composed of composers, discussions abound regarding the news about Zhou Mu. This world, too, possesses music originating from the West. However, perhaps due to the absence of a top-tier artist akin to the legendary Zhou Wang Taolin from a previous life, the development of Xia's music has not garnered the widespread recognition it once did. It is well known that Western music places greater emphasis on rhythm, often referred to as rhythm and blues, aligning more closely with the aesthetic sensibilities of Western countries. In contrast, Xia's music, perhaps owing to its rich literary heritage, places greater importance on the utilization of lyrics. It tends to follow a more narrative and lyrical route, remaining in a phase of exploration regarding its application. This is the reason Xia's music is often dubbed as the poetry of popular songs. However, the emergence of Zhou Mu's Summer has illuminated the potential for the evolution of various musical styles within Xia. Yet, before they could conclude their thoughts, one of the composers quietly posted a link. This was a new work released by Zhou Mu, the composer of Summer, earlier that morning. You should give it a listen. I believe his lyrical songs are of a top-notch caliber. The chat within the group momentarily paused, as many approached the link with skepticism. Mu Tao was among them. Having previously expressed doubt about Zhou Mu's prowess in lyrical composition, as a composer with over a decade of experience, he is acutely aware of the challenge in mastering multiple musical styles. With a lingering skepticism, Mu Tao clicked the link, and the interface of his phone swiftly transitioned to the relevant page, presenting the song's details. Emotional investment composed by Zhou Mu, lyrics by Zhou Mu, arranged Zhou Mu, performed by Yu Yang. The same trifecta of a little-known artist. However, the initial segment of the song, reminiscent of the vintage sound of a vinyl record played on an old radio, left Mu Tao momentarily stunned. This opening is intriguing. Who knew love songs could be penned in such a manner? Chapter 18, Striking It Rich. As a professionally trained individual, Mu Tao instantly recognized this as a song by the first generation of Xia's sweet song queen, Li Mei Xian, titled Only After Loving Does It Hurt. In his previous life, the introduction of emotional investment incorporated a fragment from Wu Yin's I Want to Forget You, but alas, this world lacks that song. Nevertheless, Zhou Mu found this opening to possess a unique charm, thus opting to use a segment from a Mei Xian song. As for the song's significance, one might say that Only After Loving Does It Hurt holds a place for Li Mei Xian that is akin to the role of Tian Mi Mi for Meng Lijun. Both are irreplaceable. However, the sampled segment is brief, and shortly after a single line of lyrics, the beautiful strings begin to resonate, instantly transporting Mu Tao's thoughts back to the zenith of Xia's music scene. He is no stranger to strings, especially from the 90s and 2000s, a period when numerous songs employed string accompaniment. Yet, as time has progressed, contemporary music tends to treat strings as mere embellishments, with few songs utilizing extensive sections of string orchestration. Upon hearing this, Mu Tao discerned that the song Emotional Investment was a nostalgic ballad, perhaps a tribute to the pinnacle of artistry by Zhou Mu. Soon, the strings began to fade, accentuating the piano as the primary accompaniment, followed closely by a warm and clear male voice. Without resentment or regret, it's rare to find such feelings for anyone. Right or wrong is understood through time. Who hasn't believed this way, deceiving oneself into forgetting what matters, only to find reality contradicts desire? The past gently taps at my heart's door. The beauty of blooming flowers pales in comparison to the allure of your smile. In a midnight dreamscape, fearing the fading of the scenery. How could one not think this way? Without you, tasting the bitterness of pain, I am too enraptured, allowing longing to accompany me every step of the way. In truth, Mu Tao typically listened to music with his eyes closed, rarely glancing at the lyrics. Yet, Yu Yang's enunciation was so clear that he effortlessly grasped every word. However, upon hearing the first line, he instinctively illuminated his phone screen, captivated by the song's unique and beautiful lyrics. I pour my emotions into the flowing waters. Love, whether present or absent, is indeed tragic. I cherish every word once spoken in oaths of fidelity. I long for your tender embrace, which could sweetly encircle someone. I pour my emotions into the flowing waters. Love, whether present or absent, is indeed tragic. I cherish every word once spoken in oaths of fidelity. I do not see a man's tears lingering painfully within my eyes. The lyrics of emotional investment were plentiful, and its duration stretched to a full 5 minutes. Yet Mu Tao felt the song was fleeting, so brief that he hardly grasped its essence. Conversely, he sensed it was lengthy, inundated with reminiscences of both joy and sorrow. After just a single listen, he recognized that this song would become a classic, capable of standing out even in an era of fierce competition. The unexpressed thoughts of love, the unseen affection, and the ache of unrequited feelings were portrayed with vivid clarity. Mu Tao recalled a remark he had made earlier in the group chat and silently chose to retract it. At over 30 years of age, and as a professional songwriter of love ballads, no one understood the song's impact better than he did, whether in lyrics, composition, arrangement, or performance. There was not a single aspect that could be criticized. It was as if the song was destined to be just as it was. Yu Young, an obscure and fading singer. Mu Tao chuckled softly at the search results displayed on his phone, realizing that the contemporary music scene in Xia country had indeed declined. It was disheartening that such talent had remained unnoticed for years, while fleeting idols thrived. Yet, upon further reflection, he recognized that the rise of these idols was not solely due to capital promotion, but also owed much to the contributions of songwriters like himself. With resignation, he swallowed the words that had nearly escaped his lips. He then inserted his headphones once more, clicked the play button, and closed his eyes, allowing himself to be enveloped once again in the world of music. On the first week of October, Zhou Mu received a notification of a transfer to his bank account ending in 1314, amounting to 1,723,565 yuan, with a balance of 1,724,659 yuan. It was needless to say that this was undoubtedly the revenue from last month as summer, which also included his monthly salary. The downloads for summer amount to approximately 250, with each download generating a revenue of 1 yuan. After accounting for the revenue shares of the music platform and the company and deducting personal income tax, Zhou Mu found himself perplexed as he calculated fervently on his computer's calculator. It soon became apparent that he was ill-suited for such financial matters, particularly with the bewildering tiers of tax deductions. After a lengthy calculation, Zhou Mu remained somewhat confused. "Hey, have you received the payment yet?" Zhou Mu turned to see Lin Yue, responsible for Han Hai's finances, along with the boss, Meng Shiqing. "Rest assured, your earnings are secure. I've already calculated it several times." Lin Yue reassured him, placing an envelope on his desk. Upon opening it, Zhou Mu discovered a stack of vibrant summer currency. Sensing Zhou Mu's bewilderment, Meng Shiqing stepped forward to explain, "Zhou Mu, this is a reward from the company, albeit only 10,000. Please do not disdain it." Meng Shiqing glanced around the office with a complex expression. "Rainway and I initially believed that Han Hai was doomed to collapse under our management. But your arrival has salvaged the company. Your talent has breathed new life into Han Hai. As your employers, we are not stingy. This money is a token of appreciation from both Rainway and myself. Regarding your personal taxes, do not worry, as I have already taken care of that." How magnanimous of the boss! Zhou Mu joyfully accepted the money, gleefully tucking it into his pocket. He felt justified in receiving this sum, especially since his share with the company was merely 10%, while the company's profits undoubtedly exceeded his own. Moreover, compared to the cold digits displayed on his phone, cash held a more profound impact. It is no wonder that so many aspire to enter the entertainment industry. In just 1 month, he earned more than he had accumulated in the previous 20 years combined. Of course, the ability to earn such income hinges on possessing genuine talent, and without a doubt, Zhou Mu belonged to this category. This scenario highlights the advantages of a startup company. Although the order volume may be limited, the company's regulations remain uncomplicated. Had Zhou Mu been at another company, his current status as a composer would not qualify him for subsequent revenue sharing. While bonuses might be available, they would not be granted so readily, as the approval processes could delay proceedings by 10 days to half a month. Over the past month, Han Hai had also gradually recruited several employees, primarily young individuals. Everyone, Meng Shiqing clapped her hands, capturing the attention of all present, Though our company is currently small, I firmly believe that with everyone's efforts, the future of Han Hai will flourish. The company has never undervalued those who contribute. In the future, whoever among you achieves success shall be rewarded. Today, it is teacher Zhou Mu. Perhaps the next reward will go to one of you. Let us strive together. Zhou Mu, seated at his workstation, internally scoffed at the applause resonating around him, reflecting on how Meng Shiqing did not appear as unreliable as her exterior suggested. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of sentiment, understanding why many in his previous life claimed that a good song serves as a singer's retirement insurance. Zhou Mu firmly believes that the subsequent profits from this song will likely ensure he never has to worry about starvation again. However, he is acutely aware that newcomers like him, who achieve immediate success upon debut, are exceedingly rare. For most aspiring artists, their songs often hold little monetary value. In his previous life, he had heard numerous tales of newcomers selling a song for merely a few thousand yuan. Yet, the data for any single song inevitably declines over time. Even the finest compositions will eventually face market saturation. But what does it matter? As long as I continue to write songs, my market will never reach saturation. The only requirement for releasing songs is the presence of singers, and currently, Han Hai has only two artists, Meng Shiqing and Yu Yang. It is insufficient, far from enough. With this thought, Zhou Mu cast a glance towards Fu Yunwan, who stood not too far away, a hint of hopeful anticipation gracing his features. Chapter 19, October 5th, Wednesday, sunny as time progressed. The acclaim for emotional investment began to ferment gradually, spreading with an intensity that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of summer. As a prestigious institution, the Chong'an Art Academy, Zhou Mu's alma mater, naturally saw its students from relevant disciplines paying close attention. Among them, a thread titled How to Perceive Emotional Investment became exceptionally popular on the Chong'an campus forum. The debates between the composition department and the vocal department were particularly fervent. How should one perceive it? Naturally, one observes with their eyes. This song is undeniably a testament to the singer's talent. Without Yu Yang's pure and warm vocal timbre, the song's impact would undoubtedly diminish significantly. How preposterous! The individual above should have some self-respect. Without the composer as creation, what use is it for you vocalists? No matter how splendid your voices are, besides wailing, what else can you do? Such sentiments are clearly from someone in the composition department. Regardless of whether in the past or present, the number of singers far exceeds that of composers. The disparity is even starker when it comes to top-tier composers. After all, while exceptional singers can achieve their status through learning and hard work, composers largely rely on innate talent. Yet, it is this very talent that becomes a formidable barrier for countless individuals. In life, an invisible hierarchy of disdain exists across various professions, and within the realm of music, composers undoubtedly sit atop this hierarchy. When did the mediocre from the vocal department dare to step forward and overshadow the composers? Given the caliber of emotional investment, even a dog could take flight. What need is there for another singer? Well said. At the dawn of the new year, even the most trivial of individuals dares to challenge the status quo. Those who assert that singers are more important than composers should take a look at the shows and various ceremonies. How many singers would dare to utter a word against the composers? You have gone too far. How could our vocal department be compared to you? No matter how impressive you composers are, can you perform on stage without a singer? One student from the vocal department, unable to endure the onslaught from the composition department, could not help but retort, only to find the collective focus of the forum's participants swiftly turning against them. In an instant, the forum erupted with voices calling upon friends, reigniting the fervent debate beneath the thread. However, Chong'an, being a well-regarded institution in the realm of arts in the Summer Nation, offered not only the vocal and composition departments, but also other related fields such as lyric writing and arrangement. At present, the realms of vocal performance and composition have nearly reached their zenith, captivating even the lyricists and arrangers who have rushed to participate in the fervor. While it is undeniable that the composition and performance of this song are remarkable, we must not overlook the lyrics. The beauty of blooming flowers pales in comparison to the allure of your smile. This single line I would deem the most powerful. Yet, I find myself even more enchanted by the line. I pour my emotions into the flowing waters. Love, or the absence of it, is a lamentable fate. Every word of the promises once made is treasured. How many experiences must one endure to pen such poignant lyrics? Can you not perceive the brilliance of the arrangement? From the sampled segments in the prelude to the gradual interplay of strings that converse with the vocals, the use of modulation in the interlude, and the unique string arrangements in each section, it is nothing short of a feast for the senses. Students from the arranging department, unwilling to be overshadowed, are sharing their thoughts on the song. As the most inconspicuous discipline within the music faculty, those in arrangement harbor a deep-seated frustration. If we liken the completion of a song to constructing a house, then the songwriting and composing represent the design and foundational work, while arranging constitutes the exquisite finishing touches. The quality of a house is readily discernible through its orientation and layout, yet the comfort of living within is determined by the finesse of the interior design. Moreover, arrangement stands as the most intricate and laborious phase, demanding not only a keen understanding of the song style, but also an intimate knowledge of various instruments. Nevertheless, whether in Huagua or Xiagua, the status of arrangers remains rather precarious, primarily due to the high level of specialization in their work, rendering it difficult for the layperson to discern quality. Unlike lyrics and composition, which can be readily judged by the casual listener. As the debate among students from various disciplines within the music department escalated, a bystander from the directing department could no longer contain himself. With so many of you arguing, isn't it all the same person behind the lyrics, composition, and arrangement of emotional investment? To put in your musical terms, it's a trinity. What is there to dispute? Upon uttering these words, the flurry of responses on the forum suddenly came to a halt. Indeed, this senior named Zhou Mu possesses a sharp insight, delivering a powerful statement. What else could follow? Consequently, all eyes shifted from the song to Zhou Mu himself. When Zhou Mu's previous piece, Summer, was released, I sensed his exceptional talent. I initially thought it might be a fleeting moment, yet it now appears he possesses genuine prowess. Allow me to make a prediction. Within 2 years, Zhou Mu will undoubtedly become a senior composer, and in 5 years, a gold medalist. What do you think? If he maintains this level of excellence, perhaps he could achieve gold status in less than 3 years. Is that an exaggeration? To attain gold status, one must compose at least 50 songs with a total download count of 500. Many composers have toiled for over a decade without reaching that pinnacle. Comments began to emerge, dousing the enthusiasm, asserting that in Xiagua, a senior composer is sufficient to support an ordinary music company. If we were to consider ancient times, a gold medal composer would be akin to a master of their craft, capable of gathering disciples and establishing a school of thought. As of now, the number of certified gold medal composers in the entire Xi'an nation does not exceed 500. A single song of theirs has already garnered 250 downloads, and achieving 1,500 poses no challenge for them. They merely capitalized on the traffic generated by the newcomer season. 250. Perhaps it was merely a moment of inspiration. Every creator faces a creative block, and no composer dares to guarantee that every song they produce will succeed. Their second song, with emotion, is no less remarkable than the first, and yet 250. You keyboard warriors are instantly flustered, unable to muster a counterargument, ultimately retreating in silent resentment. Far away, Zhou Mu remains oblivious to the happenings in the Chongyi Forum, engrossed in playing with his newly purchased phone at his workstation. Regardless of the location, men are invariably drawn to the allure of mechanical inventions. Zhou Mu is no exception. Upon receiving his salary, he promptly exchanged his crack-screen phone for the newly launched Banana 15. While he was engrossed in exploring the phone's features, Meng Shiqing abruptly pushed open the door and entered the office area, her face lighting up at the sight of Zhou Mu's workstation. Zhou Mu, come over here. Chapter 20. The Gift Curious. Zhou Mu approached the office and took a seat opposite Meng Shiqing. What is it, President Meng? Is there something on your mind? It's like this. Meng Shiqing cleared her throat, her smile radiant. Just now, Chen Lin called me. They have reached an agreement with the company not to renew their contract. Fu Yunwan will retain the rights to perform those musical works, but will no longer enjoy subsequent profits. Zhou Mu. The next step is to see if your songs can convince her to stay with our company. Hearing this news surprised Zhou Mu. Their company had not reclaimed the copyright of Fu Yunwan's songs. That company must be quite reasonable. Although they only retained the performance rights over the years, there have been dozens of songs. Even if the earnings from music platforms were reclaimed, Fu Yunwan could still participate in commercial performances based on these songs. Generally, when a singer terminates a contract with a company, a series of disputes over song copyrights ensue, with lawsuits dragging on for years. A peaceful separation like Fu Yunwan's is exceedingly rare. Regardless, Fu Yunwan's contract expiration is undoubtedly good news for us. If all goes smoothly, our company will have a female singer and a second-tier one at that. Don't celebrate too early. You know her situation. She struggles to articulate even a word after a lengthy conversation. In the entertainment industry, if one lacks singing talent, alternative means may suffice. But a lack of personality is far more detrimental. Unhesitatingly, Zhou Mu began to temper Meng Shiqing's enthusiasm. Given Fu Yunwan's initial promising start, he found it hard to believe that Han Hai could outperform Tianmei. Isn't that where you come in? Meng Shiqing stood up from her seat, placing a glass of water in front of Zhou Mu. I've noticed that you and Fu Yunwan have been communicating quite well these past few days. I feel as though I've known her for years, yet you've exchanged more words in 2 days than I have in all that time. I have not. Zhou Mu directly denied with a flurry of negations, seemingly startled. I merely conversed with her about some new songs, and it was primarily me speaking. You think too highly of me. Meng Shiqing, with a beaming smile, inquired, Can you honestly claim you have no thoughts about Fu Yunwan? Zhou Mu found himself at a loss for words, lowering his head to feign drinking water to mask his embarrassment. It is said that desire is inherent to human nature. Among all the women Zhou Mu has encountered, Fu Yunwan undoubtedly stands out as the most exquisite. As a normal man, it would be impossible for Zhou Mu to claim he felt no attraction whatsoever. However, this admiration was confined solely to an appreciation of beauty, devoid of romantic implications. After all, while the young woman was indeed stunning, her communication skills posed a significant challenge. How many men would desire a girlfriend prone to sudden bouts of silence? Just as Zhou Mu pondered how to articulate his thoughts, the office door swung open, revealing the very subject of their discussion, Fu Yunwan, accompanied by her manager, Chun Lin. Upon entering, Fu Yunwan's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible joy upon spotting Zhou Mu in the office. Realizing they must be there to discuss contract negotiations with Meng Shiqing, Zhou Mu greeted them and exited the office. Unbeknownst to him, Fu Yunwan's gaze lingered on him even after he had left. Stop staring. He has already gone. Chun Lin chided, waving her hand in front of Fu Yunwan's face. I can't believe that after just a few days apart, you've already lost your heart to him. Initially, Chun Lin intended to evaluate Fu Yunwan's new song before deciding on the contract, but she was taken aback by Fu Yunwan's eagerness to sign, catching her off guard. Now, her only thought was that the prize cabbage she had nurtured was being easily taken away. Blushing, Fu Yunwan explained, I didn't Lin Jia. I was merely contemplating the new song. To assert that Fu Yunwan had fallen for Zhou Mu would be a gross exaggeration. At most, she harbored a slight fondness. Women are inherently sensitive, particularly to perceived malice from others. Fu Yunwan was acutely aware of her striking appearance. Since entering the entertainment industry, she had encountered numerous men whose gazes were filled with greedy desire. Even women regarded her with jealousy, often rejecting or resisting her in professional settings. This was a significant reason she hesitated to renew her contract with Tianmei Entertainment. However, when Zhou Mu first laid eyes on her, while there was a glimmer of astonishment, his gaze was clear, filled with pure appreciation, devoid of any ulterior motives. This instilled in her a peculiar sense of comfort around him, entirely unrelated to romantic feelings. Simply a feeling of ease and freedom in his presence. Yunwan, Lin Jia, let us discuss the contract, Meng Shiqing said, her smile radiant as she pulled a contract from the drawer and handed it to Chun Lin. Chun Lin sighed inwardly, feeling the frustration of having great potential but no outlet to express it. Nevertheless, while signing with Han Hai was inevitable, as a competent manager, she was determined to negotiate the best possible terms. Chun Lin compelled herself to concentrate, gazing at the youthful Meng Shiqing, secretly pondering, I can't manage my own little ancestor. Yet I can't handle this little girl. Just as Meng Shiqing and Chun Lin were preparing for a spirited contest, Zhou Mu had exited to shut down his computer, ready to embark on his own endeavors. In truth, he had already completed the composition for Fu Yunwan's new song and was merely awaiting her arrival. Half an hour later, Zhou Mu's figure appeared in a shopping mall, where he intended to select gifts for his adoptive parents. He had always harbored a sense of guilt towards them, which had lingered even after he distanced himself from the Zhou family. Fortunately, they had not treated him as a stranger. The affection shared had not waned with the passage of time. He contemplated purchasing a watch for his father and a phone for his younger sister. But what to get for his mother? After wandering for a while, Zhou Mu found himself in the mall's resting area, anxiously scratching his head. His adoptive father, Fu Weiming, was a high school Chinese teacher in Chong'an, while his mother, Wu Yinping, worked as a nurse in a hospital. Although they were not wealthy, they lived a modestly comfortable life. They were known for their frugality and paid little attention to their own needs, yet were generous when it came to their children. Zhou Mu recalled that Fu Weiming possessed a Phoenix brand watch, a cherished gift from their wedding. Men naturally have an affinity for watches and cars, and he remembered how his father would pause to admire watch stores during family outings. Thus, Zhou Mu decided to buy him a watch. Although he avoided the extravagant ones that could cost tens of thousands, fearing his father would chide him for such a splurge, he settled for a more modest watch price, just over 10,000. As for his younger sister, Fu Qingwei, selecting a phone was straightforward. The only dilemma lay with his mother, Wu Yinping. Should he buy gold or jewelry? It would be inconvenient for her to wear them at work. What about clothing? He was uncertain of her size. Perhaps he should call and ask, but that would ruin the surprise. Just as Zhou Mu pondered his predicament, a hand unexpectedly landed on his shoulder, accompanied by an exclamation filled with delight. Zhou Mu, turning at the sound, he was met with the sight of two girls linked arm in arm, one of whum he recognized. Jiang Wanqing? Zhou Mu exclaimed, astonished at the familiar face before him. It's really you, Zhou Mu. I was uncertain when I caught a glimpse of your back, just now. Where have you been since graduation? You didn't even attend the graduation gala. Jiang Wanqing's face beamed with unmistakable joy. Zhou Mu, taken aback and slightly embarrassed, reflected on how during his 4 years at university, he had been preoccupied with part-time jobs, which limited his familiarity with his classmates. Nonetheless, Jiang Wanqing was the class monitor who often inquired if he would participate in class activities, thereby deepening his impression of her. Unfortunately, after graduation, Zhou Mu had been confined within the Zhou household following the gift of a song to Zhou Yun, severing his ties with others entirely. Now, Zhou Mu feels an immense sense of relief that the hard drive in his mind only began to awaken after his university graduation. Otherwise, he might not have managed to endure until then. After graduation, due to some family matters, I lost touch with my classmates. What about you? How did you end up here? Naturally, I came to the mall with my friends to shop, Jiang Wanning replied, playfully shaking the hand intertwined with her best friend. Xiao Shu. Xiao Shu greeted Zhou Mu with a smile, her gaze quickly scrutinizing him. As Jiang Wanning's closest companion, she had heard Zhou Mu's name more than once through her friend. However, most of the descriptions were of him being unapproachable, aloof, or busy. Today was the first time she encountered the real person. Wanning, he is the one you can't forget, and I must say he is quite handsome. Feeling Xiao Shu's whispered comments tickling her ear, Jiang Wanning's cheeks flushed as she instinctively reached for her friend's waist, exclaiming, "What are you saying? Stop it!" Simultaneously, she glanced at Zhou Mu, relieved yet regretful that he seemed unaware of their exchange. Well, I have some matters to attend to this afternoon, so I won't interrupt your reunion. Xiao Shu made a face at Jiang Wanning, preparing to slip away. Truly, I have the discernment. I cannot be a third wheel. Xiao Shu thought to herself, feeling quite proud, as such an understanding and charming young lady is rare these days. You don't need to mind her. That's just how she is, a bit off in the head. Jiang Wanning unabashedly sold out her best friend, simultaneously praising her in secret. Good friend, bear with it for now. Once this is over, I'll treat you to something delicious. By the way, what are you shopping for? Do you need my advice? Zhou Mu's eyes brightened. Being a woman, Jiang Wanning should have a better idea of what gift to buy for his mother. That would be wonderful. I am indeed troubled about what to get my mother, he confessed. Your mother? Jiang Wanning's heart leaped with excitement. This was an opportunity to shine. What does she do? You've never mentioned her in 4 years of university. Zhou Mu let out a wry smile. There's not much to say. I've been an orphan since childhood, raised by my adoptive parents. I recently received my paycheck and thought to buy them something special. I'm sorry, Zhou Mu, I didn't know. Jiang Wanning felt a pang of sympathy. Where do you work now? At Hanhai Entertainment, just a humble composer, he replied modestly. Hanhai? Jiang Wanning furrowed her brow. Pondering, Zhou Mu, are you the author of Summer and Emotion? I should have realized that sooner. You know, of course. Who in the composing world doesn't know your name? A fledgling composer who has written only 2 songs, yet has captured everyone's attention. Many are even inquiring about you. She lamented, unlike me, still just an intern with not a single piece to my name. Though Jiang Wanning's tone was pitiful, Zhou Mu understood it was merely an exaggeration. If his memory serves him correctly, Jiang Wanning's family runs an entertainment company. Although the scale remains uncertain, it is undoubtedly more substantial than Hanhai's, categorically placing her among the affluent elite. In truth, those who pursue the arts typically hail from well-off backgrounds. And this holds particularly true for a discipline that demands both resources and time. Furthermore, a comprehensive understanding of various musical instruments is essential. Without a certain financial foundation, one cannot even afford instruments, let alone delve deeper into the craft. Zhou Mu, how about we buy your mother a necklace or some jewelry? Trust me, no woman can resist adornments. My mother is a nurse, and it may not be convenient for her to wear such items at work. Ah, your mother is a nurse. Jiang Wanning nodded, acknowledging the impracticality. However, nurses often work night shifts and must be quite exhausted. Perhaps we should consider purchasing her a massage chair, allowing her to unwind after a long day. A massage chair? That's a splendid idea. Let us proceed with that. Zhou Mu felt a surge of inspiration. Not only would it benefit his mother, but his father, who often stands while teaching, could also find solace in it at home. Upon hearing that Zhou Mu embraced her suggestion, Jiang Wanning's face lit up with joy. Let us go. I have a massage chair at home that my parents find quite satisfactory, and it's reasonably priced. There's a store nearby. I'll take you to have a look. Under Jiang Wanning's guidance, Zhou Mu swiftly selected a massage chair. The payment, along with the address details, was completed seamlessly. The price was 20,000. While this sum would have been exorbitant for Zhou Mu in the past, it posed no burden for him at this moment. Jiang, thank you for helping me choose a gift. Do you have any plans for dinner tonight? Allow me to treat you to a meal. Zhou Mu offered her a cup of milk tea. It was only fitting to express gratitude for her time and effort. Oh, there's no need for such formality among classmates. Jiang Wanning replied with a radiant smile. I was genuinely invested for this moment. What would you like to eat? I'll find a place. Unfortunately, plans often change unexpectedly, and before they could finalize their dinner arrangements, Meng Shurqing's call interrupted them. Ultimately, amit Tiang van ning sreluktance. Zhou Mu accepted her friend's request and promised to stay in touch before returning to the company. Zhou Mu, I see from your profile that you recently left Huiwang. What prompted you to join us at Hanhai? Upon returning to the company, Zhou Mu was immediately intercepted by Meng Shurqing for an interview with a new employee. Hey, Teacher Zhou, you have no idea about the antics over at Huiwang. They blame all the issues during newcomer season on us composers, berating us relentlessly. As a 7-foot-tall man, I could hardly tolerate such indignity. Besides, Teacher Zhou, you've been quite the sensation lately, and Hanhai is hiring, so I thought I'd give it a shot. Aren't there other composers at Huiwang as well? Why did you find it unbearable? Zhou Mu suppressed a chuckle as he inquired. It was merely due to my candid nature that I spoke a few words about that Zhou Yun, Zhou Mo expressed with indignation. That lad lacks both talent and looks. He struts around with his nose in the air, yet he dares to release a new song and participate in various programs. Bah, wait a moment. Zhou Mu interrupted him, his expression suddenly serious. What did you just say? Zhou Mo, thinking he had misspoken, felt a twinge of anxiety. I said, the last part about that fellow wanting to release a new song and join a program. Zhou Yun is planning to release a new song? Although Zhou Mo was puzzled as to why Zhou Mu would show interest in such a minor character, he continued, Yes, during my last few days at work. I overheard colleagues in the composition department mentioning that they were writing songs for Zhou Yun, and he had signed up for a program called Music Vanguard. Excellent. Zhou Mu nodded in satisfaction. You have been accepted, but your salary and revenue share will be based on your entry-level composer status, with a monthly salary of 10,000. Any issues? No issues, none at all. Zhou Mu eagerly nodded. I simply wish to learn from teacher Zhou. The salary is of little concern. After notifying Lin Yue to process Zhou Mu's onboarding, Zhou Mu dialed Meng Xingqian's number. Xingqian, find a time to come back. We need to discuss the new song. Chapter 22. Hot Pot Meng. Are you aware of the Music Vanguard program? Yes, it's a competition organized by a local video platform in Chong'an, featuring mainly singers from local companies, essentially a newcomer season. Why? Hasn't our Han Hai received an invitation? I think there might be one, Meng Shirqing replied, somewhat uncertainly, as she began rummaging through a pile of documents on her desk. Here it is, she said, handing Zhou Mu an invitation letter. Previously, during the newcomer season, Xingqian performed quite well, so Music Vanguard naturally extended an invitation to us. However, he was rather busy at the time, and with only one song to his name, I didn't agree. You declined? Zhou Mu's face expressed disappointment. What a wonderful opportunity to let slip. I haven't formally declined. Why, do you have thoughts on this? Meng Shirqing asked, her interest piqued. The only requirement for participating in this program is that singers must perform new songs. With Zhou Mu being the sole composer at Han Hai, and currently tasked with creating songs for the newly signed Fu Yunwan, where would he find the time to write for Xingqian? Thus, upon receiving the invitation, Meng Shirqing instinctively thought to refuse, as this not only tested the singer's abilities, but also the overall strength of the company. Leave this song to me. You can simply agree to their invitation. Really? Can you manage it? Meng Shirqing inquired with concern. Rest assured, I've got it covered. Meanwhile, upon receiving Zhou Mu's call, Meng Xingqian was lounging in bed, engrossed in a game. Over a month had passed since the release of Summer, and its popularity had stabilized, granting him some well-deserved rest. Upon answering Zhou Mu's call, an exhilarated Meng Xingqian sprang from his bed, performing an energetic set of punches while clad only in his shorts. Yes, my friend, I am about to rise to fame once more. After letting out a jubilant shout, he hastily donned his clothes, disregarding the game still in progress, and dashed out the door. As he stepped through the grand entrance of Han Hai Company, he immediately noticed a new, unfamiliar face seated beside Zhou Mu. Hey there, are you the newcomer? Yes, I just joined, Zhou Mu replied, scrutinizing the individual before him. You must be Meng Xingqian? Your piece Summer is quite impressive, ranking second in the newcomer season. Remarkable. Had the newcomer season been extended by just a day, you would undoubtedly have claimed the top spot. In an instant, Meng Xingqian found that this chubby fellow appeared rather charming. Ha, not at all. It's all thanks to Brother Mu's support. So, as a composer, what do you think of our company? Nothing but praise, Zhou Mu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Had I known Han Hai had so many beautiful ladies, I would have joined much sooner. Though Zhou Mu was newly employed, he had already explored every corner of Han Hai, particularly familiarizing himself with several female employees. There was the urban beauty Meng Shirqing, the mature and alluring Lin Yue, the uniquely charming sound engineer, and the breathtakingly beautiful Fu Yunwan. He recalled a few years back when a certain reputable website conducted a poll titled, "Who would you most like to spend a romantic evening with in the entertainment industry?" Regardless of the title's propriety, the event had stirred quite a commotion. The second and third places were fiercely contested, but the first position remained unchallenged. Undoubtedly, Fu Yunwan held the top spot, her beauty aligning with the aesthetic preferences of the majority of men. Zhou Mu was among those captivated, casting his precious vote for her. Upon learning that Fu Yunwan had essentially confirmed her contract with Han Hai, he felt that this job was indeed a fulfilled aspiration. Indeed, Han Hai has always aimed for high-end engagements. High-end is splendid. It's exactly what I prefer. The two men extended their hands for a firm handshake, sharing an unspoken understanding reflected in their smiles. The camaraderie between men can often be this simple: a cigarette, a drink, a smile, or a glance. Everything conveyed without words. That evening, Meng Shirqing invited everyone from the company to a celebratory dinner. marking both Fu Yunwan's signing and the arrival of newcomer Zhou Mu normally as a second-tier singer. Even though Fu Yunwan's popularity had waned from its peak, her stature still warranted a more formal announcement from Hanhai. However, given that Hanhai currently lacked both funds and strength, simplicity was the order of the day. Fortunately, Fu Yunwan herself preferred a low-key affair. So Meng Shiqing naturally opted for a casual gathering, treating it as a welcome banquet. Thanks to a reservation made in advance, the group was promptly seated in a private room upon the server's guidance. Moments later, several waitstaff entered, bringing a steaming pot and a cart laden with fresh vegetables and meats. Sitting beside Zhou Mu, Zhou Mu frowned, muttering to himself, "Why on earth are we having hot pot in this sweltering heat? Isn't that just torturous? Hot pot creates an atmosphere, especially paired with cold beer and soda. It's perfect." Meng Shiqing replied, animatedly tossing several platters of meat into the bubbling pot. Zhou Mu, not one to hesitate, followed suit, tossing in a plate of greens as he observed the simmering contents. In the hot pot restaurant, the meat rolls were sliced exceedingly thin, requiring merely a few seconds to cook. Zhou Mu gently picked up a full chopstick's worth. After dipping it in sauce, he swallowed it in one bite, relishing the delightful flavor. "Zhou Mu, how is the song for Yunwan coming along?" Meng Shiqing inquired leisurely after finishing a piece of green vegetable. With his mouth full of fatty beef rolls, Zhou Mu exhaled with difficulty after swallowing before responding, all while keeping his hands busy. "It's ready. Yunwan, come find me tomorrow. I'll let you have a look at the new song." "All right. Thank you, Teacher Zhou," Fu Yunwan replied, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. "Huh. Look at you, speaking so fluently. You claim there's nothing between you two? Yet not even a dog would believe that." Chun Lin observed their exchange with a hint of disdain. "And Xing Chun, you should rest well in these few days. Don't forget that you will be recording for Music Pioneer soon." "Understood, sister." "Xing Chun, when you get to the program, make sure to teach that Zhou Yun a lesson. Otherwise, you may never hope to acquire a good song again," Lin Yue advised Meng Shiqing earnestly. Over the past few days, Meng Shiqing, Lin Yue, and others had come to know a bit about Zhou Mu, and while they felt sympathy for him, their anger was directed more at the Zhou family. With Meng Shiqing soon to face Zhou Yun in a direct competition, she certainly did not want to be outshone. "Count on it, Yue. Zhou Mu, rest assured. With your song paired with my voice, the two of us will ensure that little brat leaves with missing teeth," Meng Shiqing declared, her conviction palpable. Observing her fervor, the newly hired Zhou Mu sensed there was more to the story. "So, does Brother Mu have a grudge against that Zhou Yun? Not just against Zhou Yun, but against the entire Huiguang, and it's a grudge that cannot be easily resolved. Little fatty, you're not afraid, are you?" "Afraid of what?" Zhou Mu downed the remaining half of his beer and slammed the cup on the table. "I've long found Huiguang unsatisfactory. They treat people as though they are nothing. Do you have any idea how many trainees they sign each time?" "Trainees? How many can they possibly sign? 10 or 20? Meng Shiqing blinked, somewhat incredulous. To her, trainees required substantial company resources for training, and signing too many would only become a burden. 10 or 20? Huh, they can sign dozens at once. Just the other day when I resigned, they signed over 30, Zhou Mu scoffed. So many? How could they possibly have that many resources? Meng Shiqing's expression changed as she exclaimed in astonishment. Who says signing trainees necessitates resources? What do you mean? Meng Shiqing stared at Zhou Mu, bewildered. Aren't trainees essentially the company's reserve artists? Don't they need to be trained to learn singing and dancing? If I'm not mistaken, Huiguang likely views those trainees merely as tools for profit. Brother Mu, you truly understand the situation. You're quite insightful. Zhou Mu gave him a thumbs up. Zhou Mu observed the bewildered expressions of Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue, their faces reflecting a mixture of confusion and resignation. It was perplexing that they dared to establish a company while grappling with such complexities. Zhou Mu elucidated that Huiguang had signed a substantial number of trainees but provided them with scant resources, compensating for quality with sheer quantity. Should any of them rise to fame, Huiguang would reap substantial profits. But what are the others? Would they simply sustain them? Surely they would leave. If they did, it would be for the best, as all trainees were bound by contracts. They could exit, provided they paid a penalty for breach. Upon hearing this, even the slowest of minds, like Meng Shiqing and Lin Yuwei, grasped Zhou Mu's implications. If any trainee became successful, Hui Guang would profit immensely. If another could no longer endure the bleakness and chose to depart, Hui Guang could demand compensation for breach of contract. Even if they remained, Hui Guang would essentially have a herd of laborers at their disposal, easily called upon and dismissed, with the only cost being a meager monthly stipend. This revelation truly left Meng Shiqing astounded. She could hardly fathom that anyone would resort to such unscrupulous methods for profit. Their cunning was beyond comprehension. No wonder Hui Guang had burgeoned within a few short years, employing ruthless tactics. Lin Yuwei spat in disdain, for she had always abhorred those who preyed upon the weak. The thought that the current power holders of Hui Guang were the ruthless Zhou family only intensified her contempt. Moreover, it was rumored that Zhou Shuang, the director of the artist division, had a penchant for berating trainees when she was in a foul mood, sometimes even resorting to physical intimidation. It was said she was the sister of General Manager Zhou Yu, proving that malice ran in the family. Not a single one among them was virtuous. As Zhou Mu spoke, Meng Shiqing, Lin Yuwei, and Meng Xingchen exchanged peculiar glances, fully aware of the underlying truths. In contrast, Fu Yunwan and Chun Lin exhibited no reaction. They were seasoned veterans of the entertainment industry, familiar with its sordid affairs. This realm had never been a utopia, but rather a gathering ground for humanity's darker inclinations. Zhou Mu felt indifferent, continuing to enjoy his meal. He had heard of such matters concerning trainees in his previous life, though he had always been a minor figure, unable to manage his own affairs, let alone those of others. His only outlet was to vent his frustrations as an online commentator. With Zhou Mu's initiation, the dining table quickly transformed into a tribunal against Hui Guang, with the Zhou siblings being brought forth to account for their misdeeds. As time progressed, Meng Shiqing, observing the fervent discussion, felt compelled to interject. Everyone must be nearly finished with their meals. Yes? Xingchen, Yuyang, and Yunwan. You singers should take the next few days to rest well. In the Music Vanguard program, singers from the same company can perform together, and I intend to have you all make an appearance. In truth, this so-called Music Vanguard program could be considered a sequel to the Newcomer Season. While Newcomer Season targeted the entire Xi'an nation, Music Vanguard primarily focused on local companies in Chongzhou, showcasing emerging talents who had shown during Newcomer Season. Certainly, the performances of novice singers may not be exceedingly captivating. Hence, the production team has introduced intriguing competition formats. For instance, singers are permitted to invite fellow artists from their label to collaborate, with the stipulation that the songs performed must be original compositions. This strategy serves as a means to entice viewership. In Chongzhou, programs of this nature are not singular, as similar shows can be found in various locales. However, when it comes to prominence, Music Vanguard holds a commendable reputation in Chongzhou, primarily because it is the only show that is broadcast live online. It is rumored that Music Vanguard faced numerous controversies during its inception, such as favoritism towards certain singers and manipulation of vote counts. In an effort to salvage its reputation, the newly appointed director exerted considerable effort, ultimately opting for a live format and implementing a random theme for each episode. Surprisingly, this audacious decision not only revitalized the program, but also garnered significant attention, infusing Music Vanguard with newfound vitality. Consequently, the live broadcast and random theme format have been retained. Zhou Mu, your responsibilities will be considerable. Is that acceptable? No problem, Zhou Mu casually replied, assuring them that they need not worry about the new song, and he would manage once the theme was provided. That's reassuring. The production team will deliver the theme for the first episode in the coming days, so everyone should rest well and prepare for the battle ahead. Meng Shiqing exclaimed with excitement, her demeanor exuding the spirit of a valiant general. This was her first challenge since assuming leadership at Hanhai, and the future prosperity of the company hinged on this endeavor. The meal stretched over 2 hours. After indulging in drinks, Zhou Mu returned home, took a quick shower, and retired for the night. The following day, Zhou Mu commenced recording the new song for Fu Yunwan. Initially, he anticipated that Fu Yunwan with little emotional experience, would struggle with the emotional delivery of the song. However, the outcome exceeded his expectations. Her recording pace was nearly on par with Yu Yang, and within a day, the recording was completed. This was despite Fu Yunwan's insistence on re-recording certain parts she found unsatisfactory. Otherwise, it could have been finalized by noon. Emerging from the recording studio, Fu Yunwan wore a radiant smile, clearly pleased with her new song. "Teacher Zhou, may I treat you to a meal? I appreciate your efforts for my new song these past few days. Let us wait until the song is released." Zhou Mu contemplated, suggesting that dining could wait, as she had promotional work to attend to first. Fu Yunwan's expression fell slightly, but her nature prevented her from pressing the invitation further. "All right, then I shall invite you another time." Chapter 24. Swift, too swift. Early that day, Zhou Mu arrived at the company punctually. The advantage of a startup company is the lack of scrutiny regarding attendance, allowing for a discreetly leisurely approach, which suited Zhou Mu perfectly. The previous day was Sunday, and Zhou Mu had taken the opportunity to visit home, presenting gifts to his adoptive father and sister, Fu Qingyue. In the living room, a massage chair occupied a corner, a testament to his thoughtful gesture. Upon the joyful reunion with his parents, Zhou Mu found himself subjected to a gentle reprimand regarding his tendency to squander money. Though their words were stern, the delight in their eyes was unmistakable. During the course of a meal, his father, Pai Wei Ming, polished his watch multiple times, his affection evident on his face. Zhou Mu relished this familial gathering, which significantly uplifted his spirits. Before he could even settle down, Meng Shi-Qing hurried to his workstation, her expression fraught with urgency. "This is the music theme for the first episode of Musical Vanguard. Please check if there are any issues." "You brought it so quickly. I thought I would have to wait a few more days." Zhou Mu calmly accepted the envelope and took a seat to review its contents. "You still have the luxury to joke. I am nearly beside myself with worry. We have only a week until the first live broadcast. If we do not have a song, I will be very curious to see how you manage." "A week is ample time. I even feel it is rather long. Releasing the theme a week early. Isn't the production team concerned about someone hiring a ghostwriter?" "Ghostwriter, indeed," Meng Shi-Qing shot him a glare. "The competition format of this show inherently demands not only the singer's prowess, but also the overall strength of the company behind them, including the capabilities of the composer. A week may seem neither too long nor too short, but writing a song is certainly feasible. The crux lies in crafting a good one." Meng Shi-Qing's concerns were not unfounded. Composing is not akin to lyric writing or arrangement, where deep knowledge or experience can prevail. Often, the fleeting inspiration of a composer is the key to the entire score, yet such inspiration is elusive and cannot be forced. Thus, many composers possess peculiar habits. Some prefer to write in the stillness of the night. Others are inspired by a cloud of smoke, while some find their muse in cup after cup of coffee. However, she was unaware that Zhou Mu held no such anxieties. Once the theme of the song was confirmed, he could immediately begin to write, free from the bondage of inspiration. Ignoring the incessant chatter of Meng Shi-Qing, he opened the envelope to reveal the word love, a classic and somewhat cliché theme. Love is arguably one of humanity's most profound emotions and serves as an eternal subject in art. Love songs represent one of the most significant categories in modern pop music. As the saying goes, without emotion, there can be no song, and this emotion may encompass love, friendship, familial bonds, patriotism, and love for one's people. However, with this episode's focus on love, the possibilities for composition expanded, though it still needed to resonate with the singer's circumstances. "Zhou Mu, do you have any ideas?" Perhaps fearing to disrupt Zhou Mu's thoughts, Meng Shi-Qing softened her tone. Coming to work early in the morning has me a bit drowsy. A cup of coffee would be delightful." Zhou Mu yawned, seemingly hinting at his needs. Meng Shi-Qing's eyelids flickered. "Yue, please order a few cups of coffee for our teacher Zhou." "No problem. There's a CAF downstairs. Quite convenient," Lin Yue remarked, amused by her friend's predicament as she began to operate her phone. "Meng, I will wait downstairs." Zhu Mo, the chubby friend, displayed his perceptiveness. Among those present, Meng Shi-Qing and Lin Yue are the corporate magnates, while Meng Xingxin is a singer who finds it inconvenient to descend. "Zhou Mu, the most prominent among them, is merely a novice in the field. Yet if he does not take action, who will? Furthermore, despite being a few years senior to Zhou Mu, his own musical endeavors pale in comparison to Zhou Mu's singular hit, Summer. Although composers are generally proud and possess lofty aspirations, they are keenly aware of their peers' prowess. Should they encounter a more accomplished industry giant, they would undoubtedly plead for guidance. Zhou Mu's presence at Han Hai may very well stem from a desire to glean a few insights. As Zhou Mu exited, Zhou Mu leisurely powered on his computer, fiddling with the keyboard and mouse before retrieving his headphones from a drawer. After half an hour of preparation, Zhou Mu rushed in, panting and carrying a large bag filled with coffee. "Brother Mu, this is mocha, this is Blue Mountain, and this is iced lemon," he exclaimed, placing over a dozen cups of coffee on Zhou Mu's desk, filling it to the brim. "Why so many?" Zhou Mu stared in astonishment at the array of coffee. "Not knowing your preferred flavor, I thought it best to buy a variety," Zhou Mu replied with a smile, joining Zhou Mu at his side. "That's enough, really. I usually only treat myself to instant coffee." Lin Yue chimed in, her tone playful yet assertive, as if to say, "Dare to express dissatisfaction, and I'll have my way with you." Zhou Mu merely chuckled, unconcerned, and took a sip from one of the cups. "All right, enough chit-chat. I need to get to work." With that, he adjusted the keyboard and began typing. Seeing Zhou Mu immersed in his work, Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue exchanged a knowing smile and returned to their respective offices. Neither of them specialized in music, so their understanding was limited, rendering their observations futile. However, Zhou Mu and Meng Shiqing were captivated by the scene. It was Meng Shiqing's first time witnessing a composer at work, and his expression was a mixture of curiosity and admiration. Zhou Mu, on the other hand, was a formally recognized composer, albeit a novice. As Zhou Mu became increasingly engrossed in his craft, Zhou Mu's demeanor began to shift. Zhou Mu's movements were remarkably swift, often before Zhou Mu could fully comprehend one line. Zhou Mu had already written the next. The pace only escalated during the composition and arrangement phase, to the point where Zhou Mu felt as though shadows flickered from Zhou Mu's hands on the keyboard. Did he not require time for contemplation? At that moment, Zhou Mu was besieged by questions. Why was it that when he composed, he felt as though he were laboriously squeezing out each note, while Zhou Mu seemed to effortlessly pluck melodies from thin air? If Zhou Mu had respected Zhou Mu for his status as a pillar of Han Hai prior to this, he now felt a profound sense of admiration and submission. In less than 3 hours, specifically in just 2.5, Zhou Mu had crafted an entire song from scratch. Moreover, he seamlessly integrated lyrics, melody, and arrangement without a moment's pause. "Brother Mu, your speed in writing is astonishing. Do you possess some secret?" Once he verified the score, Zhou Mu began to print it, while Meng Shiqing eagerly stood by the printer, excitedly stacking the sheets as if he were a devoted disciple. Zhou Mu opened the Copyright Registration Center of the Music Association to begin the process of registering copyrights, while simultaneously addressing Zhou Mu's inquiry. "As long as you can achieve one thing, you too may match my speed." What is that one thing? To be composed and assured. Chapter 25. Zhou Yu's speculation in the office of the general manager at Brilliant Entertainment. Zhou Yu gazed at the list of participants sent from Music Vanguard, feeling a surge of anger rising within her. She distinctly recalled that just a few days prior, when she inquired with the production team, the name Han Hai Entertainment was conspicuously absent. Yet within mere days, that name had appeared on the list. She recognized this as Zhou Mu's act of retaliation against them, reminiscent of how Zhou Yun's new song Summer had overwhelmed them during the newcomer season. Subsequently, when Brilliant's top artist Lin Su released a song, it was suppressed by Han Hai's emotion, leaving him utterly defenseless. "Big sister, that little wretch is clearly intent on opposing our Zhou family. It's outrageous that we have supported him all these years, only for him to turn ungrateful." Opposite Zhou Yu, the third sibling, Zhou Shuang, wore a sullen expression, her teeth clenched tightly. "Big sister, this cannot continue. We must devise a strategy. Otherwise, if this situation escalates and our family's involvement is exposed on the show, we will become a laughingstock." The second sibling, Zhou Lu, though anxious, maintained a semblance of calm. "What can I do?" Who would have imagined that our once disregarded, timid brother would possess such capabilities, single-handedly challenging our brilliant entertainment? Zhou Yu pressed her fingers against her temples, fatigue evident on her face. If only these songs were from us at Brilliant. With our capabilities, we could undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Humph, that illegitimate child can write songs? I suspect he may have stolen them. Otherwise, how could he have suddenly become talented outside of the Zhou family? Zhou Lu interjected, you ought to give him a chance. If I recall correctly, you have spoken to him less than 10 times over the years. Oh, my dear second sister, are you trying to play the Good Samaritan now? It's too late. Do you not remember the scarf he gifted you on your birthday? If I recall correctly, you tossed it into the trash right before him. At least I don't resort to violence against him. That is certainly better than ignoring him entirely. Enough. Zhou Yu slammed her hand on the table, her eyes blazing with anger. Have you all argued enough? I summoned you here to discuss solutions, not to bicker. He has already left. What can we possibly do now? Should we go and apologize? I say if he wishes to oppose us, then let us confront him. I am curious to see if he alone can contend with our team of dozens of composers at Brilliant. Zhou Lu cast a scornful glance at Zhou Shuang, a smirk forming at the corner of her lips. Yes, let us strike him down, and then let the world know that the Zhou family forced a talented son to sever ties with his own kin. That would surely bring you joy, wouldn't it? Enough of this. I intend to speak with him personally. I believe Zhou Mu still holds some affection for our family, but we have acted too harshly over the years, which has wounded his heart. Big sister, are you all right? Are you truly going to apologize to him? Regardless, I, Zhou Shuang, shall never recognize him as my brother. I have only one sibling, and that is Xiao Yun. Humph. With a face full of indignation, Zhou Shuang tossed her words aside and stormed out of the office. Perhaps accustomed to her demeanor, Zhou Yu and Zhou Lu were not taken aback by her outburst. Second brother, don't you think Xiao Yun resembles our father? Zhou Yu suddenly inquired of Zhou Lu, his head bowed in contemplation. What? Zhou Lu was momentarily taken aback. It is not unusual for a son to take after his father. However, she abruptly fell silent, as they both understood that Zhou Yun was merely their adopted child. The Zhou family's affection for Zhou Yun is an indisputable truth, yet now Zhou Yu claims that an adopted son bears a likeness to his adoptive father. Could it simply be coincidence? Or perhaps it is a result of spending ample time together. After all, isn't there saying about couples resembling one another? Zhou Yu shook his head. I believe it is more complex than that. Do you recall what Zhou Mu said the other day before he left? Which remark? Zhou Lu struggled to remember. Zhou Mu had spoken many words that day, and this sudden inquiry left her at a loss. He addressed Mother, expressing a hope that her good son would always be filial. Do you remember? So what? Isn't it normal for a son to be dutiful to his mother? Moreover, I trust that Xiao Yun is a good child. What is wrong with that? Then why did he only say it to mother and not to father? Zhou Lu found herself momentarily speechless. Perhaps Zhou Mu simply said it offhandedly. Are you being overly sensitive? Let's hope so. I would prefer to believe I am overthinking it. Otherwise, Zhou Yu found himself at a loss for words, shaking his head vigorously in an attempt to dispel the troubling thoughts from his mind. Yet that notion only seemed to take deeper root within his consciousness. Never mind. I shall go speak with him. Please do not share what I just told you with Xiao Shuang or Xiao Yun. Let no one know. I understand, elder sister. Please be careful. Zhou Lu nodded, aware that were she to divulge her thoughts to Zhou Shuang, within 10 minutes, the entire household would be aware, and turmoil would undoubtedly ensue, something she wished to avoid. Zhou Yu is known for her decisiveness. After speaking, she seized her bag and keys and hurried downstairs. Once in her car, she set off toward Hanhai Entertainment. At that moment, Zhou Mu remained unaware that Zhou Yu was on her way to find him, as he continued to chat amiably with Zhu Mo, brother Mu. Do you have a girlfriend? With a calm demeanor, Zhou Mu returned the keyboard to its place, responding, Why? Are you looking to introduce someone to me? Forget it. I wouldn't dare introduce anyone to you. Zhu Mo quietly gestured toward the inner office. How could I possibly recommend someone from outside when you're surrounded daily by such exquisite beauties? Zhou Mu nodded in agreement, fully understanding. What kind of place is the entertainment industry? It is a confluence of handsome men and beautiful women. If one were to claim that the entertainment world boasts the most stunning women, no one would dare to contradict that assertion. Though composers work behind the scenes, their daily interactions with various stars inevitably raise their standards for a partner. One must ask, how many who have grown accustomed to delicacies would ever find joy in mere common fare? However, Zhou Mu is an exception. He is well aware of the sordid affairs within the entertainment industry, and, deep down, he harbors a reluctance to consider a partner from this realm. Although individuals may possess striking beauty and substantial income, the demands of their profession often lead to prolonged absences from home, resulting in frequent separations and collaborations with other artists. If one were merely a singer, it might be bearable, but envisioning a scenario where one's girlfriend, an actress, engages in passionate scenes or intimate moments with other men on screen is quite disconcerting. Zhou Mu. The notion of sacrificing oneself for the sake of art is sheer nonsense. He does not belong to the artistic circle. So why should he be expected to make such sacrifices? It would be far preferable to find an ordinary girl to share a lifetime with. Chapter 26. Shares Little Fatty. I hear you have a fondness for someone like Lin Yue? Huh? In response to Zhou Mu's inquiry, Zhou Mu's gaze flickered, and he struggled to articulate a coherent answer. I see you are truly starving. Of all the choices, you fancy that fierce tigress. With your slight frame of 150 pounds, how can you withstand her relentless onslaught? But Sister Yue is beautiful. Her figure is simply stunning. Zhou Mu gestured expansively with both hands. Isn't Fu Yunwan even more exquisite? But Sister Yue is indeed captivating. With that simple statement, Zhou Mu fell silent. After all, the young man merely wished for his future children not to go hungry. What could be wrong with that? Little fatty, I shall refrain from commenting on your affections, but I do suggest that you focus on your work. If you were a senior or even a top-tier composer, you wouldn't find yourself lamenting the absence of women here, Zhou Mu advised earnestly, though he realized that he was not much older than Zhou Mu. Nevertheless, he had personally recruited this chubby fellow, and while part of the reason was due to his impressive achievements, Zhou Mu had also heard several of Zhou Mu's previous compositions. In his view, though the quality was average, there was an undeniable spark of creativity. Composing often resembles poetry. Sometimes, a stroke of genius can transform an otherwise unremarkable song into a sensational hit. The realm of entertainment has never adhered to a fixed template for success. Often, what one deems satisfactory may elicit a lukewarm response, while what seems trivial might achieve widespread acclaim. In summary, Zhou Mu held a favorable view of Zhou Mu and hoped he would not become ensnared in a web of infatuation, lest the individuals he mentored achieve nothing. Reflecting poorly on Zhou Mu himself, Zhou Mu chuckled foolishly. Don't worry, Brother Mu, I know what I'm doing. Let's go get foot massages tonight. It's on me. I wondered why it was so quiet today. It turns out you two were secretly plotting against me. Engrossed in their conversation, they failed to notice that the subject of their discussion, Lin Yue, had approached them from behind. Brother Mu, I'll come find you after work. Seeing the situation turn awkward, Zhou Mu decided to make his exit. His infatuation with Lin Yue was merely a fleeting attraction to her beauty. One need not pursue every crush, after all. How ungrateful, Zhou Mu thought, watching Zhou Mu's retreating figure, and before he could utter a word, a pair of delicate, fair hands rested upon his shoulder. As soon as the name Yue escaped his lips, he felt a tightening grip around his neck, causing his head to tilt backward involuntarily. The sensation at the back of his head triggered an instinctive thought in Zhou Mu's mind, but in the next moment, he found himself firmly ensnared in Lin Yue's embrace. Rendered immobile. A fierce tigress, is it? Enjoying the torment, I see. Today, I shall leave you in tatters. Beside them, Meng Xingqian, who had been perusing the sheet music, shifted slightly, seemingly intent on rising to assist, but a mere glare from Lin Yue caused him to immediately lower his head, adopting the demeanor of a dutiful scholar, oblivious to the world outside. Please, Yue, I implore you to show mercy. Let us not dwell on trifles. Zhou Mu pleaded awkwardly against the support of a cushion. However, Lin Yue showed no signs of relenting. What? Is this fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged figure not to your liking, Professor Zhou? Just as Zhou Mu felt himself on the brink of submission, the new receptionist, Su Yu, approached. Professor Zhou, there is someone at the door looking for you. Zhou Mu forcefully patted his arm around his neck, causing his head to sway. Perhaps sensing the unusual tension in his chest, Lin Yue finally released her grip. Her face bore a faint blush as she pinched the nape of Zhou Mu's neck, warning him that should he dare to speak ill of her again, he would not escape so easily. She then tossed a note onto Zhou Mu's desk. This is the Weibo account the company has applied for you. It has been verified. Remember to promote your songs when you release them. With that, Lin Yue turned, swaying her slender waist as she entered the office. Zhou Mu casually set the note aside, rubbing his neck as he walked toward the door. Professor Zhou, who would have thought you had such an affinity with women? The one at the entrance is quite a beauty. A woman? Zhou Mu responded, puzzled. Could it be that old classmate Jiang Weining had come to visit? Moments later, as Zhou Mu arrived at the company entrance, he caught sight of a familiar figure, and his expression instantly hardened. Miss Zhou, what brings you here? I believe I have made my stance quite clear. I have no further ties with the Zhou family. Zhou Yu gazed at her younger brother, her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions, as an indescribable sentiment began to blossom within her. Zhou Mu, I wish to have a serious conversation with you. Let's find a place to sit. No need, we can speak here. Besides, I see no reason to converse with anyone from the Zhou family. Behind them, Su Yu listened intently, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This was juicy gossip, though she regretted lacking a snack to accompany it. However, she dared not display her enthusiasm too openly, for Zhou Mu was one of the company's prominent figures, and she did not wish to become entangled in the drama. Su Yu feigned busyness, yet her ears were perked, eagerly attuned to every word exchanged at the door. Little brother, regardless of your anger, we are still bound by blood. You cannot possibly aid outsiders against your own kin. Outsiders? Who are the outsiders? Just as Zhou Mu and Zhou Yu engaged in their heated exchange, a voice suddenly emerged from behind them, Meng Shiqing. Before Zhou Mu could turn around, Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue had already appeared on either side of him, subtly positioning themselves as his protectors. Zhou is truly imposing. He has even come to undermine us at our doorstep. Although Han Hai may not rival the grandeur of the Hui Huang family, it is certainly not to be taken lightly. At that moment, Meng Shiqing's brows furrowed, completely shedding her usual persona of a drama-loving girl, embodying instead the essence of a formidable career woman. Her voice resonated powerfully as she addressed her colleagues, including Zhu Mo, who had gathered around. Dear colleagues, I have an announcement to make, Meng Shiqing declared, surveying her employees. Teacher Zhou Mu is not only a founding figure of Han Hai, but his contributions to the company are evident for all to see. Therefore, I announce that I will grant him 15 of the company's shares, which means that Teacher Zhou will become one of the owners of Han Hai. Currently, Han Hai Entertainment has 3 shareholders, Meng Shiqing, Meng Xingchen, and Lin Yue. Meng Shiqing and Meng Xingchen each hold 40, while Lin Yue holds 20. The 15 allocated to Zhou Mu is the result of a consensus among the 3, each contributing 5. The reasoning is simple. Han Hai's survival hinges on Zhou Mu alone. Both Summer and Emotion are unparalleled masterpieces. Life is inherently a gamble, and without Zhou Mu, it is uncertain whether Han Hai could have endured until now. Coupled with Fu Yunwan's new song and the pieces Meng Xingchen has recently acquired, Meng Shiqing, though not musically inclined, recognizes quality when she hears it. Having endured much loss, she now holds the advantage and is prepared to wager once more. Should she succeed, she will achieve greatness. Should she fail, how could she lose with such a powerful hand at her disposal? Chapter 27. The fallen Zhou Yu upon hearing Meng Shiqing's words. Zhou Yu's expression visibly darkened. Feeling the peculiar gazes directed at her, it was as though she were being subjected to excruciating torment. Zhou Mu, originally her younger brother, had been driven to sever ties with his family, while Meng Shiqing, an unrelated outsider, placed immense value on him, even granting him shares in the company. This stark contrast served as a bitter irony towards her so-called sisterly role. Meng, this is a family matter between my brother and me. I hope you will not interfere. Do you truly think I would harm him as a sister? Lin Yue could no longer contain her fury and stepped forward, confronting Zhou Yu with a fierce glare. You claim to be Zhou Mu's sister, Yet which sister would allow her own flesh and blood to live in a doghouse for so many years and subsist on leftovers? Your family has treated him with utter disdain, and now that he is of use to you, you think you can simply reclaim him? Dream on. I wonder if your mother discarded you at birth, raising you with nothing but a placenta, and you dare speak of blood ties? I have never seen a sister who would mistreat her own brother for the sake of a foster child. The way you treat him. Could Zhou Yun possibly be an illegitimate child of your family? The moment those words were uttered, Zhou Yu's face drained of color. Lin Yue seemed taken aback by the unforeseen impact of her casual remark. She instinctively moved closer to Zhou Mu, inquiring, what happened to her? Could it be that I truly struck a nerve? Zhou Mu, meeting Zhou Yu's bewildered gaze, offered no response. Instead, he regarded her with a frigid stare, as if she were an inconsequential stranger. Meanwhile, Fu Yunwan, who was hidden in the crowd, observed Zhou Mu with a gaze filled with compassion. She could hardly fathom that the usually light-hearted Zhou Mu harbored such a tragic past. Beside her, Zhu Mo's eyes were wide with disbelief. He never imagined that Zhou Mu had such a complicated history with his former employer. It all made sense now, when he had casually mentioned a few unflattering remarks about Hui Guang during his interview. Zhou Mu had decisively chosen to admit him. It was clear why Han Hai would allow Meng Xingchen, a newcomer with only one work to his name, to participate in the program Music Vanguard. They were evidently aiming for glory. Seeing Zhou Mu's tacit acknowledgement, Zhou Yu, her last shred of hope shattered, painfully closed her eyes. She had already suspected that Zhou Yun was her father's illegitimate child, yet she had never dared to admit it to herself. Priding herself on her exceptional intelligence, she had navigated both her studies and career with ease, yet she failed to see this glaring truth. What did that make her? It seemed the Zhou sisters had become a monumental joke, along with their mother. How would their mother, Su Sume, react if she knew she had driven away her own son for the sake of her husband's illegitimate child? Zhou Yu could scarcely bear to imagine that scenario. Brother, you have so much to say. Lin Yue, already impatient, abruptly seized the cup from the front desk belonging to Su Yu and splashed its contents directly onto Zhou Yu's face. Only upon soaking Zhou Yu did she realize the cup contained brown sugar water, the viscous liquid drenching her entirely. It dripped from her hair, and Zhou Yu stood there in stunned silence, unable to discern whether the moisture on her face was from the drink or her own tears. What are you staring at? You are not welcome here, so don't force me to take matters into my own hands and escort you out. Lin Yue pointed towards the door, commanding her to leave at once. Zhou Yu instinctively glanced at Zhou Mu, only to receive a cold, indifferent stare in return. Under the dual assault of psychological and physical torment, Zhou Yu felt as if her spirit had been completely drained, rendering her a mere shell of herself. Unaware of how to return to the company, it was not until Zhou Lu spotted her that she hurriedly pulled her into the office. Sister, what's wrong? Did Zhou Mu bully you? I'll confront him. No. Zhou Yu grasped Zhou Lu's arm, her face a mask of sorrow. Sister, what do you think would happen if Mom found out that little Zhou Yun is Dad's illegitimate son? Sister, did Zhou Mu say something to you? Zhou Lu looked at her with concern. Zhou Mu despises us now. Could he have fabricated a lie to deceive us? A lie? Zhou Lu felt she had unraveled the truth, her tone growing fervent. I believe Zhou Mu is deliberately saying this to upset us, sowing seeds of suspicion to enjoy the spectacle of our discord. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yu shook his head in rebuttal, asserting that it was unlikely. Such matters could easily be unraveled with a simple paternity test, and there was no need for him to resort to such measures. By the way, was the family health check scheduled for this year? In half a month. In that case, let us move it up tomorrow, no today. You must contact the hospital immediately. The sooner, the better. Then, find a way to secure a portion of blood and hair samples from both father and Zhou Yun. Sister, do you truly believe what Zhou Mu has said? Whether I believe it or not is inconsequential. The truth is what matters. Remember, until there is a resolution to this matter, no one can be informed, not even San Mei and mother. Zhou Yu particularly emphasized Zhou Shuang and their mother, Su Sume. The sisters have regarded Zhou Yun as their own brother for years, especially Zhou Shuang, who shares the closest bond with him. Given her naive disposition, once she learns the truth, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar that would be impossible to contain. As for their mother, Su Mei, when Zhou Mu went missing, she fell into a deep depression due to overwhelming sorrow, which only began to abate when Father Zhou Banghua brought Zhou Yun back. Perhaps it was because Su Mei had poured all her love into Zhou Yun. If she were to discover that Zhou Yun was the illegitimate child of her husband, forcing out her own flesh and blood for the spawn of a mistress, Zhou Yu could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue. For now, everything rests on the hope that Zhou Yun is not genetically linked to them. Otherwise, the Zhou family would face imminent ruin. After Zhou Yu departed, Hanhai Company returned to its usual tranquility. Meng Shiqing had even issued a gag order, forbidding any discussion of the matter within the company. Zhou Mu, come here for a moment. Upon entering Meng Shiqing's office, he found not only her, but also Meng Xingchen and Lin Yue present. Zhou Mu, please sign this contract. Meng Shiqing placed a document before him, the cover emblazoned with the words Share Transfer Agreement. General Manager Meng, are you serious? Zhou Mu gasped, initially believing that Meng Shiqing was merely putting on a fade for Zhou Yu. To his astonishment, she genuinely intended to offer him shares. Though he was confident that as time passed, with the increasing number of works released and growing influence, it was only a matter of time before Meng Shiqing would offer him shares to retain him. He did not expect the day to arrive so swiftly. Meng Shiqing smiled charmingly. Of course it's genuine. I, Meng Shiqing, am known for my decisiveness. When I say you will receive shares, you shall receive shares. Moreover, this is the result of our collective deliberation. You can rest assured. As she spoke, Meng Xingchen and Lin Yue nodded in agreement. Zhou Mu, to be frank, I initially had my doubts about Meng Shiqing taking over Hanhai. If it weren't for you, our company would have inevitably faced bankruptcy. You should sign this contract with confidence. Indeed, Brother Mu, just go ahead and sign. If you find 15 shares insufficient, we can always negotiate further. Having lived 3 lives, Zhou Mu was not one to be overly sentimental. Seeing the sincerity in their eyes, he no longer hesitated and signed his name on the contract. Haha, Brother Mu. Now we are truly one family. Upon seeing Zhou Mu's signature, Meng Xingchen excitedly embraced him, filled with joy. Indeed, we are now comrades. Chapter 28. Listening to the sea with a smile gracing her face, Meng Shiqing continued, Zhou Mu, from this day forth, you shall assume the role of music director at Hanhai. Zhou Mu paused momentarily, the title of music director echoing in his mind. Indeed, music director. Now that you are a shareholder in the company, it would be inappropriate for you to remain in a minor position, wouldn't it? While we cannot alter your status as a composer, we can certainly decide your role within the company. Lin Yue interjected, your office has already been prepared for you. It is right next to the lobby, enclosed by glass. Zhou Mu suddenly comprehended. No wonder he had observed someone tidying up that office these past few days. Initially, he had assumed it was for a new management hire, but it turned out to be arranged for him. He followed Lin Yue to the office, where she leaned against the door, her eyes sparkling as she watched him explore the space. The office was approximately 15 square meters, with one wall facing the window and the other 3 composed of tempered glass, offering a panoramic view of the outside world. Inside, there was a Z-shaped wooden desk adorned with 2 monitors and a printer, along with several empty folders. Behind the expansive executive chair was a glass wall featuring a shelf, though it currently stood bare. Additionally, there were a few potted plants, 2 sofas of varying sizes, and a coffee table. A small refrigerator even nestled in a corner beside the sofa. What do you think? Are you satisfied with your office? I personally selected and arranged every item here. Let me know if anything seems amiss. Not at all, Zhou Mu replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. I truly love this office. Thank you, Sister Yue. Well, as long as you're pleased. You must strive hard, our future maestro. My future dowry depends on you. Lin Yue teased, giving her hair a playful toss and flashing a sweet smile. Once Lin Yue departed, Zhou Mu spun around in his chair, an undeniable thrill coursing through him. From a semi-reclusive music blogger to the music director with an independent office, the journey had been fraught with challenges known only to him. Yet, he firmly believed that this was not the culmination of his aspirations. Indeed, leaving the Zhou family had proven to be the most astute decision he could have made. Amidst his joy, He remained mindful of his responsibilities. Zhou Mu opened his computer and logged into the Weibo account Lin Yue had provided him. It was a new account, showcasing his name, Zhou Mu, adorned with a blue verification badge. With only a handful of followers, including Han Hai's official account and a few colleagues, his posts amounted to a solitary system-generated activation message. Today marked the release of Fu Yunwan's new song, and as the composer, he felt compelled to make an announcement. After a moment of contemplation, he pulled out the keyboard and began to type. Do not be startled by the whine as spring slumbers. The scent of tea dissipates with the pages of a book. At that moment, it was merely ordinary. The song, Listening to the Sea, written and composed by myself and sung by Fu Yunwan, has officially launched today. I hope all music lovers find their romantic destinies fulfilled. In the realm of Han Hai entertainment, the world of Xia and Hua resembles an ambiguous nation with a historical backdrop largely akin to our own, yet embellished with some unique attributes while lacking others. At times, Zhou Mu finds himself lamenting the absence of a system that other time travelers possess. Had he been endowed with such a mechanism, his extensive knowledge of literary and cinematic works from his past life might have granted him a plethora of choices. However, upon reflection, he realizes that although devoid of system, he possesses a hard drive that accompanied his journey through time, containing an ample collection of musical works that could undoubtedly command attention in this new world. Furthermore, having pursued a degree in music in both lives, it seems the heavens have deemed him fit for this vocation. As for poetry and prose, he can indulge in the occasional display of flair. What more could he desire? As a composer, Zhou Mu's responsibilities conclude upon the release of his songs. Yet for Fu Yunwan, the singer, her journey is only just beginning. A few days ago, she announced her signing with Han Hai on Weibo, and since then, the online discourse surrounding this matter has been incessant. The predominant debate revolves around whether her decision to sign with such an obscure company as a second-tier artist signifies a resignation to mediocrity. She may accept this, but her fans certainly do not. Among them is Qian Ku, a devoted follower primarily captivated by her beauty, who nonetheless feels compelled to support her new release. He opens a chat group named the Most Beautiful Fu Yunwan Support Group, number 9, to share the news. Breaking news. Our goddess Fu Yunwan has released a new song. After a few minutes of silence, responses gradually trickle in. Is Fu Yunwan really releasing a new song? Is this true? The last one seemed to have come out last year, right? Weren't we informed earlier this year the new album was in the works? Why has it turned into a single? Is her new company not up to par? Who knows? When she mentioned working on a new album, she was still with Tian Mei. Now that she has switched companies, we are left wondering about her resources. Sighing, Qian Ke reflects on the group, which once boasted a membership of 1,000, now dwindled to around 400, with others having disbanded. This group initially had over a dozen similar support groups, all nearly at capacity, and entry required waiting for a spot. However, as negative news about Fu Yunwan proliferated and her output dwindled, members began to exit, and several groups have since dissolved. Our group, once thriving, now comprises less than half its original strength, mostly consisting of fans enamored with her looks. Even Qian Ku himself cannot recall the last time he engaged in conversation here. Yet, who says all men are unfaithful? If one possesses sufficient charm, there will always be admirers waiting patiently. Shaking his head, Qian Ku resumes typing, Our goddess has finally released a new song. At the very least, I should show my support. Gentlemen, bear with me for a moment. I shall test the waters. With that, he adeptly exits the chat and opens his music application, navigating to Fu Yunwan's artist page. Listening to the Sea? The title of her new song possesses a certain artistic flair, though its quality remains to be seen. As Qian Ku clicked the play button, details of the song materialized before his eyes. Listening to the Sea, composed, penned, and arranged by Zhou Mu, performed by Fu Yunwan. The name stirred a sense of familiarity within him. Before he could ponder its significance, the sound of crashing waves enveloped him, drawing his attention into the music. The ensuing piano and strings evoked a tightness in his chest. A melancholic ballad, perhaps? It seemed Fu Yunwan rarely ventured into such themes, which piqued his curiosity. Previously, her songs predominantly catered to a youthful audience, characterized by a girlish sentiment hence Qianku's surprise. Soon, the strings began to fade, and Fu Yunwan's unmistakable voice emerged. Write to me and tell me what color the sea is today. Chapter 29. Reactions. Write to me and tell me what color the sea is today. The sea that accompanies you every night. How does it reflect your mood? Gray signifies unspoken words. Blue embodies melancholy, while you adrift with a heart tempestuous. Where do you anchor? Write to me tonight. What do you wish to dream? Does the me within your dreams leave you with no choice? I clutch my heart, unable to close my eyes all night. Why, despite your evident feelings, do you remain distant? As the verse concluded, Qianku found himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions, yearning, confusion, and a stifling silence yearning for release. It reminded him of the time after graduating from university, navigating a long-distance relationship with his then-girlfriend. The once fervent love, plagued by distance, dwindled from daily longing to sporadic greetings, eventually succumbing to endless doubts, culminating in an inevitable, unresolved end. Just as nostalgia washed over him, the chorus erupted. Listen, the sea weeps, lamenting who has been hurt yet remains oblivious. It surely cannot be me. At least I remain composed. But tears, even tears refuse to believe. Listen, the sea weeps. This ocean is excessively sentimental, weeping until dawn. Write me a letter. Let it serve as our final agreement, revealing your feelings when you left me. As the chorus concluded, Qianku's complex emotions found a fleeting outlet. Within mere moments, he traversed through discontent, worry, anticipation, turmoil, questioning, and regret. How can one not feel regret? Two people once deeply in love ultimately parted ways across a screen, though both had contemplated salvaging the relationship. The harshness of reality rendered their efforts a mere jest. Taking several deep breaths, Qianku endeavored to calm his restless heart, his fingers instinctively clicking the play button once more. Dear user, your free trial has concluded. Would you like to purchase this song? Qianku paused momentarily. While he admired Fu Yunwan's beauty, his willingness to offer tangible support was limited. Fu Yunwan has over 20 songs in total, yet only 4 or 5 have compelled him to spend money on downloads. Nevertheless, in this moment, he chose to purchase without hesitation. After completing the payment, the song resumed playing, and as he gazed at the familiar song details, Qianku once again noticed the name Zhou Mu, responsible for the lyrics and composition. Though he is not a music major, this does not prevent him from understanding the intricacies of such a triadic endeavor. It seems that Zhou Mu possesses a certain talent. The melodies are exquisite, and the lyrics are commendable. Curious, he clicked on the name, and the software promptly displayed the detailed information of the composer. In the collection, there are only 3 works: Summer, Emotion, and this piece, Listening to the Sea. No wonder this name strikes a chord. It turns out he is the creator of these songs that have been on repeat in his playlist. Qianku's interest was thoroughly piqued, as these are the very songs he had been listening to daily, all penned by the same individual. He attempted to search for Zhou Mu on Weibo, and to his surprise, he found him. Zhou Mu, a graduate of the composition department of Chong'an Art College, serves as the music director at Hanhai Entertainment Company and is a junior composer, with notable works including Summer, Emotion, and Listening to the Sea. Upon reviewing his posts, there was only one, but it captivated Qianku's attention instantly. Do not be startled by wine as spring slumbers, betting on books to dissipate the fragrant tea. At that time, it was merely commonplace. Qianku recited these lines, experiencing an unspoken resonance. His major in university was literature, and he had once been a figure of some renown, participating in poetry societies and organizing poetry gatherings. Yet he vowed he had never encountered this particular washing the stream sand before. Could it be an original work? In his university days, he had also claimed the title of poet, but alas, the literature department is often deemed a field where graduates face immediate unemployment. In this era dominated by the internet, most traditional literary sectors are barely surviving. Just like himself, after failing to secure a job post-graduation, he returned to his hometown of Chong'an to take civil service exams, immersing himself in the endless task of drafting various materials. His once proud literary foundation had become a mere tool for praise, and years within the bureaucratic system had dulled his edges. Yet this unfamiliar washing the stream sand rekindled his interest in literature. As listening to the sea continued to play in his headphones, memories of his time in the Poetry Society and his former girlfriend flooded back. Suddenly, an impulse surged within him. He yearned to visit her city once more, even if only from a distance. The thought blossomed rapidly, and upon glancing at his colleagues, who were either sipping tea, chatting, or reading newspapers, he was overwhelmed by emotion. He rose to request leave from his superior, organized his belongings, and booked a flight in one swift motion. At that time, it was merely commonplace. However, he felt compelled to try once more. Failure is far superior to the regret of inaction. The most beautiful woman in the music industry returns with a new song. Is it a sweet reward or a struggle for survival? Fu Yunwan releases a single after a year, garnering both acclaim and ticket sales. The man behind it all surprises. Shocking. A closer look at Fu Yunwan and the man behind her. Less than 2 days since the release of Listening to the Sea, news about Fu Yunwan began to flood the internet. In this digital age, many media outlets, in their relentless pursuit of traffic, seem to repeatedly cross ethical boundaries. Once a prominent figure, Fu Yunwan, although merely a second-tier singer, commanded a level of popularity during her peak that rivaled that of first-tier artists due to her beauty. Her triumphant return has naturally attracted a swarm of media attention. Concurrently, the name Zhou Mu has once again emerged on the stage. Though he has only debuted for less than 2 months and produced merely 3 songs, it can be asserted that each of these tracks is a masterpiece. While one hit may be attributed to luck, 2 could be deemed coincidental. However, the presence of 3 exceptional songs undeniably reflects genuine talent. These media indeed have a penchant for sensationalism. They lavishly craft lengthy articles without mentioning the merits of the songs, resorting instead to trivial and eye-catching rhetoric. In the office, Zhou Mu grumbled discontentedly as he perused these articles. Brother Mu, these articles are merely for amusement. The media's perspective has always been skewed. Just chuckle and move on. So Montauk chimed in joviality. Little fatty, how's the song I asked you to write coming along? Don't just waste time and neglect your work. Zhou Mu glared at Zhou Mu, feeling a surge of frustration. He had requested the song days ago, yet there had been no progress. Currently, with few singers in the industry, Zhou Mu could manage. However, it wouldn't be due to expect Zhou Mu to personally handle every piece once the market became saturated. Zhou Mu sheepishly scratched his head and smiled. How could that be, Brother Mu? I'm refining it, after all. I can't compare to your songwriting, which seems as effortless as eating. Just give me a bit more time. Zhou Mu understood the challenges of songwriting and wasn't genuinely pressuring him. His own speed stemmed from the abundance of ideas in his mind, an advantage not shared by others. Crafting a song is no simple task under normal circumstances. A novice composer is expected to deliver just 1 song per month. He merely aimed to instill a sense of urgency in Zhou Mu. Moreover, having merely a melody is insufficient. Lyrics and arrangement must follow, and completing a full song can take a month or more. All right, don't try to play coy with me. I'll ensure the company expedites finding someone for the lyrics and arrangement. You should also be proactive and prepare some material. It will be beneficial for you. Understood, Brother Mu. I'll head out now. Once Zhou Mu nodded, Zhou Mu exited the office. The moment he stepped outside, his expression fell. Despite his casual demeanor before Zhou Mu, he was far from completion on his so-called song. To be precise, he had only written part of the verse, with the chorus still in its infancy. Reflecting on Zhou Mu's ability to finalize lyrics, melody, and arrangement in less than an afternoon, he felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. One cannot deny that sometimes the disparity between individuals is indeed greater than that between man and beast. Chapter 30. The anger of Zhou Yun as the performer of Listening to the Sea. Fu Yunwan was currently nestled on her sofa at home, diligently perusing the comment section. Upon encountering numerous remarks asserting that her new song surpassed all her previous works, she found herself at a loss, caught between emotions of joy and sorrow. Yunwan, it seems we are about to bask in the limelight. In just a couple of days, I have received no less than 20 various invitation calls. It appears fortune is finally smiling upon us. With a joyful expression, Chun Lin strolled in from the balcony, her smile nearly reaching the back of her head. Observing the elated Chun Lin, Fu Yunwan couldn't help but smile as well. Sister Lin, I remember you vehemently opposed my signing with Han Hai. What has changed now? Well, back then I thought you were only considering signing due to your connection with President Ming. Moreover, Han Hai was indeed a bit small, with resources lacking on all fronts. Ultimately, I was just worried about you suffering losses. However, that teacher Zhou Mu may appear youthful, but his talent is truly commendable. To my eyes, those so-called golden labels are hardly anything special. At this point, Chun Lin patted her chest in a moment of relief, her heart racing. Thank goodness she hadn't prevented Fu Yunwan from signing, or else a gem like listening to the sea would never have been theirs to enjoy. Although she hadn't voiced it, she was well aware that Zhou Mu was not the easiest person to work with. Perhaps concerned that Fu Yunwan's reserved nature might hinder her future, Zhou Mu had insisted that Fu Yunwan sing in front of the entire company. As Fu Yunwan's manager, Chun Lin was fully aware of the situation. Yet Zhou Mu was truly unyielding. When Fu Yunwan hesitated to sing, he simply sat there, glaring at her for an entire day. Even when Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue came out to speak kindly on her behalf, it made no difference. Chun Lin felt a pang of sympathy watching Fu Yunwan's tearful expression, yet Zhou Mu remained unmoved. This deadlock lasted for 3 days, and perhaps due to sheer numbness, Fu Yunwan eventually sang a song with an expressionless face. Now, she could effortlessly sing in front of everyone. In fact, just the day before the song's release, Zhou Mu had arranged for Fu Yunwan to host a live stream. Although she initially struggled to find her words, she gradually managed to articulate a few sentences. Chun Lin was so delighted that she nearly praised Zhou Mu to the heavens. Had they encountered this benevolent figure sooner, Fu Yunwan might have been able to glimpse the possibility of stardom. I wonder who once claimed that teacher Zhou was unreliable in his duties. Oh dear, little ancestor, I admit my mistake. In the face of Fu Yunwan's playful reproach, Chun Lin clasped her hands in apology. How could I doubt you? Teacher Zhou is indeed capable. It is no wonder that my Yunwan is so eager to impress him. Sister Lin, you are incorrigible. Fu Yunwan blushed at the teasing, rising to cover Chun Lin's mouth. All right, I won't jest any longer, Chun Lin chuckled, halting Fu Yunwan's playful antics. Tell me, how do you think your new song Listening to the Sea will perform? I noticed that your previous song Summer had over 2 million downloads last month, and this month it has exceeded 100,000. Emotional is also nearing 100,000. I feel Emotional is far superior to Summer, so why are the figures not reflecting that? Fu Yunwan turned and settled back onto the sofa before speaking slowly. Sister Lin, you seem to have overlooked one crucial detail. Summer is a lively song that resonates more with the aesthetic sensibilities of today's youth. In contrast, Emotional Investment is a quintessential retro ballad, more restrained and subtle. It is likely incomprehensible without a certain level of life experience. It's akin to traditional operas. As a child, one may find them merely cacophonous. Yet upon maturity, the lingering melodies reveal a unique charm. The same principle applies to Emotional Investment. Only those who have truly loved can appreciate its depths. While the current metrics of Emotional Investment may not rival those of Summer, I believe this is merely a matter of potential yet to be realized. For the average listener, the song's profound meaning is often elusive, but time will prove everything. Indeed, I have observed many in our circle remarking upon the meticulous arrangement of this song. However, it is rare to find someone who can masterfully intertwine lyrics, melody, and arrangement. It seems we have indeed aligned ourselves with a remarkable talent. Sister Lin, I am contemplating inviting teacher Zhou to dinner as a gesture of gratitude, especially since his contribution has been pivotal for my new song. Ah, how could I have forgotten? Chun Lin exclaimed, suddenly slapping her forehead. You see, my mind is just racing with excitement. You should call teacher Zhou right now, and I will secure a reservation. Isn't that a bit hasty? Although fully aware of Lin's decisive nature, Fu Yunwan was still taken aback by Chun Lin's swift action. I merely have a singular intention, while you seem to have jumped straight to execution. Wherein lies the haste? Considering the trajectory of Listening to the Sea, our resurgence is inevitable. We may not have another opportunity like this. Trust me. Let us invite teacher Zhou for dinner tonight. Upon concluding her statement, Chun-Lin pulled out her phone to make the call. Seizing the moment while searching for the number, she added, "By the way, I believe it would be more sincere if you extended the invitation in person at the company. A mere phone call may not convey our earnestness." Fu Yunwan Matid. Damn it. Zhou Mu, why are you still alive? Why? What makes you superior to me? In the office of brilliant entertainment, Zhou Yun was hoarse with rage, glaring at the staggering achievements of Zhou Mu's songs, which left the office strewn with shattered glass and paper. During the rookie season, his accomplishments were utterly overshadowed by Zhou Mu. Although the new song Listening to the Sea had only been released for 2 days, its acclaim and metrics were soaring, leading to the current scene of frustration. After venting his fury, Zhou Yun leaned on the desk, gasping for breath, his eyes bloodshot. Despite his inner turmoil threatening to drive him mad, he could only sulk in the office, breaking things to relieve his anger. Shouting would inevitably attract attention, and that would ruin his carefully crafted persona. He desperately suppressed his rage, tidied his attire, and exited the office, casually instructing the cleaner waiting by the door to tidy up before making his way to Zhou Yu's office. The cleaner remained, staring despondently at the chaotic floor, silently questioning the heavens. How many times had this been? 4 or 5? Did they truly regard him as a mere beast of burden? Alas, complaints aside, the cleaning still had to be done. After all, he was the company's young master. On the other side, Zhou Yun, wearing a sullen expression, marched straight towards his eldest sister, Zhou Yu, ignoring the greetings from his colleagues at Huiwang, his face clearly reflecting his displeasure. Upon pushing open the door, he found his second sister, Zhou Lu, and third sister, Zhou Shuang, already present. Zhou Yun's countenance transformed as he greeted them with a smile. Eldest sister, second sister, third sister, how delightful to see you all. Zhou Yu's expression tightened upon seeing Zhou Yun stride in, subtly concealing a document from the table. Little Yun has arrived. Zhou Shuang beamed at her most cherished younger brother. How are the songs coming along? If you don't find any to your liking, I can have the composition department provide a new selection. There's no need, third sister. I quite enjoy all the songs. I appreciate your efforts. Chapter 31. The awakening of the Zhou sisters. Huiguang Entertainment is a grand enterprise, boasting no fewer than 20 composers in its composition department. As the young master of the company, Zhou Yun certainly has no shortage of songs. That's wonderful. Little brother, for the next few days, focus solely on practicing your songs. Make sure to deliver a resounding blow to that wretched child during the performance. Zhou Shuang encouraged, shaking her small fist in support. Zhou Yun's face flickered with a hint of reluctance, though there was an undercurrent of pride in his eyes. Third sister, please refrain from such remarks. After all, he is our fourth brother. We are all family, and if it weren't for me, perhaps you would still be a loving family. Little brother, I won't allow you to speak like that. You consider him in every aspect, yet what has he done for you? Have you forgotten how things were when we visited him last time? I say he deserves to be struck down by lightning. Enough. Zhou Yu, unable to endure the conversation any longer, interjected. Little Yun, do you have something to discuss with us? Nothing much, eldest sister. Mother just called and asked us to return home early for dinner. All right, I understand. You should go practice your songs now. The recording is just a few days away, and you need to prepare thoroughly. Very well, eldest sister. I shall take my leave now, Zhou Yun replied with a smile, turning to exit the office. He couldn't shake the feeling that Zhou Yu seemed to harbor a faint sense of distance towards him today. Casting a resentful glance at the closed door, he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, a few despicable individuals. Once I seize control of Huiguang, I will swiftly expel you all. Let's see how you grovel before me then." As Zhou Yun departed, Zhou Yu exhaled slowly, retrieving the document she had hidden away. You two should take a look at this. It just arrived this morning. What is it that seems so mysterious? Zhou Shuang asked nonchalantly as she took the document from Zhou Yu's hands and began to read. A paternity test report. Whose is it? Zhou Shuang looked up at her two sisters, puzzled by the lack of response, prompting her to continue reading. The genetic marker testing results support the probability that Sample 1 is the biological father of Sample 2 at 99. 99. Sample 1. Zhou Benghua. Sample 2. Zhou Yun? Zhou Shuang abruptly lifted her gaze towards Zhou Yun. Eldest sister, What does this mean? Can't you read for yourself? The report is quite clear. So little Yun is our father's biological son, our true brother? Zhou Shuang's face revealed a look of shock, which quickly transformed into one of exhilaration. How wonderful! I have always hoped that Xiao Yun was my biological brother, and to my astonishment, it turns out to be true. Zhou Yu, seated at her desk, felt an unsettling twitch in the corners of her eyes. Although she knew her spirited third sister had a close bond with Zhou Yun, she never anticipated such a lapse in judgment. While I, too, harbor no fondness for that Zhou Mu, I must now concede to his words. Zhou Shuang, is your mind made of tofu? To call you big-breasted and brainless is a grave insult to the term. Zhou Lu interjected, what do you mean? Is it not a good thing that Xiao Yun has become our biological brother? Regardless, I simply adore Xiao Yun, and I shall call our parents to share this delightful news. With that, Zhou Shuang disregarded everyone else and pulled out her phone to make the call. The perpetually cold Zhou Yu could no longer contain her frustration. She rose, navigated around the desk, and snatched the phone from Zhou Shuang's grasp, hurling it violently to the floor before delivering a sharp slap to her face. Zhou Shuang, I implore you to think carefully. If you wish to avoid us becoming motherless, then you must safeguard this secret with utmost diligence. Zhou Shuang, clutching her cheek, gazed at her furious elder sister in disbelief. In her memory, though Zhou Yu was often stern, she had never shown such displeasure towards her sisters. Take a closer look, Zhou Yu insisted, thrusting the report back into Zhou Shuang's hands. Do you see clearly now? Zhou Yun is our father's biological son, and he has no relation to our mother whatsoever. Do you comprehend what this signifies? He is our father's illegitimate child. Our father has been unfaithful. Feeling aggrieved, Zhou Shuang's eyes brimmed with tears, yet her words remained defiant. What of being an illegitimate child? I only know he is my brother by blood. We were close even without a blood tie. Should we not be even better now that we are related? What of our mother? Do you reckon a woman would react calmly upon discovering that she has been raising her husband's mistress's child for over 20 years? With all familial affairs destined to be entrusted to this illegitimate son, while her own flesh and blood is driven away. Elder sister, surely it cannot be so? Zhou Lu queried uncertainly. Setting aside Xiao Yun's character, the company is the result of our parents' joint efforts, and the three of us sisters have contributed as well. You are unaware of what kind of man our father is? To put it plainly, he is obstinately self-serving, firmly believing that daughters are destined to be married off, while sons are the bedrock of the family. Are you aware of the company's shareholding structure? Father holds 60, mother only 10. Zhou Yun possesses 20, and I have 10, of which Zhou Yun's 10 was a gift from mother. So, combined, the four of us barely equate to one illegitimate child. Zhou Lu's complexion darkened significantly. It was evident that, despite her role as the financial director in a family enterprise, shares represent power. To put it bluntly, as long as father and Zhou Yun agree, they could expel the four of us at any moment. At that moment, Zhou Shuang timidly spoke up. Could it be possible that father is unaware that Zhou Yun is his biological son? This statement was met with incredulous stares from both Zhou Yu and Zhou Lu, as if they were witnessing sheer folly. Zhou Yu gazed at her intellectually challenged sister, her face increasingly shadowed by sorrow. I now find myself doubting whether Zhou Mu was indeed abducted by traffickers, or if he was sent away by our father, merely to secure a position for Zhou Yun. Such words should not be uttered lightly, for even the most ruthless of tigers do not consume their young. Surely, our father, no matter how egregious his actions, would not stoop to such depths. Yet, do you not find it rather coincidental? Zhou Yu remarked with a cold smile, noting that Zhou Mu was lost for mere days before our father brought back Zhou Yun, subsequently ceasing any search for Zhou Mu. Thereafter, we were consistently guided to regard Zhou Yun as our dear brother, and even upon Zhou Mu's return, our attitudes towards him were largely dictated by our father. Furthermore, regarding the company's shares, it was he who persuaded our mother to allocate a portion to Zhou Yun under the pretense of allowing her to recuperate at home. And what of us, his daughters? Since my graduation, I have devoted myself tirelessly to the company, neglecting both rest and romance. And the same holds true for the two of you. Eldest sister, do you believe Zhou Yun is aware of these matters? What do you think? Zhou Yu cast a contemplative glance at Zhou Lu. Who was it that consistently reported to us about Zhou Mu's alleged thefts, fights, truancy, and skipping classes? Who interrupted Zhou Mu every time he attempted to defend himself? Despite her seemingly nonchalant demeanor, Zhou Yu's internal shock was hardly less than that of her two younger sisters. As the general manager for many prosperous years, she had encountered a fair share of workplace deceit and manipulation, yet she had seldom, if ever, encountered someone as cunning as Zhou Yun, who wore a facade of righteousness. Ironically, this self-proclaimed favored daughter had, for years, been outmaneuvered by a mere child, even frequently assisting him in his misdeeds. No, I refuse to believe it. I cannot fathom that Xiao Yun is such a person. You are all deceiving me. Chapter 32. Social Butterfly, Social Anxiety. Are you attempting to deceive me into bringing Zhou Mu back through such convoluted means? What benefits has he bestowed upon you? Observing the almost frenzied Zhou Shuang, Zhou Yu felt a pang of distress. If she could, she would prefer to believe this was merely a misunderstanding. She did not wish to acknowledge that the father she had respected since childhood was a malevolent figure, nor that her beloved brother was a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. Yet, the facts lay starkly before her. The paternity test served as irrefutable evidence. In pursuit of accuracy, she and Zhou Lu had divided the collected hair, blood, and skin flakes into several samples, sending them to different testing facilities. Regrettably, the results proved to be unanimously identical. As Zhou Shuang, in tears, attempted to flee, Zhou Yu swiftly grasped her arm, pinning her back onto the sofa. Zhou Shuang, what you think is your own affair, but should you dare to disclose this matter, do not blame me for disregarding years of sisterly affection. The eldest sister, Zhou Lu, watched anxiously as Zhou Yu's face twisted in rage, uncertain of how to interject. Zhou Lu, you too must heed my warning. Until I grant permission, let no one dare speak recklessly, or they shall face my wrath. During their childhood, Zhou Banghua and Su Sumei were perpetually preoccupied with company affairs, leaving little time to tend to their daughters. As a result, Zhou Yu assumed the role of their parental figure, overseeing everything from laundry and meals to academic pursuits. Thus, her words carried significant weight among her sisters. The two sisters had never encountered such a formidable elder sister. Zhou Shuang ceased her weeping, and despite her reluctance, she could only nod in agreement when faced with her sister's almost contorted visage. Observing her acquiescence, Zhou Yu refrained from pressing further and allowed her to exit the office. Elder sister, do you think father is paving the way for Xiao Yin? I do not know, Zhou Yu responded despondently, shaking his head. However, seeing that he is willing to forsake his own son, I fear that if we ever obstruct Zhou Yun's path, what do you think he would do to us? Zhou Lu dared not meet her gaze. Based on her understanding of their father, it was clear which child he would choose without needing to ask. What shall we do then? We must prepare for the future, not only for ourselves, but also for mother. Should we find ourselves destitute one day, I doubt they would feel any pity for us. In recent days, I had someone investigate Zhou Yun's usual conduct. Heavens, I can hardly believe our dear younger brother has so many tricks up his sleeve. As for mother, Zhou Yu continued, I will assess the situation before speaking to her. Second, I have a task for you. Find that woman. Zhou Lu was momentarily taken aback before realizing, I understand. I will hire a few private detectives to gather information. What about you, elder sister? Zhou Yu, expressionless, gazed at the ceiling and murmured, I need to find Zhou Mu. After all, we are all women, and if. Seeing her once idolized sister reduced to a state akin to a stray dog, Zhou Lu felt her heart wrench in agony. She couldn't help but worry. Would Zhou Mu truly be willing to return? Meanwhile, within the realm of Hanhai Entertainment, Zhou Mu was maneuvering his character in a game, rushing from the top lane to the mid lane to prepare for a team fight. To his dismay, upon arrival, he found his teammates had retreated to base. Not only had he wasted a trip, but he had also squandered a valuable great annihilation. A familial greeting escaped his lips involuntarily. Just as he was about to continue playing, Fu Yunwan unexpectedly knocked and entered. Teacher Zhou, do you have time this evening? I would like to treat you to dinner. Zhou Mu glanced at the monochrome game interface, silently shutting off the screen to avoid any further interaction. Why the sudden invitation to dinner? I wanted to thank you for your hard work in preparing the new song for me these past few days, she replied. Very well, but it will have to be after I finish work. Zhou Mu did not reject her kindness. He had previously dined with Yu Yang and Meng Xingchen. And Zhou Mu was another matter entirely. That's great. I'll send you the address. Just come over after work. Fu Yunwan left with a cheerful demeanor, and once she departed, Zhou Mu reopened the screen, discovering the lower left corner of the game bustling with activity. It turned out he had been soaking in the fountain after respawning, and his teammates mistakenly thought he had gone idle, expressing their frustrations. Having never endured such indignity, he began to command his character into the fray, filling the office with the clatter of his keystrokes. After work, Zhou Mu followed the address on his phone to the restaurant, only to encounter a familiar face before even stepping inside. Zhou Mu, what a coincidence. Are you here for dinner too? Join me, I insist. Jiang Wanning beamed at him, extending her invitation. Apologies, I seem to have made a prior engagement. In truth, I'm merely here for a meal. With friends? Jiang Wanning felt a flicker of curiosity. In his recollections, Zhou Mu appeared to have few companions, often leading a solitary existence, which rendered his presence in the class rather inconspicuous. I suppose so. Zhou Mu hesitated. He and Fu Yinwan might be considered friends. Wouldn't they? Would you mind if I joined you? I, too, am alone, and given our years of camaraderie, your friends surely wouldn't mind my presence, would they? Zhou Mu found himself in a quandary. After all, he was simply a freeloader. What would it mean to bring along additional company? Just as he hesitated on how to decline, Chen Lin, who had been waiting for him in the hall, stepped in to alleviate his predicament. Mr. Zhou, you've arrived. Shall we proceed to the private room? And who might this be? Greetings, I am Zhou Mu's university classmate, and I happen to encounter him here. I wonder if this lady would be amenable to accommodating one more for dinner? Chen Lin, somewhat taken aback, glanced back and forth between her and Zhou Mu before saying, Not a problem. Since you're Mr. Zhou's classmate, you are our friend as well. We would be delighted to have you join us. Watching Jiang Wanning comfortably stride ahead with Chen Lin, Zhou Mu felt his embarrassment intensifying. It was no wonder that someone could become class president in university. While it played a role, such unabashed audacity certainly contributed as well. At the dining table, Zhou Mu occupied the seat of honor, with Fu Yinwan to his left and Jiang Wanning to his right, while Chen Lin sat across from him, smiling amiably. Despite the presence of two beautiful women by his side, Zhou Mu felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, as if he were bound and unable to move. Mr. Zhou, do have some beef. The restaurant's beef is freshly slaughtered each day. Zhou Mu opted for a few vegetables, reasoning that too much meat would be hard to digest, especially at night, when a lighter meal was more suitable. Meat is nutritious. Vegetables aid in digestion. Zhou Mu glanced at his bowl, nearly overflowing with vegetables, and grimaced. Eating seemed a challenge either way. Contrarily, Chen Lin across the table appeared to relish the scene, her expression akin to that of an eager onlooker, which only served to irritate Zhou Mu further. Jiang Wanning might be socially adept, but wasn't Fu Yinwan said to have communication barriers? Was this really what social anxiety looked like? Chapter 33. The show begins time flew by, and soon the day of the broadcast for Musical Vanguard arrived. Early that morning, Lin Yue had arranged for a screen to be hung on the wall of the hall and connected a notebook to the projector to commence the live stream. Meng Shiqing dragged over a chair and settled beside Lin Yue and Zhou Mu, her voice a constant murmur. The state of these video platforms has become increasingly appalling. It seems they have all succumbed to the allure of money. Isn't it all your kind-est doing? Zhou Mu remarked, reclining with his leg crossed, a handful of sunflower seeds in hand as he munched and lamented. Just look at what modern dramas have become. Characters who endure their grievances, and even the enemies of their fathers can reconcile. It's only you women who find such stories appealing. Lin Yue, noticing Zhou Mu's glance, retorted in exasperation, Why are you looking at me? I don't watch those dramas. I would rather indulge in a few more games for sheer enjoyment. She then snatched a handful of sunflower seeds from his grasp and began to munch alongside him. Ah, I observed the tender exchange between the two of you. So comfortable in each other's company. Perhaps you should consider uniting. As the saying goes, the fertile waters should not flow to the fields of others. Lin Yue glanced at Zhou Mu with a shake of her head. She preferred a more commanding and charismatic type. Although Xiao Muzi was quite handsome, he did not align with her tastes. Is she indirectly calling me effeminate? Zhou Mu scoffed internally. Ironically, he too favored the gentle and virtuous, while Yue was beautiful. She was not quite to his liking. A chuckle escaped them as their eyes met, an electric tension crackling in the air. Meng Shiqing, exasperated, could only watch this pair of playful adversaries, feeling utterly helpless. In truth, she was merely jesting. Zhou Mu had only recently graduated, still a young man in the bloom of youth. Yet, she and Lin Yue had been working for years and were nearing 30, navigating the complexities of their workplace relationship. At that moment, the screen before them shifted to reveal the program Music Pioneer. Come now, stop your antics. The show is about to begin. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue straightened her posture, and Zhou Mu ceased his casual posture, though his hand continued to crack seeds. Given that Music Pioneer was being broadcast live, and it was the inaugural episode, the duration would be longer than usual. The opening featured behind-the-scenes footage, showcasing the singers receiving invitations from the production team. It wasn't until 20 minutes later that the scene transitioned to the singers arriving at the production company's building. One by one, they emerged from the designated vehicles, their entrance accompanied by the songs they had released during their newcomer season. The bottom of the screen displayed relevant subtitles, including the singers' names, song titles, achievements, and the entertainment companies they represented. Before long, Meng Shiqing made his appearance on screen, clad in a dapper custom suit, his hair meticulously styled, a stark contrast to his usual unkempt look. As he stepped out of the car onto the red carpet, he smiled and waved at the sides, eliciting playful jeers of show-off from Zhou Mu and Zhu Mo, who were watching the live stream from afar. While Meng Shiqing had gained some fame, he still belonged to the phase where the song outshone the singer. However, the audience on both sides of the red carpet showered him with cheers and clicks of cameras, indicating the production team's thoughtful arrangements. The scene transitioned to introduce Summer, along with details about the singer who secured second place in the newcomer season. Simultaneously, the barrage of comments on the screen began to increase. Is this Meng Shiqing, the singer of Summer? It's my first time seeing him in person. This is also my first time seeing him. I was so focused on the music that I didn't realize he was so handsome. I confessed to my girlfriend using Summer. I guess he could be considered a matchmaker of sorts. I will support him this season. Oh, hearing Summer makes me feel like the world is filled with the essence of summer. It has been so long since I've heard a song that evokes such vivid imagery. On the rooftop, it seems that the music scene of the Summer Kingdom is declining day by day, where even the most insignificant individuals can become singers. One cannot belittle the companions of humanity. Observing the incessant barrage of comments, Zhou Mu curled his lips and glanced at Lin Yue and Meng Shiqing, who were fervently typing on their phones. How laughable, a dilapidated household that cannot even afford to hire an internet army. This season of Musical Vanguard features 7 guests each episode, with Meng Shiqing being the 6th to appear. Zhou Mu was unfamiliar with the previous guests, and even Meng Shiqing knew little about them, which offered him some solace. It is not that I lack concern for the music industry. Merely observing the state of the company reveals the quality of its talent, which is of little concern to me. However, when the final singer made their appearance, the previously chattering Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue fell silent, instinctively glancing at the stern-faced Zhou Mu. Without a doubt, the 7th guest was the illustrious Zhou Yun. The boy's attire was far superior to that of Shiqing. Lin Yue regarded the elegantly dressed Zhou Yun with derision, noting that the watch on his wrist could purchase several complete outfits for Shiqing. What good is mere appearance? His song was still soundly criticized by us. Meng Shiqing scoffed dismissively. At present, the Hanhai has undoubtedly severed ties with the illustrious Zhou Yun, and Lin Yue, in particular, was ready to confront him. Seeing their adversary, they naturally would not extend any cordiality. Yet to their surprise, since Zhou Yun's entrance, the barrage of comments became exceptionally lively. Zhou Yun, we cannot do without you. Zhou Yun, my eternal love. It goes without saying that those posting these comments were undoubtedly connected to Zhou Yun, though there were still many rational netizens. Who is this guy? What has he accomplished? I don't know. The introduction only mentioned the song title, without discussing its success. But if I recall correctly, wasn't he not the first in the newcomer season? He's a singer from the illustrious entertainment company, reportedly the heir of the owner. Can an ordinary person compare with him? Ah, from the illustrious company? Then it's no problem. After all, those in the know understand their character. News regarding the illustrious company has been incessant, featuring stories of physical altercations, verbal abuse towards trainees, and wage deductions. Netizens have heard plenty. Observing the animated scene in the comments, it can be said that everyone is aware of the situation, and there is an underlying skepticism in their remarks. Zhou Mu could only conclude that those who engage in wrongdoing will ultimately meet their demise. In his previous life, if it were not for those songs of his, the illustrious would have faced ruin long ago. It is laughable that the Zhou family believes these accomplishments to be solely their own efforts, unaware that without Zhou Mu, they are naught but nothingness. Chapter 34. Jiangnan. As all the singers gathered, the live broadcast transitioned to the interior venue. The singers were led into a spacious lounge, where a large circular sofa was positioned at the center, surrounded by several small round coffee tables adorned with various advertising products, all facing the camera. Regarding this program, Zhou Mu had conducted some research. As far as he understood, the competition format primarily employed a substitution elimination system. Each episode of the show features a ranking based on scores, with every 2 episodes constituting a round. The first episode primarily showcases solo performances by the singers, while the second encourages collaboration, allowing each singer's company to select another artist for duets or support, regardless of whether the performance is a duet or a solo. One stipulation remains: all songs must be original compositions. Additionally, each second episode introduces a guest performer, with the group receiving the lowest score facing elimination. As today marks the first episode, no singers will be eliminated, and the order of performances will be determined by a random draw, ultimately influencing subsequent episodes. At this moment, Meng Shiqing suddenly turned to Zhou Mu and asked, "Have you decided who will assist in the next episode? No need to rush. Let us wait until the theme for the next episode is announced. With only Yu Yang and Fu Yunwan in our company, we will choose whoever aligns with the theme." Zhou Mu replied. Meng Shiqing nodded in agreement, refraining from further discussion, as music decisions rested solely with Zhou Mu. Her role was merely to provide support. Returning to the program, the participating singers, all fresh talents emerging from the newcomer season, settled into the lounge and began engaging in conversation. Each was aware that they would be navigating the same industry, and given the live broadcast, no one was foolish enough to display arrogance. Consequently, the atmosphere in the lounge became quite lively. Among the most popular were Zhou Yun and Meng Shiqing. Zhou Yun, a well-known young heir with substantial family backing, naturally attracted flattery from fellow singers, while Meng Shiqing, debuting as the second-place contestant of a newcomer season, held the highest starting point among them all. Notably, the first place was not claimed by a singer from Chongzhou, and with the success of Summer and the rising fame of composer Zhou Mu, Meng Shiqing garnered attention comparable to that of the first-place winner. Yet, throughout the event, neither Zhou Yun nor Meng Shiqing made any effort to greet one another, each maintaining a composed demeanor in their respective seats, which ignited fervent discussions among the viewers online. Some criticized Meng Shiqing for lacking decorum, failing to acknowledge a future industry leader, while others accused Zhou Yun of being oblivious, pointing out that Meng Shiqing's achievements far surpassed his own. Speculations arose about potential animosity between the two companies, suggesting a deliberate avoidance of interaction. Observing the unfolding drama, Director Liu Ji of the production team felt quite pleased. "Director Liu, do you think these online speculations may impact our show? What if rumors of discord among the singers circulate?" queried a staff member. "What is there to fear?" Liu Ji replied, casting a glance at his colleague. "Our show is fundamentally a competition. If everyone were to prioritize harmony, what would we be competing for? What do viewers want to see? I couldn't care less if they dislike each other or if there's a long-standing feud. In fact, I hope the drama escalates. If a confrontation occurs, our ratings will soar." Regardless of external commentary, the live broadcast of the program continues, albeit with a shift in perspective from the backstage to the studio. At this moment, a male and a female host are engaging in lively conversation on stage. They begin with opening remarks, followed by an explanation of the competition format, and before long, several minutes have passed. Only when the judges are introduced does Zhou Mu, who have been feeling somewhat drowsy, regain his focus. There are only two judges in the program, a man and a woman, both esteemed composers from Chong'an City, whose primary role is to elucidate the nuances of the songs for the audience, thereby enhancing their understanding of the deeper meanings within the music. Additionally, there are 200 live guests, including 170 random music enthusiasts and 30 representatives from entertainment media. This group is also entrusted with the crucial task of voting, comprising several professional music bloggers and students from various institutions, alleviating any concerns regarding their expertise. Zhou Mu, how many rounds do you think Xingchen can advance? Rounds? Zhou Mu abruptly halted his hand, which was holding a sunflower seed. Are you suggesting my song is inadequate, or that your brother is lacking? Meng Shiqing is generally agreeable, though somewhat petty. However, it is understandable given that she took over Han Hai when it was already waning, and it is only natural for her to feel a lack of confidence. No, I'm merely a bit worried. I genuinely hope Xingchen can make it to the end. Meng Shiqing shook her head, realizing that to express her doubts openly would imply that Zhou Mu, the music director, is unreliable. Oh, Shiqing, why fret over such matters? Zhou Mu will naturally handle everything music-related. We only need to manage the company affairs. Lin Yue cheerfully reassured her close friend. From the moment Zhou Mu was appointed, they had decided that she and Meng Shiqing would oversee the daily administrative tasks of the company, while Zhou Mu would take full responsibility for musical matters. Each of them would focus on their respective roles without interference, which was indeed a splendid arrangement. I'm just concerned about Xingchen's performance, Meng Shiqing explained, feeling a bit awkward. Xingchen is here. With Su Yu's exclamation, all eyes instinctively turned towards the large screen. At this moment, Meng Xingchen emerged from backstage, standing at the entrance of the passageway, as the lights behind him illuminated simultaneously. In the backlight, the crowd in front could hardly discern his face. Moments later, as the lights dimmed slightly, Meng Xingchen stepped into the center of the stage. Perhaps due to over a month of training, he exhibited little tension in the face of such an occasion. Instead, a glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes. He took a deep breath to adjust his mindset before turning to the band, nodding to indicate his readiness. Subsequently, information about the song appeared on the large screen. Jiangnan lyrics, Zhou Mu composition, Zhou Mu arrangement, Zhou Mu performed by Meng Xingchen. Upon seeing the familiar names, the judges Jiang Mian and Su Hongxiu exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. The previous songs have been fairly decent, yet for those accustomed to exceptional music, they seemed somewhat unremarkable, failing to evoke a sense of astonishment. Recently, there has been considerable buzz regarding Zhou Mu, yet in terms of personal preference, Jiang Mian finds himself more drawn to emotional dedication. At the age of 35, with ample emotional experiences and professional insights, as a distinguished composer, he is fully capable of appreciating the exquisite beauty of emotional dedication. On the other hand, Su Hongxiu has a penchant for listening to the sea, not because the other two pieces lack merit, but rather due to her connection with Tian Mei, coupled with her amicable relationship with Fu Yinwan, which fosters a bias born from affection. A gentle breeze swept through, and moments later, a somewhat melancholic sound of the bamboo flute graced the air, soon accompanied by the piano and drums. Jiang Mian's eyes sparkled, as if a misty, ink-wash painting of Jiangnan unfolded before him. Is this ancient style? Chapter 35, Astonishing the Crowd. The outcome is clear at this moment. Jiang Mian had never perceived the traditional instruments of Summer Nation as being so seamlessly integrated with modern music. The fusion of Eastern and Western styles has long been a timeless topic in the music industry, and he himself had made numerous attempts, albeit with little success. However, now he found himself harboring a different perspective. Today's visit was indeed worthwhile. When the wind arrives, it clings to the thoughts of travelers. When the rain falls, it intertwines like threads, binding us to the human realm. Your presence is the essence of fate, inscribed upon the stone of 3 lifetimes. Love carries a sweetness of 1 in 10,000, and I would rather be buried within this infinitesimal point. Circles upon circles, day after day, year after year. I gaze deeply at your face, the gentle warmth of anger, the tender face of reproach. As Jiang Mian listened, he scribbled notes on paper, occasionally glancing up at the lyrics, lost in thought, occasionally enlightened, a smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, the audience of 200 was deeply enraptured by the poignant melodies, many swaying their heads in rhythm. At that moment, the live broadcast interface reflected a notable quietude in the barrage of comments, with only a few sporadic messages drifting by. We, who know not the torment of love, mistakenly believe that love is as fickle as the winds and clouds, trusting that a single day of love equates to eternity, freezing time in that fleeting moment. We, who do not comprehend how to express tenderness, still think that tragic love is but an ancient tale. How painful can parting be? How intense the sorrow? When dreams are buried in the misty rain of Jiangnan, it is only upon heartbreak that one truly understands. The song concluded, echoing the bamboo flute from the beginning, and as the music faded, a sense of desolation enveloped the entire auditorium. As one of the judges, Jiang Mian rose from his seat, initiating applause. Under his influence, the audience awoke from their reverie, and soon the hall was filled with resounding applause and whistles. The two hosts of the program, observing the fervor, contemplated taking the stage, but decided to wait for the excitement to subside. An unusual phenomenon unfolded. The singer, Meng Xingchen, continued bowing in gratitude, while the audience persistently clapped. The exchange of bows and applause flowed seamlessly, until a voice roared through the host's earpieces. What are you two fools doing? If the host does not step in to take control, must I, as the director, intervene? Shouldn't they hurry on stage rather than waiting to witness a spectacle? After receiving a stern reprimand, the two hosts finally seemed to awaken from their stupor, hastily ascending the stage to soothe the audience, oblivious to the live broadcast's chaotic nature. We are immensely grateful to Meng Xingchen for delivering such a captivating performance. It is truly a remarkable masterpiece that caused both my partner and me to forget our duties. His words elicited a wave of good-natured laughter from the audience, yet unbeknownst to him, a cold sweat had long since formed on his brow, as they had, in fact, been derelict in their responsibilities. Teacher Jiang Mian, I noticed you were the first to applaud. What are your thoughts on this song? Without hesitation, Jiang Mian replied, undoubtedly. This is a rare masterpiece. The song Jiangnan embodies the ancient essence of our Xi'an nation while seamlessly blending with modern musical styles, representing a true amalgamation of Eastern and Western influences. The title itself is exquisite, capturing the poignant emotions of sorrowful farewells, akin to a delicate ink wash painting shrouded in mist. The overall composition is relatively gentle, lacking high notes. However, the infusion of contemporary elements lends a distinct rhythm, distinguishing it from traditional music's monotony. It brilliantly merges the Xi'an nation's lyrical depth with Western melodic movement, truly exceptional. Thank you, Teacher Jiang Mian, for your insights. Teacher Su Hongxiu, do you have anything to add? Su Hongxiu smiled faintly. My perspective aligns with Teacher Jiang Mian's, but since all the commendations have already been expressed, I shall briefly touch upon the composition itself. The song structure is not overly complex, commencing in a minor key, with the melody primarily revolving around two motifs in repetition. While each line exhibits minimal variation, the composer skillfully avoids monotony by altering notes in different phrases, thereby enriching the piece with a layered depth. In the chorus, rather than employing grand leaps in pitch, the theme is delicately articulated through a nuanced melody that paints a picturesque scene of Jiangnan. Moreover, the arrangement is quite ingenious. Whether it be the whispering wind at the outset or the gentle flow of water or the mournful sound of the shao, along with the incorporation of traditional instruments such as the guzheng and dizi, all contribute to an infusion of classical Xia aesthetics into the song. However, I have a query and wonder if Meng Xingchen could enlighten me? As Su Hongxiu turned to face him, Meng Xingchen felt a sudden jolt. Please, Teacher Su, share your question. I shall answer to the best of my ability. As a purely melodic composer, I lack depth in lyrical analysis. Earlier, there was a line in the lyrics, circle, circle, round, round, circle, that has puzzled me endlessly. As the performer, could you perhaps shed light on its meaning? Upon hearing this, Not only Jiang Mian and the hosts, but also the audience below gazed at Meng Xingchen with curiosity, as they too were unaware of the line's significance. Meng Xingchen felt a wave of relief. If Su Hongxiu had inquired about composition or arrangement, he may have faltered, but when it came to lyrics, he was filled with confidence. Having previously posed the same question to Zhou Mu, he was not flustered as he already possessed the answer. Indeed, Teacher Su, I once inquired about this matter with producer Zhou Mu of Jiangnan, and his response was, the circles described symbolize the ripples created by the gentle rain of Jiangnan as it strikes the water surface. Ripples from a gentle rain? Su Hongxiu suddenly grasped the concept with clarity. How exquisite! The depiction of circles endlessly intertwining and cycling is indeed a manifestation of those ripples. Furthermore, the repetitive melody employed in this song aligns perfectly with the notion of cycles, creating an exquisite interconnection. Concurrently, after absorbing the explanations from both teachers and Meng Xingchen, the barrage of comments ignited once more. The mystery has been unraveled. How fortuitous, as it happens to be raining in my home. I even made a special trip to the pond to observe, and indeed, countless circles rose and fell in succession. Truly, Zhou Mu is impressive. The imagery in my mind immediately materialized. Is this not what the ancients referred to as artistic conception? While others can weave rainy days into their songs, I can only curse the heavens when faced with rain. What a disparity. I, too, am a music major, yet I can only bow in admiration to the masters. Now, let us invite the 200 audience judges to cast their scores. Ultimately, after tallying the results, Jiangnan garnered a total of 189 points, securing the first place. The highest score prior was only 146, thus the victor is clear. Chapter 36. The Turmoil of Huanqi Sha Haha. It's utterly hilarious. Zhou Yun struggled to achieve a mere 146 points, and yet dare to compete with us? Unable to contain her excitement upon seeing the final results, Lin Yue stood up. Placing her foot upon the small table in front of Zhou Mu, her face flushed with exhilaration. Although it was already late October and the temperatures had dropped, for a girl who cherishes beauty, black stockings and a short skirt remained the preferred choice. Just like Lin Yue standing before Zhou Mu, she was still adorned in a quintessential ensemble of black stockings and a fitted skirt. However, while typically this would be inconsequential at this moment, with one foot perched on the small table, the hem of her already short skirt slightly rose, revealing her long legs, prompting Zhou Mu to yearn to howl at the sky. She truly disregarded the presence of others. Ahem, Yue, kindly lower your leg. How unbecoming. Meng Shirqing, seated beside Zhou Mu, naturally witnessed this scene and quickly intervened to halt Lin Yue's display. Lin Yue glanced down and recognized the impropriety. But who was she? For her, it was merely a trivial matter. Maintaining her composure, she lowered her leg and adjusted her skirt, assuring herself that it was nothing. They were all like family, and she always wore safety shorts underneath. At this moment, the live broadcast featured only one male host remaining on stage. As the final segment of this episode, he was about to unveil the theme for the next installment. He slowly opened an envelope before the audience, extracting a piece of paper and presenting it to the camera. It bore 4 prominent characters, exotic charm. With the revelation of the theme, this episode finally drew to a close. However, while the singer's tasks concluded, the assignments for the composers from various companies were just beginning. Zhou Mu, do you have any thoughts for the next episode? According to the competition rules of Music Vanguard, the company can send another singer to compete in the second round, though this is not mandatory. Naturally, the company hopes its artists can gain more exposure, and Meng Shirqing is no exception. For the next episode, let Fu Yunnan and Meng Xingchen perform together for a duet. As for the song, leave that to me. Excellent. I shall inform Yunnan right away. Meng Shirqing felt utterly satisfied with the answer she had longed for, and regarding the new song, she had complete confidence in Zhou Mu. After watching the program, Zhou Mu instructed to remove the projector and open the blinds. The other colleagues returned to their respective duties, but Zhu Mo was once again summoned into Zhou Mu's office. Sitting down, Zhu Mo appeared anxious, shifting restlessly in his seat. Old Zhu, you heard my conversation with Manager Meng, didn't you? What are your thoughts? What thoughts could I have? It would be best if you didn't involve me at all. He could only voice such sentiments internally, daring not to express them aloud. Brother Mu, you're not going to make me write the song for next week, are you? Zhou Mu glanced at him and replied, You truly have a high opinion of yourself. Though the words were unpalatable, Zhou Mu felt a surge of relief. He would prefer to avoid work and enjoy a leisurely day instead. However, Zhou Mu's next statement plunged him into despair. For next week's song, I intend for you to give it a try. Seriously, Brother Mu? I haven't even finished the previous one you asked me to write. If you throw another one at me, I fear I won't be able to manage, and if it turns out poorly, wouldn't that tarnish your esteemed reputation? Zhou Mu began to plead. You still have the audacity to say that? You've been at Han Hai for over half a month and have produced no results at all. While you may be enjoying yourself, how do you expect me to explain this to the boss? It's settled then. Today is Monday, and I expect the song by Saturday. Brother Mu, please reconsider. Out. Zhou Mu unceremoniously opened the door to usher him out. Defeated, Zhou Mu returned to his workstation with his head hung low. In truth, Zhou Mu possessed talent. Yet as Han Hai was still in its nascent stages with limited personnel and orders, the pressure he once felt in his former glory had dissipated. He could only lament that indulging in leisure was momentarily delightful. Zhou Mu, fully aware of the situation, intended to apply sufficient pressure to spur Zhou Mu into action. Of course, the demand for him to write a song was also a tactic to instill some urgency. While Music Vanguard may not boast a grand reputation, it represented a rare opportunity for Han Hai. He needed to give his all for every performance. Thus, he prepared for both possibilities. If Zhou Mu's song turned out well, he would allow him to shine. If not, Zhou Mu would have a new song ready as a contingency. As a great figure from a past life once said, one must grasp both hands firmly. Once Zhou Mu exited and there was nothing pressing left to attend to, Zhou Mu decided to open his computer to engage in some gaming. However, before he could log in, Lin Yue burst in. Zhou Mu, you need to check your Weibo right away. The account I painstakingly set up for you has gone unnoticed. What happened to my Weibo? Has it exploded? Upon reflection, one cannot help but notice the multitude of comments beneath your Weibo account, where many netizens have expressed their inquiries regarding the complete version of that particular poem. It appears, dear friend, that you possess a talent for poetry. Zhou Mu's expression darkened. You are the true friend here. Your entire family comprises of friends. Sister Yue, while I can accept being regarded as a brother, I take issue with being called a sister. What of it? Is it a grievance to be considered a sister to me? Lin Yue? Lin Yue raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to Zhou Mu, whispering softly, for girls, being sisters means holding hands and embracing. Zhou Mu shrugged, feeling no stir within. In contrast to the notion of sisterhood, I prefer the emotional expressions shared between brothers. What? Zhou Mu puffed out his chest, asserting that true brothers share a bond of heartfelt connection. Scram! Lin Yue retorted with evident disdain. I had thought your prominent features signified a good person, but it seems you are rather frivolous. Hurry up and provide an explanation to your Weibo followers, where you shall face the consequences. Reluctantly, Zhou Mu logged into his Weibo account and discovered numerous inquiries regarding the complete version of the line "Only Ordinary" was once said. Surprisingly, there were few comments about the song itself, as the composer, being a behind-the-scenes figure, received alarmingly little attention. The dilemma he faced was that the half-verse of Huan Shisha was all he remembered. This poem was not part of the obligatory curriculum in his previous life, and he had no idea where he had encountered that half-verse, let alone the complete version. Complete version? Nonsense. He had only recently learned that Huan Shisha was the name of the poetic form, leaving him with no one to argue with. However, there is a saying that the internet has no memory. To make the masses forget something, the best approach is to present them with another matter of interest. These well-fed netizens are fond of poetry, are they not? I shall simply provide them with another poem. Do they truly believe that my 9 years of compulsory education and over 2 decades of diligent study were for naught? With this thought, Zhou Mu pondered briefly before a grin spread across his face as he began to type on the keyboard. Yes, it shall be you. Chapter 37. The responsibilities of a music director. Butterfly loves flower. Enduring the pain of parting, having endured the pain of parting, I do not speak of returning. As the flowers fall as they do, gazing at each other beneath the blossoms. Not a word is exchanged as spring aligns with the heavens. Awaiting the moment to express my longing beneath the lamp. A thread of new love entwined with 1,000 threads of old grievances. Most lamentably, the beauty of the human visage cannot be retained, as the rosy cheeks bid farewell to the mirror and the flowers bid farewell to the trees. Dear friends, I am pleased to announce that my new song Jiangnan, for which I composed both the lyrics and music, has officially launched today. I kindly ask for your guidance and feedback. Hanhai Entertainment Meng Xingchen. After posting this update, Zhou Mu looked around with satisfaction and clapped his hands. The task is complete. As for the audio of Jiangnan, it had already been launched on major music platforms upon the conclusion of the Music Vanguard program, thus serving as a promotional effort for the song. Once everything was in order, Zhou Mu rubbed his hands together and eagerly logged into his gaming account, as he could hardly wait to indulge in a thrilling bout of combat. The following day, Zhou Mu arrived at the office punctually as usual. To his surprise, the chubby colleague Zhou Mu, who typically arrived around the same time, was already seated at his workstation. Judging by the content on his computer and the heap of draft papers scattered across his desk, it was evident that he had been there for quite some time. Indeed, the pressures of work seemed to apply universally. Zhou Mu was a prime example. As for Zhou Mu, he remained unchanged in demeanor. Though his status had transformed from a mere cog in the machine to that of a boss, one might say the dragon-slaying youth had now become a formidable dragon himself. Upon entering his office, Zhou Mu, with a bun in his mouth and one hand deftly opening his computer, exhibited a level of proficiency that was almost pitiable. He first glanced at the rankings of the Summer Music Association. Summer had garnered 475 downloads this month. Emotional Attachment reached 678. And Listening to the Sea obtained 243 downloads. The performance of these three songs was commendable, given that Listening to the Sea had been released for less than 10 days. Its success was nothing short of remarkable, likely bolstered by Fu Yunwan's own reputation and the groundwork laid by Zhou Mu's previous two works. As for Emotional Attachment, while it may not yet rival Summer, it resembled a fine vintage wine that would only grow richer and more fragrant with time, an optimistic prospect for the future. There was no need to examine Jiangnan. Having been released only a day prior, its data lacked significance, though it had already amassed nearly 3 downloads. Overall, it could be said that these songs were performing admirably. Zhou Mu, increasingly pleased with the results, contemplated the prospect of further enriching his wallet next month. As he pondered, his fingers lightly navigated to the song's comment section, eager to glean the opinions of netizens. He found their insights more reliable than those of the media. Well aware of their tendencies, it was a well-known fact that as long as one offered a bribe, even a song derived from a lackluster debate could be lauded by the press. Conversely, even the most exquisite song could be dismissed if it lacked the right connections, relegating the artist to obscurity. This is currently my favorite song. The melody harmonizes perfectly with its title. The prelude evokes the ethereal beauty of Jiangnan's water towns, reminiscent of an ink-wash landscape painting. The gentle rain of Jiangnan mingles with a longing for her. The dreams of butterflies in Jiangnan are infused with picturesque tenderness. The tales of Jiangnan narrate eternal love. It's a magnificent song. Keep it up, Meng Xingchen, and you too, Zhou Mu. What a beautiful song. Alas, why isn't it available? If it were released, even for a fee, I would undoubtedly purchase it. The creativity of the commenters here is astounding. I hardly know what to say. So I'll just bow to everyone. For the one above, I received your blessings. Please rise. Zhou Mu chuckled heartily as he read through the comments, delighting in the humor of the netizens. However, one particular comment caught his eye, expressing a desire for a music video to be produced. He was well aware that a good song paired with an excellent visual presentation could elevate its success even further, but alas, circumstances did not permit. Do not assume that producing a film is a trivial endeavor. In reality, it is quite common for costs to soar into the tens or even hundreds of millions. Given the frugal disposition of Lin Yue, the company's meticulous manager, she would likely economize even on the cover of a singer's album, let alone spend lavishly on a full production. Furthermore, one must engage specialized production or film companies. Unlike movies which emphasize narrative, One must create content that aligns seamlessly with a song within a mere few minutes, a task of considerable difficulty. The effort and time required yield little satisfaction. And considering the current scale of Han Hai, it would be prudent to save resources. While he was lost in thought, Lin Yue's commanding voice jolted him back to reality. "Zhou Mu, come here at once." Her voice, strikingly high-pitched, startled him, prompting an immediate rush to her side. "What is the matter? What has happened?" Lin Yue, who was previously engrossed in a discussion with Meng Shiqing while peering at a computer screen, looked up and smiled sweetly. "Zhou Mu, it's time for you to showcase your prowess as our music director. Has the company received an order? Are we getting a new song?" Zhou Mu inquired. Skepticism etched on his face as he leaned closer to the screen, only to be met with a plethora of job applications. It seemed that with the success of several songs, Han Hai's reputation had begun to flourish within the industry, resulting in a notable increase in applicants. Meng Shiqing had been actively posting recruitment announcements online, and upon checking her email moments ago, she found it brimming with messages. Even with Lin Yue's assistance in sifting through them, it would likely take days to complete the task, which reminded her of Zhou Mu's role as music director. "Sister Yue, what did you just say my position was? You mentioned I am the music director, not the head of human resources. Why do you need me for interviews? Didn't you say the company needs to develop and recruit singers, assistants, agents, and talents for lyrics and composition?" Lin Yue retorted, her tone unapologetic. "How many companies have sourced their singers online?" Zhou Mu mused, as Meng Shiqing awkwardly glanced at Lin Yue, realizing that seeking singers through online platforms might be less than reliable. But what if there are hidden gems among them? Lin Yue insisted, unwilling to concede. There is an old saying, the greatest talents are often found among the common folk. Observing Lin Yue's stubbornness, Zhou Mu smirked, thinking she would not relent until faced with undeniable evidence. He urged Meng Shiqing to vacate the chair, and he took her place, opening several video attachments labeled as applications from singers. However, upon viewing the first video, he was met with a rather distressing sight. A rather greasy man in his 30s, sporting a receding hairline, was passionately singing with emotion. Eyes closed and a look of rapture on his face. 8 out of 10 words in his lyrics were off-key. It was more accurate to say he was attempting a reinterpretation rather than genuinely singing. After a few seconds, Zhou Mu turned off the video and proceeded to the second one. As the second video began to play, Zhou Mu, Meng Shiqing, and Lin Yue exclaimed in unison, "What on earth? Who on earth gave her the audacity to audition as a singer?" Chapter 38. Zhou Yu confronts Su Sume. In the frame, a voluptuous woman dressed provocatively strikes sultry poses for the camera, occasionally casting flirtatious glances. Her arms are almost thicker than Meng Shiqing's thighs, and she sings loudly to Fu Yunwan's "Listening to the Sea." One can only say that the world is full of wonders. While such a scene might elicit a sense of curiosity at certain talent show auditions, it is rather disconcerting at the Han Hai Entertainment recruitment site. Zhou Mu decisively shut off the video and, suppressing laughter in front of the astonished women, remarked, "I doubt these individuals meet the company's criteria for singers." Meng Shiqing, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Of course, they are not suitable. How about this? Rainway and I will conduct a preliminary screening, and if you need to review the selections later, we will consult you." Zhou Mu nodded in agreement. "All right, but I still suggest that you find a manager or assistant. Now that Han Hai's business is gaining momentum, as company owners, you shouldn't be tied to the phone every day negotiating deals. Currently, Fu Yunwan has Lin Jie, but Xing Chun and Yu Yang are left to fend for themselves. It is unreasonable for them to attend performances without even an assistant. Lastly, regarding singers, I propose we connect with relevant institutions and see if there are any talented individuals who have emerged from talent shows but remain unsigned. If that fails, we can also inquire if Fu Yunwan or Yu Yang know any past artists with real potential. Let us not blindly search the internet. We might just end up with a motley crew of dubious talents. China's entertainment industry is flourishing, with talent shows proliferating, yet many contestants are merely trainees from major companies, participating solely for the sake of garnering popularity. However, there are numerous programs aimed at grassroots participants, reminiscent of the previous eras of Supergirl and Happy Boy. Nevertheless, Only a select few from such shows manage to secure contracts and achieve fame, while many capable contestants fade into obscurity. Zhou Mu's goal is precisely those individuals. They have been honed through the rigors of competition, and while they may not rival true stars, they certainly surpass the average person. Understood, I will arrange this immediately. Although Zhou Mu's words carried a guiding tone, Meng Shiqing felt no discomfort. Despite her academic background in management, she had little practical experience, especially in the unfamiliar realm of entertainment. Zhou Mu's insights illuminated a path for her, instilling a newfound sense of direction in her previously uncertain journey. Who would have thought that a casual remark from me could prove so impactful? It seems I, Meng Shiqing, am indeed a management prodigy, with a smile gracing her face. She was unfazed by the admonitions from her subordinates. Meanwhile, in the Bian Hotel, Sister Zhou Lu and Zhou Shuang awaited anxiously in a room. Sister, is the elder sister really planning to tell Mom about that matter? Elder sister has her own considerations. Why should we worry about it? Zhou Lu cast a cold glance at Zhou Shuang, her irritation palpable. The two sisters had frequently found themselves at odds, primarily due to Zhou Shuang's impatient and easily angered temperament, which often led to explosive confrontations. Zhou Lu, possessing a similarly forthright disposition, was unwilling to indulge her sister's whims. When trivial matters arose, their disagreements inevitably escalated into heated arguments. Fortunately, their elder sister, Zhou Yu, maintained a calm demeanor, creating a stabilizing presence that prevented the younger sisters from reaching a boiling point. Nonetheless, Zhou Lu occasionally harbored a secret disdain for her sister, whom she regarded as a temperamental individual with a questionable grasp of reality. Why must you insist on bringing that illegitimate child back? Is our family not harmonious enough as it is? Must we involve Mother? Zhou Lu's contempt for her sister deepened as she listened to her nonsensical ramblings. Previously, she attributed Zhou Shuang's volatility to mere temperament. Now, she questioned whether her sister's intellect had fully developed. What sort of delusion had she succumbed to? It's your affair if you are indifferent, but what if what elder sister says turns out to be true? What will happen to us? What about Mother? Will we end up homeless? Zhou Shuang stubbornly retorted, I refuse to believe that Father and Xiao Yun would be so heartless. Wouldn't they simply share the inheritance with us? Isn't family unity more valuable than money? Do you truly believe your own words? Isn't Zhou Mu also part of our family? How have you treated him? Besides, Zhou Yun's biological mother would be more than pleased to see us perish. Zhou Lu's gaze flickered, as recent investigations she had commissioned finally bore fruit. It was, after all, Zhou Banghua and Zhou Yun's audacity that had led to this situation. Perhaps due to years of untroubled existence, they had become careless, failing to take precautions when meeting or conversing. For instance, Zhou Banghua would routinely concoct excuses to spend a day out, sometimes feigning visits to clients or old friends. Susume, his wife, paid little heed to these outings. After decades of marriage and raising 4 or 5 children, she felt she knew her husband intimately and trusted him completely. In her eyes, Zhou Banghua had always been a caring spouse and devoted father. Little did she know that her seemingly devoted husband had been engaging in clandestine activities right beneath her nose. The reasons behind Zhou Banghua's frequent absences were painfully obvious. Presently, Zhou Lu possessed a substantial collection of photographs depicting her father shopping and socializing with a woman, many of which also featured Zhou Yun. It was indeed a seemingly blissful family portrait. Just as Zhou Shuang continued her relentless chatter and Zhou Lu wrestled with her thoughts, the doorbell suddenly rang. Upon opening the door, Zhou Lu was greeted by the sight of her elder sister Zhou Yu, accompanied by their mother, Su Sume, whose familiar smile illuminated her face. Oh, you two are here as well. Are you not busy at the company today? Do you have time to take me out shopping? The slow-witted Su Sume gazed at her 3 daughters, oblivious to the challenges that awaited them. It was their silence that instilled in her a sense of foreboding. What is troubling you 3? Why do you all wear such mournful expressions? Has something happened at the company? Should I summon your father? No need, Mother, Zhou Yu replied, steadying herself. We called you here because there is something important to discuss, but you must brace yourself. Upon hearing this, Su Sume's smile faded, for her eldest daughter. Usually composed and sensible, would not speak without reason. It seemed they had indeed encountered a grave matter. "Tell me, Xiao Yu, what is it? I will support you," she urged. Zhou Yu took the report from Zhou Lu and handed it to her. "Mother, please take a look at this first." Sitting on the sofa, Su curiously accepted the document, but after a mere glance, her face drained of color, turning pale as a ghost. Unlike Zhou Shuang, who was blissfully naive, she instantly comprehended the implications of the report. "Xiao Yu, how could you joke about something so serious?" "Mother, I'm not jesting," Zhou Yu said, kneeling beside her and grasping her hand tightly. "You must be strong. We 3 sisters will support you." Yet, Su could hardly process her words. The report had slipped from her grasp, and her eyes glazed over as she muttered incoherently, "Impossible, impossible." "Mother, you—" Zhou Lu began, but as she sat beside her, the previously dazed Su suddenly erupted, violently tugging at her hair in a frenzy. "Liars! You are all liars! May you meet with misfortune." "Mother!" Zhou Yu and Zhou Lu were startled by Susume's madness. Reacting quickly, they rushed to embrace her, trying to soothe her. "Calm down. You still have us. Your 3 daughters." Zhou Yu then turned to Zhou Shuang, who sat frozen in shock, and shouted, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry over here." "Oh," Zhou Shuang stammered, flustered as she joined her sisters to restrain the increasingly agitated Susume. Fortunately, Susume, being older and accustomed to a life of luxury, lacked the strength to resist. The 3 sisters managed to subdue her. After several minutes, perhaps worn out, Susume finally settled down, but she was no longer the dignified woman she once was. Her makeup was smeared by tears, her long hair hanging disheveled like straw. Most striking were her bloodshot eyes, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit emerging from hell, ready to pounce. As her daughters watched with concern, Susume spoke, her voice imbued with a chilling intensity. "Xiao Yu, have you investigated everything thoroughly?" "Yes, everything is clear, Xiao Lu," Zhou Yu replied, glancing at Zhou Lu, who nodded and rose to present a stack of photographs to Susume. With a grim expression, Susume sat up and began to peruse the images. "Indeed, it is that wretched Sun Shui. I should have anticipated their lingering connection." "Mother, who is this Sun Shui?" Susume, the first love of your father, let out a bitter laugh and said, "Back in the day, the 3 of us were all students at the same university. They both hailed from the same place, making them childhood sweethearts. However, neither of them came from favorable circumstances. He was ambitious, and having tasted the splendor of the big city, how could he willingly return to that remote valley? Eventually, he broke up with Sun Shui to pursue me. After 2 years of relentless courtship, I was moved by his unwavering determination and agreed to be with him. After we married, I even sold the house left by your grandparents to support his entrepreneurial dreams. In hindsight, it appears he was not enamored with me, but rather with my urban identity. Moreover, they never truly parted ways. He took my money while maintaining a relationship with that wretched woman, even fathering a child with her. Perhaps out of a sense of injustice, Susume suddenly covered her face and began to weep. In contrast to the emotionally unrestrained Susume, the eldest sister, Zhou Yu, remained considerably calmer. "Mother, please stop crying. Tears will not resolve anything. We must devise a plan for our future. Xiao Yu, what do you propose we do?" Seizing the moment while they remain unaware, "We need to find a way to acquire more shares in the company," Zhou Shuang timidly suggested. "Eldest sister, that is still our father and brother." Zhou Shuang's words were abruptly silenced by a slap from Susume. "Do not mention them to me. I nearly sacrificed everything to support his entrepreneurial endeavors and bore his children, and what did I receive in return? Not only did he engage with that shameless woman, but he even dared to bring his illegitimate child back home. Had I known this would transpire, I would have suffocated that wretched offspring at birth," Susume shouted, her eyes ablaze with fury. She had stood by Zhou Banghua during the glorious days of their business establishment, enduring hardship and poverty alongside him. Although she had been on the brink of collapse upon learning the dreadful news, now that she had regained her composure, Susume's mind was consumed with thoughts of vengeance against that treacherous couple and Zhou Yun, that illegitimate child. "Oh, poor Zhou Mu, my son. I, Susume, truly blinded by folly, drove away my own son for the sake of a bastard. is indeed poetic justice. Previously, like her sisters in the Zhou family, Su Mei had favored Zhou Yun, believing that no matter what Zhou Mu said or did, he was always at fault. Now, as they uncovered the truth, stepping back to reassess the events of the past few years, they realized the extent of their mistreatment towards Zhou Mu. Reflecting on the myriad of past moments brought Su Mei such anguish that she could barely breathe, wishing she could slap herself repeatedly. Zhou Shuang, though stubborn in her ways, had grown more subdued after being cast aside by her mother and sister, sitting quietly with tears streaming down her face. Mother, after Zhou Mu left, we sought him out several times, but his resentment towards us runs too deep. He steadfastly refuses to return. Quite right, Su Mei replied with a self-deprecating smile. A mother unworthy, a son unfilial. Given how we, as his mother and sister, have treated him over the years, any mistreatment he inflicts upon us is well-deserved. However, Xiao Yu, listen closely. No matter how he treats us, you must not harbor hatred towards him. It is we who have wronged him. I understand. But Xiao Mu is now working as a composer at an entertainment company, and the owner has even granted him shares. That is good to hear. Upon learning that Zhou Mu has been thriving and has become a boss, Su Mei visibly sighed in relief. Naturally, my son is the most exceptional. She then shifted the topic, her expression turning grave as she looked at her three daughters, Xiao Yu, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Shuang. You three are now employed at the company. I urge you to spare no effort in taking full control of it. Upon my return, I will also seek to acquire more shares. When we, the mother and daughters, finally secure the reins of the company, it'll be the moment for me, Su Mei, to confront him directly. The entire glory is built upon the foundation of the Su family. No one aside from my children shall have a chance to stake a claim. As Su Mei spoke, her gaze remained fixed on her third daughter, Zhou Shuang. A mother knows her child best. She felt at ease with her other two daughters. But Zhou Shuang and Zhou Yun were of similar age, practically having grown up together, coupled with Zhou Shuang's stubborn nature. It was uncertain whether she would side with her mother or that wretched child. Fortunately, Zhou Shuang did not disappoint her, nodding vigorously in agreement under her watchful eye. As for raising children, perhaps it was because Zhou Banghua had pursued her with ulterior motives and never held genuine affection for her. Or perhaps it was due to his preference for sons. After the birth of their three daughters, he had hardly taken on any parental responsibilities, leaving all matters to Su Mei, citing the demands of his thriving business. Yet he spared no care for Zhou Yun, the so-called adopted son, showering him with affection. In retrospect, it seemed he had always been hiding a concubine outside, with that son Shui being his true beloved, and their son naturally received all the attention, while Su Mei was merely a tool. Su Mei, possessing the audacity to sell everything to support Zhou Banghua's entrepreneurial endeavors and skillfully managing the company during its splendid rise, was certainly no inept individual. It suddenly dawned on her that Zhou Mu's disappearance must not have been a simple affair. Otherwise, how coincidental that Zhou Yun was brought back shortly after. At this thought, Su Mei's hatred for Zhou Banghua and Zhou Yun deepened further. She wished nothing more than to consume the father-son duo alive. If Zhou Banghua could be so ruthless, she would not hesitate to be equally merciless. You play the first card, and I shall play the 15th. When it comes to cruelty, women can surpass men. Chapter 40. Return to Chongyi Mu Ge. What song do you plan for me to sing in the next episode? Facing Meng Xingqian's curiosity, Zhou Mu, engrossed in his game, did not even look up. Did your sister not tell you? In the next episode, you'll be duetting with Fu Yunwan. I know it's a duet. I just want to see the new song. Meng Xingqian replied, Look, I bought this box of fruits when I was participating in a program in Jiangzhou. I heard it's a local specialty, so I brought it back for you to try. With a flattering expression, Meng Xingqian placed a box of fruits on the table. Oh, you can leave it there for now. Let me finish this game. Sigh. Then I'll wash a few for you, she said, happily taking several fruits and darting out. After a few minutes, Zhou Mu finished his game and took a washed fruit, taking a bite. To his surprise, it was quite delicious. As soon as Zhou Mu finished his task, Meng Xingqian, who had been waiting nearby, approached him eagerly. Hey, Brother Mu, I know you must have completed your new song. Hurry and let me have a look. I still need to rehearse. Rest assured, the melody and tonality of the new song are still within your expertise. The song itself is not difficult, though the arrangement may pose some challenges. Zhou Mu spoke as he accessed the freshly composed song on his computer, clicking the mouse to activate the printer, which began to whir and hum. Meng Xingchen quickly took a step towards the printer, his small eyes fixed intently on the sheets being slowly ejected, filled with anticipation. The lyrics and melody were printed swiftly, yet the printer continued its relentless sound. 1 sheet, 2 sheets, 5 sheets, 10 sheets. Brother Mu, this arrangement is quite extensive, isn't it? Meng Xingchen remarked, glancing at a few sheets. The sheer number of instruments was somewhat overwhelming. Although he considered himself a professional singer immersed in music for many years, he had no trouble with the lyrics and melody. However, he was not particularly versed in arrangements. He understood that typical arrangers usually left some room for interpretation when utilizing instruments, as even they may not be intimately familiar with every instrument. Adjustments or substitutions might be made based on the final outcome. Zhou Mu, however, was different. Every song he composed had its arrangements meticulously defined. For example, which instruments to use and their effects at the very beginning, when the piano would enter, the precise timing of the guitar, the drums, and strings were all specified down to the minutiae. This approach demanded an extraordinary level of skill from the arranger, requiring an extensive accumulation of knowledge about instruments and a powerful intellect. One had to, in a sense, simulate all instrument effects in one's mind like a computer without error, or risk becoming a source of ridicule. Meng Xingchen had never encountered anyone who arranged music in such a manner, not even among dedicated arrangers. In fact, even Zhou Mu, who came from a composition background, had never seen it. During his time at Huiguang, none of the over a dozen arrangers in the company could achieve such a level of precision. This was one of the reasons Zhou Mu held Zhou Mu in such high regard. All right, don't act so surprised as if you've never seen the world. Today is Thursday. You have 2 days to familiarize yourself with the song. I'll have Fu Yunwan return on Saturday and Sunday to rehearse with you. Great, I'll head out now. With the long-awaited new song in hand, Meng Xingchen left the office, grinning like a fool. Once the room fell silent, Zhou Mu lost interest in playing games and casually browsed through the recruitment information that Meng Shirqing had forwarded to him via the company's internal email. A quick glance revealed that most of the applications were for the positions of lyricists and composers, with very few for singers. However, when it came to singers, one person did come to mind, his younger sister, Fu Qingwei. To speak of Fu Qingwei, she too is a student of the vocal department at Chongyi, and it is inevitable that she will tread the path of the entertainment industry in pursuit of her livelihood. Zhou Mu believes that rather than allowing her to struggle in the world outside, it would be more prudent to sign her with Han Hai. No one understands the nature of the entertainment realm better than he does. Having Fu Qingwei by his side would enable him to care for her, and with his protective presence, her future would be secure, alleviating any concerns for her parents. It could indeed be a win-win situation. However, Fu Qingwei is only a freshman, and perhaps it is a bit premature to sign her at this stage. As he pondered this, a sudden thought struck Zhou Mu. Why not return to Chongyi for a visit? Once this notion took root, it became inescapable. He could see Fu Qingwei and also pay a visit to his esteemed mentor from his university days. Yes, it shall be done. Ever since his rebirth, Zhou Mu has shed his indecisive nature. Once he made up his mind, he acted resolutely. After exchanging a few words with Meng Shirqing, he set off. Before long, Zhou Mu found himself aboard the subway heading to Chongyi Academy. As it was nearing noon, the train was not as crowded as during the rush hours, so he did not have to worry about finding a seat. Seated comfortably, he engrossed himself in his phone, oblivious to a group of girls nearby who were whispering amongst themselves. "Look at that handsome guy over there," one exclaimed. "Is he really that good-looking?" "I think he is just average," another replied. "Then why are you taking pictures of him? Can I take a selfie?" "I think you're just infatuated." Perhaps their playful banter piqued Zhou Mu's curiosity, for when he finally glanced up, he caught sight of one girl hurriedly tucking her phone away. Not minding the attention, he merely smiled faintly and returned to his device. In truth, Zhou Mu's appearance was quite remarkable. One could even say he was exceptionally handsome. rivaling the popular young idols of the entertainment industry. Yet, previously, he had not garnered much attention from the Zhou family, leading to a lack of emphasis on his attire and grooming. Coupled with his daily routine of working tirelessly while studying, he harbored an inexplicable sense of inferiority. It was only after his rebirth and successful departure from the Zhou family that he began to shine, thanks to the wealth of songs stored in his mind. As his income increased, so too did his confidence, transforming him entirely and enhancing his natural charm. It is often said that confidence is a man's finest adornment, and Zhou Mu's current demeanor attests to this truth. Approximately an hour later, Zhou Mu arrived at the entrance of his alma mater. Although it had only been 3 months since his graduation, it felt like an eternity, instilling in him a sense of nostalgia. Drawing upon the memories etched in his mind, he made his way toward the music department. As one of the premier art academies in Xiaogua, Chongyi offered more than just a single discipline. The music department was primarily divided into 2 sections. The vocal department, which encompassed various styles including popular, classical, and folk singing, and the composition department, focusing on songwriting, arrangement, and related subjects. The curriculum of the music department could be broadly categorized into specialized and general courses, with certain classes mandatory for all music students. A quintessential example would be music notation. Regardless of whether one aspired to be a singer or a songwriter, understanding sheet music was fundamental. It is merely a deepening of research for composition students, accompanied by a more intricate curriculum, encompassing various music histories from both domestic and foreign perspectives, counterpoint and fugue, orchestral applications, and theories of various instruments, among other subjects. Moments later, Zhou Mu arrived at the classroom where Fu Qingyue was situated. Peering through the window, he couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. There sat Fu Qingyue, attentively nodding her head during the lecture, though her nodding was not a sign of rapt attention. Rather, she was dozing off. It is no wonder that the saying goes, spring slumber, summer fatigue, autumn weakness, winter is just right for sleep. Qingyue is indeed not misleading me. Chapter 41. Reunion with a mentor brother. What brings you here? Did you come specifically to see me? As soon as class concluded, Fu Qingyue bounced over to Zhou Mu, wrapping her arms around his, playfully coaxing him. You're already a college student, and yet you show no shame. Look, your classmates are watching. Zhou Mu gestured around, and as Fu Qingyue turned, she saw indeed that the surrounding students were whispering and casting glances at the two of them. But you are my brother. What is there to fear? Fu Qingyue replied nonchalantly, sticking out her tongue. Let us go eat. It has been a while since I dined at Chongyi's cafeteria. Of course, I'll treat you. After all, you give me 1,000 yuan for living expenses every month. Is it so that if I don't provide, you won't treat me to a meal? Not at all. Fu Qingyue's voice was sweet and charming, her childlike innocence drawing the attention of male students along the way. Some even heartbroken, thinking their goddess might have a boyfriend. Chongyi boasts 4 cafeterias, offering a wide array of culinary delights that represent local delicacies from across the nation. The siblings chose the 3rd cafeteria, the one closest to the music department. They sat facing each other with their meals, and Fu Qingyue, like a cheerful little sparrow, chattered incessantly. Xiaoya, have you considered which company you would sign with in the future? Of course, it would be your company. Does that even need to be asked? Fu Qingyue looked at Zhou Mu as if he were simple-minded. Zhou Mu was taken aback and chuckled. He had assumed Fu Qingyue might think less of Han Hai for being a smaller company, but it turned out he was misjudging her. Xiaoya, if I recall correctly, the vocal department does not stipulate a specific grade for signing with a company, correct? Seems that way, Fu Qingyue replied, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. However, the school probably prefers students not to sign too early. Many seniors seem to prepare for signing in their 3rd or 4th year. Zhou Mu nodded in understanding. After all, the vocal department is different from the composition department. For composition students, signing early could be seen as a way to hone their professional skills. Even if their works were subpar, they could simply refrain from publishing them without significant repercussions. Conversely, vocal students must face the public directly. If their professional abilities fall short, they might be deemed lacking in talent. More seriously, Chongyi itself could earn a reputation for being unprofessional if students sign too early. Thus, while the institution respects students' choices regarding early contracts, It is fundamentally predicated on having completed relevant professional courses. Of course, if one possesses exceptional talent and outstanding results, or can guarantee that signing will not impede their regular classes, then it is of little concern. So, do you wish to sign now? If you wish, I can assist you with that. Really? I can sign a contract with your company to become a singer right now? Fu Qingyue's expression was tinged with excitement. You are aware that our company is rather small and in need of singers, yet considering you are only a freshman, even if we were to sign you now, I would not be able to release any songs immediately for the sake of your studies. However, if there are any opportunities that suit you, such as roles in films or dramas, you could certainly give those a try, just to get your face out there. I am more than willing. I am absolutely eager. I can sign right away, and I am fine with not releasing songs. In her excitement, Fu Qingyue barely touched her meal, gripping Zhou Mu's arm tightly. Then you should inquire with your academic advisor this afternoon about the school stance, but I must make it clear that even if you sign, it cannot interfere with your studies. No problem at all. Fu Qingyue made a gesture of affirmation, exclaiming, I adore you, brother. The two enjoyed their lunch with laughter and merriment, after which Fu Qingyue cheerfully sought out her advisor, while Zhou Mu headed towards the music department office. Upon arriving at the door marked with the title of the music department head, Zhou Mu knocked gently. Hearing a voice beckoning him to enter, he pushed the door open. Teacher, it has been a while. Zhou Mu greeted with a smile, only to be surprised to find a familiar face in the office. Jiang Weining? What brings you here? Oh, so only you, Zhou Mu, have the privilege to visit Teacher Zhao? I cannot. Jiang Weining was equally astonished to see Zhou Mu, her smile growing ever brighter. Ha! What a delightful coincidence. I never expected both of you to visit this old man at the same time. It seems you two are indeed fated. Zhao Jingqing, the head of the Chongyi music department and a renowned composer, appeared to be around 50 years old. His hair slightly graying at the temples and showing early signs of thinning on top, despite the round, content smile adorning his face. Zhou Mu and Jiang Weining were well aware that he was known as the King of Hell Zhao in the Chongyi institution due to his notoriously rigorous teaching methods and authoritative demeanor. Nevertheless, he was equally famous for his appreciation of talent, and coincidentally, Zhou Mu and Jiang Weining happened to be the two students he valued most from their cohort. Particularly Zhou Mu, who, with a solid foundation of musical knowledge from a past life, found his studies in this life to be effortlessly manageable. Consequently, Zhao Jingqing often showed leniency towards him. Without his endorsement, Zhou Mu would not have found it so easy to take on part-time work to cover his tuition and living expenses during university. Zhou Mu held Zhao Jingqing in high regard, treating him with the respect due to a mentor and elder. Upon hearing Zhao Jingqing's words, Zhou Mu remained unfazed, while Jiang Weining appeared somewhat pleased, though she refrained from showing it in front of the teacher. Zhou Mu, what brings you to see Teacher Zhao today? I am here to discuss a personal matter. A personal matter? Zhao Jingqing's expression turned somewhat teasing as he inquired. What? Are you here to propose to one of my female students? Absolutely not. Zhou Mu hurriedly waved his hands. My sister is currently a freshman in the vocal music department, and I would like to sign her with the company, but I assure you it will not interfere with her studies. Hearing his words, Jiang Weining couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then curiously inquired, Zhou Mu, do you have a sister? Zhao Jingqing was already aware of Zhou Mu's circumstances, understanding that he must be referring to the daughter of his adoptive parents, and felt no surprise. You came from that side? Yes, I did. That's great. Zhao Jingqing expressed her happiness for Zhou Mu. This way, you needn't be so hesitant anymore. I've listened to your songs, and they are quite impressive. I particularly adore using emotion, but do remember not to become complacent. Your journey is still long. As for your sister, I agree. If it were anyone else, I might hesitate. But with you, I have complete confidence. Although Jiang Weining found it somewhat difficult to grasp the meaning behind their conversation, she recognized that this was not the moment to inquire further. Instead, she feigned a sulky demeanor and pouted playfully at Zhao Jingqing. Teacher Zhao, your favoritism is too obvious. You say I should handle my own matters, yet you readily agree to Zhou Mu's affairs. I am your student too, you know. Haha, you mischievous girl, Zhao Jingqing laughed, playfully poking Jiang Weining with her finger. Zhou Mu's sister is quite different. Can you compare? I maintain my stance. If your dream wishes to sign students from Chongyi, I have no objections as long as they consent. However, it's best if they are third or fourth year students, as first and second years should primarily focus on their studies. If you, Zhou Mu, share this intention, my answer remains the same. Otherwise, it would be counterproductive for the students. Zhou Mu looked at Jiang Wanning in surprise, not expecting her to be representing Dream this time. Dream Entertainment was undoubtedly the leading force in the industry throughout Chongzhou. Previously, he only knew that Jiang Wanning's family owned an entertainment company, but he had not anticipated the magnitude of her connections. Chapter 42, second episode, broadcast. Why are you looking at me like that? So what do you think? Want to join Dream with me? I promise you'll enjoy a life of luxury. Zhou Mu waved his hand. Thanks, but no need. I'm doing quite well at Han Hai. Just kidding. I'm not only a shareholder at Han Hai, but also the music director. Much better than being just a lackey at your dream, right? However, Jiang Wanning seemed undeterred. Zhou Mu, we have plenty of beautiful girls at Dream. If you come, I can introduce you to some. No thanks, old classmate. But if I ever find myself struggling at Han Hai, I hope you might lend a hand. To be honest, Zhou Mu felt somewhat apprehensive about encountering Jiang Wanning. During their last meal together with Fu Yunwan, he discerned that this old classmate harbored unwelcome intentions towards him. Regrettably, Zhou Mu was not in the mindset to pursue a relationship, especially with the Zhou family looming like a ticking time bomb. Who knew when they would re-emerge to cause trouble? The Zhou family cannot perish. How could one establish a home? You're like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good heart. Jiang Wanning glared fiercely at him. Teacher Zhao, I will ensure my colleagues continue to follow up on the work matters. I must take my leave now. I will visit you again when I have the time. After receiving a nod from Zhao Jingqing, Jiang Wanning stood up and walked towards the door. As she passed by Zhou Mu, she paused, then lifted her left foot and stepped hard on his foot before dashing out. Zhou Mu, somewhat perplexed, was rubbing his foot, while Zhao Jingqing watched with great amusement. It was evident that Jiang Wanning harbored some feelings for him. Please, teacher, spare me your teasing. Do you truly believe I have the leisure to ponder such matters at this moment? Indeed, managing a family can be quite a challenge, Zhao Jingqing remarked, feeling a tinge of sympathy for his disciple. However, you have now escaped from your trials. Brighter days lie ahead. By the way, how is the song for the second episode of Music Vanguard coming along? Zhou Mu first poured water for his teacher and then replied, You watch this program too, teacher? How coincidental. Jiang Mian, one of the judges from the last episode, is also one of my students. After that show, he mentioned to me a remarkable piece featured in it. When I saw the composer was Zhou Mu, I guessed it was you. So, is the next song also yours? In a manner, yes. It indeed serves as a foundation, but I have blended in elements of rap. As for the exotic flair, I intend to emphasize it within the arrangement. Now that you have graduated, I shall refrain from interfering in your songwriting. It is vital in music creation to avoid treading the well-worn paths of others. My ideas may not necessarily suit you, and your future journey may surpass my own. Among your cohort, you were the one I held the highest hopes for. Do not let me down. Zhou Mu grasped his hand tightly. You will forever be my teacher. Enough of this sentimentality. You are no longer a child. Since you have had your lunch, I shall not keep you. As a supervisor, you have your duties to attend to. Do remember to return and have a meal with your teacheress wife. She has mentioned you several times. After bidding farewell to his teacher, Zhou Mu descended the stairs and, feeling an inexplicable urge, turned to glance back. Indeed, his teacher stood at the window, waving at him. Zhou Mu felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He understood that Zhao Jingqing regarded him as a son. It was not only the teacher, but also his wife, Guan Ying, who shared this sentiment. Guan Ying, a dancer, was the head of the song and dance troupe of Chong'an City. Unfortunately, due to an accident after their marriage, Zhao Jingqing faced difficulties in conceiving. Yet, Guan Ying held no resentment. Their love remained as strong as ever, though they were still childless. Since learning about Zhou Mu's situation, the couple often invited him over for meals, and sometimes Guan Ying would buy him clothes. Since Zhou Mu returned to the Zhou family, he had only felt warmth in the home of his teacher. With a heavy heart, Zhou Mu resolved to visit the elderly couple more often. Today, due to his visit to the school, he could not bring anything. Otherwise, carrying bags to the teacher's office might lead to misunderstandings. He decided he would buy more things next time. Upon returning to the company, Zhou Mu immersed himself in work, as the second episode of Music Vanguard was swiftly approaching, and he needed to prepare the accompaniment for his new song. The arrangement was somewhat intricate. While certain instruments could be performed live, many sound effects required the use of a synthesizer, a task he must personally undertake. Time passed quickly amidst the hustle, and before he knew it, Monday had arrived, the day of the program's premiere. The atmosphere in the vast sea of people was as lively as before, with the only distinction being the addition of several newly hired colleagues, alongside Fu Qingwei and Wu Yinping, who sat next to Zhou Mu. Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue were well aware that Zhou Mu's mother had brought his sister to the company for a contract signing, and they had made ample preparations. The day prior, on Sunday, they had visited the supermarket and procured a plethora of snacks and beverages. This morning, they arrived early to the office to conduct a thorough cleaning, all in hopes of leaving a favorable impression on Wu Yinping. Once Zhou Mu and the others arrived, Meng Shiqing took the mother and daughter on a tour of the entire company, while Lin Yue's eloquence kept Wu Yinping in high spirits. Zhou Mu, do your two bosses have a crush on you? Honestly, tell me which one you prefer. If you ask me, both girls are quite lovely. That Shiqing seems like a refined lady, poised, and an excellent choice for a good daughter-in-law. However, Yue is also charming, beautiful, and with a great figure. Not to mention her straightforward and generous personality. I will be pleased with either of them as my daughter-in-law. Fu Qingwei, overhearing her mother's words, stifled her laughter behind her hand, while Zhou Mu merely hung his head, appearing disheartened. Mom, you're overthinking it. We're just colleagues. I just graduated. How could I have time to find a girlfriend? Observing Wu Yinping's skeptical expression, Zhou Mu knew it would be futile to explain his situation at that moment. So he quickly changed the subject. Mom, let us watch television. The program is about to start. Two colleagues from our company are participating in a competition. We could discuss things afterward. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Wu Yinping understood that pressing further would yield no results and settled down patiently. Yet, her occasional glances toward Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue revealed that she had not entirely given up hope. Meanwhile, in the staff residence of Chongyi, Zhao Jingqing was also watching the live broadcast with his wife, Guaning. What a rarity, Lao Zhao. Our esteemed director specifically granted me leave today just to watch TV with you at home. Have you abandoned your students? Guaning teased from her spot on the sofa. Perhaps due to years of dancing and not having given birth, she appeared to be in her 30s rather than in her 40s, exuding the charm of a youthful beauty. With her hair tied in a high ponytail and dressed in a loose-fitting pink loungewear that complemented her fair complexion, she looked less like a wife and more like a daughter beside Zhao Jingqing. What nonsense! Today's program features that young lad, Zhou Mu's new song. I simply wish to see if his talent has diminished. Upon hearing this, Guan Ying's eyes sparkled. Zhou Mu's new song? Now that has something to look forward to. That rascal hasn't come to visit me, his teacher, in ages. Just as she spoke, the television screen shifted, revealing the opening of the program Music Vanguard, compelling Guaning to focus intently. Chapter 43. The controversy surrounding the new song as the second episode, this installment of Music Vanguard omitted the red carpet segment. And unlike the first episode where all the singers were crammed together, each artist in this episode had their own exclusive lounge. Perhaps the production team took into account the opinions of numerous netizens. Or it could be that the inclusion of guest performers for the second time prompted a deliberate alteration to maintain an air of mystery. At the outset of the show, the screen showcased brief interviews with each singer, primarily reflecting on their previous achievements and aspirations for the current episode. Based on the results of the last round, Meng Shiqing was slated to perform last, while Zhou Yun was positioned fourth. When it came time for Zhou Yun's interview, his remarks sparked considerable discussion online. I believe my abilities are sound, and my song is commendable. As for why I rank fourth, perhaps it is simply due to bad luck, he remarked with a chuckle. However, it is what it is. Some individuals prefer to attract attention with novelty. What do the common folk understand about music? They merely echo the opinions of others. I maintain that anyone with a true appreciation of music would not see me as a loser. When asked about his goal for this episode, he confidently declared, "Well, of course, it's South to claim first place. After all, ISNT competition about striving for the top? Otherwise, what am I even doing here?" Upon hearing his words, the online comments erupted in a frenzy. Who is this guy? A king of songs or a sage of melodies? So, it's our fault he didn't achieve first place? Some pointed out his status as a young heir of brilliant entertainment, suggesting he could not possibly be mistaken. Let us not kid ourselves. Even a chairman or general manager wouldn't dare to speak so boldly. It seems this fellow must have been kicked by a donkey on his way out this morning. They joked, recalling the classic phrase, "It's not me who is wrong. It's the world." Previously, there were many who praised him in the comments, but now they seem to have vanished. Perhaps brilliant entertainment views him as a lost cause, ready to cast him aside, while the online spectators began to mock him. Even Guan, watching the live stream from home, felt a pang of discomfort. Old Zhao, who is this guy? His fame is minimal, yet his arrogance is grand. Do you know him? Who else could it be but someone from the Zhou family? Zhao Jingqing harbored his own frustrations, given his already negative feelings towards the Zhou family due to his connection with Zhou Mu. Zhou Yun's inflammatory comments only intensified his disdain. So, he is the brother mentioned by Zhou Mu? Guan Ying's expression darkened. Any form of art must be rooted in the favor of the public. Detachment from the masses leads to ruin, and it seemed to her that Brilliant was not far from that fate. In the midst of this conversation, the show's host took to the stage to commence the introductions. Welcome, everyone, to the second episode of Music Vanguard. First, let us once again welcome our esteemed friends, Teacher Jiang Mian and Teacher Su Hongxiu. Following the thrilling competition of the first episode, I trust everyone has gained some understanding of our contestants. Today, these performers will be accompanied by their guest artists, promising an even more captivating showcase. The two hosts, in harmonious dialogue, quickly elevated the atmosphere of the studio, especially as many audience members expressed curiosity about the guest singers. The production team had not imposed any restrictions on the stature of these guest performers, whether they were A-list, B-list, or even crowned kings and queens of song. As long as they and their agencies possessed the requisite capability, they were welcome to join the show. Herein lies the advantage of being backed by a substantial corporation. Smaller companies, when faced with such circumstances, must either muster the courage to invite a lukewarm artist to perform or exhaust their connections, pleading for favors. In stark contrast, larger firms harbor no such anxieties. They boast an array of prominent artists and can afford to be selective. Moreover, no one dares to voice dissent. One can only marvel at the audacity. As the program commenced, various singers graced the stage, with the evening's theme celebrating exotic charm, transporting the audience to a grand global stage of diverse cultures. A plethora of distinctive traditional attire and rarely seen instruments captivated the spectators, leading to a flurry of enthusiastic comments on the screen. Soon it was time for Zhou Yun, who had made quite a spectacle during the opening remarks. Although the live audience remained somewhat unresponsive, the barrage of comments online revealed a different sentiment. Wow, Zhou Yun has quite the connections. He managed to invite such a star. Some speculated that it was his illustrious reputation that allowed him to secure the presence of the renowned Xiao Guowang. Regardless, it seemed we were in for a treat today, as Zhou Yun and the esteemed Xiao Feng took to the stage. Signaling to the audience, the music began. Initially, many attendees anticipated that Zhou Yun would perform a song reflective of a particular ethnic style, given the vast cultural diversity of Xia country, which is home to nearly 60 ethnic groups, each with its unique musical traditions. However, when the title of the song appeared on the large screen, the audience was taken aback, for it was entirely in a different language. When Zhou Yun began to sing the first line, it became clear that the lyrics were in a foreign tongue. While this foreign style could indeed be classified as exotic, one must question its historical authenticity. The essence of this genre seemed to align closely with contemporary pop music, lacking any distinguishing features beyond its lyrical differences and a slightly more upbeat tempo. The panel of judges, including Jiang Mian and Su Hongxiu, exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain of how to respond. Was this truly representative of exotic charm? Perhaps, but it felt somewhat disconnected from the theme. As for Xiao Feng, one could only wonder what benefits he had been promised, as he scarcely uttered a few lines throughout the performance, appearing more as a mere accessory than an active participant. This left many eager viewers feeling dissatisfied. What caliber of artist was Zhou Mu to warrant such an esteemed figure as a mere backdrop? Nonetheless, one must acknowledge the quality of the song itself. Western music inherently places greater emphasis on rhythm, and compared to the lyrical depth typically found in Xia country's romantic ballads, the performance was indeed more vivacious. With a star like Xiao Feng lending his presence, the final vote count reached an impressive 167. However, this outcome left many viewers bewildered. Why was a Xia country program featuring a song in a foreign language? Has Xia country run out of talent? Some might argue that this represents a clear encroachment of external influences on local artistry. My recommendation is for a thorough investigation. The scrutiny is relentless. Although the lyrics of this song are in the language of the so-called ugly nation, both the lyrics and composition are crafted by our compatriots from the Summer Nation. Art knows no boundaries. What about your perspective? Have you not noticed that other artists have also incorporated musical elements for various countries? Why not criticize them? Previously, their lyrics were predominantly in the language of the Summer Nation, and the overall tone was distinctly ours. In a moment, the commentary on Zhou Yun's new song has divided into two factions, each staunchly defending their stance. Chapter 44. Debut. Though the history of the Summer Nation bears a close resemblance to that of the Hua Nation, it differs slightly in minor details. The pivotal distinction is that the Summer Nation was spared that peculiar decade, allowing it to develop its economy, technology, and even national defense without interruption. To this day, the Summer Nation and the so-called Ugly Nation have formed a polarized dynamic, representing the two extremes of the East and West. Although on the surface, interactions seem calm and cordial, beneath lies an ongoing rivalry, with mutual disdain. The battleground for this competition has gradually shifted from traditional economic and military domains to cultural arts and sports. Furthermore, the Summer Nation has always maintained a firm stance. Previously, the Ugly Nation hoped to establish a foothold in the surrounding areas, only to find the Summer Nation unyielding. Neighboring countries, such as Annam and the Korean Peninsula, have faced considerable repercussions, and it was not until the 1990s that the Summer Nation largely concluded its large-scale military endeavors. This stands in stark contrast to the Hua Nation's principle of diplomacy before warfare. Consequently, the populace of the Summer Nation harbors a general aversion towards the Ugly Nation, which is why Zhou Yun's controversial lyrics sparked such heated debate. Despite the incessant online squabbles, the show must go on. For the organizers, the greater the controversy, the higher the attention. As long as it does not breach fundamental principles, they would welcome any stir. However, this has left the two subsequent performers in distress. They had entered the competition with confidence, only to be overshadowed by Zhou Yun's antics, resulting in little audience focus on their performances. Once off stage, they could only lament, feeling that their efforts had been wasted. Xiao Gu, I truly appreciate your support today. Without you, our performance would not have garnered such significant attention. Zhou Yun expressed his gratitude to Xiao Feng backstage. Although he had expended considerable resources and connections, having the king of singers in attendance was a testament to his capabilities. You're too modest, Xiao Zhou. I merely made an appearance. The credit lies with your exceptional talent. I merely added a touch of brilliance, Xiao Feng replied. Despite holding a slight disdain for Zhou Yun in his heart, he would never voice such sentiments. For him, this invitation not only brought in a substantial sum of money, but also offered considerable resources, an undeniable profit. As the two enjoyed light-hearted banter in the lounge, each felt triumphant about the lucrative deal. Soon, the host returned to the stage with a beaming smile, announcing, "Next up, we have the first-place winner from our last episode." He claimed victory with his piece Jiangnan, which beautifully fuses classical Summer Nation melodies. Will his new work once again captivate the audience? Let's wait and see. Please welcome Meng Xingxin and his guest vocalist to the stage. As his voice faded, the lights in the venue dimmed instantly, leaving only two beams of spotlight illuminating the entrances on either side of the stage. The first to make his appearance was Meng Xingxin, whose attire was a stark departure from the formal suit he wore in the previous episode. This time, he opted for a distinctly youthful look. A cap adorned his head, A loose-fitting shirt graced his torso, and baggy jeans covered his lower half, complemented by a pair of white sneakers that exuded an unmistakable aura of hip-hop. Was Meng Xingqian's outfit a nod to the genre of rap? One might wonder, where does rap originate? It is common knowledge that rap traces its roots to the streets of a certain country. This raises the question, are the lyrics of rap songs in the language of that nation or another? To date, rap in the language of Xia has struggled due to phonetic limitations, while the offerings in the other language are equally scarce and hardly listenable. The absurdity is palpable. Amidst the lively discussions in the comments, a figure slowly emerged from the right side of the stage, instantly silencing the barrage of messages and prompting gasps from the audience. It was Fu Yunan, resplendent in a flowing white bohemian-style gown, her exquisite makeup and accessories of tassels and beaded strings creating a striking impression. Goodness gracious! Is that really Fu Yunan? My word, I knew she was beautiful, but I never anticipated she could look this stunning. Indeed, her ensemble radiated a captivating exotic charm. How is it that Fu Yunan, a once prominent singer, appears to garner even more attention than the celebrated King Xiaofeng? Naturally, the music industry is not lacking in stars, but a beauty of Fu Yunan's caliber is a rare gem. The fervor of the audience and the animated comments reveal just how high her popularity soars, even if it primarily stems from her appearance rather than her body of work. On stage, Meng Xingqian and Fu Yunan took their positions, exchanged a smile, and nodded at the band, as the screen behind them displayed the song's details. Prague Square, composed, written, and arranged by Zhou Mu, performed by Meng Xingqian and Fu Yunan. Simultaneously, at home, Zhao Jingqing straightened up from his reclined position on the sofa upon seeing Zhou Mu's song come to life, adjusting the television volume significantly as he was eager to gauge the compositional prowess of his proud disciple. With the sound of cymbals ringing, the performance commenced. Zhao Jingqing listened intently, murmuring his thoughts as he absorbed the music. The sound of cymbals resonates, accompanied by the classical guitar and harmonica. The rhythm of the drums melds with the bass, while the sound of suspended cymbals and perhaps a triangle can be heard. Meng observes the light filtering through the stained glass windows that adorn the Gothic church. Someone plays a melancholic segment, echoing the sorrows of wandering souls. Following the direction of the music, one can glimpse roses entwined in an 18th century oil painting. Beside it, one quietly appreciates, pondering romantic thoughts, wondering if time remains unchanged. The thief steals away, and the monk reflects, upon awakening, that he is left with nothing. Undoubtedly, as Meng Xingqian begins to sing, the audience instantly recognizes the authenticity of the rap. This incites some netizens to stir. Those who previously claimed Xia, when was unsuited for rap, are now ready to face the music. Tears are shed, as what was once perceived as chaotic and incomprehensible begins to reveal the beauty of rap. On the upper floor, a few childlike voices add a charming touch. It must be noted that the Chinese language does not lend itself to rap as gracefully as Western languages do. Each character possesses a unique pronunciation, and when delivered swiftly, clarity is often lost, compounded by the challenge of maintaining rhyme. But let us focus on the song itself. Following a brief interlude, the chorus begins, and one sees Fu Yunan gracefully lifting the hem of her long gown with one hand while bringing the microphone to her lips with the other, her cherry-red lips parting slightly. With her first note, it is clear to all that the legendary diva who once stirred a tempest has returned. In Chapter 45, Fu Qingwei signs with Han Hai. I stand in the twilight square of Prague, casting my hopes into the wishing well. The flock of white doves turns its back to the setting sun. The scene is so beautiful that I dare not gaze upon it. The empty corridors of Prague Square find me dancing alone, spinning in solitude, while you sing from afar. Without me, you find it hard to adapt. As the chorus concludes, the melody shifts unexpectedly, leaving some in the audience with puzzled expressions. Yet, on the judges' panel, Jiang Mian's eyes sparkle with delight, while some music bloggers in the audience are left agape, as if discovering for the first time that music can be crafted in such a manner. Into the wishing well, I cast my hopes. The flock of white doves turns its back to the setting sun. The scene is too beautiful for me to behold. In the bustling theater of Prague Square, In a quiet alley at a CAF, I am at the register while you prepare rich soup. This is the final answer to the story. With Fu Yunwan's concluding dance move, the song gently draws to a close. It is worth noting that after many years in the industry, this is the first time she has incorporated choreography in her live performance, which makes many netizens feel it is worth every penny. Meng Xingchen and Fu Yunwan share a brief smile, bowing respectfully towards the audience and the band amidst thunderous applause. As the host takes the stage, magnificent, truly magnificent. For a moment, this song transported me to distant Europe, lost in a classical ambience. Indeed, Jiang Mian responds with a smile. It seems our host is quite the connoisseur of music. He then states earnestly, the title of this song clearly indicates it tells the story of Prague, although I am uncertain if this square truly exists. The melodic tonality remains steadfastly rooted, seamlessly blending elements of rap and even exuding a danceable rhythm, showcasing a rich tapestry of influences. In the realm of music, there is a collective pursuit of novel soundscapes, a convergence of diverse styles, both ancient and contemporary. Yet, to date, few truly representative works have emerged. However, Maestro Zhou Mu has provided his answer. Whether through the Peace Summer from the newcomer season, or of the previous Jiangnan, or today's Prague Square, his gradually recognizable style, infused with traditional Chinese aesthetics and European classical music, is masterfully woven into his compositions, placing him far above many musicians, myself included, particularly with today's song. While the average listener may not perceive its depth, most professional musicians are left in a state of astonishment upon hearing it. At this juncture, several audience members in the back began nodding in agreement, and Jiang Mian, glancing back, was not surprised by their reaction, continuing to elaborate. The arrangement of this song is intricate and resplendent, especially in the interludes where the use of modal shifts evokes a dreamlike sense of transcendence. Of course, those that do not grasp it may find it perplexing, feeling detached from the narrative thread. Yet for me, it is nothing short of breathtaking. Few musicians dare to tread this path, as it demands a high level of skill from the composer, allowing for spontaneous creativity. Ultimately, I can only say that the arrangement of this song is magnificent, with a plethora of elements cascading in a manner that feels neither cluttered nor overwhelming, truly a sight to behold. I am grateful for Jiang Mian's insightful commentary. As for you, Teacher Hongxiu, my perspective aligns closely with that of Teacher Jiang Mian, she remarked with a playful toss of her hair. The lyrics and composition are all masterpieces, and the arrangement is boundless, unshackled by convention. However, I would not recommend that others attempt to emulate this, including myself and Teacher Jiang Mian, as we might only scratch the surface and end up embarrassed. Laughter erupted in the venue, with a barrage of comments reflecting sentiments, such as I can't stop laughing at Teacher Hongxiu's adorableness. Hongxiu and Jiang Mian are longtime friends, having previously worked at the same company, so their playful banter poses no risk of offending one another. However, witnessing both of them extolling the song left Zhou Yun resting in the lounge, feeling discontent. In his view, the song was utterly nonsensical. His expression darkened ominously, yet beside him, Xiao Feng found the situation quite amusing. Their relationship was purely collaborative, and the mood of his counterpart was of no concern to him. Conversely, he was intrigued by Zhou Mu, who consistently produces outstanding music. After all, who knew of Meng Xingchen before? Now, she is undoubtedly a rising star. If Meng Xingchen was merely a singer overshadowing her fame during the newcomer season, now, following these two new songs, she may not have yet reached widespread acclaim, but her recognition in Chongzhou is undeniable. Additionally, there's Fu Yunwan, who once stood at the pinnacle of the second tier, just a step away from the first tier. The harsh reality of the entertainment industry is starkly evident as one finds themselves relegated to the lower tier after a year devoid of new works. Perhaps I could seek out the rights to a song from Zhou Mu. As Xiao Feng beheld the judge's praises, a restless excitement stirred within him. Meanwhile, Zhao Jingqing, having listened to the song, wore a look of contentment. Ah, Lao Zhao, I find this song quite delightful, possessing a vibrant dance rhythm. What do you think about me asking Xiao Mu for the rights to adapt it? exclaimed Guaning, brimming with enthusiasm. What is your dance troupe doing here? Adding to the commotion, Zhao Jingqing retorted. What of it? The dance troupe is facing challenges. You have no idea how difficult things have become. Our audience largely consists of young people who scoff at traditional works. We are actively seeking ways to transform. Guaning replied, irritated. You should inquire yourself. But let me caution you against assuming you can obtain it for free simply because of your status. This is a copyrighted work. Did I need you to tell me that? Guaning shot him an annoyed glance. Besides, do you think I could take something from Zhou Mu without compensation? Our dance troupe has a budget for copyrights, albeit not comparable to those commercial entities. Zhao Jingqing waved his hand dismissively as Guaning ignored him, cheerfully preparing to call the organization to discuss the matter. You little rascal, you are ready to embark. Zhao Jingqing's face bore a hint of pride, tinged with a touch of melancholy. At Hanhai Company, the renewed hope of securing the top spot with a new song ignited a jubilant cheer among colleagues, rendering even Meng Xingqian's subsequent performance of a challenge song uninteresting. Afternoon tea is on me today. In her excitement, the company's owner, Meng Shirqing, exuberantly gestured, inciting a chorus of cheers from her co-workers. Wu Yinping was equally elated, not only due to her Sun Sao song achieving first place, but also for the amicable atmosphere within Hanhai. She had often heard tales of the chaos in the entertainment industry, and initially disagreed with Fu Qingyue's pursuit of a career therein. However, her perspective began to shift, especially with Zhou Mu as her protective older brother and the harmonious camaraderie among colleagues. What more could she possibly worry about? Ultimately, under her watchful eyes, Fu Qingyue finally inscribed her name on the contract, adding another member to Hanhai Entertainment's roster of artists, a scenario that brought joy to all. Chapter 46. Reputation. Hello, everyone. I'm your old friend, Chasing Wind. It has been a while since my last update, but today I am compelled by the fervent requests of my fans to bounce back and prove that I am still alive. I see that many of you wish for me to discuss the recently explosive works of the composer Zhou Mu. To be honest, I hesitate to comment, as I am merely a music blogger on the internet, while he is a bona fide professional composer, or rather, a producer, laughs. In fact, I first took note of this prodigious composer during the newcomer season, primarily focusing on the song Summer. It is noteworthy that in the current landscape of Xia country, where lyrical melodies reign supreme, the emergence of Summer has forcefully carved out a niche, touching the hearts of countless young listeners with its slightly refreshing tune. Just when many believed this was merely a fleeting moment of diversion, Mr. Zhou's heartfelt creation, Emotion, made a grand entrance, followed by listening to the sea, Jiangnan, and the recently unveiled Prague Square. From the ancient melodies of the Summer Nation to retro lyricism, spanning classical influences and encompassing both lyrics and composition, I can hardly conceive of anything that could hinder his progress. While an ordinary individual may become a master by mastering a single craft throughout their lifetime, this young graduate can be deemed a polymath, infusing new vitality into the stagnant waters of the Summer Nation's music scene. I fondly recall the fierce battles of the 1990s and 2000s, where numerous outstanding musicians gifted their devoted fans with exquisite masterpieces. Yet today, the music industry is inundated with trivial tunes like Let's Bark Together and Golden Thunder. This celestial skill, leading many to believe that the music scene is nearing its end. I once shared that sentiment until the emergence of Mr. Zhou. As a side note, our protagonist is not only a talented individual, but also quite handsome, rivaling even my own extraordinary good looks. However, as Mr. Zhou operates behind the scenes, I shall refrain from sharing photographs to respect his privacy. Those interested may explore his Weibo for more. Lastly, I must mention that the theme for the third episode of Music Vanguard is rock, and I am eagerly anticipating Mr. Zhou's contributions. As I, Chasing Wind, your humble music critic, bid you farewell until next time, Mr. Zhou found the article shared by Meng Shirqing about himself quite intriguing. Overall, the online reception of his two new songs has been largely positive, with Prague Square rising to the charts just as swiftly as Jiangnan. However, it was his first encounter with the name Chasing Wind, which led him to discover that this individual, like himself in a past life, is a music blogger. Yet, he primarily addresses the general audience, resulting in a scarcity of technical jargon in his articles. His candid critiques, even of less favorable songs, have garnered him a significant following. Thanks to him, Mr. Zhou's Weibo followers have surged from a few hundred to 5,000. Notably, this growth includes not only his music fans but also admirers of poetry. The reason is simple. A video circulating online features a literature student presenting two of his poems to a professor for evaluation. The esteemed professor, welcoming of all submissions, initially mistook the work for that of an ancient author, only believing it was penned by a contemporary composer after the student's repeated reassurances. The professor's remarks were equally fascinating. These two, or perhaps one and a half, poems, if placed in a historical context with a touch of narrative, could surely endure through the ages. Consequently, Mr. Zhou's Weibo comments are now filled not only with requests for new songs, but also numerous inquiries about his poetry. After scrolling through Weibo for a while, Mr. Zhou opened a real estate agency website. Several days have passed since the conclusion of the second episode of Music Vanguard, and we have now entered November. The revenue share from October's songs has been credited, though it amounts to a modest sum, less than 100,000. In truth, it is a little over 600,000. Despite several songs performing admirably, the quantity remains insufficient, and the release timeline is relatively short. Considering the profit-sharing ratio and personal income tax, this figure is quite commendable for a newcomer. With a substantial sum now in his possession, Zhou Mu felt emboldened. Reflecting on his status as a director earning $1 million annually, he could not remain perpetually confined to the company's rented apartment. Thus, he contemplated searching for a home. However, just 2 minutes later, he dismissed the thought. Such a hasty decision. With this amount, in a first-tier city, one could scarcely afford a bathroom, and even then, it would only be a shell. How absurd that housing prices in Xia country are even more outrageous than in Hua country. Zhou Mu silently shut down his computer, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Brother Mu, work's done. Shall we go for a foot bath? At the doorway, Zhou Mu poked his head in, extending an invitation. You little chubby one, don't you ever consider buying a car or a house amidst your frequent foot baths? How will you ever get married? Houses? I have several. My family owns 7 or 8 properties. I have a car too, but I just haven't driven it due to the terrible traffic during rush hours, Zhou Mu replied. Momentarily taken aback, Zhou Mu was surprised to discover that this chubby fellow was quite affluent. No wonder he seemed carefree and unburdened. Perhaps noticing Zhou Mu's slight despondency, Zhou Mu quickly added, "Oh, that's nothing. It's all thanks to the redevelopment in my area. Sister Yue is the real powerhouse. Her family runs a bathhouse back in Northeast, employing around 100 to 80 people. Definitely a wealthy magnate." A bathhouse? You call a venue with that many employees a bathhouse? That is more akin to Tianshang Renjian, isn't it? Zhou Mu remarked, gazing at the opulent palace displayed on Zhou Mu's phone, his earlier disillusionment being struck a second time. It appeared that everyone in the company, apart from him, was affluent. He had thought himself a diligent guide, but in reality, he was just a mere figure in the shadows. He pondered how Lin Yue continually urged him to work harder to earn her dowry, only to find that her family's wealth was such that he could only look up in admiration. Bah, a heartless woman, deceiving my affections, he exclaimed. Let's go for that foot bath. Zhou Mu grabbed his jacket from the back of his chair, and together with Zhou Mu, they exited the company. Brother Mu, why do I sense that you seem a bit off today? Are you troubled about the upcoming rock song? Actually, I was quite in good spirits before you arrived, Zhou Mu replied, patting Zhou Mu's shoulder. But alas, there are no buts in this matter. Don't say that, Brother Mu. I really enjoy rock. If you finish writing, could I possibly learn from you? Zhou Mu glanced at him with a neutral expression. Don't focus solely on rock. This month, I plan to release a song for Yu Yang. Do you have any material ready? The last release for Yu Yang was on October 1st. For established artists, it wouldn't matter much if they only released 1 or 2 songs throughout the year. However, for a lesser-known singer like Yu Yang, a 2-month hiatus would likely cause audiences to forget his presence in the music scene. Brother Mu, how about we have a meal first? Then consider the song release while we enjoy our foot bath. I have heard that foot soaking can enhance blood circulation and make one's mind more agile. Is that true? Zhou Mu paused, his expression peculiar. How come I am unaware of such a notion? It must be that you do it too infrequently. How about we give it a try tonight? Zhou Mu's demeanor began to shift dramatically. A try tonight? Perhaps we should first have dinner and discuss it afterward. No ruse. Zhou Mu remained composed, casually walking in where food and drink awaited. If one delayed, all would be taken. Chapter 47. Lin Yue's Fury, November 2nd, Friday. I apologize, but I currently have no intention of changing jobs. In the office, Zhou Mu irritably hung up the phone. This was the 5th attempt to recruit him he had received that day, and such calls had become a daily occurrence since his reputation soared, leaving him thoroughly vexed. It was indeed my fault for using my real name. Had I known, I would have chosen a pseudonym like others. Zhou Mu lamented, feeling that all this trouble stemmed from the company and that little girl Meng Shiqing. Perhaps I should find an opportunity for her to resolve this. While his annoyance lingered, the receptionist, Su Yu, hurried over. Mr. Zhou, someone is looking for you. Who is it? I don't know. Su Yu shook her head. But it's not a prominent individual. She only mentioned her last name is Jiang. Zhou Mu's heart skipped a beat, wondering how this old classmate managed to find him at the company. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, Jiang Wanning, dressed in professional attire and beaming brightly, entered. Zhou Mu, why do you look down on our dream? It seems you've already become a director. Should I then call you Director Zhou? Yang Van Ning Desit, glancing at the nameplate on the office door. However, despite her cheerful facade, her heart was in turmoil, as she had come with the intention of enticing Zhou Mu to join Dream. Hanhai was a small company, and the music director could easily offer a position. However, Dream was different. The music director was firmly entrenched in the upper echelons of the company, and not even her father could sway such decisions. Unless, are you insulting me? Zhou Mu rose to welcome her in, fetching a bottle of water. If you call me Director Zhou, then what should I call you? Director Jiang? Jiang Wanning composed herself and spoke earnestly. Zhou Mu, you must have guessed my purpose in coming here. I represent Dream today. I am aware that Hanhai has granted you shares in the position of director, which we at Dream cannot currently offer. However, you might want to consider our terms. A post-tax annual salary of 200,000 alongside a 40 share of song royalties. This is the gold standard. Additionally, we can provide a house and a car. What do you think? Zhou Mu felt his eyelids flutter in astonishment. Had the setting been appropriate, he would have shouted with joy to express his exhilaration. Fortunately, he restrained himself, while Jiang Wanning grew increasingly urgent. Zhou Mu, if you feel our offer lacks sincerity, we can negotiate further. The salary can be increased, and the profit share can be improved. You can dictate the size and location of the house, and as for the car, merely express your preferences. After leisurely sipping his water, Zhou Mu began to speak. Does Dream hold me in such high regard? Indeed, it is primarily your remarkable musical compositions that leave an indelible mark. Jiang Wanning let out a sigh of helplessness, asserting that with your current achievements, you can undoubtedly be regarded as a distinguished composer. What you lack is merely the quantity of songs. According to our Dream's predictions, given your current pace and the caliber of your releases, ascending to a senior composer within 2 years is unequivocally within reach, with even the prospect of attaining that coveted position others yearn for. This pace is unparalleled globally. Do you realize this, Zhou Mu? Your very name is a living emblem, a golden brand. The conditions at Dream are indeed enticing, and to be candid, I find myself quite tempted. However, I cannot abandon Hanhai. Why? Jiang Wanning struggled to comprehend. Is it due to the shares or the title of director? Zhou Mu, Dream cannot compare to Hanhai, neither in scale nor in the soundness of its structure. The two are not even in the same league, especially concerning resources. Dream possesses a plethora of exceptional singers at your disposal, along with larger platforms to showcase your talents and realize your aspirations. I could even serve as your assistant. With your capabilities, it wouldn't take long before the entire Dream revolves around you. Yet, regardless of her entreaties, Zhou Mu remained unmoved. Von Nink, it was during my most desolate times that Mr. Meng from Hanhai took me in. If I were to gain some notoriety now and depart, what would that make me? Ungrateful. What do you mean by ungrateful? It is natural for people to ascend while water flows downward. Isn't that a customary business practice? Meanwhile, outside the office, Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue strolled over, chattering merrily, intending to discuss the revenue sharing with Zhou Mu, only to catch sight of him in an animated conversation with a woman. Zhou Mu has a visitor, and she is a woman. Could she be his romantic interest? I've never heard of him having one. Where did she come from? With a look of curiosity, Lin Yue hid outside, peering through the slats. Noting the woman's beauty, albeit somewhat gaunt, and was surprised that Zhou Mu was attracted to such a type. What should we do? Should we call Yinwan back? Surely not. Perhaps they are merely friends. It would be awkward if it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Just as the two were lost in their thoughts, Zhou Mu approached with a cup of coffee and caught sight of the two female bosses of his company crouched, peering in. What are you two up to, Miss Meng and Ms. Lin? Shu. Lin Yue gestured for silence. We're trying to figure out who the girl in Zhou Mu's office is. I just heard you mention that she seems to be Mu Gu's classmate. A classmate? Then there's nothing to worry about, Lin Yue replied, returning her gaze to Meng Shiqing with a knowing expression. It seems she is from Dream, here to discuss matters with Mu Gu. Dream? Dream. Both women were taken aback simultaneously, with the straightforward Lin Yue's brows furrowing in ire, resembling an enraged lioness. Those scoundrels from the Zhou family dared come. And now even any Tom, Dick, or Harry thinks they could just waltz in. What are you thinking, allowing anyone to enter? I'll have her replaced shortly. As she began to speak, Meng Shiqing, familiar with Lin Yue's temperament, pulled her aside and ultimately ushered her into her office. Why are you pulling me away? With such strength, why not pull that woman out? She has already bullied us to our faces, and I cannot voice my grievances? Please be quiet, dear aunt. Meng Shiqing pressed her down onto the chair and poured her a glass of water. Just moments ago, Zhou Mu mentioned that the woman in question is a classmate of Zhou Mu. What if she is merely reminiscing? Have you considered how embarrassing it would be for Zhou Mu if you directly insult her? Even if she is indeed attempting to undermine him. What good would your scolding do if Zhou Mu truly wishes to leave? Besides, do you not understand what kind of person Zhou Mu is? Are you suggesting we simply ignore this? The other party is employing allurement. If she truly succeeds in winning Zhou Mu over, we, as sisters, might have to resort to singing on streets. Lin Yue could not contain her agitation. She had invested all her hard-earned savings into the stagnant waters of Han Hai, including her own earnings and money she had persistently begged from her family. Although she had initially prepared for total financial ruin, Zhou Mu's involvement had turned Han Hai into a profitable venture. She was acutely aware that many were scheming to poach Zhou Mu, and witnessing the situation unfold before her eyes sent her already frayed nerves into disarray. She had resolved that if that woman dared to employ seduction to steal Zhou Mu away, she would not be one to back down. That pitiful matchstick of a woman could not possibly compare. I shall not rest until I have dealt with that brazen harlot. Chapter 48. A home invasion. In contrast to Lin Yue's fervor, Meng Shiqing remained remarkably composed. If she were to storm in like Lin Yue, wouldn't that merely fulfill the woman's desires? Zhou Mu might not have had any ulterior motives, and creating a scene would be detrimental to everyone involved. Despite Meng Shiqing's attempts to soothe her, Lin Yue continued to pace anxiously around the office. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she fixed her gaze on Meng Shiqing and said, Shiqing, did you not mention that Fu Yunwan has feelings for Zhou Mu? Why not call her back? With the enemy attempting to invade our territory, what is she doing wandering outside? I have only heard of company owners preventing their artists from dating. I have never heard of anyone desperately trying to set them up. Moreover, we cannot ascertain whether Yunwan truly likes Zhou Mu. What if we misjudge the situation? That is why I need you to make the call. Lin Yue snatched the phone from Meng Shiqing's hands, resolute. Let me tell you, the reason Fu Yunwan initially agreed to join Han Hai was because of Zhou Mu. If she does not like Zhou Mu, I will ensure he remains with us, even if it means sacrificing myself to do so. Meng Shiqing listened to her wild declarations, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, she recognized Zhou Mu's significance to Han Hai and was also inclined to facilitate a connection between the two. If they truly could be together, it would not bode ill for Han Hai. Tianhai City Yunwan, you have been making quite a splash lately. Just a few days ago, I saw you trending online. I'm utterly envious. In a modest apartment in Tianhai City, Fu Yunwan was lounging on a sofa, engaged in conversation with a youthful woman whose beauty was strikingly alluring. Sister Si Tong, you are indeed a top-tier singer in the second tier, with a considerable following. I feel as though I am plummeting to the third tier. What is there to envy? Si Tong shook her head helplessly, saying, Yin Wan, we have known each other for so many years. Do you still not understand the nature of this industry? For women, being beautiful is a burden, while being less attractive is a fundamental flaw. Despite my current status at the pinnacle of the second tier, I am merely sustaining my popularity through a few variety shows. Otherwise, I would not know how to console myself. Fu Yinwan empathized deeply with Si Tong's plight. They had met on a music program, both being stunning women often compared to one another. For instance, during that selection event on a certain website, Fu Yinwan was the first, while Si Tong was the second. The public's commentary was quite amusing. Due to communication barriers, Fu Yinwan was perceived as taciturn and aloof. However, this was not a deterrent for many men. In fact, it heightened their desire to conquer. The notion of rescuing a good woman from misfortune is a pursuit that many men relish, and thus, Fu Yinwan unwittingly secured championship. Yet, in terms of beauty, Si Tong was no less than Fu Yinwan, and her figure was even more alluring. Now, at the age of 30, Si Tong possessed a visage that seemed to belong to someone in their 20s, exuding the charm of a mature woman. This striking contrast captivated numerous male fans. If there were to be another competition, the outcome would be uncertain. Sister Si Tong, I recall that you were doing quite well at your company, unlike me, who knew nothing beyond singing. Good heavens! Si Tong exclaimed, unable to restrain her frustration. Ever since I failed to ascend to the first tier earlier this year, my resources as a singer have dwindled day by day. There are simply too many newcomers in the entertainment industry. At my age, I refuse to diminish my worth. So I have no choice but to participate in variety shows to barely sustain some popularity. As a fellow woman, Fu Yinwan understood the implications of Si Tong's words. She knew that in the entertainment world, status was paramount. For a singer, advancement depended solely on the quality and quantity of songs. Popularity was merely a reflection of fame. Unlike composers, whose primary income derives from song royalties, singers earn most of their income from advertisements and various performance fees. The magnitude of these fees is contingent upon one's status, and singers of the same tier inherently earn less than composers, especially in an era where physical album sales are no longer the norm. Relying solely on song revenues, few singers could survive, particularly female ones. Currently, Si Tong, lacking new song resources, faced a potential demise of her singing career. So, Sister Si Tong, you called me today because, I heard you have been shooting an advertisement in Tian Hai these past few days, so I thought I would invite you over to catch up. It has been a while since we last met. Moreover, I indeed have a favor to ask of you. Although Fu Yinwan was not adept at communication, she had an inkling of what Si Tong was hinting at, though some matters could not be broached directly. What is it? The first matter at hand is that my current singing contract will expire in 2 months, and I do not intend to renew it with my present company. The second matter is that I would like to ask if you could inquire with teacher Zhou Mu from Han Hai about crafting a song specifically for me, or perhaps facilitate my signing with Han Hai. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Yinwan replied, Sister Sidong, I can certainly ask about the signing, but I cannot assist with the songwriting. Our company has a limited number of composers, and teacher Zhou Mu is currently engaged in a music variety show, so I cannot guarantee anything from him. That's all right, Yinwan. I only need you to make the inquiry, Hu Sidong said, gripping Fu Yinwan's hand tightly. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, making her appear even more enchanting than flowers. As they conversed, Fu Yunwan's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing that it was Meng Shurqin calling, she answered without a second thought. The moment the call connected, Lin Yue's urgent voice came through. Yunwan, come back quickly. Someone is trying to take advantage of your man. Your home is about to be robbed. Ignoring Hu Sidong's astonished expression, Fu Yunwan immediately leaped from the sofa and dashed into the bathroom, only returning a few minutes later. Her expression peculiar. What happened? Is there something at the company that requires your return? Hu Sidong inquired, feigning ignorance despite her curiosity. Given Lin Yue's loud voice, even Hu Sidong, standing nearby, could hear her clearly, even through the walls. However, Those who thrive in the entertainment industry are typically well-versed in emotional intelligence. The so-called straightforward individuals are often merely putting on a show or maintaining a persona. Do you believe that the celebrities you see on screen are their true selves? That is a misconception. You're only privy to what they choose to reveal, while their authentic selves remain concealed from your view. Hua Sitong, with her exceptional beauty, managed to navigate the chaotic industry with grace, fully aware of this reality. She had clearly heard the phrase "your man," but maintained an expression of utter ignorance. As a female singer, mastering one's expressions is of utmost importance. Chapter 49. The storm at the Zhou family. Zhou Mu sensed that the two female bosses at the company had been acting rather unusually in recent days. To be precise, their peculiar behavior had begun following Jiang Weining's visit. This morning, while explaining a new song to Yu Yang, he noticed Meng Shiqing standing in the tea room, repeatedly tapping the water dispenser, her gaze fixed intently on his office. Lin Yue exhibited similar behavior. Throughout the morning, she had wandered past his office door at least a dozen times. He could not shake the feeling that these two women were secretly monitoring him. Otherwise, it seemed unlikely they were merely showcasing their newly purchased black stockings. Moreover, they had proactively raised the revenue share for his songs, although his works had sufficient download numbers. They fell short of the criteria for promoting to an intermediate composer. Glancing at the pile of snacks and fruits on his desk, Zhou Mu fell into contemplation. Could it be that they were anticipating a visit from relatives? Do the habits of friends and relatives spread like yawning? Moreover, it was not merely these two women. To his astonishment, even the frosty Fu Yunnan had become embroiled in the matter. At times, they would take turns glaring at him for a while before scurrying into Meng Shiqing's office, where the three women huddled together, conspiring in secrecy. Zhou Mu vigorously shook his head, casting aside these chaotic thoughts. With the imminent premiere of the third season of Music Vanguard, Meng Shiqing's new song was also in the works. During this period, as the show gained popularity, endorsements for Meng Shiqing and Fu Yunnan began to multiply. Meng Shiqing managed well, as he had to participate in the program weekly. He could defer longer commercial performances, only engaging in local or nearby events. However, Fu Yunnan was different. Being a second-tier singer and a captivating beauty with considerable popularity, she baffled him. While other artists eagerly embraced advertising opportunities, she resolutely rejected them all. Endorsements constituted a significant portion of a star's income, and he could not fathom why someone would turn away from financial gain. Yet among the singers of Han Hai, only Yu Yang remained relatively low-key. Although the success of Emotional was still rising, he was in the phase where his songs outshone his fame. Hence, Zhou Mu planned to provide Yu Yang with another song, and coupled with Meng Shiqing's new piece, there would be two compositions. Writing songs had never been a simple task. Even merely transcribing melodies from the recesses of one's mind was laborious. With the lyrics and melodies of both songs complete, Zhou Mu dedicated an entire day to producing their accompaniments. Brother Mu, your arrangement skills are astonishingly swift. Those arrangers from my previous company would take several days for a single song and often requested revisions. How is it that you make it appear as effortless as eating or drinking? In contemporary Han Hai, colleagues like Zhu Mu and Su Yu, who had joined earlier regardless of age, affectionately referred to him as Brother Mu, while newer hires called him Director Zhou. Zhou Mu was indifferent to this. It was merely a title, and he found it somewhat endearing. Arranging is not akin to lyric writing or composition. It requires the accumulation of experience. After a decade or two in this field, you might reach my level, but you've only just graduated from university. Could it be that you were engaged in this profession in a past life? Perhaps I simply have not tasted the Meng soup. Haha, you are rather humorous. Just as they exchanged laughter, the Zhou family was enveloped in turmoil. The once spacious living room of the villa was now a scene of utter disarray, with Su Sume and Zhou Banghua leading the family members in mutual glares of fury. I wondered why you suddenly sought to reclaim your shares. It turns out you and these wretches are plotting against me. Bah, Zhou Banghua, you scoundrel. You use my money to run a company, live in luxury, and drive expensive cars. Yet you have the audacity to keep a mistress and bring that vile offspring into our home. Are you even human? Su Sume thrust her hand at Zhou Banghua, her eyes bloodshot with rage. Zhou Bongwa's expression grew awkward at the rebuke. Sume, does it truly matter whether the child is biologically mine? Over the years, you have treated Xiaoyan as your own flesh and blood. He has called you mother for over 20 years. Is that not enough? Of course, it is not enough. Sume, her hair disheveled and voice hoarse, twisted her face as if possessed by a vengeful spirit. Had I known he was the spawn of that wretched woman, I should have extinguished his life at the outset. I loathe myself for being bewitched, neglecting my own son for so long in favor of this illegitimate child, raising such a heartless beast. Susume's gaze shifted to the bruised and trembling Zhou Shuang, who had collapsed to the ground. Zhou Shuang, they have caused us such suffering, and yet you still informed Zhou Yun, that illegitimate spawn. How could I have given birth to such a callous creature? At that moment, Zhou Shuang was no longer the arrogant girl she once was. She lacked the courage to meet her mother-esque gaze, instead bowing her head and weeping softly. Simultaneously, Zhou Yu and Zhou Lu looked upon their younger sister with disdain. Having initially believed her to be merely a spoiled child, unaware that she would stab them in the back at such a critical juncture. Standing beside Zhou Bangwa, Zhou Yin finally spoke. Mother, elder sister, second sister, do you truly believe that our bond of over 20 years is worth less than a mere authentication report? Be silent. I am not your mother. Your mother is that worthless wretch. I wish for her to perish immediately. And you vile spawn, both of you deserve to be brutally punished. Listening to Sume's frenzied screams, Zhou Yun's expression turned icy. How presumptuous! Did you truly think I wished to call you mother? You are unworthy. I am not your son. Your son is out there, the very one you cast out yourself. It amuses me to think that with just a few words, you all would rush at me like rabid dogs. You have no idea how delightful it is to witness. Susume's eyes reddened once more as she picked up a shard from the ground, ready to charge. You vile wretch, I will kill you today. Mother, please calm down. Zhou Yu and Zhou Lu immediately embraced their mother as the situation escalated. Zhou Yu glared coldly at her father and younger brother, whom she now regarded as strangers. Was the loss of Shou Mu all part of your orchestrated scheme to bring him back home? Zhou Bangwa calmly adjusted his attire, seated on the sofa behind him, and spoke softly. Yes, it was intentional. However, I was not ruthless enough at the time. I merely abandoned him at the orphanage. In hindsight, I should have drowned him in the soup. Why? He's your own son. Zhou Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to fathom that her father possessed such a cruel side. Why? Bidobla Grega. Zhou Bangwa chuckled softly. You should inquire of your dear mother why that is. Ask her what she did back then. Chapter 50. The break back then? I was blind to believe your lies and that of that wretched woman, thinking we had severed ties. Had I not invested our family's resources to assist you, would you have achieved your current status? Facing his frenzied wife, Zhou Bangwa's expression twisted slightly, his eyes devoid of any warmth, instead laced with contempt. Had it not been for your slanderous accusations back in school, how could it be that Schwer was expelled? She could have led a perfect life. Yet it was you, this vile woman, who ruined it. How could you justify her secretive rendezvous with a man already betrothed to another, even inviting you to Lover's Hill at night? Am I wrong to label her as the mistress? Susume struggled free from her daughter's grasp and confronted Zhou Bangwa. Have you forgotten, after I discovered that incident, you knelt before me and claimed that wretched woman had seduced you? Have you forgotten? As if struck at his core, Zhou Bangwa's face contorted with rage, and he raised his hand as if to strike, but then hesitated, lowering it once more. Susume, I know you looked down upon me and Schwer back then. The reason is simple. You were the esteemed young lady of the Su family, while we were merely impoverished students from the mountains. Yet, did your family not fall from grace? Just before you poured everything into the real estate venture, do you know why that happened? Zhou Bangwa paused, perhaps to gauge the expression on his wife's face. It was I who leaked your plan. How does it feel, Miss Su, to descend from your lofty perch? Upon hearing this, Susume felt as if struck by lightning. Her lips trembled, and she could not utter a word, her vision darkening as she staggered backward. It turns out that the Su family had once been a prominent force in Chong'an City, but somehow, Su's father received news that the Xia Kingdom would soon heavily invest in domestic infrastructure and real estate, deeming it a pillar industry. Having once been a soldier, Su's father understood the importance of aligning with policy. It is said that understanding just a fraction of a policy can radically alter the life of an ordinary person. After much deliberation, Su's father resolved to take a desperate gamble, as at the time, the Xia Kingdom had stringent requirements for industry qualifications. Not only did they demand sufficient financial resources, but they also required a specific number of qualified personnel and the scale of construction teams. Su's father was resolute, without hesitation. He abandoned some of the Su family's unprofitable ventures to convert them into liquid assets, simultaneously securing loans from major banks to establish the necessary enterprises, hoping to seize a share of the impending tide. At that time, Zhou Bangwa was already engaged to Su Sume and frequently dined at the Su household. Yet, he harbored resentment over Su Sume's treatment of his first love, Sun Shui. Seizing upon the information gleaned during discussions between Su's parents, he made the fateful decision to inform their competitors of the Su family's plans. It is often said that the business world is akin to a battlefield. Under the machinations of those rivals, the Su family's comprehensive strategy was swiftly exposed, leading to their near ruin. Su's parents were unable to withstand the blow, succumbing to illness and ultimately passing away in despair. During this tumultuous time, Su Sume was deeply affected and fell into a state of confusion, while Zhou Bangwa took this opportunity to rekindle his affair with Sun Shui. With her parents gone, Su Sume's fiancé, Zhou Bangwa, naturally became her sole support, and she became increasingly submissive to him. Later, Zhou Bangwa aspired to embark on an entrepreneurial journey, and Su Sume unhesitatingly sold the family's last remaining property to provide him with the necessary funds. Now, upon hearing Zhou Bangwa proclaim himself as the architect of the Su family's ruin, Su Sume could hardly accept this harsh reality. Zhou Yun, observing the unfolding scene, felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Despite the kindness Su Sume and the Zhou sisters had shown him over the years, nothing could eclipse the significance of his biological mother in his heart. Furthermore, had it not been for Su Sume, he and his mother would not have had to meet in secrecy for all these years. The only regret was that he could not fully seize the glory for himself. "Dad, let us depart. Mother has prepared a meal, and it is time for our family to reunite." Zhou Bangwa glanced at his wife, who lay in Zhou Yu's embrace, a flicker of reluctance passing through his eyes. After all, they had been married for many years and shared the joy of raising several children together. To claim there were no feelings between them would be disingenuous. However, it was too late for words. From the moment he revealed the events of the past, their marital bond had irrevocably shattered. "Su Sume, this house I bequeath to you and your daughters, as a token of gratitude for your assistance in my time of need." With that, he turned his back on his two daughters and strode out of the villa. Zhou Yin promptly followed suit, but paused beside Zhou Shuang. "Sister, do you not wish to join us? Here, you will always be subject to their whims. It would be far better to accompany father and me." Zhou Shuang, her expression fluctuating between indecision, glanced at her mother and then at Zhou Yun's retreating figure before unsteadily rising to follow them outside. Zhou Shuang and Zhou Lu were about to speak when Zhou Yu restrained them, silencing the words that hung on their lips. "Do not concern yourself with that ungrateful wretch. If she chooses to leave, so be it. I only hope she does not return, weeping and begging for our forgiveness." With that, Zhou Yu lowered her head, continuing to gently call to her mother, pressing her fingers against her lip. Thus, the rift between Zhou Bangwa and Su Sume widened irreparably, leading the Zhou family toward disintegration. Soon, Monday arrived, marking the premiere of Music Vanguard. One could only speculate what the production team was thinking, despite reports that the previous episode had garnered over 5,000 views, showcasing its potential to become a hit. They inexplicably scheduled the broadcast for a Monday. Had it been on a weekend, the viewership might have soared, for many were occupied with classes or work on Mondays, leaving only a few fortunate souls to indulge in the live stream. Early that morning, Zhou Mu arrived at the office, only to notice activity at the newly opened company across from Han Hai, with people busily moving items in and out. This company had only been in operation for about 10 days or 2 weeks, occupying half of the space previously rented by Han Hai. During his commutes, Zhou Mu had often seen numerous charming individuals there, and the signage indicated it was some sort of media company. Crossing the threshold, he approached the front desk, where Suyi was casually munching on sunflower seeds while engrossed in gossip. What is the situation with the company across the way? Are they relocating? Suyu greeted Zhou Mu with a nod, her expression reflecting a similar confusion upon hearing his inquiry. Uncertain, Brother Mu. I only noticed this morning that the company across the street was moving their belongings. Perhaps their business was faltering and they succumbed to bankruptcy. To collapse in merely half a month? What sort of entrepreneurial genius must their owner be? After a brief moment of jest, Zhou Mu casually grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from Su Yu's desk and made his way to Meng Shiqing's office under the scrutinizing gaze of the young lady. Upon reaching the threshold, he overheard a furious outburst from within. These wretched broken sisters. They've driven the company to ruin in less than half a month. I've truly witnessed the depths of foolishness in my life. Chapter 51. The Rocking Premier's Sister Yue. What do you mean by having witnessed something? As soon as Lin Yue spotted Zhou Mu entering, she abandoned her friend Meng Shiqing to vent her frustrations. Did you notice the situation at that media company earlier today? Indeed, they were merely relocating their possessions. Did they not just open a few days ago? Gone, utterly gone. Lin Yue's expression was quite animated. Do you know what happened? It seems their owner initially intended to capitalize on the live streaming trend by establishing an all-female company, with women occupying every role from management to cleaning. But guess what happened? Zhou Mu thought to himself, how could I possibly know? In both of my past lives, I scarcely engaged in any genuine romantic relationships. Asking me is tantamount to asking in vain. Lin Yue did not grant him the opportunity to respond and continued. I used to read positive comments online and thought it was commendable. I even supported it. Little did I know that the reality would be as abysmal as the netizens described. This morning, the owner of the media company approached me to terminate the lease. She believed that a female-centric atmosphere would foster a better environment. Yet before she could even start making a profit, a multitude of issues arose. Her company comprises over 20 women, and shockingly, there are hundreds of small private groups. Several female streamers nearly came to blows over the live streaming studio. And even the owner found herself mercilessly ridiculed by her subordinates on social media. It was utterly hilarious. So, she decided to shut down the company in a fit of rage. Indeed, why would she keep it open? To host a banquet? Zhou Mu found it peculiar that, despite being a woman herself, Lin Yue appeared quite amused. As if she sensed his thoughts, Lin Yue's expression soured. Why do you look at me like that? Although I am a woman, I cannot abide by the antics of certain women today. It is one thing to lack capability, but another entirely to maliciously hope for the downfall of others. I have lost all faith in such matters. While there are few good men, a company comprised solely of women is fraught with peril, with each harboring ulterior motives. One can never be certain who might be scheming against you. Haha. Isn't that why so many women are drawn to palace dramas? Oh, please. I have no interest in such trifles. Lin Yue scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him. Speaking of which, our company too has a higher ratio of women to men. Shiqing, it seems we ought to recruit a few male employees in the future. Incidentally, Han Hai now has nearly 20 employees, whether by coincidence or design. The newcomers are predominantly female. However, the majority of these individuals occupy administrative and financial positions, which is quite normal given the prevalence of women in these roles. Nonetheless, it inevitably evokes a sense of imbalance between the genders. Coupled with the presence of exemplary figures, Lin Yue harbored some concerns. Meng Shiqing pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, remarking that it is indeed not ideal for either men or women to dominate the company. However, with the administrative positions nearly filled, she suggested that Zhou Mu should consider hiring a few male employees in the music department to achieve a better balance. Zhou Mu, who was not particularly adept at interacting with women, found no objection to this idea. After engaging in some light gossip, Lin Yue prompted Zhou Mu to set up the projector in preparation for the live broadcast. Previously, with fewer employees, the projector had been set up in the lobby without issue. However, as the company expanded, it became necessary to adapt the relevant protocols, and continuing to conduct meetings in a casual manner akin to a tea party was no longer appropriate. Furthermore, with the neighboring team relocating their belongings, it seemed more conducive for their small group to convene in the office for a quieter and more comfortable environment. As Lin Yue and Zhou Mu busied themselves with the projector and screen, Meng Shiqing opened her laptop and mentioned that the production team had indicated the ratings for Music Vanguard were steadily improving, and they were contemplating a change in the broadcast date. It was well past time for a shift. After all, if Monday's broadcast yielded such impressive ratings, wouldn't a Sunday airing be bound to explode in popularity? Zhou Mu chuckled helplessly, noting how challenging that would be. Mondays were typically a battleground for ratings, and he questioned how Music Vanguard could secure a slot without addressing the existing programming. Without a directive from the higher-ups, adjustments were not so easily made. She then turned her attention back to Meng Shiqing, inquiring about the release of Yu Yang's new song, which had already been recorded. Zhou Mu was keenly aware of his role. As the music director, his responsibilities concluded with the completion of the song. The subsequent tasks of promotion, packaging, and distribution fell outside his purview. Although the shareholders maintained amicable relations, he refrained from meddling in matters beyond his jurisdiction. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Shiqing responded that the promotional efforts for the new song had already commenced a few days prior, suggesting they could release it that afternoon. Yue, please utilize the company's various platform accounts for additional promotion this afternoon. Zhou Mu, as the music director, you cannot distance yourself from this. Your fan base is considerable. Currently, our company has only 2 male singers, and we cannot afford to overlook Yu Yang's promotional resources. Zhou Mu naturally had no objections. After a flurry of activity, the projector began to operate, and Lin Yue adjusted the blinds slightly. The three of them settled in to watch the live broadcast. Music Vanguard was now in its 3rd episode, and the audience had a solid grasp of the contestants and competition format. The host, upon taking the stage, briefly recapped the previous episode's rankings and the successful debut of a new singer before diving straight into the current proceedings. In fact, following the revelation of the rock theme in the previous episode, Zhou Mu had taken the initiative to research the current state of the music scene. The findings revealed that, much like the musical styles themselves, rock music was not particularly mainstream in Xia country. However, it had certainly gained some traction. Here, the term rock referred specifically to pure hard rock, characterized by its essence of catharsis and expression, exemplified by the histrionic performances typical of heavy metal rock. This is not easily accepted by a nation steeped in Confucian thought. As time progressed, soft rock, infused with elements of rock, began to emerge. This form not only satiated the populace's yearning for rock music, but also lacked the intense rebellion characteristic of hard rock, thus quickly gaining immense popularity among the youth. However, the complexities of life rendered it challenging. Aficionados of hard rock often looked down upon soft rock, believing it had forsaken the essence of the rock spirit. Conversely, enthusiasts of soft rock appreciated its vigorous rhythms and audacious compositions, while the dissenters were of little concern. Upon discovering that the theme was rock, Zhou Mu pondered for quite some time whether to present a hard rock piece or to cater to market trends with a soft rock offering. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to trial a soft rock song, recognizing that Han Hai is a commercial entity and that hard rock possesses inherent limitations in its audience appeal. In contrast, soft rock tends to be more palatable. For instance, the boy band Mayday, beloved by many, is often dubbed a rock band, despite their repertoire predominantly comprising soft rock. There are numerous similar examples. Hard rock's strong individualistic undertones may captivate some, yet alienate others entirely. Although Zhou Mu is a composer, he is also a businessman. Music is for him both a profession and a passion, as well as a tool. Ideals must sometimes yield to reality. Indulging in solitary appreciation may not always be beneficial, while adapting to the times and going with the flow is not necessarily detrimental. Chapter 52, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Zhou Mu, can you write rock? Please don't write recklessly. With the increase in company personnel and the need for confidentiality, only Zhou Mu, Yu Yang, and Meng Shiqing had heard the new song, prompting Lin Yue to inquire. However, her tone was largely teasing. Rest assured, this song is merely soft rock. There is nothing difficult about it. What do you mean? Are there many types of rock? Zhou Mu shot a silent glance at Lin Yue, contemplating that if anyone else had posed the question, he might have been inclined to express his frustration. This is fundamental knowledge, akin to the multiplication table in mathematics. Indeed, rock music encompasses a multitude of genres, from the quintessentially representative death metal to the rebellious punk, as well as blues, industrial, psychedelic, folk, and of course the widely popular soft rock. Lin Yue's eyes widened in surprise, while Meng Shiqing remained composed, having a brother with a penchant for the unusual. Since Meng Shiqing began his musical journey, Meng Shiqing naturally became his first audience, particularly as he favored styles such as rock and rap. Over time, her understanding of music genres has surpassed that of the average person. As the group conversed, the performers on the show began to take the stage, and, as Zhou Mu anticipated, most of them were set to perform soft rock songs. However, when Zhou Yun made his entrance, it was somewhat unexpected, for his song was a heavy metal rock piece. Unlike other genres, the most distinctive feature of rock music lies in its ability to evoke the audience's emotions. The powerful drum beats and the thunderous sound of the electric guitar can easily rouse excitement among listeners. Take Zhou Yun, for instance. His deliberately hoarse voice and frenzied performance elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. After finishing his song, Zhou Yun was left breathless, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Such a fervent display of artistry could hardly be dismissed by the judging panel, and ultimately, Zhou Yun garnered an impressive score of 178 votes. Meanwhile, discussions in the online commentary reached a fever pitch. Wow, heavy metal rock. I never expected to encounter such a genre on a music program. It's truly a rarity. Indeed, in Xia country, the environment is not particularly conducive for hard rock to thrive, with pop rock predominantly taking center stage. I'm just a casual listener. I don't understand what metal or pop is. I only know that this song, while energetic, is excessively loud, and I can't decipher the lyrics. It's too noisy, reminiscent of the rituals during my great-grandfather's passing. Are you being polite upstairs? At this moment, Zhou Yun remained oblivious to the online comments. Yet the sight of his score made him feel rather elated. This was, after all, his highest score thus far in the competition. Upon passing through the backstage area, he caught sight of Meng Shiqing waiting in the wings, who shot him a deliberately provocative glance. Huh, what nonsense. Meng Shiqing certainly would not indulge him, directly spitting on the ground before Zhou Yun and even flashing him the middle finger. Enraged, Zhou Yun nearly lunged at him. In the Han Hai company, Lin Yue felt a surge of anxiety upon seeing the score. Zhou Mu, that fellow Zhou Yun, actually obtained 178 votes. Are we in danger? In stark contrast, Zhou Mu remained unfazed and leisurely enjoyed his meal amidst Lin Yue's tension and the rival's performance. Don't panic, Sister Yue. I have confidence in my song. And you should too. Have I ever let you down during this period? Perhaps due to Zhou Mu's calm demeanor, Lin Yue's anxious expression softened considerably, though her heart still raced with uncertainty. As the host announced the next act, Meng Shiqing walked down the aisle to the stage, greeted by a wave of enthusiastic applause. Today, Meng Shiqing was no longer the little internet celebrity strumming a guitar by the roadside. According to the latest rankings from the Music Association, he had ascended to the status of a third-tier singer, and his standings were quite commendable, especially with the recent popularity of Music Vanguard. His appeal rivaled that of typical second-tier artists. Once the applause subsided, Meng Shiqing bowed his head and took a couple of deep breaths, then nodded towards the band behind him. The information about the song promptly appeared on the big screen. Romance of the Three Kingdoms, composed, written, and arranged by Zhou Mu, performed by Meng Shiqing. Speaking of this song, Romance of the Three Kingdoms is one that most people in the previous era of Hua country would be familiar with. Without a doubt, it could be regarded as a cherished memory of a generation. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms is a song performed by Yan Xishuan, who penned its lyrics and composed the music. It was included in the album The Way of Survival, released on February 24, 2006, and upon its debut, it created a sensation across the Taiwan Strait. The year 2006 marked a time of extraordinary creativity in the Chinese music scene, characterized by remarkable works emerging consistently. To stand out in such a competitive environment, no song could be deemed trivial. In fact, even after a decade, this song continues to dominate the charts, with many fans asserting that had the artist not taken a brief hiatus due to injury, his achievements would rival those of Zhou Wang and Tao Lin. For instance, Zhou Mu, a music blogger in his previous life, has analyzed this song multiple times in his works, often comparing it to the songs of Zhou Wang and Tao Lin, albeit without infusing personal opinions, maintaining a stance of "I comment, but do not judge." During these analyses, the comment sections of his works become abuzz with activity, filled with both praise and scorn. However, he remains unfazed. The harsher the criticism, the more elated he feels, reveling in the soaring views and comment counts, even waking up with a smile in his dreams. As a universally acknowledged masterpiece, Zhou Mu is supremely confident in his ability to overshadow all opponents. None can rival him. As Lin Yue and Meng Shiqing eagerly anticipated, a vigorous drumbeat heralded the beginning of the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Almost instantly, the sound of 1,000 horses and warriors echoed, transporting everyone to an ancient battlefield of clashing armies. The guzheng, a traditional instrument, soon joined in, infusing the song with an air of antiquity, followed by string ensemble and the electric bass guitar, creating a rich tapestry of rock music. Here it comes. The prelude alone is enough to captivate me. Truly, Zhou Mu is a marvel. His pop ballads are remarkable, and he seamlessly blends ancient styles, rap, Western classical, and now rock. What can he not master? Moreover, every time he introduces something new, it harmonizes perfectly with other styles. The pop of summer, the ancient charm of Jiangnan, the rap and Western classical fusion of Prague Square, and now this rock piece. It's simply astounding. Enough chatter. Zhou Mu, my idol. Chapter 53. The minor trio General Northern Grain Storage occupied 6 horses and 12 soldiers await your arrival. The Huqin narrates heroic tales the defeated army flees south. Leaving home in that beautiful distance, hope resides on my shoulders, dreams wander. How far can the remaining energy sustain? Jiang Mian, seated in the judging panel, held the lyrics and music provided by the production team, squinting slightly as he attentively tapped his fingers to the rhythm. He is considered a youthful innovator in the music industry, favoring innovation and the fusion of various musical styles. His works also incorporate similar elements, albeit not as profoundly. From the moment he first heard Zhou Mu, he felt an inherent affinity towards him, perhaps a camaraderie shared among heroes. The only regret he felt was that they were currently at the live show. According to his usual habit, enjoying a good song while savoring a cigarette would have been perfect. At the moment he awaited the return of his beloved, tears sang for him. The instant the theatrical tone emerged, Jiang Mian's eyes fluttered open, and a wave of murmurs rippled through the audience. However, while the spectators debated the merits of Meng Xingqian's theatrical singing, Jiang Mian pondered the remarkable fusion of traditional Xia country opera with contemporary pop music. This piqued his interest in Zhou Mu, the unacquainted junior. On the day I drift away from you, blue rain falls before my eyes, and proud tears dare not abandon my sight. On the day I drift away from you, gray dreams slumber beside me. I should have long since become accustomed to nights without you, bravely facing the solitude. As the music gradually faded, Jiang Mian experienced a rare sensation of time slipping swiftly by. Teacher Jiang Mian, the host called upon the judges to share their thoughts. What is your opinion on this piece, Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Remarkable, Jiang Mian replied. This song resonates deeply with me. Such praise was indeed high, and it was unexpected for Jiang Mian to hold Meng Xingqian in such regard. Actually, Jiang Mian interrupted with a furrowed brow. What I meant was that the song is excellently crafted, or rather, the compositions penned by Zhou Mu from Hanhai Entertainment align perfectly with my tastes. The host, observing Meng Xingqian's stiff demeanor as he bowed in gratitude, noted that after all, he was the composer, and as a humble singer, he dared not show any disdain. Jiang Mian saw no issue with his statement. After all, was it problematic for a composer to express concern over the quality of a song? Singers? They were merely instruments, and mutual admiration seldom extended to their ranks. As Jiang Mian continued to assess the sheet music, it became evident that Zhou Mu was genuinely passionate. Romance of the Three Kingdoms was not merely a simple pop-rock piece. it seamlessly integrated elements of our Xia country's ancient style. There is even a stunning segment of theatrical singing that left listeners in awe. Although many in the composition field had attempted to adapt theatrical singing, regrettably, none have produced outstanding works to date. Personally, I hold Zhou Mu in high esteem. He is clearly not one to confine himself to a closed-off craft, but rather pursues innovation. This is admirable. Our Xia country's music scene indeed requires transformation, and I hope Zhou Mu continues to deliver more astonishing works. The host, intrigued, posed a question. Teacher Jiang Mian, why do the two songs, though both classified as rock, seem so different? Aren't they all part of popular music? Why are there so many varieties? To address this, we must first understand what rock music is. Rock can be broadly categorized into two types, hard rock and soft rock. In simpler terms, rock music expresses your truest emotions through the most straightforward and direct musical form. Joy, sadness, anger. There are no convoluted layers, merely an outpouring of feelings, embodying what we refer to as the spirit of rock. However, it is essential to recognize that one's spirit cannot be imposed upon others. Consequently, hard rock may have a limited audience. Those who adore it do so passionately, while those who do not feel indifferent. In contrast, soft rock, particularly pop rock, softens the attitude towards rock by blending in various pop elements, making it more palatable to a broader audience. One might say that hard rock embodies the sentiment of if you love it, enjoy it, if not, move along. Soft rock, on the other hand, caters to a more universal aesthetic, emphasizing a harmonious experience for all. Upon hearing this, the host appeared enlightened, asking, Ms. Su Hongxiu, what is your perspective? Relatively speaking, I prefer pop rock, though I have a deeper fondness for ballads. Su Hongxiu responded with a smile. Thank you both for your insights. It is surprising to discover such distinctions within the realm of rock. The host then called upon the audience to cast their votes. Soon, the backstage vote tally was complete, and the host returned to the stage with the results. Now, I hold in my hands the final vote count for Meng Xingchen. I will now invite my partner to announce the results. He handed the envelope to the female host, who had not made a significant impression throughout the episodes, often serving merely as a decorative presence. Perhaps the only topic of discussion among netizens was her strikingly long legs. It remained uncertain whether she had secured any endorsements, as her eye-catching stockings varied from white to black, patterned to glossy, providing a visual feast. Now, I shall reveal the final votes for Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the female host announced, glancing at the envelope with surprise. The votes for Romance of the Three Kingdoms total 191. Congratulations to Meng Xingchen. The male host took over, exclaiming, Congratulations to Meng Xingchen. This signifies that he has secured first place for 3 consecutive episodes. Truly a remarkable achievement. Yay, fantastic. Upon hearing the vote count, Meng Xingchen pumped his fist in celebration, especially gratifying after facing the provocation from Zhou Yun. However, at the same time, Zhou Yun, watching the live broadcast, wore a grim expression, his clenched fist almost digging into his flesh. His fierce demeanor made his assistant uneasy, who could only bow his head and hope to remain unnoticed. Let us once again congratulate Meng Xingchen on claiming first place in this episode. The host continued with the final commentary, preparing to unveil the theme for the next episode. A hush fell over the audience, all eyes fixated on the envelope in the host's hand. The theme for the next episode is, the host teased, elongating his voice, rap. We know that rap originated from the street music culture of the United States, often addressing themes of critique and violence. Naturally, such content will not be suitable for our program, thus challenging our composer skills. Furthermore, for the upcoming episode, we will invite the composers to join us live. At this point, Zhou Mu promptly turned off the projector, while Lin Yue and Meng Shiqing, having embraced each other in excitement upon the announcement of the vote count, shouted joyfully. He decided to take his leave, reminding the two ladies not to forget about Yu Yang's new song. Unfortunately, the two girls remained absorbed in their joy and paid him no heed. Zhou Mu let out a faint sigh, pondering whether it was fortunate or unfortunate to have such a boss. Upon reaching his office, Zhou Mu logged into Weibo to engage in some activity. 2 words came to his mind, utterly exhausted. Chapter 54. I quit on Tuesday morning. Lu Ning arrived at his workstation, as usual, ready to commence a day's work. As a software engineer, his workload fluctuated between periods of intense busyness and absolute idleness. The previous night, he had worked late until 11 o'clock with a colleague to fix an urgent issue, yet he still showed up at the office today as per routine. However, he had grown accustomed to such hours, often working past midnight. After exchanging pleasantries with a colleague nearby, he poured himself a cup of coffee, donned his headphones, and initiated his preferred music playlist, officially embarking on another day of labor. Oh, what's this new song? Lu Ning noticed a newly appeared track on the menu. Piquing his curiosity, the software he frequently used allowed him to create new playlists and filter songs based on various criteria. Besides the usual artists and genres, he could also select music from specific labels. Lu Ning had been following the account of the currently trending Hanhai Entertainment, ensuring that any new releases from their artists would promptly appear on his menu. To his surprise, in addition to Meng Xingqian's Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he discovered yet another new song. Once Upon a Time You? Sung Bai Yu Yang? Lu Ning felt a spark of excitement. Listening to music was one of his few pastimes outside work, and he had regrettably missed the previous night's music vanguard due to work commitments. Today, however, he found an unexpected delight. Glimpsing the songwriters' names, he noted, unsurprisingly, that Zhou Mu was behind it, and his anticipation surged once more. I will slay your numb body, carrying your fervent soul towards freedom. Reading this tagline, Lu Ning felt intrigued, eager to discover how this song aimed to salvage his spirit. Upon clicking play, the headphones filled with the rising crescendo of electric guitar. Speaking of guitars, Lu Ning had once taken up the instrument during university, primarily to impress and attract the attention of girls. Years of neglect had diminished his skills, and now he could only recognize the introductory guitar riff and discern that the subsequent strumming had undergone some special treatment, though the specifics were beyond his grasp. However, as the strumming and bass rhythms kicked in, he felt the musical essence within him awaken once again. His right hand instinctively mimicked the strumming motion, swaying in sync with the melody. Those who have ever played the guitar are utterly defenseless against the allure of a beautiful guitar sound. Once dreamed of wielding a sword to traverse the world, to behold its splendor. The youthful heart is often a bit reckless, yet now you call the world your home. The girl who once pained your heart has quietly vanished. Love always leaves you yearning, yet troubled, having once left you scarred. From the very first line of the lyrics, Lu Ning felt as though his innermost thoughts had been struck with precision. In his youth, he harbored a dream of traversing the vast expanse of the land with a guitar slung across his back, singing joyfully along the way, wielding his guitar like a sword as he ventured into the world. Alas, reality ultimately bested him. Upon graduating from university, he parted ways with his girlfriend due to geographical distance, and the guitar he once cherished was relegated to obscurity. After much effort, he successfully distinguished himself among a multitude of job seekers and secured a position at his current company. Yet the youthful aspirations he once held transformed into an endless cycle of work, overtime, and sleep. However, deep within his soul, he sensed a flicker of something striving to break free from its confinement. At that moment, the beat suddenly halted, and the chorus of the song erupted forth. Yu Yang's soaring voice crashing into Lu Ning's ears like a wild stallion, stirring his heart that had nearly grown cold. As he walked the path of unwavering determination, he encountered both sorrow and brilliance. To his surprise, the chorus of this song contained no lyrics, only a series of melodic segments. Yet Lu Ning found this absence of words not jarring. Rather, he felt it was perhaps meant to be sung in this manner. After listening to it once, he felt every pore of his being open wide, particularly as multiple melodic lines intertwined in the chorus, imbuing the previously thin strumming of the guitar with a rich and resonant depth. Coupled with the electrifying guitar rhythms, he experienced an exhilarating rush, and he was unaware that his fists had clenched tightly. Whenever sorrow visited him, he would gaze upon the sea alone, often reminiscing about the friends walking beside him, pondering how many were awakening to their own journeys. Let's raise a toast, proclaim the spirit of camaraderie, as the noble heart of a man mirrors the vastness of the ocean, having endured the myriad tempests of life, both warm and cold. with a smile that radiates warmth and innocence. Lu Ning leaned back in his chair, unable to gather his thoughts for a long time. This song resonated profoundly within him. It echoed his current monotonous existence, as well as the beautiful promise he once made with her to capture their wedding photos by the sea. Perhaps this poignant song encapsulated a nostalgic tribute to youth and a declaration of regretlessness for all. As Yu Yang, the singer, received the sheet music and glanced over it just once, tears cascaded down his cheeks. He recognized that this song was an embodiment of his own journey. When he first debuted, he was filled with ambition, convinced that he could carve a path for himself in this bizarre industry. Yet reality dealt him harsh blows. Not only did his early releases receive lukewarm responses, but even regular gigs were scarce. It was not until the company went bankrupt that he never truly tasted the sweetness of success. That is, until Zhou Mu appeared. Given such experiences, Yu Yang's rendition of the You that once was nothing short of spectacular. The song's reminiscence of youthful days, its expressions of regretlessness, and the courage it conveyed eventually transformed into a serene acceptance, stripped of pretense. Each sentiment captivated Lu Ning profoundly at that moment. This song, performed by Lu Ning, evokes an ineffable sentiment within him, a surge of impulse that compels him to abandon his work and all lingering concerns to embark upon a journey of exploration. He yearns to traverse the paths he once envisioned and to behold the vistas obscured by the harshness of reality. Just as a tempest rages within him, his supervisor approaches, sharply rousing him from his reverie. Lu Ning, what on earth are you doing? I saw you sitting there, lost in thought, your demeanor shifting from pale to flushed. Please don't bring any absurdities to light in broad daylight. Under the scrutinizing gaze of his colleagues, Lu Ning's face flushes crimson with embarrassment. Damn it. I need a vacation. I want to resign. I'm done. The supervisor remains perplexed. Chapter 55. I Am Your Idol. Yu Yang discovers that his new song, The You of the Past, has become an unprecedented sensation. Merely 2 days after its release, he finds it featured in numerous videos across various short video platforms, often accompanied by captions about bidding farewell to mundane life, pursuing freedom, or quitting one's job to embark on a journey. The song's related buzz has surpassed 10 million, firmly securing the top spot on trending charts. While he anticipated the song's success, the speed of its ascent astonished him, leaving him with an almost dreamlike sensation. Yu Yang wishes to express his gratitude to Zhou Mu, but struggles to conceive an appropriate means. A simple dinner seems insufficient. Gifting money or presents feels too kitsch, and given that a singer's income primarily stems from endorsements, his modest funds would hardly catch Zhou Mu's attention. Suddenly, Yu Yang recalls Zhou Mu's recent frustrations over the lack of singers and bands at the company, sparking an idea within him. He promptly visits the office and finds Zhou Mu, who is preparing to leave for the day. Teacher Zhou, do you have any plans for the evening? Zhou Mu, shutting down his computer and tidying his belongings, shakes his head. No, I'm just going home. What is up? Yu Yang's face breaks. Then, Teacher Zhou, allow me to treat you to dinner, and afterward, I will take you somewhere special. Where? You'll find out when you get there. Unfazed by Yu Yang's air of mystery, Zhou Mu, who typically spends his time at home watching short videos or playing games after work, eagerly accepts the invitation. Under Yu Yang's guidance, they first enjoy a meal, after which Yu Yang leads Zhou Mu to a venue marked My Lu Music. Is this the place you consider special for listening to music? Zhou Mu inquires. This is where I used to perform. Since you're looking for bands and singers, I thought this might be what you seek. Yu Yang purchases 2 tickets on his phone, and, after passing through the entrance, they effortlessly find a seat towards the front of the hall. The event is still early, leaving many seats unoccupied, while several musicians on stage are busy tuning their instruments. And a female singer with in-ear monitors is engaged in conversation. I must say, you lively performers, can you not consider my feelings while you're showing off? Your antics truly put me through the ringer. The drummer of the band chuckled lightly, remarking on Xiaoli's penchant for showmanship. Who would care for a monotonous performance? It is far more convenient and economical to enjoy music at home. One simply needs to acclimate. Yet, Zhang Li shot him an exasperated glance, declaring, I see through your intentions. You merely wish to drive me to my limits. A beautifully crafted ballad is being brutally transformed into rock, disco, and even reggae by you all. Each time I sing, the discussions among you in the ear monitors leave me trembling. Without some skill, I would have been cast aside long ago. The banter among the members on stage was lively, and Zhou Mu in the audience was equally captivated. Truth be told, it was his first time attending such a performance, yet he understood that the essence of these shows lies in the atmosphere. A straightforward rendition would fail to captivate an audience. This format demands a high level of skill from both the singer and the band. Should one falter even slightly, the audience would swiftly vote with their feet. While they might lack slightly in creativity, they were undoubtedly masters when it came to playing instruments and improvisation. In mere minutes, they could transform a song on stage in myriad inventive ways. Zhou, those on stage are my friends. I've endured quite a bit at their hands while singing here. Especially that drummer, Yu Yang remarked, pointing at the drummer, who appeared to be in his 30s. Don't be deceived by his amiable demeanor. He harbors a wealth of mischief, often inciting the other band members to concoct elaborate schemes. However, his talent is undeniable. Zhou Mu nodded, acknowledging the point. Typically, in a band, the drummer serves as a pivotal figure, unless there exists a prominent lyricist or composer. Otherwise, the drummer's position remains largely unassailable. The drummer's role in a song is crucial, as they directly govern the entire rhythm. Should other positions falter, there might be ways to compensate, but if the drummer falters, chaos ensues amongst the other musicians. Even the singer would be left bewildered. Perhaps it was Yu Yang's gesturing that caught the attention of the band members. Before long, the masked Yu Yang was recognized by several of them. Old Yu, since you're here, why not come up and say hello? What is this? Now that you're a star, you've forgotten us? Drummer Chun Tai immediately identified Yu Yang, prompting the others to cheer. Jiang Li even leapt from the stage to pull him up, eager to reconnect. Fortunately, it was still early and the audience was sparse, allowing them to be so bold. However, Yu Yang was not alone today. He could not abandon Zhou Mu in the audience while he mingled with friends on stage. No, my friends. I came here with someone. It wouldn't be right to neglect them. You all carry on, and by the way, do put on a good show tonight. I have a surprise for you all later. This left guitarist Mo Feng somewhat displeased. Brother Yang, your friend is our friend too. Since you're here, you might as well sing a song. Indeed, Brother Yang, your song Asking for Love and the recently released Once Was You have become immensely popular here, with people requesting them daily. At this rate, my songs will be nearly worn out from overplay. Yu Yang chuckled as he engaged in lively banter, displaying none of his usual reticence. However, the female lead singer, Jiang Li, remained somewhat silent, her gaze fixated on Zhou Mu below the stage. While Zhou Mu's handsome appearance was certainly a factor, Jiang Li felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if she had encountered him before, yet she could not recall where. After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, she nudged Yu Yang and inquired, Brother Yang, why does your friend seem so familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Her question immediately captured the attention of the others. The guitarist, Mo Feng, cast a curious glance at Zhou Mu, a peculiar smile on his face. Shaoli, are you saying that simply because he is handsome? Your approach to flirting is rather cliché. If you're interested, just tell Brother Yang. The bassist, Nana, observed for a moment and tentatively asked Yu Yang, Brother Yang, I assent that Zhou Lauscher from your company? That Zhou Lauscher? Zhou Mu, the composer from Brother Yang's company? Shin Tai, didn't you claim to be his devoted fan? How could you not recognize him? Tian Tai exclaimed, rising abruptly from his seat, his eyes fixated on Yu Yang. Faced with the eager gazes of his companions, Yu Yang swallowed hard and nodded gently. Chun Tai's eyes lit up, and with an excited cry, he leaped from the stage to the floor, nervously wiping his hands before Zhou Mu. Hello, Teacher Zhou. My name is Chun Tai, and I'm a drummer. You are my idol, Zhou Mu. The other members. Chapter 56. The band setting aside the amusing blunder caused by Chun Tai's excitement, the other band members could hardly contain themselves upon realizing that the hottest composer, Zhou Mu, was right beside them. Even the precious instruments, which they usually guarded jealously, were carelessly set aside as they stood eagerly like school children awaiting the attention of a revered figure. For Yu Yang and his companions, this was merely routine, as they were already friends and partners, hardly bothering to lift their backsides to greet him. However, Zhou Mu was different. Ordinary individuals might perceive the appeal of a song as primarily resting on the singer's performance. Yet, those within the music industry understood that the composer is the true mastermind behind the scenes. Moreover, Zhou Mu was not only a songwriter, but also a lyricist, arranger, and even responsible for harmonies and mixing. He was a top-tier figure whose success was the stuff of dreams for them. Observing the eager faces around him, Zhou Mu found himself both amused and bewildered. He had come to enjoy the moment, not to conduct an inspection. Nevertheless, since everyone was eager to show him respect, he graciously accepted their admiration, rising to shake hands and greet each one. He soon found himself at the center of attention, while Yu Yang could only watch from the sidelines, feeling a pang of anxiety. Fortunately, although the crowd was exuberant, they did not neglect their responsibilities. As the audience gradually filled the venue, each individual returned to their designated positions. Shortly thereafter, a jovial, portly middle-aged man rushed in from backstage, making a beeline for Yu Yang and Zhou Mu. The flesh on his face quivered with each hurried step, and before even reaching them, he gleefully patted his thigh. Old Yu, why didn't you give me a call when you brought teacher Zhou over?" he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Yu Yang, amused, teased him in return. "Old Xia, we're merely here to enjoy the performance, not to conduct an inspection. What are you so worked up about?" "Well, I can't be bothered to explain. In our circle, teacher Zhou's influence is unmatched, even collectively surpassing 10 of you," the rotund man replied, gesturing with one hand, his thumb pinching his pinky. While conversing with Yu Yang, his gaze remained fixated on Zhou Mu, his face nearly splitting with joy. His enthusiasm was understandable. Business had become increasingly challenging in recent times. Audiences were selective about singers and bands, while performers were choosy about venues. A lack of excitement would deter audiences, and if the bands did not engage, attendance would dwindle. Every time he visited the control booth, the discussions about performance innovations left him both invigorated and fraught with anxiety. However, despite the complexities of managing numerous acts, the audience's appetite for entertainment was insatiable. If he could forge a connection with Zhou Mu, the band members would be more amenable to his direction. Even a simple photograph with Zhou Mu would elevate his status within the industry for a considerable time. "Old Xia, how has business been lately?" he inquired while arranging the fruit platter and beverages provided by the staff. "Thanks to teacher Zhou, business has been quite good these past few days, especially with several renditions of your songs from Han Hai," the portly man replied. Yu Yang, with a twinkle in his eye, jested, "Business may be thriving, but don't forget to pay your copyright fees." "How could you say that?" Old Xia retorted, turning to Zhou Mu to assure him. "Rest assured, teacher Zhou, we have applied for copyright usage for all your songs. I run a legitimate business. There is no room for deceit here. In Xia country, the concept of copyright is deeply ingrained. Copyright for musical works can be directly applied for on the Xia Country Music Association's website. While casual fans singing for pleasure need not concern themselves, commercial venues must adhere to copyright regulations. The revenue from song copyrights is a principal income source for music companies, and they take this matter very seriously. Unauthorized use can lead to devastating financial consequences if discovered and pursued legally." Ultimately, at Old Xia's insistence, Zhou Mu acquiesced to the client's request and posed for a few photographs with him. Delighted, Old Xia not only waived their entrance fees, but also gifted them a card granting them permanent free entry in the future, provided he remained the owner. After finally managing to send off the exuberant man, Zhou Mu and Yu Yang could finally settle down to enjoy the performance in peace. In a previous life as a music blogger, Zhou Mu had participated in various performances, yet to be candid, none of those experiences could compare to the current one. This was evident from the fervor of the audience. As they watched Jiang Li take to the stage to sing her first song, Yu Yang leaned closer to Zhou Mu and inquired, "What do you think, teacher Zhou? She's quite good, isn't she?" "Indeed, she is commendable, no less than those trainees." Zhou Mu nodded approvingly. To speak frankly, Jiang Li's singing was impressive, brimming with passion. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Such performances rely heavily on the live atmosphere. Merely possessing vocal talent is insufficient. one must also know how to invigorate the crowd. A lack of visual appeal is equally detrimental. One must be handsome or beautiful, with an engaging presence. Unless one possesses an extraordinary talent, such as a resonant voice that captivates, appearance invariably remains the first step. Teacher Zhou, would you be interested in signing them? Not only would you acquire a singer, but a professional band as well, Yu Yang suggested. Do you think they would consider signing? Zhou Mu chuckled lightly, noting the glimmer of interest in his expression. In this day and age, few musicians do not aspire to break into the music scene, and these individuals are no exception. As they conversed, Jiangli completed another song, prompting the audience to erupt into cheers. Let us have another one. Yes, let us see a full performance. The chants crescendoed, and while Jiangli maintained a stoic expression, Zhou Mu discerned that Chun Tai and the others were animatedly discussing the next act behind the microphone. Although Zhou Mu had never performed on stage, he was aware that singers typically relied on in-ear monitors. These devices are crucial for vocalists, especially in a raucous live setting like today. Without them, a singer could struggle to hear the band's accompaniment amidst the cacophony of the crowd. The complexity of the environment, combined with the clamor of the audience and the interplay of various sounds, makes it nearly impossible for a singer to discern their desired sound without assistance. In-ear monitors adeptly resolve this issue by connecting directly to the mixing console, delivering clear, real-time sound, such as drums, guitars, and keyboards, directly into the singer's ears. Furthermore, these monitors facilitate communication among band members. If you were to witness a singer at a live event removing their in-ear monitors, it would typically indicate one of two issues. Either the monitors malfunctioned, causing delays or distortions, or the noise from the band was excessively distracting, prompting the singer to opt for silence. For instance, Jiangli was seen repeatedly adjusting her in-ear monitors, occasionally rolling her eyes toward the band's position. Observing the mischievous expressions on the faces of the band members suggested they were plotting their next playful stunt. Having listened to several songs, Zhou Mu had gained a reasonable understanding of their capabilities. He then turned to Yang and said, "Go discuss with them what form they would prefer for a potential contract. Whether as a band or as individual artists, it is a matter to be deliberated. If all is well, perhaps on another day, you could bring them to the company for a more detailed discussion." Chapter 57. Visit Brother Yang. Has Teacher Zhou left? During a break in the performance, Chun Tai sought out Yang, but was met with the absence of Zhou Mu, causing a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. Indeed, Teacher Zhou is quite different from us night owls. He is accustomed to retiring early and has departed. Observing the disappointment in Chun Tai's gaze, Yu Yang continued, "Do you recall our previous conversations? Teacher Zhou mentioned that if you are truly keen on pursuing a career in the entertainment industry, he would be willing to assist you." Chun Tai's eyes brightened. "Are you suggesting that Teacher Zhou is willing to sign us?" Yu Yang nodded affirmatively. "Precisely. But the caveat lies in how you intend to sign, either as a band or as solo artists. This is something you must discuss amongst yourselves." Though they often jested about signing with an entertainment company and the grandeur that would follow, now that the opportunity was genuinely before him, he found himself hesitating. Their so-called team was merely a collection of individuals brought together by work. Despite their amicable relationships, the matter of personal futures was not solely his to dictate. Their current employment, while not comparable to that of celebrities in terms of income or status, offered a certain ease and comfort. The earnings, while modest, were still above the average. In addition to a fixed salary, they received tips from the audience, and during performances, they would often live stream, occasionally securing small gigs as well. However, once a contract was signed, the dynamics would shift dramatically. Their fate would rest in the hands of the company, and extricating themselves from such an agreement would be fraught with challenges. If they were to achieve fame, all would be well, but should they fade into obscurity, one need only reflect on Yu Yang's previous circumstances to understand that an inconspicuous artist might find themselves in a worse position than the average person. "I understand, Brother Yang. I will find a moment to discuss this with them," Chun Tai replied solemnly, though inwardly he contemplated leveraging connections to gauge the reputation of Hanhai Entertainment. While he admired Zhou Mu, he was no naive youth, easily swayed by momentary excitement into hasty commitments. A thorough discussion is indeed warranted. Once you reach a conclusion, feel free to call me at any time. Yu Yang rose to leave, but suddenly recollected something. Oh, and remember to act swiftly. The company is currently recruiting singers and bands. Should the number of applicants swell, it may be uncertain whether teacher Zhou can still attend to you. The following day, Zhou Mu did not go to the company. After exchanging greetings with Meng Shiqing and gathering a few items, he made his way back to Chongyi. This time, however, he did not head to the teaching building, but rather to the adjacent residential complex, where he intended to visit his esteemed mentor, Zhao Jingqing. Chong'an City is a place rich in waterways, and the residential complex where Zhao Jingqing resided consisted of several modest buildings nestled beside a protective canal. The residences, while not particularly new, were surrounded by commendable greenery, exuding a tranquil ambience. This was not Zhou Mu's first visit. During his time as a student, he would frequent this place almost every week. The residents were primarily faculty from Chongyi, and given Zhou Mu's frequent visits, he encountered several familiar faces along the way. Upon seeing Zhou Mu enter with an assortment of bags, they were not surprised. Instead, they marveled at how, despite Zhao and his wife having no children, they had taken in such a promising student. Soon, Zhou Mu arrived at the doorstep of Zhao Jingqing, ringing the doorbell. The door swung open to reveal a beaming Zhao Jingqing, but his expression shifted to one of mild displeasure upon recognizing his beloved pupil. "You rascal! I told you yesterday not to bring anything. Why have you come with so much?" One cannot visit for a meal without bringing something, can they? Besides, these are gifts for the teacher's wife, Zhou Mu replied, bypassing Zhao Jingqing and making his way inside. "Teacher's wife? I have come to see you." Xiao Mu has arrived. "Please, come in and take a seat." The radiant Gua Ying greeted him warmly as she stepped out. "Why did you bring gifts? What kind of child returns home with presents?" Though she chided him, her face was adorned with an unmistakable smile. Gua Ying accepted the offerings from Zhou Mu and ushered him into the living room, pouring him a glass of water. "You two catch up. I will prepare lunch." "Thank you, teacher's wife." "Not at all. Your teacher knew you were coming and specially went to the market early this morning to buy a plethora of your favorite dishes." "What's the point of mentioning that?" Zhao Jingqing interjected sternly, interrupting his wife's chatter. "Go wash your vegetables. We need some time to talk." He then settled down across from Zhou Mu, taking a sip from the cup on the coffee table and casually inquiring, "How is work?" "Quite well. It feels significantly more relaxed than during my studies," Zhou Mu replied with a smile. During his university days, he juggled academics and part-time work, often spending over 10 hours a day in relentless pursuit. In stark contrast, his current position at Hanhai involved mostly songwriting and leisurely activities such as gaming and watching videos, an altogether different experience. "That's good to hear," Zhao Jingqing nodded. "However, while your professional skills were commendable in school, your works were merely passable. I didn't expect that upon graduation, you would suddenly find your stride, as evidenced by those few songs you've written." Zhou Mu felt a tinge of embarrassment. During his time at school, his creative potential had yet to be unlocked. He could only rely on the musical knowledge from his past life. Academically, he faced no challenges, but when it came to creation, he struggled, and his memories of prior musical works were rather vague. It was only after graduation that his creative faculties truly awakened, allowing him access to an abundance of classic songs, thus enabling him to thrive in the music industry. However, this crucial aspect was not something he could share with others. It was a secret he would carry in silence for a lifetime. Perhaps it is because you resolved those family issues recently that your mind has become clearer. Zhao Jingqing pondered, not questioning further. Inspiration is inherently elusive. It is possible that his disciple's graduation coincided with a surge of creativity. "I have listened to several of your songs. Are you truly optimistic about them? It seems many of your pieces share a similar style." "Indeed," Zhou Mu replied without hesitation. "The style is decidedly more youthful and rhythmic compared to traditional ballads. I believe it possesses immense potential, yet the industry currently lacks a leading figure to elevate it. I wish to give it a try." In truth, the Summer Nation is not devoid of talent. It merely occupies a minor proportion, serving more as a supplementary element. However, the current outcomes appear promising. Judging by the few songs released by Zhou Mu, it is evident that the younger generation exhibits a considerable acceptance of this genre. This is clearly reflected in the data from several tracks. You need only to be aware of this. Zhao Jingqing smiled with a sense of satisfaction. Those of us in the music industry have never adhered strictly to the footsteps of our predecessors. Various genres of music, much like the diverse sex of your, each possess their unique strengths and weaknesses. One cannot fixate solely on a singular path. Rather, one must learn to amalgamate the merits of many to carve out one's own journey. By the way, the theme for the next session is rap, correct? Yes, is indeed rap. That. Another import, and it must be noted that this genre has not gained widespread traction in the Summer Nation, even less so than others. How prepared are you for this? In the face of his teacher's concerns, Zhou Mu remained unfazed, adopting an air of confidence. Fear not, dear teacher. I am certain I can dazzle everyone. Even altering the prevailing stereotype that rap is merely a recitation of insults. That's splendid, Zhao Jingqing said, pinching his little mustache with anticipation. Speaking of which, that program group has invited me to participate in the next episode. I was initially hesitant, but it seems I truly ought to attend. Zhou Mu rose to pour a glass of water for him. His demeanor relaxed as he remarked, "Then the students shall warmly welcome the teacher's guidance at the upcoming program." Chapter 58, Invitation. Now, it is indeed the realm of the youth. I find myself unable to keep pace with the times. How can you say such things, teacher? You were once a renowned golden composer. I've often heard tales of your illustrious achievements. Otherwise, my teacher's wife would not have been so smitten with you at first sight. Upon hearing Zhao Jingqing's words, Zhou Mu quickly seized the opportunity to respond. Although Zhao Jingqing spoke humbly, he was indeed a leading figure in the Chong'an music scene during his heyday. The most notable instance was during a performance where he triumphed in a musical duel, achieving a remarkable record of 6 consecutive victories. This prowess also caught the attention of Guanyin, then a star dancer of the Chong'an dance troupe. Despite their nearly decade-long age difference, they ultimately defied societal norms and became a couple. This romantic tale stirred quite a commotion at the time, elevating Zhao Jingqing's fame and culminating in his union with his beloved. Had it not been for an unfortunate accident that led to an injury, sapping his spirit and prompting him to accept an invitation to teach, perhaps he would have had the chance to aspire to the title of music sage. Yet, as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise may emerge from misfortune. Although Zhao Jingqing has not composed music at the forefront for many years, instead engaging in academic research and nurturing students at Chong'an, his understanding of music has reached new heights. If tasked with writing a cutting-edge pop song now, it might be somewhat challenging, but when it comes to appreciation and critique, he undoubtedly stands as a master. Not to mention, the students he has cultivated over the years at Chong'an are now dispersed throughout the Summer Nation's music scene. This network alone affords him substantial influence. Upon hearing Zhou Mu's compliments, a glimmer of pride shone in Zhao Jingqing's eyes, for that legendary battle remains a highlight of his illustrious life. Your lyrical prowess has now surpassed mine. I find myself only possessing a slight advantage in perspective. The two of them were so engrossed in conversation that they only realized it was noon when Guanyin emerged to greet them. At the dining table, Guanyin persistently served Zhou Mu dishes, and although his physique has now returned to normal, in her eyes, he remains that pitiful, emaciated child. Come, Zhou Mu, eat more. By the way, now that you are working, have you found a girlfriend? Guanyin asked with a radiant smile, genuinely concerning herself with his life choices as if he were her own kin. Teacher, I have just started working. When would I have time to find a girlfriend? Zhou Mu responded, bemused. This question had already been posed to him several times by Wu Yanping, indicating that all female elders share a fervent concern. Moreover, the women I interact with at work are mostly from the same circle, and to be honest, I am not particularly keen on dating someone from the industry. Zhou Mu, having been somewhat of an insider in his previous life, was somewhat aware of the happenings in this realm, and the incessant stream of news from the entertainment industry left him feeling apprehensive. While the women in the industry may be attractive and financially successful, their restlessness is indeed a reality. The entertainment world, often described as a dazzling spectacle, inevitably transforms even the purest gem into something vibrantly colorful. Take his sister, Fu Qingwei, for instance. Had it not been for him, neither Fu Weiming nor Wu Yinping would have ever consented to their daughter entering this circle. Zhou Mu, profoundly aware of this, was more inclined to keep his distance rather than approach it willingly. Perhaps there are individuals within the industry who maintain their integrity, yet the future is long and unpredictable. No one can guarantee a lifetime of steadfastness, not even Zhou Mu himself. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Jingqing nodded repeatedly. As long as you understand this, I and your teacher were previously concerned that you might succumb to temptation. We hope you can remain steadfast in the future. Guaning, undeterred, continued, it's best not to seek someone from the industry. Would you like me to introduce you to some girls in our dance troupe? The young ladies, they're not only beautiful, but also have excellent figures. I can find you someone with a good family background and a gentle disposition. The dance troupe where Guaning works operates in a semi-official, semi-private capacity, somewhat akin to the military song and dance troupes in my previous life. However, unlike before, it is not as closed off. They can freely participate in commercial activities, although management is stricter compared to commercial groups. The dance troupe partakes in official performances for various events and celebrations, as well as commercial shows. They also collaborate with several music companies to procure musical works, and at times, the troupe engages in training for aspiring dancers. This relationship is mutually beneficial. However, the Chong'an City Dance Troupe, where Guaning is employed, lacks for songs due to Zhao Jingqing's influence. Faced with Guan Ying's enthusiasm, Zhou Mu felt hesitant to outright refuse and could only respond evasively. Teacher, I just graduated not long ago. Let us take our time with the girlfriend matter. Very well, but do remember to inform me if you have any thoughts. You may not be aware, but the young ladies in our group are quite fond of your songs. Just imagine how delighted they would be to be introduced to you. However, he's still quite young, and it's premature to introduce him to a girlfriend. His primary focus should remain on his career. Zhao Jingqing interjected, her expression serious. Putting an end to Guan Ying's incessant chatter, Zhou Mu cast a grateful glance at his mentor, thinking that the teacher's judgment was indeed reliable. At this stage, women would only hinder his progress. By the way, is your company in need of composers? Zhou Mu's eyes brightened as he looked up at Zhao Jingqing, his tone urgent. Yes, we are indeed in need, teacher. Our company is severely lacking in that department. Currently, aside from myself, there is only one composer. And while we have a limited number of singers at the moment, I truly wonder how we will manage once the number increases. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Jingqing said, as you know, the job market for composition students is challenging. Those from affluent backgrounds need not worry, but it is the ordinary students, lacking both resources and notable works, who face difficulties. Since you are an alumnus of Chongyi, I was wondering if we could arrange for them to intern at your company, thereby contributing to our alma mater. Although the cultural and entertainment industry in Xia country is flourishing, many recent graduates find themselves in somewhat awkward positions. Despite the multitude of entertainment companies, they predominantly seek experienced composers with ready-to-use works. The beginning of internships for fourth-year students often brings me considerable distress as the head of the department. While I have many students, they're scattered across the nation, and since these are commercial enterprises, they are not charitable organizations. They cannot simply accommodate anyone. However, Zhou Mu stands apart. Not only is his company located in Chong'an, but it is also a new venture where he is a shareholder and in need of personnel, making it a perfect choice for internships. Absolutely. Zhou Mu nodded without hesitation, though I must mention our company is still quite small. We may struggle to accommodate too many interns. However, teacher, I have a request of my own. What is it? Zhao Jingqing inquired, her mood lifting at Zhou Mu's agreement. Would you be willing to hold the title of music advisor at our company, and perhaps include my wife as well? Guaning beside them was momentarily taken aback, expressing disbelief at her lack of songwriting ability. You could assume the role of artistic director. After all, you're the head of the Chong'an City Dance Troupe, possessing unparalleled dance skills. You need not be present all the time. Simply offering guidance on our singers' physical training from time to time would suffice. Of course, the company will provide compensation. We cannot expect you and your wife to work without remuneration. You rascal, no wonder you agreed so readily. You were waiting for this. Zhao Jingqing teased. Yet she bore no resentment, instead feeling a sense of pride. After all, Zhou Mu is a shareholder in the company, and it is only natural for him to consider the organization's interests just as he, as the music department head, considers the school and students. While personal connections hold significance, they cannot replace hard work. One must act within their role, and it is entirely reasonable to conduct business accordingly. Chapter 59. No one visits the Three Treasures Hall without reason. Seeing that Zhao Jingqing and his wife had not opposed the idea, Zhou Mu felt a slight sense of relief. He was not concerned about his wife's approval. His main worry lay with Zhao Jingqing, the staunch traditionalist. Today, Zhou Mu's visit primarily aimed to pay respects to his esteemed teacher and his wife, bringing them to Hanhai on a whim. As for his teacher's wife, Guaning, her reputation precedes her. She is not only a prominent figure in Chong'an, but also holds significant standing nationally. Renowned for her expertise in traditional ethnic dance, she has also made strides in modern dance. However, Zhou Mu's foremost concern lies in the training of singers and trainees, particularly to observe the current state of several vocalists at Hanhai. Yu Yang, for instance, is a middle-aged man in his 30s, while Meng Xingchen, stripped of his celebrity allure, resembles a rather unkempt youth. Then there is Fu Yunwan, who, although less stoic and more communicative than before, still exhibits a performance style that could be described as akin to being on the sidelines. Her stage presence is minimal, with body language bordering on non-existent, and her control over the stage is even less commendable. Zhou Mu found himself cringing at the awkward performances of these individuals on Music Vanguard. Their interactions were virtually non-existent. Movements were stiff and rigid, and their smiles were less than convincing. It is essential to recognize that singing transcends mere vocalization. The nuances of body movements, tone, and expression are integral to a compelling stage performance. Many agencies employ professional vocal and movement coaches to enhance the multifaceted talents of their artists. Nonetheless, with Guaning being the group leader and perpetually busy, her presence at Hanhai is implausible. However, even having someone come over for guidance would be a significant boon. As for Zhao Jingqing, there is no need for elaboration. He is a veteran producer and the current head of the Chongqing Music Department. Moreover, he holds a pivotal position as a permanent member of the Chongzhou Music Association, which acts as a protective barrier for Hanhai. Any rival companies contemplating mischievous endeavors would have to think twice. The Music Association is also responsible for the grading of composers and singers, and with Zhao Jingqing as connections, Zhou Mu's future endeavors in this realm will undoubtedly be facilitated. The meal concluded with the three of them enjoying each other's company, and after a short while, Zhou Mu prepared to take his leave. It was not a weekend, and Zhao Jingqing and his wife had taken the day off specifically to host him. He could not overstay his welcome. The couple accompanied him to the door, and as they were parting, Zhao Jingqing remarked, "Zhou Mu, I will inform you in advance about the composers who will be interning with you. They will be your junior colleagues, so don't hesitate to guide them if you find suitable candidates." "Understood, teacher. If I find someone fitting, I will certainly keep them," Zhou Mu replied. "But please refrain from sending just anyone my way. I'd prefer individuals with genuine talent." Zhao Jingqing raised an eyebrow. "You little rascal. Do you think I would steer you wrong? The individuals I recommend will undoubtedly possess true merit. I would never jeopardize your prospects." "Just jesting, teacher. I'll reach out to you when the time comes." Zhou Mu chuckled, knowing that any student recommended by his teacher would inherently possess commendable professional abilities. He understood that Zhao Jingqing was truly looking out for him, concerned that he might struggle alone in the industry, though he chose not to voice this sentiment. Excuse me. Allow me to speak with Zhou Mu for a moment," said Shiji Guaning as she pushed aside Zhao Jingqing and approached Zhou Mu. "Zhou Mu, I rarely have the chance to leave the group, so for the training, we can either have your singers come to the group, or I can send someone over." "It's fine, Shiji. Once I return, I'll set a time, and you can send someone to teach for a day or two each week," Zhou Mu replied. "That sounds wonderful. I'll await your news. Be careful on your way back." "Understood. Well then, Shiji, I shall take my leave now. Goodbye." After departing from the teacher's residence, Zhou Mu felt a newfound lightness in his step. They say that those who lean against a great tree enjoy its shade. Now, he found himself supported by two such trees, practically ready to soar. As he reached the entrance of the community, he suddenly recalled that he should have brought Fu Qingwei along today. He had mentioned it to her previously, but this girl had always been terrified of Zhao Jingqing, the stern-looking elder. No amount of persuasion had convinced her to join. However, Shiji Guining would likely take a liking to this little girl, and she could certainly help guide her in terms of physical presence. His sister had always been a foodie, rather carefree in her endeavors. If left unchecked, she would likely become quite rotund in no time. The thought of Fu Qingwei transforming into a stout figure was alarming. He ought to hand her over to Shiji sooner rather than later. Standing at the bustling entrance of the community, surrounded by the ebb and flow of traffic, Zhou Mu found himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to return to the company to indulge in idleness or simply go home and rest for the day. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that being a solitary soul at home would lead him to either gaming or binge-watching videos. Such activities could just as well be done at the office, especially considering the impressive assortment of snacks curated by his boss, Meng Shiqing, a seasoned drama enthusiast. Typically, Zhou Mu did not bother to purchase snacks or fruits. It was not a matter of finances, but rather a simple aversion to the effort required to procure them. However, he would not refuse offerings presented to him, and indulging in leisure at work could save on electricity costs. This was not due to any meticulous calculation on Zhou Mu's part. He simply relished the idea of enjoying things for free. Even a mosquito seemed more appealing in the company of his colleagues. After navigating the subway twice, Zhou Mu settled into his chair at Hanhai. Barely had the computer booted up when Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue entered with smiles, bearing snacks. Observing their enthusiastic demeanor, Zhou Mu felt a twinge of apprehension. As the saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished, and despite their cheerful expressions, he could not shake the feeling that they harbored ulterior motives. Who knows what traps might be awaiting him? Zhou Mu, you're back. Meng Shiqing placed her items on the table and, along with Lin Yue, took a seat across from him. What do you think about the matter Yin Wan discussed with you last time? The matter regarding Yin Wan? Zhou Mu momentarily faltered. You mean the second-tier singer, Hua Sitong? Yes, indeed. I'm solely responsible for writing songs. Any external collaborations are at your discretion. However, if it's a collaboration, the terms must be clearly defined. Let me be clear. Under normal circumstances, I do not accept buyout agreements. It's a jest to think that any piece I present is anything less than exquisite. The subsequent profits will undoubtedly be substantial. Unless I find myself cornered with no other options, I would be foolish to relinquish overall rights. Indeed, we will follow up on this matter and communicate with you later, Lin Yue said, her gaze persistently urging Meng Shiqing to contribute something. That, Zhou Mu. We wish to organize a live stream to represent the company. As the music director, shouldn't you also express your thoughts? Zhou Mu's hand, clutching a snack, suddenly froze as he turned mechanically to Meng Shiqing, bewildered. What is this? A live stream? Me? Chapter 60. A bunch of prodigals at 6:30 in the evening, Zhou Mu, who should have long been home, languishing after a day's work, found himself still busily engaged in the office. In a rehearsal room, Meng Shiqing, Lin Yue, and several others were frantically adjusting various live streaming equipment. In one corner of the room lay an assortment of common musical instruments, including a piano, a guitar, and a drum set. These were recently acquired based on Zhou Mu's suggestions. However, the company lacked a band, and some instruments had yet to be tuned. The recent releases by Hanhai had skyrocketed in popularity, with various singers fervently engaged in commercial performances and endorsements, resulting in a significant increase in the company's revenue. Otherwise, Meng Shiqing would not have had the leisure to purchase such equipment. Where did you acquire all this? Zhou Mu inquired, pointing at the mobile live streaming stands and lighting equipment in their hands. What else could it be? We bought it. Lin Yue replied without looking up. When Shiqing and I first took over Hanhai, we were concerned about income, so we planned to do some live streaming to earn a bit on the side. Unexpectedly, we ended up bringing you on board, and now it seems it won't be utilized. Zhou Mu found himself somewhat speechless. The live streaming industry in Xiagua had flourished in recent years, rivaling that of Huagua in his previous life. Whether it was amateur streamers or celebrities, everyone sought to carve out a piece of the pie. The e-commerce sector, in particular, was fiercely competitive. Not to mention, Meng Xingqin and Fu Yunwan had received several invitations for live streaming sales. However, Meng Shiqing was wary of the quality control in such ventures. Although the money came quickly, a tarnished reputation could lead to swift repercussions, which is why she declined. While Zhou Mu could understand Lin Yue's participation in live streaming, given her stunning looks and alluring figure, he questioned why Meng Shiqing would engage in such an endeavor. Was it merely her appearance? Or was she planning a sisterly rivalry or a whimsical tale of camaraderie? Yet, he refrained from pressing further. After all, one must learn to gauge circumstances to survive. As the clock struck 7, the live streaming equipment was finally set up. They had chosen Douyin as their platform for the day. Although Douyin did not initially begin as a live streaming service, its success in short videos had made it the leading platform among many. As long as the traffic was substantial, their live streaming venture would surely flourish. However, Douyin had specific regulations requiring live streaming accounts to possess 500 valid followers. Zhou Mu had a Douyin account, primarily used for admiring waistlines and legs, with scant content and an embarrassingly low follower count. Thus, the account utilized for tonight's live broadcast is the official one of Hanhai Entertainment. Earlier in the afternoon, after conversing with Zhou Mu, Meng Shiqing had already promoted the event across various platforms affiliated with the company, including retweets from several of the singers under her management. However, Zhou Mu himself remained rather pessimistic about the event. I inquired, "Ladies, are you truly not intending to involve Xingqin and Yunwan in this evening's live stream? Who else but us, the unappreciated uncles, would come to watch?" Meng Shiqing adjusted the lighting and turned to him, saying, "It's not us, it's you. You are the star of tonight's live broadcast. We are merely here to assist you." Zhou Mu appeared despondent, exclaiming, "But you did not say that this afternoon. Besides, what can a songwriter like me possibly discuss during a live stream? Should I hold a lecture on songwriting or conduct an online audition to discover the next musical prodigy? That's your concern, and you can certainly sing as well. Do not think I am unaware of your talent. You sing quite well. If only you were willing, you could easily become a musical sensation," Meng Shiqing asserted. Her statement was not unfounded. On several occasions, Zhou Mu had demonstrated how to sing while recording for others, and in her view, his vocal abilities rivaled those of professional singers. In fact, due to his status as a creator, she believed he sang even better than the company's own artists. Yet he remained determined to work behind the scenes, thus squandering his remarkable vocal talent. Enough talk. I must commence the live stream. "Zhou Mu, prepare yourself," Meng Shiqing declared, and as she finished speaking, she tapped her phone screen a few times and swiftly moved aside. Zhou Mu found himself alone, seated before the camera, feeling lost. Watch Shuji see? Just speak freely. The live stream has begun. Brother Mu, introduce yourself and greet the audience. Zhu Mo gestured with enthusiasm. Zhou Mu swallowed nervously, glancing at the screen, and spoke hesitantly. Hello everyone, I am Zhou Mu, a junior songwriter at Hanhai Entertainment. I appreciate your guidance." After uttering this, he lifted a cup nearby to take a sip of water, feeling that it was quite awkward to talk to a screen as if he were conversing with himself. He could hardly fathom how chat hosts managed to endure such moments. To the viewers watching Zhou Mu's live stream, however, he appeared entirely different. His eyes were vacant, darting about aimlessly, and his speech was disjointed, exuding an air of naive bewilderment. Meanwhile, the live stream began to attract an influx of viewers, some drawn in by video notifications, while others, having followed Hanhai-related content on Weibo, came specifically to watch. Report. There's a foolishly adorable host who always looks at people through his nostrils. No way. The Zhou Mu who wrote songs like Summer and Jiangnan is this young? It can't be real. Exactly. I refuse to believe this is the real Zhou Mu. How could someone write such wonderful songs and be so handsome and charming? I can't contain myself. Just as Zhou Mu was lost in thought, pondering what to say while glancing at the barrage of comments, a series of animated effects suddenly flooded the screen. User I am not Fu Yunwan gifted the streamer luxury sports car 10 times, totaling 100 luxury sports cars. The luxury sports car is the most extravagant gift on the Douyin platform, valued at 888 yuan each, which translates to a staggering sum in less than a minute. Before Zhou Mu could fully grasp the situation, the effects of the gifts soared once more. User Meng Xingchen gifted the streamer luxury sports car 10 times, followed by user Yu Yang, Never Empty Air Force, doing the same. The three singers seemed to have synchronized their actions, each bestowing 100 luxury sports cars in succession. Upon realizing the value of the cars, Zhou Mu felt an overwhelming urge to lament, bewildered by the extravagance of these spendthrifts. The gifts on Douyin are subject to a profit-sharing arrangement, resulting in a loss of over 100,000 yuan in mere moments. A direct transfer would have been far more prudent, sparing the middleman from profiting off the transaction. If it weren't for the live broadcast, Zhou Mu would have been tempted to voice his frustrations. Truly, one does not comprehend the value of resources until they bear the burden of expenditure. It is wasteful, exceedingly wasteful. Chapter 61. Jean Keek's self-performed singing today. The sun shines brightly, and the bricks in my hands feel especially hot. I yearn for a wealthy patron to see through my facade and my bravado. I no longer wish to strive. The presence of a major benefactor is overwhelming. With 300 luxury sports cars gracing the screen, a spectacle beyond compare. Hundreds of cars soared one after another, causing the entire live room to stutter slightly under the weight of the effects. Douyin's rules stipulate that when a luxury sports car appears in a live room, if 10 or more are gifted at once, it triggers an announcement across the entire platform. As soon as someone presents a luxury sports car, viewers in the live room can compete for diamonds, each diamond equivalent to a dime, redeemable for gifts but not for cash. With the descent of these 300 luxury sports cars, the Douyin platform erupted and countless netizens flooded into Zhou Mu's live room. Within a mere 2 minutes, the audience grew from 100 to 200,000, and the numbers continued to surge. Thank you to Fu Yunwan, Meng Xingchen, and Yu Yang for the gifts. Zhou Mu stated feebly, devoid of the excitement typically displayed by other streamers receiving gifts. His mind was consumed with the thought of the significant financial loss, feeling as though his heart ached to the point of suffocation. However, while most of the audience busied themselves competing for diamonds, a few prepared viewers finally seized the opportunity to speak. Zhou Xuezhang, could you please share tips on writing songs? I'm at my wit's end. Oh, great one. How does one compose rock music? Ever since your Song the You of yesteryear became popular, our teacher has tasked us with writing our own rock piece. Who even listened to this genre before? The barrage of comments evidently originates from students of music. While music is fundamentally an art form, it ultimately resides within the realm of commerce. Naturally, when a particular song gains popularity in a market, a multitude of individuals will follow suit. Moreover, rock music is a significant category within popular music, making it entirely reasonable for educational institutions to incorporate it into their curricula. Rock music, you ask? Zhou Mu scratched his head, contemplating that he had finally ventured into a topic within his expertise. The essence of rock lies in its spirit, expressing the most genuine emotions through the most direct approach, devoid of pretentiousness or convoluted expressions. The most authentic rock melodies are often the simplest. Those interested may wish to listen. Rock songs seldom feature complex melodies, favoring clarity and conciseness instead. As Zhou Mu delved into his field of expertise, he found himself speaking with great fluency, unlike his initial hesitance. He transitioned into a teaching mode, addressing various musical queries posed by netizens, simultaneously renaming the live stream to Zhou Mu's Music Classroom. Just as he was gaining momentum, a comment appeared on the screen, declaring luxury sports car. Zhou Mu focused his gaze and saw that it was sent by a netizen named Meng Meng de Cuckoo. Meng Meng de Cuckoo. Teacher Zhou, would you be available to connect? I have some questions to consult you about, please. Given the name, it seemed to be a female netizen. Since she had sent a luxury sports car, Zhou Mu felt it would be impolite to decline. After agreeing, he received a request to connect. Upon clicking confirm, the screen split in two, revealing a charming young girl clad in a white bubble dress. Her hair styled in twin ponytails adorned with pink rabbit ears. She swayed playfully in front of the camera, exuding a delightful innocence. Upon establishing the video connection, the girl immediately bowed deeply to the camera, saying, "Hello, Teacher Zhou. My name is Cuckoo, and I'm a small music streamer." The moment she appeared, Zhou Mu's live stream erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Isn't this the musical prodigy Jean Cuckoo from Douyin? Wow, indeed it is. Today, she's donned in white stockings. Absolutely adorable. Wow, I'm connecting with my wife. No wonder he isn't singing today. He must have been awaiting the streamer's favor. Are you sure she is your wife? Her eyes are practically sparkling. Your hat seems a tad green. Be careful. Have you heard of Cuckoo's million-strong army? She could obliterate you in an instant. After reading the comments, and with the technical support of his temporary assistant, Zhou Mu, Zhou Mu finally grasped who this Jean Cuckoo was. Jean Cuckoo's age was uncertain, but she appeared to be in her 20s. According to her, she graduated from a certain music academy. Subsequently, she began live streaming on Douyin 2 years ago, driven by her passion for songwriting and singing. Occasionally, she would compose live or strum her guitar while singing, easily connecting with netizens due to her sweet appearance and unconventional personality. With the addition of various Lolita and black and white stockings, Jean Cuckoo transitioned from an ordinary individual to a prominent talent streamer on Douyin within 2 years. She is said to boast 1 million followers across the internet. Though whether these fans appreciate her musical abilities or are simply captivated by her beauty remains a matter of personal opinion. Regardless of whether this million-follower persona is genuine, Zhou Mu cannot afford to disregard the other party, especially considering the allure of that supercar. Hello, Kiki. You mentioned earlier that you had some questions? Indeed, Teacher Zhou. I recently composed a song, but I feel something is amiss. I would like to ask for your assistance in reviewing it, if that's acceptable. It is evident that Jean Kiki is somewhat apprehensive. One must recognize that although Zhou Mu has penned a limited number of songs, the statistics are astonishing, with nearly every composition starting at several 100,000 downloads. The standard for a senior composer to achieve gold status is to possess 50 works with a cumulative download count of 15 million. Currently, Zhou Mu's output falls short of this criterion, yet the download figures are formidable, making the attainment of senior or even gold status merely a matter of time. However, there is little to be done about it. The advancement criteria for composers are explicitly outlined by the Music Association of Xia Country, with stringent requirements regarding both quantity and download metrics. This is to prevent any unscrupulous individuals from circumventing the system or achieving instant fame with a single hit song. The authorities prefer to witness the comprehensive capabilities of composers or singers rather than mere fortune. Hence, there are no concessions regarding these metrics. Thus, Zhou Mu possesses the number of a novice composer, yet boasts statistics approaching that of a gold-level artist, earning him the moniker Little Gold Medal in the industry. Typically, gold-level composers seldom make appearances. Hence, Jean Kik's attempt to leverage a supercar to enlist the help of a near-gold figure is quite a fortunate stroke. In fact, it is not solely Jean Kiki. Numerous other singing streamers and content creators are present in Zhou Mu's live broadcast, eager to seize the opportunity to receive guidance from a potential industry giant. Should one manage to attract Zhou Mu's attention or even secure a contract, it would undoubtedly be akin to ascending to great heights in an instant. However, Zhou Mu's thoughts are far less complicated. He has already pocketed the consultation fee and has nothing to lose by simply listening to a song. All right, please sing your song for me. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. Upon hearing Zhou Mu's consent, Jean Kik's expression brightened, and she bowed deeply, causing her rabbit ears to tumble to the ground due to her exaggerated movement. Nevertheless, she paid no mind, scampering to retrieve a guitar and returning to her seat before the camera. Noticing her intention to perform solo, Zhou Mu felt a flicker of interest. After hearing just a few chords, he discerned that the song leaned toward the folk style. I remember when the sky was still blue, accompanied by Snow White and the Dwarfs. As the chorus approached, Zhou Mu's brow furrowed. The reasoning was straightforward. While folk songs do not impose high demands on melody, they do require emotional depth. The melody may be simple, yet must resonate with others. Essentially, the emotion must be palpable. Unfortunately, Jean Kik's song, which reminisces about childhood, merely recounts a series of mundane tales. How her childhood was, what delightful treats and games were present. While there is nothing inherently wrong with this, the lyrics are overly straightforward. imparting a sense of contrived composition. To put it simply, this song evokes a sensation reminiscent of a kindergarten teacher interacting with a group of rambunctious children, swaying and clapping while singing. It wasn't until Jean Kiki concluded her performance that he was jolted back to reality, observing her eager anticipation for his critique. Zhou Mu pondered his words before speaking. I think this song is rather decent, possessing a certain childlike innocence, making it suitable for kindergarten or elementary school, though it may fall short for middle school. His words stirred a wave of reactions. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter upon hearing him, exclaiming, Zhou Laosher actually critiques, "This is hilarious. Does Li Si even know how to speak? Even a children's song shouldn't be addressed so bluntly." I believe there is merit in what he said. However, Kiki, don't be upset. I will unfollow as a gesture of support. The children's song was indeed a bit flamboyant, yet it seemed rather juvenile, especially in the presence of someone as esteemed as Zhou Mu. Upon hearing Zhou Mu's critique, Jean Kiki, who had been filled with anticipation moments ago, felt her face flush crimson. Everyone yearns for their efforts to be acknowledged, for validation from others, especially for a girl like Jean Kiki. If the critique had come from an ordinary, oblivious netizen, she might have had the courage to retort and express the challenges of her creative process. However, she was faced with a rising star in the music industry, leaving her devoid of any desire to defend herself. Fortunately, she had often endured the scornful comments of trivial individuals during her live streams and quickly regained her composure. Zhou Laosher, what do you think I should do to improve? Zhou Mu found himself in a quandary. While identifying issues in her work was straightforward, suggesting improvements was a different matter entirely. It was akin to asking a university graduate to teach elementary school material, while they could easily solve the problems. Guiding a child step by step proved to be a challenge. Knowing how to do something does not equate to knowing how to teach it. Otherwise, why would there be specialized teacher training programs? In Zhou Mu's eyes, if this song were to meet his standards, it would require either a complete overhaul or perhaps a fresh composition altogether. The latter might indeed be the quicker and simpler route. Let us do this, Zhou Mu mused after much contemplation. Since this song reminisces about childhood, I shall compose one as well. Although my childhood in the orphanage was not something I would wish to reflect upon. He turned to Zhou Mu, signaling him to fetch the guitar. This delighted Zhou Mu, as every musician harbors the dream of spontaneously creating a classic, akin to the great poets of ancient times who composed verses in public with effortless grace, leaving an indelible mark on history. However, he was acutely aware of the challenges inherent in improvisation. If quality was disregarded, it was one matter. But how did it differ from the whimsical musings of online influencers? It could merely be a source of amusement. Yet Zhou Mu was different. Zhou Mu knew of his capabilities, as many of his previous songs had been spontaneous creations, indistinguishable from improvisation. At this moment, performing an impromptu song in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers in a live broadcast is a scene that stirs the heart with fervor. Simultaneously, the online audience begins to buzz with excitement, inundating the chat with enthusiastic greetings. For the first time in my life, witnessing a musician compose live is astounding. In light of this moment, I cannot help but feel inspired to pen a poem. Hello everyone, I am Zhou Mu, a novice composer with 2.5 years of practice. I can play basketball and sing and dance. Today, I will present an improvised song for you all, and I hope you will enjoy it. Please refrain from jesting, or I may be compelled to issue a legal warning. Are you truly going to perform both the singing and playing yourself? Being able to write songs does not guarantee vocal prowess. Be wary of faltering. Tomorrow's headlines might read, "Shocking. Renowned composer sings live. The result is unbearable. Announces retirement." Zhou Mu disregarded the foolish comments from the audience, taking the guitar from Zhou Mu and tuning it. Once the tuning was complete, he rested the guitar on his lap and addressed the screen. I attended Chong'an City's 3rd middle school during my junior high years. There was an old street at the entrance of the school, where I recall many would stroll during lunch and before evening study sessions. This old street was filled with various delights, serving as one of the few leisure escapes we had amidst our studies. So, I shall compose a song about this old street. With that, Zhou Mu's fingers danced across the strings, experimenting with a few chords while humming an indistinct melody, his eyes gently closed as if lost in reminiscence and creativity. After several minutes, a soothing and melodious guitar sound began to resonate. A faded photograph seems to evoke a tinge of nostalgia. The old man at the streets and selling hot noodle soup, its aroma wafting through the aged courtyard. A stray cat slumbers on a swaying swing. The setting sun casts a glow upon its squinting eyes. A postcard from my deskmate lies quietly within my desk as spring nears its end, adorned with a patterned curtain. The narrow, elongated corridor still sees smoke rising from old houses. In a season just past a light rain, my parents walked together down that old street. I cannot recall the year or the day, a time both long and fleeting, now forever out of reach, the moments that have slipped away. The ticket in my hand, gradually fading, has become a signal of memories. What is it that I cannot forget? I do not know. I cannot recall the visage of those days, the places I can no longer see or visit. Perhaps the essence of that old street embodies my sorrow. The smile at the corners of my mouth grows increasingly strained. What is it that I cannot forget? I do not know. I cannot release familiar fragments. Looking back, it has been many years. Through my fingers, I gaze at the sky. I return to that old street, drifting further away from you all. Zhou Mu's voice was somewhat subdued. His vocal quality could only be described as average, not particularly exceptional, yet it possessed a warmth that resonated with the listeners. He sang only once, as it was merely a demonstration, brief and to the point. While he felt satisfied, the audience found themselves emotionally stirred. In my childhood, I often deceived my parents about my lack of money. Now, as an adult, I mislead them with tales of my wealth. In my youth, I would exaggerate the prices of items, whereas now I tend to understate their costs. This, it seems, is the price of growing up. When my parents labored to create a world for us, we were unaware of the height, weight, and challenges tied to that world until we assumed responsibility for it ourselves. The quaint alleys and streets, the warmth of noodle soup, the laughter of classmates, and the postcards of memories. The swinging joys of childhood. These are the echoes of a place we once called home. In our youth, we yearned to grow up swiftly, to earn our own money for toys, to partake in adult amusements, to dine at the table, and to ride in cars. Yet, the reality of adulthood reveals that those carefree days were the very essence of bliss, now a distant memory from 2 decades past. How frustrating. I had intended to listen with a smile, yet now my eyes feel a tinge of sorrow. It is not merely because of my decent looks or my ability to craft songs. Even my university experience was marked by struggle. I can no longer contain my emotions. In an instant, the entire live stream was enveloped in a nostalgic atmosphere, yet many remained silent. How exasperating. To write a song feels like an arduous journey, more taxing than the legendary trek of Tang Sung for scriptures. But is this what they call talent? Chapter 63, The New Album Plan. There's a saying online that aptly captures human nature. We are essentially mere echo chambers. Once Zhou Mu finished singing, the initially sparse comments erupted into a flurry of white text on the screen, as if swarming like writhing insects. The song had unlocked a deeply tender part of many viewers' hearts. A profound sense of nostalgia washed over the audience, prompting reflections on their youthful days and contrasting them with their current mundane lives, saturating the live stream with a melancholic ambience. Suddenly, the chat was flooded with animated effects of GIFs as luxury sports cars zoomed across the screen, drawing gasps of astonishment. Zhou Mu was taken aback, bewildered by the girl's intentions. "Kiki, what are you doing?" I was just so moved that I couldn't help myself," Jean Kiki stammered, somewhat embarrassed. "Who gifts supercars just because they're touched? This habit needs to change. It would be better to add me as a friend and transfer money directly. Perhaps you could even gain my friendship." Zhou Mu thought to himself, yet outwardly he maintained a righteous demeanor. "Oh, it's just a song. It's not that significant. I can see you also enjoy singing. Are you from Chong'an or somewhere else? You should visit us at Hanhai sometime. We could exchange experiences." The thought of 6 supercars in exchange for a visit to Hanhai Entertainment seemed like a profitable deal to Zhou Mu. In the future, as Hanhai grows, perhaps they could even establish a tourism service, like a Hanhai Day Tour. After all, making money is nothing to be ashamed of. In this digital age, efficiency reigned supreme. Mere minutes after Zhou Mu concluded his performance, videos of his live songwriting swiftly appeared across numerous platforms. The fervor of netizens, spreading the news and inviting friends, coupled with the allure of the supercar showcased, propelled the viewer count toward a staggering 1 million. It is noteworthy that Douyin is not merely a platform for live broadcasts. Unlike specialized streaming sites where tens of thousands might suggest 1 million viewers, here, the numbers are candidly displayed. When it claims 1 million, it genuinely reflects that figure. This is an extraordinary milestone. Even well-known celebrities might not achieve such popularity during their broadcasts. Thus, Zhou Mu's inaugural live session can undoubtedly be deemed a resounding success. As requests for another song flooded in via the comments, Zhou Mu opted to ignore them. After all, he desired to remain behind the scenes, not to showcase his vocal talents in such a manner. As the clock struck 10:30, having engaged in light-hearted banter with viewers, Zhou Mu contemplated ending the broadcast. However, Meng Shiqing, positioned beside him, grew anxious, her hands waving animatedly as she attempted to communicate something. Concerned about disrupting Zhou Mu's stream, she hesitated to speak. After a moment of silence, seeing that Zhou Mu remained unresponsive, she grabbed a piece of white paper. Perhaps lacking a pen, she resorted to using a lipstick from Lin Yue to write her message. Once finished, she held the paper up for Zhou Mu to see, and clarity dawned upon him. Dear friends, as you are aware, we currently have 3 singers in our Han Hai group. We are in the process of producing Yu Yang's new album, which we anticipate will be ready for release around New Year's. We kindly ask for your continued support. Following this, Zhou Mu astounded everyone with his remarkable sleight of hand. Although he had never hosted a live session before, he had witnessed many, where hosts often claimed they would end the stream, yet lingered on for hours to address various comments. Zhou Mu, however, would not indulge such antics. After all, he did not rely on streaming for his livelihood. He switched off his phone, intrigued to glance at the back-end data, which revealed that in such a brief span, the earnings from gift had exceeded 300,000. This was largely attributed to the generous supercars gifted by Fu Yunwan and others, while contributions from others were merely supplementary. Even so, Zhou Mu couldn't help but marvel at the bountiful rewards of live streaming. In just about 3 hours, he averaged an impressive 100,000 per hour. Previously, he had considered the price of a supercar at 888 on Douyin to be exorbitant, but now it seemed overly cautious. He mused about the possibility of introducing even grander items, such as rockets or aircraft carriers, at a reasonable price of 888 each. However, he was well aware that only a select few could profit significantly from live streaming. The majority remained in a state of barely scraping by. Without those few hundred supercars, even a daring performance like a striptease might not yield such profits. Meanwhile, Meng Shiqing and her companions, witnessing Zhou Mu conclude his stream, immediately approached him. Zhou Mu, I asked you to mention the album during the broadcast, yet you revealed Yu Yang's name instead. Do you have someone else in mind? Currently, the only 2 individuals in the company suitable for releasing an album are Fu Yunwan and Yu Yang. Xingqian is occupied with commercial performances, vocal training, and participation in Music Vanguard, leaving him no time for album production. Previously, Han Hai had no plans for album production, and indeed, the entire summer music scene in the Xia country has seen a decline in album releases. Most works are now published as singles on online platforms, marking what industry insiders recognize as the twilight of physical albums since the rise of the internet. Only when certain artists are on the verge of ascending to higher ranks do they consider releasing an album in one vigorous effort. Meng Shiqing had originally intended to produce an album for Fu Yunwan, as her popularity has nearly reached its former peak, and her rating has returned to the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, necessitating an album to propel her into the 1st tier. However, she was unprepared for Zhou Mu's intention to prioritize the production for Yu Yang. Seeing her confusion, Zhou Mu spoke again, saying, I understand your desire to boost Fu Yunwan, but do not forget that she has only recently attempted to break into the 1st tier and failed. She has only just regained her rating. Do you believe she is ready for an album? Observing this, Lin Yue inquired, what about Yu Yang? Yu Yang poses no isues, Zhou Mu interjected. Having lingered in the 3rd tier for so many years, and with the release of his previous songs, his rating and popularity are among the best in that tier, fully meeting the criteria for an album release. Zhou Mu nodded, adding that currently, Yang has the least amount of scheduled performances, and most importantly, his professional abilities are sufficiently stable. With only 2 months until New Year's Day, time is of the essence, and Yang is the only viable candidate. As the two composers in the company reached a consensus, Meng Shiqing ceased her objections and nodded in agreement. Thus, Yang's new album was placed on the agenda, marking Hanhai Entertainment's first personal album, which the company naturally supported wholeheartedly. If singles test the individual capabilities of composers and singers, then an album tests the comprehensive strength of a company. In the ensuing days, Zhou Mu had to temporarily bid farewell to his leisurely routine of idling at work and began to immerse himself in a whirlwind of activity. Chapter 64. A band emerges. Days spent in busyness always seem to pass swiftly, and before long, it was Friday. Fatty, you are responsible for 2 songs for the new album. I will handle the rest. Is that acceptable? Zhou Mu casually assigned the task to Zhou Mu, as if asking him to fetch 2 cups of coffee downstairs. Brother Mu, dear brother, Zhou Mu lamented, nearly collapsing onto Zhou Mu's lap. I have already written a song for Yu Yang and Fu Yunwan. Now you want me to write 2 more? Are you trying to take my life? Do not feign ignorance. Those 2 songs are merely your reserves. Do you think I'm unaware? Just admit they're my creations. Although their success cannot compare to yours, they are still the fruit of my labor, Zhou Mu retorted defiantly, embodying the spirit of someone unperturbed by challenges. Enough of the chatter. Knowing those 2 songs did not fare well, you still complain? Moreover, with 2 months until New Year's, you are not expected to produce them today. Can you not exhibit a bit of ambition instead of whining? Upon hearing this, Zhou Mu released his grip, realizing that there were still 2 months remaining. A month for a song does not seem excessively urgent. It appears that there is ample time to indulge in leisure. Rest assured, Brother Mu, I will definitely complete the task, Zhou Mu assured, patting his chest. However, merely finishing on time is insufficient. You must approach these 2 songs with greater seriousness. I refrained from criticizing you regarding the previous 2, but the data remains dismal after a month. It is no wonder that Zhou Mu is upset. Recently, Zhou Mu had composed a song for both Yu Yang and Fu Yunwan, but their releases garnered only lukewarm responses, and after half a month, there was still no improvement. Yet, Zhou Mu was indifferent, as they were his creations, and at least no one could claim he had failed to meet his obligations. While they were conversing, a group entered through the company's entrance, led by Yu Yang, with several members of the band Zhou Mu recognized from before. Teacher Zhou, do you have a moment? I brought some people with me. We'd like to discuss the signing. Welcome, Zhou Mu extended his right hand. Let's head to the conference room. Upon arriving in the conference room, Zhou Mu asked Zhou Mu to summon Meng Shiqing. After surveying the group, Zhou Mu inquired with curiosity, "Isn't someone missing? I seem to recall there was a bassist." Chen Tai appeared to anticipate this question and responded calmly, "Teacher Zhou, Nana didn't come. She's getting married next month and doesn't intend to sign, so it's just us." Zhou Mu acknowledged with an O and continued, "What are your thoughts? Do you wish to sign as a band?" "Indeed," Chen Tai nodded in affirmation. "I am the captain, with Jiang Li as the lead vocalist, and Mo Feng and Lai Yin on guitar and keyboard. We have collaborated for quite some time, and rather than competing separately, it is wiser to form a band and support one another." "No problem," Zhou Mu replied. "You are friends with Yu Yang, so we are not strangers. Allow me to share my thoughts with you. Upon signing, your salaries will be according to industry standards. However, we agree that you may continue performing, provided you prioritize the company's performance arrangements." Initially, Chen Tai felt apprehensive upon hearing about the salary standard. Although they had some recognition within the offline circles, they remained newcomers in the entertainment industry, so their salaries were unlikely to be substantial. Upon learning that they could continue performing, he breathed a sigh of relief, at least ensuring they would not starve. Zhou Mu elaborated, "Typically, newcomers do not earn revenue until they reach a certain level as artists. However, considering your commendable online presence, which brings inherent traffic, we can offer you a basic revenue share, contingent upon the release of your works. Chun Tai and his companions listened intently, as these matters pertained to their personal interests and warranted their utmost attention. Zhou Mu elaborated extensively on their rights and responsibilities, since Hanhai currently had no bands. Chun Tai and his group occasionally needed to assist in recording backing tracks alongside their own song releases and performances. However, their primary concern lay with their new song. Zhou Mu addressed this, assuring them that a new song would be tailored for them before New Year's, which allowed them to finally relax. Under Zhou Mu's suggestion, Meng Shiqing presented several contracts before the group. Chun Tai, the captain, picked up one to examine it closely. Prior to this, he had harbored concerns. Over the years, he had received invitations from various companies, but had declined due to their stringent conditions. The most critical aspect was that upon signing, they would have to debut as rookies, earning a fixed salary while being required to remain on standby at the company daily. While such practices are common in the entertainment industry, they were somewhat difficult for them to accept. Currently, they were living quite comfortably from live performances, and signing a contract would only serve to constrain them further, leading to a significant disparity in earnings. They were not naive youths in their teens or early 20s. The meager sum offered barely covered their basic needs, let alone aspirations. The conditions presented by Zhou Mu were relatively favorable, even deemed quite lenient, aside from the exorbitant penalty clause of 10 million. Additionally, should they choose to terminate the contract, all song copyrights would revert to the company, effectively leaving them empty-handed. This was a standard practice among the majority of companies. After reviewing the contract and finding no objections from his teammates, Chun Tai solemnly affixed his signature at the bottom. Meng Shiqing, beaming with joy, collected the contracts to proceed with the onboarding processes for the group, while Zhou Mu happily shook hands with each member, welcoming them to the Hanhai family. Trust me, you will be grateful for the decision you made today. With that, he produced another document seemingly out of thin air and handed it to Chun Tai. The company's instruments are located in the adjacent music room. You may go and take a look. Today is Friday, and your first performance post-contract signing will occur this Sunday. Sunday? A performance? Chun Tai and the others were taken aback. Indeed, you are familiar with the program Music Vanguard, correct? This episode's theme is rap, and you will perform alongside Meng Shiqing. Upon hearing this, the band's lead vocalist, Jiang Li, grew anxious. But I have little experience with rap, and only 2 days to prepare. Will that be too rushed? Zhou Mu offered her a reassuring glance and replied, Rest assured, Meng Shiqing will handle the rap section. Your task is to sing, and the others will provide accompaniment. You have today to familiarize yourselves with the score, and tomorrow, Saturday, Meng Shiqing will join you for rehearsal. We will set off early the day after tomorrow. This is your debut in the music industry. Make it count. At this point, Chun Tai was uncertain whether to feel elated or apprehensive. He had previously worried about when they would have songs written for them, and now, immediately after signing, they were being informed of their responsibilities. Thankfully, they had previously undertaken some temporary tasks, so they were not entirely unprepared. However, this time they faced a completely unfamiliar new song. Quickly, everyone, let us get moving and rehearse, Chun Tai exclaimed, seizing the score and preparing to dash to the music room. Wait a moment. Zhou Mu interrupted their actions. Facing their puzzled expressions, he couldn't help but chuckle. Have you forgotten something? What's your band's name? Chapter 65, Special Guest Judge. 2 days flew by in an instant, and early Sunday morning, Zhou Mu set out with a large group toward the studio of the program, ready for action. With the addition of Meng Shiqing's new assistant, a group of 7 managed to fill a newly acquired company van to its utmost capacity. However, being a gathering of youthful individuals from shared circle, their lively conversations rendered the journey far from tedious. Today marks the 4th episode of Music Vanguard, wherein Zhou Mu has arranged for Chun Tai and his band, the Flying Band, to serve as guest performers, marking their debut following their signing. Upon arriving at the backstage lounge, Zhou Mu, Meng Shiqing, Jiang Li, and several other singers took a moment to relax, while Chun Tai and his fellow musicians took the opportunity to familiarize themselves with their instruments before the show commenced. Having arrived a day early to scout the venue, they were merely getting accustomed to the feel of their instruments, as a debut performance naturally stirred a sense of nervous anticipation. After a brief respite, Zhou Mu noticed the time and made his way to the backstage entrance to await his teacher, Zhao Jingqing, who soon approached with a cheerful demeanor. You arrived early, didn't you? Zhao greeted, clearly pleased to see him. Not too long ago, actually. I thought I'd come out to see if you were here as well. Zhou replied. Perhaps due to the excitement of participating in the event, Zhao seemed particularly jovial today, his face beaming like that of a benevolent Buddha. How prepared are you for your performance today? If your song isn't up to par, I won't hesitate to critique you. Zhao warned with a teasing, yet serious tone. Rest assured, no matter how harshly you might critique, it won't be directed at me, Zhou Mu replied with confidence, flashing a smile as they walked toward the judges' lounge. According to the rules of the show, judges are typically prohibited from meeting with participating singers or composers. Yet, given the stature of these two, one a future mogul and the other a current authority, there was little the production team could do. The staff originally tasked with welcoming Zhao appeared as if burdened with a grievance, standing silently to the side, hesitant to intervene. Confronting either of these individuals was beyond their means, especially considering their mentor-student relationship. Thus, they opted for a discreet approach, hoping the two esteemed figures would retreat to the lounge without drawing attention. Zhou Mu engaged Zhao in conversation for a while, but refrained from entering the judges' lounge, as it was more appropriate for them to converse openly in public. If they were to sneak away for a private discussion, it might provoke unwarranted rumors. He was unconcerned for himself, but the repercussions for his mentor would be inexcusable. Upon returning to his own lounge, Zhou Mu found Chun Tai and the others already gathered, animatedly discussing something. After exchanging greetings, they settled down together to watch the television, where the host had taken to the stage to deliver the opening remarks. Hello, everyone in the audience, both at home and here with us. I am your old friend, Chen Jingxiu, and I am Fong Yi. So, Fong Yi, having watched the previous 3 episodes, what are your thoughts? Any reflections? The male host, Chen Jingxiu, inquired of his female partner. Indeed, it was a splendid affair. Fong Yi smiled gently, revealing a few pearly whites, and I sensed that the theme of our program was becoming increasingly challenging, with the subjects of the songs straying ever further from the norm. This presents a formidable trial for both the composers and the singers. Undoubtedly, crafting a song under such constrained themes is akin to adorning a gifted dancer with shackles whilst demanding them to perform gracefully. However, there is a saying that only those who can navigate within a confined space truly embody the essence of a man. Today's theme is rap, a genre that remains rather obscure in our country. Consequently, aside from our esteemed judges Jiang Mian and Su Hongxiu, we have also invited a special guest judge. Chen Jingxiu's voice crescendoed as he recounted his past, when he single-handedly faced the challenge of 7 opponents, achieving a remarkable victory and winning the heart of a beauty, creating a legendary tale. He is also the current record holder for becoming the fastest gold medal composer in Chongzhou. Additionally, he serves as a professor at our Chongyi Music Department, diligently imparting knowledge year after year, with a multitude of accomplished students. Let us extend a warm welcome to Professor Zhao Jingqing, the director of the music department at Chongzhou Art Academy, a permanent member of the Chongzhou Music Association, and a towering figure in the Summer Nation's music scene. A thunderous applause erupted in the venue as judges Jiang Mian and Su Hongxiu rose simultaneously to greet Zhao Jingqing. Jiang Mian, a graduate of Chongyi, swiftly made his way past the judging panel to the aisle to await his mentor. Upon seeing Zhao Jingqing, he immediately bowed and took his hand, guiding him to the special guest judge's seat nestled between himself and Su Hongxiu, showcasing a picture of respect and reverence. Once settled, Zhao Jingqing bowed deeply to the audience and the cameras before taking a seat. Jiang Mian and Su Hongxiu followed suit. Meanwhile, in the live stream, viewers flooded the chat with comments. My goodness, the production team has truly spared no expense in inviting Professor Zhao Jingqing. Although I was unfamiliar with this elder, the host's impressive introduction left me astounded. One could imagine that he had once been a formidable figure in his prime. I couldn't help but chuckle. My parents had never been interested in such programs, yet the moment the host mentioned Zhao Jingqing's name, they immediately gathered around, urging me to project the screen onto the television. Haha, your parents must be of a similar age to mine. Zhao Jingqing was indeed a pride of Chengzhou, single-handedly uplifting the region. I have listened to every one of his songs throughout my years from elementary school to university. Just yesterday, I sang one of his songs. It remains eternally delightful. I heard that Jiang Mian and Zhou Mu are both his students. With Zhao Jingqing's appearance, the comments multiplied, with some inquiring about his background while others took on an educational tone, correlating with an increase in the viewing audience. The female host, Feng Yi, was somewhat excited. Teacher Zhao, you are truly my idol. Since my earliest memories, my mother has adored playing your songs to lull me to sleep. Today, I have come with a task. After the program concludes, you must grant me an autograph, or else I fear my mother may not allow me to enter the house tonight. Her words provoked waves of laughter from the audience, with a few voices joining in, exclaiming their desire for the same. In the backstage lounge, Jiang Li, the lead singer of the flying band, glanced at Zhao Jingqing, who had sparked such a fervor, and clicked her tongue in surprise at the elder's popularity. Chen Tai cast her a knowing look, filled with nostalgia. Jiang Li was still quite young and had not heard of Zhao Jingqing, which was understandable. However, Chen Tai, nearing 30, had experienced the era when Zhao Jingqing's songs were the soundtrack of his entire school life. Just as Zhou Mu is now considered a legendary figure, renowned for his hits, it was indeed remarkable how the production team had persuaded such a prominent figure to participate in the program. Had they truly offered an irresistible incentive? As the venue quieted, Chen Jingxiu inquired once more, Teacher Zhao, have you watched our previous episodes? Which song do you find most satisfying? Zhao Jingqing, wise with age, deftly avoided falling into the trap laid by the host. Whether a song is good or not is not for me to decide. That must be validated by the market. I can only offer suggestions. However, I believe there are several songs with bold styles and innovative arrangements that are worth anticipating. Many argue that the music scene in our country is diminishing, with new songs merely echoing past works, but I beg to differ. Yet, the phenomenon of following trends does exist, and the impression it leaves on the public reflects the shortcomings of us musicians. It is time for change. His remarks resonated with netizens, who quickly began to critique the current state of the music industry. Recently, Zhou Mu's songs had surged in popularity, leading to a proliferation of new releases across major music platforms. Following his lead, various styles such as traditional and rock music emerged, with Zhou Mu inadvertently assuming the role of a trailblazer, rallying a host of followers. However, the quality of these songs left much to be desired, resembling the folly of imitation that only incited laughter. Chen Jingxiu, a professional music variety show host, possessed a considerable understanding of the industry. Teacher Zhao, it appears that the music scene in the U.S. has also fallen into a similar predicament, with few remarkable works emerging in recent years. Can we say that popular music has reached a bottleneck? For years, a consensus has existed in the music community. Melodious and lyrical compositions belong to our country, while rhythmic and dynamic pieces emanate from the U.S. However, due to the obscurity of our lyrics to Western audiences, our lyrical music primarily flourishes within our cultural circles. Without the lyrics, the essence of a ballad is inherently diminished. In contrast, American songs place greater emphasis on rhythm and movement, with many lyrics described as unsightly. Yet this does not hinder their worldwide popularity. The lyrics may falter, but I can always indulge in music which does not hinder my rhythmic leg movements. The quality of lyrics is of little concern to me. Thus, it can be concluded that Western pop music possesses a greater capacity for dissemination than Shaolin songs. Zhao Jingqing shook his head, neither affirming nor denying. Every field inevitably encounters bottlenecks, which persist until someone dares to transcend them. Yet the question remains, how to break through? This is a challenge that all musicians must confront collectively. Take today's theme of rap, a genre that is widely recognized in the United States. However, mere imitation is futile. Otherwise, I suspect this program would face a 6-month closure after just one performance. Laughter erupted from the audience at his jest regarding rap. The level of vulgarity often present in American rap is well understood. Rap is inherently a form of street music culture, rife with provocations and insults. In Xia, There are indeed those who aspire to localize the genre, yet once the lyrics are altered, the essence seems lost, relegating them to underground music circles, far from the mainstream. As the venue grew somewhat quieter, Zhao Jingxing continued, asserting that, in his view, music itself is devoid of inherent good or bad. It is merely the varying abilities of musicians that bestow differing qualities upon it. Today, I am eager to witness the extent to which contemporary musicians can elevate rap. Zhao's spirit of musical exploration is truly commendable. Now, let us delve into the main event. I believe the singers backstage are eager to take the stage. Let us welcome our first performer. According to the rankings from the previous episode, Meng Xingchen will be the last to perform. Noticing that there is still some time before his turn, Meng Xingchen took out the lyrics of his new song to review. Jiang Li, who will be lending her voice, found amusing. Xingchen, you're about to go on stage, and you're telling me you haven't team memorized the lyrics yet? I know my part like the back of my hand. Don't drag me down. Go away. Don't disturb me, Meng Xingchen replied, slightly exasperated. My lyrics are numerous, while yours are but a few words. Shall we switch parts? Sure, as long as teacher Zhou agrees, Jiang Li replied with a playful smirk. All right, let him review. We wouldn't want him to forget the words, Zhou Mu interjected, interrupting their banter. As for Chun Tai and Mo Feng, they were each immersed in their own worlds, repeatedly rehearsing their respective movements for the stage. Zhou Mu, with nothing else to occupy him, found himself lost in the live broadcast. After each singer's performance, the corresponding composer is invited to the stage. However, these composers are predominantly in their 30s and truly have little to offer in terms of rap, a niche genre. The lyrics, which even Zhou Mu found awkward, create an uncomfortable dissonance for the audience, akin to forcibly stitching together words and melodies, devoid of aesthetic appeal. See, I told you the music scene in Xia is lacking. What is this nonsense? I have long asserted that rap cannot thrive in Xia. Yet the production team remains obstinate, perhaps intent on embracing failure in the hope of eventual resurrection. Perhaps the production team sought to explore a new avenue. Yet the entrance to this path is so narrow that no one can squeeze through. This topic is far too vast for a mere small show. It seems they are merely exerting pressure on themselves for the sake of attention. Zhou Mu glanced at the barrage of comments on his phone, which predominantly echoed a pessimistic tone, reminding him of the state of Chinese rap in his previous life. In his recollection, the genre had been languishing even before the emergence of Fat Lewin, and despite many claiming that Fat Lewin was not a true rap artist, it could be argued that nearly all subsequent rappers were influenced by him. Unfortunately, the music scene in Huagua has deteriorated year by year, transforming from an epic clash of titans into a mere frenzy of wild dogs fighting for scraps, and they seem to relish it. Were it not for Fat Lewin's songs, Zhou Mu, then a music blogger, might have starved to death. Returning to the stage, Zhou Yun, dressed in a white shirt and baggy jeans, with a baseball cap atop his head and a large gold chain around his neck, made his way down the aisle. Regardless of the quality of his singing, his attire certainly exuded a hip-hop vibe. However, Zhou Mu couldn't shake the feeling that, despite Zhou Yun's makeup, he still bore an unmistakable air of exhaustion. Something must have gone awry at Brilliant Entertainment, or rather, within the Zhou family. This thought flashed through Zhou Mu's mind, explaining why the artists under Brilliant had been silent lately. It was indeed a matter of consequence. He quickly switched to the chat interface and messaged Lin Yue, Sister Yue. Could you look into the recent situation at Brilliant? I suspect something has changed. After receiving Lin Yue's reply, Zhou Mu set his phone aside and turned his attention back to the television. He noticed that Zhou Yun's performance today was not only lackluster, but his new song was a complete disaster. From what he knew, there were numerous composers at Brilliant Entertainment, and although there were regulations limiting the rank of composers allowed on the show, it shouldn't have been this dire. In his opinion, today's song was even inferior to those penned by Zhou Mu. It appeared that Brilliant was facing not only problems, but significant ones. Oh, Brilliant. My plans for revenge have barely begun, and the show has yet to unfold. Please do not falter so soon. Chapter 67. Nonsense. Perhaps Zhou Yun himself was aware of the subpar quality of his song, as he stood silently to the side after performing, awaiting commentary from the judges. This episode had also invited the composer of Zhou Yun's new song, yet the composer from Brilliant had not yet made an appearance. Zhou Yun did offer an explanation, stating that the composer was unwell and unable to attend, further solidifying Zhou Mu's belief that something had indeed transpired at Brilliant. The judges, Jiang Mian and Su Hongxiu, spoke with a degree of tact, yet Zhao Jingqing, known for her forthrightness, did not mince words, bluntly declaring that Zhou Yun's song was rhythmically chaotic and the lyrics utterly nonsensical. Zhou Yun, fuming internally, dared not show his displeasure on his face, instead putting on a facade of humility and receptiveness, which made Zhou Mu secretly chuckle. Well said, Teacher Zhao. There is not a single good apple in the Zhou family. In the lounge, Meng Xingchen spat angrily onto the floor. Beside them, Jiang Li and Chun Tai exchanged glances, occasionally casting sidelong looks at Zhou Mu, who sat in the center of the sofa. They wondered at Meng Xingchen's audacity. After all, Zhou Mu also bore the surname Zhou, which meant he too was being scolded. Having only joined Han Hai a few days prior, they were unaware of the long-standing grievances between Zhou Mu and the Zhou family of Han Hai. Had they known the intricacies of the situation, their reactions would likely have mirrored Meng Xingchen's. Suddenly, the door to the lounge swung open, and a staff member from the production team leaned in, announcing, "Meng Laosher, it is your turn to take the stage." Upon hearing this, the group promptly rose, adjusted their attire, greeted Zhou Mu, and followed the staff member out. On stage, several crew members were busy arranging instruments. The array included pianos, guitars, and even cellos. Moments later, Chun Tai, Mo Feng, Lai Yin, and the program's string players took their seats and began checking their instruments. Sigh. Why does Meng Xingchen's new song come with a full band again? Someone mused. What's so surprising about having a band? Some big names even bring their own backup singers. I feel like I've seen a few of these musicians before. Where could that be? Huh. You only think they look familiar because of that violinist in the black silk skirt. At that moment, the host returned to the stage. Chen Jingxiu was the first to speak. I wonder if everyone has been keeping up with the trending topics. Our old friend, Teacher Zhou Mu, has been on a hot search for 2 days straight. As soon as he finished speaking, cheers erupted from the audience, mingled with shouts of Zhou Mu is so handsome. An old street. Chen Jingxiu chuckled, indeed. Next up, we have Meng Xingchen from Han Hai and his guest, the Flying Band. That's right, Fang Yi chimed in. Today, you are in for a treat, as the Flying Band is making their Entertainment Circle debut, and they're also the newly signed band of Han Hai Entertainment. Yes, we can hardly wait to see what kind of new song Teacher Zhou Mu will compose and what kind of sparks will fly between Meng Xingchen and the Flying Band. Before long, Meng Xingchen and Jiang Li made their entrance from the backstage corridor, one on each side of the stage. Meng Xingchen donned a well-tailored black suit, exuding a polished and capable demeanor, while Jiang Li wore a form-fitting black evening gown, her makeup elegant and poised. Their attire resembled that of a well-to-do couple attending a grand commercial gala rather than performers taking the stage. This appearance left both the live audience and online viewers perplexed. Isn't this a singing program? Isn't the theme rap tonight? Where are my flashy gold chains and watches? Oh no, have I stumbled into a spring festival gala instead? I suspect this is some charity event. Perhaps after the singers perform, they will auction off their jewelry. I want that lead singer's evening gown, Manuel Ludacris, within 5 minutes. I demand all information on the lead singer of the Flying Band. Quiet down. Her name is Jiang Li. The drummer is Chun Tai, and the other members, Mo Feng and Lai Yin, belong to my Le Music in Chong'an. It seems they've all been signed together by Han Hai Entertainment. Indeed, I've attended the live performances at my Le Music several times in the past, and I was quite taken by the beauty of Jiang Li. To my surprise, after a brief hiatus, she has now signed a contract. If memory serves me correctly, Chun Tai and his companions, known for their playful antics, would likely engage in their usual mischief today. However, rest assured, Teacher Zhou Mu backstage has his sights firmly trained on them. As the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, the lights dimmed abruptly on stage. The large screen behind displayed the song's details in synchrony. Chapter 7 of the night, composed, penned, and arranged by Zhou Mu, performed by Meng Xingchen and the Feixiang Band. In the next moment, the venue was filled with the delicate chimes reminiscent of a music box. interlaced with the haunting tones of a violin. Following this, the resonant voice of a cello emerged, punctuated by the crisp clicks of a camera shutter. Observing this, Zhao Jingqing furrowed his brows. As a connoisseur of music with decades of experience, he immediately detected an unusual quality in the performance. The once melodious violin now conveyed an uncanny aura, while the cello's depth hinted at a layer of mystery. The piano in the backdrop, along with the almost imperceptible sounds of a typewriter and shutter, contributed to the enigmatic ambience. The audience, perhaps unable to discern the intricacies as keenly, was enveloped in the overwhelming sound amplified by the speakers, compounded by the acoustics of the spacious hall, making some nuances elusive to the human ear. However, as judges, they were equipped with specialized headphones that transmitted the music, including vocals, with remarkable clarity. This ensemble of instruments painted a picture of a mysterious and dark atmosphere, piquing Zhao's curiosity about the intentions behind Zhou Mu's composition. The prelude was notably lengthy, extending to 43 seconds, yet the attendees felt no discomfort. As they were wholly captivated by the ambience it created, even the barrage of comments had significantly diminished. All were breathlessly awaiting the singer's entrance. Unbeknownst to them, many instinctively sensed that this might be a song capable of transcending norms and etching itself into history. Numerous figures from the rap community were also tuning into the live stream, hoping Zhou Mu could vindicate the genre, proving that rap is not merely a collection of vulgarities, nor is it unworthy of the grand stage. Rather, it can be celebrated and immortalized in song. At last, amidst the collective anticipation, Meng Xingchen slowly raised the microphone to his lips, fully aware that his first words would resonate profoundly. Chapter 68. The entire audience stands in solemn respect for one individual. December 1983. A clear day in the alley. Chapter 7 of a night, the typewriter continues to push towards the next line of truth. The smoke from the pipe of Shi Nan drifts toward the withered tree. Silently weeping to me, with a deliberately lowered tone, Meng Xingchen's voice erupted, the distinctive rhythm of rap intertwined with the rapid beats, leaving many in the audience struggling to catch the lyrics displayed on the screen before they moved on to the next line. In Zhao Jingqing's perspective, rap is essentially a musical form inclined towards emotional expression. However, Zhou Mu's song deviates from this norm, as it primarily narrates a story. Intriguingly, this tale evokes a sense of familiarity within him, yet he remains uncertain about its origins. There is no rush. He will observe further. In the silence, a lament unfolds beside Baker Street's circular square, where the armored knight bears the emblem of the iris. A faint glimmer accompanies the sound of a phantom carriage, heralding a midnight visitation of malevolence under the Victorian moonlight. The blood-tinged prologue, the vanishing pistol, the charred cane, and the melting wax figure all contribute to an atmosphere of absence. Upon the jewelry box, the illusion of symbols converges into a contradiction, leading into his labyrinthine dead end, where evidence is impeccably concealed. And the mocking smirk at the Scottish police station lingers. As the main refrain concludes, several judges present exchange involuntary glances. The song's phrasing is peculiarly unconventional, shattering norms, yet harmonizes pleasantly with the rhythm, creating an addictive allure. Jiang Mian glances at his teacher beside him, his lips moving as if to articulate something. Zhao Jingqing notices this, but merely shakes his head in silence, gesturing with his chin towards the stage, indicating they should wait until the performance concludes. At that moment, Zhao Jingqing is filled with anticipation. Irrespective of the peculiar phrasing, the song's delivery has captivated him. He is increasingly eager to witness Zhou Mu's interpretation of the chorus, especially as a duet between male and female voices in a rap song represents a bold innovation. If his predictions are correct, the subsequent chorus will feature the female part. Indeed, as the main verse ends, Jiang Li's voice resonates immediately. Unlike Meng Xingchen's deep tones, her voice possesses a more conventional quality, albeit with a hint of operatic technique. If Malevolence embodies a splendidly brutal composition, then Justice encapsulates profound, resigned melancholy. In its finale, I shall inscribe it myself. igniting the faint light amidst the ashes, the dawn's glow drying the last line of sorrow. Thus, the raindrops will cleanse the towering walls of darkness, while black ink stains tranquility. As the curtain falls and the lights dim, Zhao Jingxing cannot help but feel an urge to exclaim. For Meng Xingqian's deliberately subdued timbre in the verse would have rendered Jiang Li's solo in the chorus somewhat insipid, disjointed, and lacking harmony. Yet now, with Meng Xingqian's low harmonies complementing her, the song takes on a more three-dimensional fullness, with smoother emotional transitions. As the interlude unfolds, Zhou Mu deliberately amplifies the strings, intensifying the atmosphere of the entire piece. Many of Fat Luan's songs employ this technique. Why do some songs sound acceptable in their lyrical segments, yet become bland during interludes? It is due to the inadequate handling of transitions, resulting in a vacuum within the song. In contrast, many of Fat Luan's compositions incorporate string sections in their interludes, propelling the song forward through this method. This led to a situation where what might have initially bored the audience instead stirred their emotions. In simpler terms, the entire song lacks a valley, offering only peaks, exhilaration after exhilaration designed to keep you suspended. Want to ascend? I'm afraid there's no way. The truth can only traverse soil unmarked by footprints. The abrupt yet subtle fragrance of flowers, and the conspicuously bold attire, as everyone dons a mask for different reasons, all motivated by a singular desire. Who, traversing the mire of humanity, can remain unblemished? We may forget, we may forgive, yet we must acknowledge the truth. The iron bed that has been moved, that final piece of the puzzle, finally clicks into place. I hear footsteps, the anticipated soft patter of shoes, as he pushes open the door. The evening breeze swaying the oil lamp. A typewriter halts at the name of the perpetrator. I turn, and the night sky over Westminster begins to seethe, blossoming in my chest with radiant death. I savor this final morsel of sweet truth, smiling as I recall that justice is but a quiet assertion. The violin on the Thames. This segment could be deemed the pièce d'arrestance of the entire song, its most splendid part. Simultaneously, Zhao Jingxing finally comprehends the story the song seeks to convey. Upon encountering the words Westminster and typewriter, he surmised the answer. Clearly, the inspiration for this song is drawn from the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Furthermore, the falsetto in the final section evokes an indescribable astonishment. By the end, Zhao Jingxing's lips curve into an uncontainable smile. As the performance concludes, an eerie silence envelopes the venue. Is the song unpleasant? Certainly not. Is it good? It should be, yet most find it somewhat incomprehensible, merely sensing the rhythm's allure. However, when asked to articulate its merits, the vast majority can only remain silent. It's merely a sensation, intangible and ineffable. As time gradually passed, host Chen Jingxiu stepped onto the stage, intending to say something to alleviate the palpable tension in the quiet. Suddenly, Zhao Jingxing from the judging panel stood up, extending his hands to applaud. That few claps served as a signal, awakening the audience from their stupor, prompting them to erupt into fervent applause and cheers. It resembled the striking of an arrow piercing the clouds, heralding the arrival of 1,000 troops. Zhao Jingxing's applause was that arrow. Observing this, Chen Jingxiu silently breathed a sigh of relief. Once again realizing how arduous the role of a host is, speaking too quickly leads to errors, while speaking too slowly invites mistakes as well. It's far easier to be a decorative figure. The applause continued like rolling thunder, resounding so clearly that even the backstage lounge could hear it, and the adjacent office area could not escape its echoes. Curious employees glanced towards the broadcasting hall, whispering amongst themselves. Minutes later, the applause gradually subsided, and Chen Jingxiu, suppressing his internal doubts, prepared to transition to the next segment. Thank you, Meng Xingqian and the Flying Band, for that splendid performance. Now, let us welcome the composer of this song, Teacher Zhou Mu. Under the illumination of the stage lights, Zhou Mu, adorned in a casual outfit, gracefully traversed the passage from the backstage to the stage. As the host began to speak, the judges, Jiang Mian and Su Hongxiu, instinctively rose to their feet. Both are esteemed composers, and while they might remain seated for ordinary singers or composers, Zhou Mu is evidently regarded as their equal, despite Jiang Mian being Zhou Mu's senior. Not only they, but the audience also stood in reverence for this young virtuoso, a testament to his achievements. Even the musicians in the band rose in unison upon catching sight of Zhou Mu, highlighting the esteemed status of senior composers in the industry. At this moment, save for Zhao Jingqing, the entire audience stood in anticipation, their attention fixated on the figure upon the stage. The entire assembly stood in honor of him alone. Upon reaching the stage, Zhou Mu bowed in gratitude to all the audience and musicians before embracing his mentor, Zhao Jingqing, at the judges' table. He then shook hands with the judges, Jiang Mian and Su Hongxiu, before returning to the stage. Chen Jingxiu was momentarily lost in thought. Did Zhao and Zhou know each other? After all, I graduated from Chongyi, and Zhao is my esteemed teacher. It is only natural we are acquainted. With Zhou Mu casting a rather peculiar glance at her, Chen Jingxiu smacked her forehead, realizing she had been too engrossed in the earlier performance to connect the dots. Zhao Laosher, would you kindly share your thoughts on your student's composition? Very well. Allow me to set the ball rolling. Zhao Jingqing cleared his throat and began. First and foremost, this song possesses a vivid imagery. The sound of a camera shutter in the prelude, coupled with the highly artistic classical music, aligns beautifully with the relatively contemporary electronic style, all while harmonizing with the brisk tempo of rap, serving to enhance the visual narrative. The singer's deliberate use of a deep, raspy vocal technique paired with a female voice further intensifies the atmosphere of the song. I encourage everyone to pay attention to the progression of the piano and strings. For instance, in the verses, a significant number of conventional chord connections create an eerie, mystérieuse ambiance. Moreover, the minor third chords shift upward by half a step to the lowered sixth, then to the sixth. However, such techniques are seldom used in mainstream music, predominantly appearing in scores for suspenseful detective genres. Additionally, there are continuous modulations in minor thirds. Zhao Jingqing, indeed a consummate professional, delivered an array of technical terms that left many, including the host, bewildered. Although the audience may not grasp the intricacies, they could discern that this composition employed a multitude of uncommon techniques in its arrangement. Quite enlightening. As a teacher with decades of experience, Zhao Jingqing had encountered many expressions of bewilderment, reflecting on the fact that this was the studio of music vanguard rather than a classroom at Chongyi. And considering that most of the audience were laypersons unfamiliar with music theory, he felt a wave of disinterest wash over him, dimming the excitement he initially felt. What has been discussed thus far pertains solely to the piano segment. To employ contemporary vernacular, I would dare to describe the composition Chapter 7 of the Night as the pinnacle of Summer Nation's pop music in terms of arrangement. I extend my gratitude to teacher Zhao for the elucidation. Jiang Mian, teacher Su Hongxiu, do you have any further insights to offer? Fang Yi inwided, directing her gaze towards the other two judges. Jiang Mian, somewhat exasperated, shook his head, expressing that there is an abundance to articulate regarding this song. If he were to delve into each detail, he could continue until nightfall. In any case, this song, in terms of lyrics, melody, and arrangement, stands as the zenith of the current summer language music scene. Fang Yi was taken aback by Jiang Mian's assertion and, in a moment of impulsiveness, blurted out, "Are you suggesting you are more adept than the esteemed teachers?" By the time she realized the implications of her words, it was too late, leaving her with a forced smile as she awaited the ensuing conversation. To her surprise, Zhao Jingqing, Jiang Mian, and Su Hongxiu were not offended. Zhao Jingqing even wore a benevolent expression, lightly gesturing towards Zhou Mu, stating, "At least in the context of this song, this young man indeed surpasses us." He continued, "This is a positive development. In both music and other fields, only when students surpass their teachers can progress be made. Otherwise, if one merely follows the old paths laid by predecessors without striving for innovation, the music scene of Summer Nation would be doomed." His words elicited a round of applause, with many in attendance admiring this veteran who has devoted decades to Summer Nation pop music. Meanwhile, the front stage was filled with laughter and joy. contrasting sharply with the plight of the singers and composers in the rest area, especially for the singer who had come to challenge the establishment today. His mind was consumed with two words: utterly frustrated. As an artist on the brink of taking the stage, he felt devoid of the excitement he had initially felt upon joining the program. With Zhou Mu's brilliance shining forth, he no longer believed his song could outshine Chapter 7 of the night. He had originally hoped to use this platform as a launch pad to soar to great heights, but found himself relegated to the role of a mere backdrop, serving to elevate another success. The outcome was, of course, predictable. Meng Xingqian and his cohort once again claimed the top prize, marking his fourth first place when across previous episodes. The Music Vanguard production team experienced a blend of emotions regarding this result. They rejoiced at Zhou Mu's emergence as a dark horse, which had led to a dramatic surge in the show's viewership and popularity, garnering significantly more attention than the previous year. In recognition of this success, the parent company of the program rewarded all team members, and the director was hailed as an industry exemplar. However, there were concerns regarding Zhou Mu's overwhelming prowess. Originally, the plan was for the winners of each episode to compete in a finale to determine the overall champion. Yet now, with only one individual consistently securing first place, how could a fair comparison be made? They might as well crown him champion outright, which would simplify matters for everyone. After all, Zhou Mu's capabilities were manifestly evident, alleviating any fears of accusations of behind-the-scenes manipulation. Yet, the competition format was established, and this program was not hosting its inaugural event. Changes could not be made on a whim. Consequently, the director's team convened frequently, with the chief director, Liu Ji, becoming increasingly frazzled, losing significant amounts of hair in the process. Yet no viable solution emerged. Surely, they could not allow Zhou Mu's exceptional talent to necessitate a rigged competition, nor deliberately assign him low scores to prevent him from winning. Was the program prepared to abandon its integrity? Observe the scene today. Who is the instructor? Who are the senior brothers and sisters present? It is not merely the director who holds the reins. Even the company behind the scenes would hesitate to engage in such audacity, unless they are prepared to sever ties with this industry altogether. However, setting aside the director's intentions, the host, Chun Jingxiu, chuckled after listening to Zhao Jingqing's words and remarked, "Teacher Zhao is far too modest. As the saying goes, the fledgling phoenix sings more sweetly than the elder. Today, Teacher Zhou's achievements are a testament to your diligent guidance." He then glanced at his partner, Fang Yi. The duo's harmonious interplay on stage was merely the expected protocol. Yet at this moment, Fang Yi was fixated on Zhou Mu's visage, seemingly entranced, prompting a gentle reminder from Chun Jingxiu. "Fang Yi, would you not agree?" Fang Yi, startled by Chun Jingxiu's call, returned to reality. Her cheeks flushed as she noticed both her partner and the audience gazing intently at her, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward. Since Zhou Mu took the stage, Fang Yi's attention had been thoroughly captivated by him. His tall stature and handsome features, combined with his remarkable talent, made it impossible for her to remain indifferent. She was not one to subscribe to the notion that love alone suffices, fully aware that her role in this program was akin to that of a decorative vase. When it comes to musical expertise, even her partner, Chun Jingxiu, eclipsed her in knowledge, not to mention the competing singers and composers. Her greatest asset was her striking beauty and graceful figure, but in the entertainment industry, such attributes are hardly sufficient. However, should she gain the favor of a top composer like Zhou Mu, her status as a mere vase would transform, becoming one of substance with connections and support. Given Zhou Mu's own exceptional qualities, it was only natural for her to develop feelings. Alas, no matter how she expressed her interest, Zhou Mu remained utterly unmoved, focused solely on concluding the program to reunite with his mentor. As for Fang Yi, what was she to him? Merely a distraction. Chapter 70, Responsibility and Obligation. Chun Jingxiu immediately discerned Fang Yi's thoughts from her demeanor. Typically, she addressed him with an endearing familiarity, yet he held no ulterior motives. In this industry, it is common for individuals to seek alliances, and he understood well how a woman might navigate such dynamics. His approach was one of neutrality, neither supporting nor opposing, neither deliberately distancing nor ingratiating himself. He chose to let things unfold naturally. Once the guest vocalist concluded their performance, it was his turn to summarize the program. Thus far, we have witnessed all our participants perform. Congratulations to Teacher Zhou for once again claiming victory. I shall now announce the theme for the next competition. He leisurely opened the envelope in his hand and glanced inside. The forthcoming theme would be ancient style. Ancient style? Zhou Mu mused, for this concept was not unfamiliar to him, having incorporated elements of ancient music in his previous arrangement of Jiangnan. In contemporary Xia, ancient style can generally be categorized into two types, one being the pure ancient style, which involves adapting the music of the ancient Xia era, striving for authenticity while infusing personal interpretation. Another form of music reminiscent of the so-called ancient style of the previous era. These songs pursue an ancient charm in their lyrics, while the arrangements predominantly feature a fusion of traditional and modern instruments. Nonetheless, the essence of the songs remains rooted in contemporary pop, representing a harmonious blend of past and present. Regardless, for him, it posed no challenge. By the conclusion of the program, he had arranged to meet with his teacher, Zhao Jingqing, and his senior, Jiang Mian. The trio had planned to find a place to sit and converse. They politely declined the program team's invitation to a collective dinner, opting instead for a private booth at a restaurant, where they ordered afternoon tea and engaged in conversation. Among the three, Zhou Mu was the youngest, naturally taking on the task of pouring tea. Junior, you are now quite the rising star in the music industry. Although you have only debuted for a few months, your fame far surpasses that of my rather unremarkable senior, Jiang Mian remarked. Strictly speaking, Jiang Mian and Zhao Jingqing shared a conventional teacher-student relationship, while Zhou Mu could only be regarded as a senior-junior connection. Referring to him as a brother felt somewhat strained. However, Zhou Mu's eloquence and adeptness at networking were notable, and in the adult world, where interests often reign supreme, Jiang Mian sought to cultivate a relationship with this promising star. Zhou Mu, pleased to expand his network, found common ground with Jiang Mian, facilitated by the bond he shared with Zhao Jingqing. My senior, you flatter me. It is all thanks to our teacher's guidance and a touch of luck that I have achieved any success, Zhou Mu replied modestly. Such words are excessive, Zhao Jingqing interjected, waving his hand. I have not imparted much. The essence of creation truly relies on one's innate talent. He believed he had not afforded Zhou Mu any particular advantages academically, providing only a bit of support in daily life, and he was reluctant to claim credit for Zhou Mu's accomplishments. Junior, do not be so humble. I watched your recent live stream, and your improvisational skills far exceed my own. You already possess a fragment of our teacher's prowess, Jiang Mian praised. After a bit more conversation, Jiang Mian excused himself due to company obligations, adding Zhou Mu to his contact list and arranging to meet again in the future. Once he departed, Zhou Mu felt a significant sense of relief. Jiang Mian had many admirable qualities, yet his ambition was somewhat pronounced. Zhao Jingqing sighed, taking a sip of water. As musicians, we most dread being blinded by money. Writing songs solely for profit can erode one's inner resolve, ultimately leading to enslavement to music rather than mastery over it. I understand, teacher. One must control music rather than be controlled by it. However, in the professional realm, one must first ensure sustenance before having the energy to pursue one's ideals. Wouldn't you agree? Zhou Mu replied with a cheerful demeanor, refilling Zhao Jingqing's cup. To him, while music is an art form, it is created by human beings who must attend to their basic needs. Life is comprised of the mundane realities of existence. Discussing ideals in a vacuum of practicality is futile. Every musician harbors a vision for the music they wish to create, yet before achieving stability, it is often necessary to ride the waves of market trends. Once one is secure, they can then propagate their musical philosophy. Otherwise, if one's work fails to garner market approval, survival itself becomes precarious. Just like the past figure of Pan Lun, who knew him before he became famous. Many of his songs faced rejection, and those catchy tunes that later swept the nation were initially met with scorn. Even upon winning awards, he remained a largely overlooked figure. However, once he achieves fame, everyone will take pride in knowing him, and he will be hailed as the hope of the Chinese music scene. The contrast is indeed striking. Fortunately, in this lifetime, Zhou Mu's debut marks the pinnacle of his career, sparing him the arduous struggles that many other newcomers endure. Some things are better left understood. By the way, are you aware of the annual Pan-Asian Music Exchange Conference? Yes, it is essentially a competition for young musicians from several Asian countries held once a year. Indeed, Zhao Jingqing's expression appears somewhat serious. This year, our nation has fallen slightly behind. Recently, the association received notification that the selection of participants for next year's competition will soon commence. The teacher suggests that this is an excellent opportunity, especially for you. You possess talent and ability, yet what you lack is a stage and an opportunity. Zhou Mu's expression reveals a hint of anticipation. It would be disingenuous to say he is not moved. Our nation is the only surviving ancient civilization without interruption, and it is also a cultural powerhouse, exerting significant influence across the entire Asian continent. The Pan-Asian Music Exchange Conference is a widely observed competition, typically held around early March, shortly after our nation's Spring Festival. At that time, several countries in Asia will send an equal number of contestants, all under the age of 30, and the competition venues will rotate. Of course, smaller nations like Annan participate more for formality, while the focus remains on the competitions among our nation, Japan, and Korea. This year, the competition will take place in Korea, meaning next year it will be hosted in our nation. The selection methods vary each year. However, the data pertaining to songs released by eligible composers is undeniably a crucial indicator. Now, as Zhao Jingqing speaks of this in front of Zhou Mu, it is clear that he is not merely discussing it casually. Observing Zhou Mu's eager demeanor, Zhao Jingqing smiles, evidently pleased with his enthusiasm. Rest assured, your name is already on the association's assessment list. Do you know why we hold newcomer season every August and September? Is it merely to select participants for this competition? Zhao Jingqing nods, confirming that this consideration indeed exists. From August to March of the following year is roughly a 6-month period during which any outstanding composers or singers will be included in the assessment list. Naturally, to prevent individuals from merely having fleeting moments of inspiration, subsequent works after the newcomer season will also be critically evaluated. Initially, I intended to remind you to produce more works during this time, but it seems you have already taken the initiative, and your songs, both in quantity and quality, are commendable, encompassing a variety of musical genres. However, you must continue to strive. The upcoming episodes of Music Vanguard require your utmost effort. Do not become complacent. Thinking victory is assured. Although Zhao Jingqing does not explicitly say so, Zhou Mu can discern that he has indeed entered the Music Association's key list. Yet the final allocation of spots remains undecided. His task is to maintain a steady mindset and continue creating. He had originally planned to give his all in the subsequent episodes of Music Vanguard. Although the show may not be deemed a national sensation, having participated, it would be unreasonable not to compete for the title. Moreover, the official selection of personnel is undoubtedly conducted nationwide. However, in terms of musical ambience and overall prowess, coastal regions like Chongzhou undoubtedly surpass those of the inland areas. When it comes to young composers, Zhou Mu is certainly at a novice level in Chongzhou. The Pan-Asian Music Exchange is a prestigious competition that caters to the entirety of Asia, and no one would willingly miss such an opportunity. He cast a glance at his teacher, filled with gratitude, recognizing the advantages of having influential connections. Many matters could be anticipated, negating the need for last-minute preparations. Otherwise, even if he were to secure a spot, it would undoubtedly entail a chaotic scramble. Zhou Mu clenched his hands tightly beneath the table, his heart brimming with ambition. Supporting the nation and its endeavors is a responsibility that every citizen of Huagua should embrace. I shall secure my place in this exchange. Chapter 71. A villain must be matched by a villain. The following day dawned bright and clear, with a gentle breeze ushering in the chill of late October. Early in the morning, Zhou Shuang, residing with Zhou Banghua and Sun Shui, was roused from her slumber to begin washing clothes and mopping the floor. This period of her life could indeed be described as a living hell. Initially, she had betrayed her mother and sister for the sake of her brother Zhou Yun, believing that her father and Zhou Yun would treat her kindly. Yet the outcome was unbearable. Zhou Shuang had long since shed the haughty demeanor of the third young lady of the Zhou family. Her once smooth hair was now hastily tied back, and the hair tie was merely a common red nylon cord used for binding. Her clothing was no longer of any brand. While not torn, they were old garments, reminiscent of rural women. At that moment, Zhou Yun's mother, Sun Shui, who was Zhou Bangwa's cherished one, emerged from her bedroom. Upon seeing Zhou Shuang crouched on the floor, scrubbing with a rag, she sneered coldly. She strode directly to Zhou Shuang and placed her foot upon her hand. Zhou Shuang cried out in pain and instinctively withdrew her hand, causing Sun Shui to stumble slightly. A resounding slap struck Zhou Shuang's face, instantly reddening her cheek. "You wretched girl, dare you resist?" Sun Shui grasped her hair and yanked her up. "Your mother, Su Mei, is a disgrace, and so are you. Do you think you could be my son's sister? If it weren't for the meager shares you and your mother possess, my son would have endured such indignities in your household. Mrs. Sun, Xiao Yun has not suffered any indignities in our home. We treat him well, and I have always regarded him as my own brother," Zhou Shuang replied, tears brimming in her eyes, though she dared not resist, only raising her voice in protest. "What are you, to even think of having my precious call you sister? Bah!" The aunt in the kitchen merely glanced over at the commotion before returning to her cooking, seemingly unfazed by the scene unfolding before her. Perhaps the ruckus had stirred Zhou Yun from his slumber, rubbing his eyes. He stepped out of his room and observed his mother's actions without intervening. "Mom, has Dad gone to the company?" "Later, I will deal with you," Sun Shui retorted, tossing Zhou Shuang aside before turning her attention back to Zhou Yun. "Your father has been going to the company daily. After all, it's those wretched women causing all this strife over power. A woman who does not hastily seek a man to marry, spending her days running to the company, would have seen her and her father's business change hands were it not for your father's vigilant oversight." Zhou Yun chuckled softly, wrapping an arm around his mother's shoulder in a comforting manner. After all, Zhou Yu has been the general manager of Huiguang for many years, and many positions are filled with her people. It is essential for Dad to keep an eye on things. Rest assured, Huiguang belongs to our family. No one can take it away. After speaking, he coaxed Sun Shui to the dining room for breakfast before turning back to squat beside Zhou Shuang. Observing her swollen cheeks, he felt a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. "Third sister, are you all right?" Zhou Shuang looked at her familiar younger brother, her gaze filled with fear and a hint of lingering resentment. However, she quickly lowered her head, unwilling to reveal any signs to Zhou Yun. "I'm fine," she replied. Zhou Yun made an effort to appear more amiable as he continued. "Third sister, I know you used to care for me the most. Could you do me a favor?" Seeing Zhou Shuang keep her head down in silence, he continued unperturbed. "Could you go to Hanhai and ask Zhou Mu for a few songs?" Zhou Mu. The mention of that familiar name ignited a surge of profound grievance within Zhou Shuang. Back then, she had been the esteemed third miss of the Zhou family, indulged in every possible way. Perhaps Zhou Mu's life at that time was not so different from her current situation. Yet now, the wheel of fate had turned, and the one subjected to random torment and scorn was she herself. "He has severed ties with us, you know that. How could he possibly give me songs? But you are siblings, sharing the same father and mother. If you earnestly plead with him, he is sure to comply," Zhou Yun urged in a low voice, akin to a devil tempting a pure maiden. Zhou Shuang inwardly scoffed, thinking that they were half-siblings, and looked at how he had treated her. At that moment, Zhou Yun's own feelings were quite complex. He had initially believed that by forcing Zhou Mu out, everything belonging to the Zhou family would rightfully belong to him. However, reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Once Su Mei and Zhou Yu became aware of his identity, they chose to confront Zhou Bangwa, transforming Huiguang Entertainment into a battlefield for both factions. Yet, the eldest sister, Zhou Yu, had been in control of the company for many years, with many key positions filled by her loyalists. Even though Zhou Bangwa was the majority shareholder, he found it challenging to seize power directly and could only adopt a gradual approach. Presently, Huiguang was akin to a double-edged sword. with the father and daughter embroiled in a fierce struggle for power, each tirelessly placing their own people while devising strategies to eliminate the other's pieces. In this tumultuous atmosphere, the sole-renowned composer, Wu Shuakai, whom Zhou Yu had personally recruited, was granted an extended leave following the escalating competition with Zhou Banghua. Wu Shuakai relished the respite, indifferent to the family's discord, and promptly set off on a trip. Meanwhile, other composers in the company were either demoted or left due to their alliances. This left Zhou Yun without anyone to write songs for him, leading to a significant embarrassment during yesterday's program. Once a prominent heir of a prosperous company, he could easily purchase a song if the company lacked songwriters. However, excellent compositions do not come cheap, and, as the financial director, it was unlikely that Zhou Lu would approve any expenditure. Furthermore, the entertainment industry harbors little in the way of secrets. Anyone with a keen interest could discern the circumstances surrounding the illustrious company. It was therefore improbable that any talented composers would dare to join. Zhou Yun found himself at an impasse and decided to turn his attention to Zhou Mu, although he was aware that he could not take the lead himself. The most suitable candidate was undoubtedly Zhou Shuang. In truth, Zhou Shuang had contemplated seeking assistance from her mother or two sisters, but her pride was immense. After betraying her family, she felt she could not return. Moreover, with her phone destroyed by Sun Shui and her pockets empty, she had no choice but to endure her circumstances. Only at night, when alone, could she dare to reminisce about the glory of being the third miss of the Zhou family. Seeing that his humble entreaties were in vain, Zhou Yun's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Sun Shui, dining in the restaurant, had been observing the situation and, upon witnessing her beloved son's humiliation, fueled by years of resentment towards the Zhou family, approached with a half-eaten bowl of soup, which she poured over Zhou Shuang's head. A heart-wrenching wail escaped Zhou Shuang's lips. Her face throbbed with unbearable pain. Although the soup was not boiling hot, it was still too much for her delicate skin to withstand. Zhou Yun, quick to react, jumped aside to avoid the scalding liquid, narrowly escaping disaster. Yet Sun Shui was not yet satiated. She continued to kick at Zhou Shuang, who was shielding her face. "How dare you refuse my son's request? After he graciously gave you an opportunity?" Sun Shui scorned. Zhou Shuang felt as if her insides were churning. The agony on her face forced her into a reluctant submission. I will go, please stop," she pleaded, but was met with disdain. "Hurry up. You eat our food and live under our roof. Yet you still display such ingratitude." Curled up and sobbing softly, Zhou Shuang resolved to escape, to flee as far as possible. She could no longer endure this life, not even for a single day. Chapter 72. A mutual demise dragging her aching body, Zhou Shuang rushed to the restroom, clutching her face as she splashed cold water upon it. Gazing into the mirror at her red, blistered cheeks, she began to weep uncontrollably. She felt as though she had exhausted all her tears during this period. Once the pain on her face subsided slightly, she cautiously emerged from the restroom, stealthily retrieving a 10-yuan note and a mask from the entryway cabinet before slipping outside. A wave of cold air hit her as she stepped out, and gripping the note tightly, the weight of her grievances surged within her once more. In the past, she would have deemed 10 yuan unworthy of her attention, yet now it felt like a treasure. As she observed the throngs of people passing by, Zhou Shuang donned her mask and wiped away her tears as she made her way to the entrance of the community. In the general manager's office of Huiguang Entertainment, Zhou Yu and Zhou Lu sat across from each other, both wearing expressions of deep concern, as their recent days had not been kind. Due to their father, Zhou Banghua, many of their commands could not be effectively implemented within the company, leading numerous individuals to begin to openly defy them. Their authority had been significantly undermined, and the company's situation grew increasingly dire, as not only did the release of songs plummet, but many business operations were also adversely affected. "Elder sister, what shall we do next? If this continues, it is only a matter of time before we are expelled from the company, and our situation will become even more precarious." Zhou Yu listened to her sister's complaints, pressing her fingers to her temples in thought. "Xiao Lu, do not fret. Allow me to contemplate a solution. Father and Zhou Yun hold 70 of the company's shares, and confronting them directly is futile. It is unfortunate that time is against us otherwise. We could have arranged things better. It is all Zhou Shuang's fault for informing them. Otherwise, we would not be in such a passive position, Zhou Lu replied vehemently. She is currently enjoying the benefits while leaving the mess for us to clean up, despite all the care we have shown her. Enough of this lamentation. The events have transpired. What good is complaining? We cannot abandon hope. The brilliance we enjoy today is also due to our mother and our sister's efforts. We must not allow Zhou Yun, that ungrateful wretch, to gain from our struggles. Suddenly, Zhou Lu had a spark of inspiration. What if we seek external assistance? Our shareholding is too meager to challenge them directly, unless we can compel them to concede willingly. External assistance? Zhou Yu paused in her actions. Whom do you propose we approach? Zhou Lu bit her lip, her face a picture of conflict. Let's reach out to Zhou Mu. His recent successes with Han Hai have been remarkable, and crucially, he possesses songs. Our immediate priority is to stabilize and garner support. And the best way to do this is through quality music. He is our only hope. But Zhou Mu despises us. Would he be willing to assist? Zhou Yu questioned. We cannot concern ourselves with such matters. Rather than passively await our demise, we might as well take this gamble. If need be, I shall plead with him, even kneel. After all, we are his elder sisters, and surely he would not let us perish, Zhou Lu asserted resolutely. It appears we have no choice, Zhou Yu replied, lowering her gaze. I will consult mother for her opinion. She has long wished to apologize to Zhou Mu. As the two sisters conversed, the office door was suddenly flung open. Zhou Lu, agitated, called out without looking. Did we not say not to disturb us? Who are you? However, upon recognizing the visitor, her words faltered. It was not the familiar face of an assistant or company employee, but a disheveled woman in tattered clothing, wearing a mask. Elder sister, second sister, Zhou Shuang exclaimed, removing her mask. The pent-up grievances of days past erupted forth as tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Xiao Shuang. Zhou Yu rose in disbelief, unable to fathom that this was her long-missed younger sister, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and thin, ankle-length pants, barefoot in slippers despite the early winter chill. What happened to you? Zhou Yu began, but before she could finish, Zhou Shuang collapsed into her embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhou Yu quickly grabbed a blazer from the back of her chair and draped it over her. Zhou Lu, observing her sister's disheveled state, felt an urge to mock her, but ultimately remained silent, her lips moving without sound. In such a manner, even a fool would discern the hardships that Zhou Shuang has endured during this period. The anger within her heart diminished by half, yet she remained reluctant to offer words of comfort, relegated to silently observing the two from the sofa. Zhou Yu consoled her for quite some time before Zhou Shuang finally managed to stifle her sobs, and it was only then that she began to recount her plight. Gazing upon the myriad of bruises that marred her sister's face and body, Zhou Yu felt an unprecedented loathing for her own femininity. Had she been a man, she would have rushed to Sun Xue's residence without hesitation, demanding that the vile woman kneel in supplication, not to mention confronting Zhou Yun and her own father. Subsequently, she instructed her assistant to procure some burn ointment, and after changing Zhou Shuang's clothes, she tenderly applied the medicine to her wounds. Are you foolish? Why did you not return to us if life there was unbearable? Zhou Yu gently caressed the blisters on her sister's face, her heart aching to the point of tears. I was too afraid to face you, Zhou Shuang replied. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the outset. It was your betrayal that led to our shared suffering. This is all you're doing, Zhou Lu remarked sternly, though a trace of sorrow flickered in her eyes. I am sorry, second sister. I acknowledge my mistakes. People may not heed advice, but experience teaches lessons, Zhou Shuang lamented, reflecting on her misguided trust in Zhou Yun, which had rendered her existence a torment. Unable to return home, estranged from her family, she vowed that if given another chance, she would steadfastly align herself with her mother, sparing herself from this predicament. So, how did you end up here? Zhou Yu inquired. They insisted I seek out Zhou Mu for a song, and when I refused, they resorted to violence. Father returns home late and ignores me. I simply could not endure it any longer. I fear that if I remain there, they will beat me to death. I do not wish to return. Eldest sister, Could you speak to Mother and allow me to come back? You are our family. How could we abandon you? Mother has been worried about you all this time. We also plan to visit Zhou Mu. So come with us to see Mother and sincerely apologize. Zhou Yu reassured her as she gathered her belongings, ushering Zhou Shuang and Zhou Lu toward the door. To their surprise, as they exited the office, they encountered their father, Zhou Banghua. So, Zhou Yu, have you come to a decision? You should heed my advice and relinquish the lucrative shares. In light of our years as father and daughter, I assure you, I will not let you starve, he stated. Father-daughter affection? Is this what you call it? Zhou Yu retorted, pointing at Zhou Shuang's flushed face. Little Shuang is your own daughter. How can you stand by and witness her being tormented by that wretch? Do you still dare to call yourself a father? A flicker of remorse crossed Zhou Banghua's face, but it quickly vanished. I owe much to Shui'er and Xiao Yun. I wish to make amends, he replied. Make amends? Are you planning to sacrifice your daughter's life in the process? Let me remind you, the company rightfully belongs to Mother and us sisters. Furthermore, you are guilty of infidelity and have an illegitimate child. We can strip away the veil of shame and pursue legal action. I am eager to see whose side the law will take. Zhou Banghua's expression shifted in surprise. His reluctance to expel the two sisters entirely stemmed from a profound concern. Should this matter come to light, it would not only tarnish his reputation, but also obliterate the brilliance he had built. Your actions will ruin that brilliance, which is the culmination of my and your mother's efforts. Forgive me, but you are unworthy to mention my mother, Zhou Yu retorted with a cold laugh, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. If it comes to it, we shall perish together. Chapter 73. The Fermentation of Reputation in the Office of On High. Zhou Mu reclined in his chair, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the screen, his fingers occasionally scrolling the mouse wheel. Recently, he stumbled upon an intriguing website named Dogpoo, arguably the largest QA platform in Xia country. It housed an array of questions spanning from astronomy and geography to politics, economics, national defense, and the everyday lives of citizens. Most significantly, numerous experts from various fields frequented the site. No matter how outlandish the query, there would invariably be some exceptionally knowledgeable responses. Some even provided professional data for reference. As a composer, Zhou Mu naturally gravitated towards the music section. For instance, he was currently perusing the most popular thread titled, "What are your thoughts on the song The Seventh Chapter of the Night?" The replies had already exceeded tens of thousands, predominantly from casual onlookers, yet many were insightful. Pinned as highlights. Before addressing this question, I must mention that I was watching the live performance at the time, and given my work relates to music, I believe I possess some qualifications to comment on this song. Firstly, after the performance concluded, the guest speaker, teacher Zhao Jingqing, provided some commentary. However, due to the complexity of the professional knowledge involved, his full insights may not have been entirely comprehensible to everyone. As for this song, I must express my utmost admiration. It is nothing short of astonishing. As a side note, the inspiration for this song likely derives from a novel, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, with each line of the lyrics corresponding to passages within the text. This alone suffices to eclipse most contemporary lyricists. Furthermore, the song's ability to conjure vivid imagery is unparalleled. Several judges have deemed it the pinnacle of music, a title I believe is well-deserved. The only issue is that comprehending this song necessitates a considerable foundation of specialized knowledge. Of course, for the average listener seeking mere entertainment, my words may be of little consequence. For those devoid of musical understanding, they can only appreciate the surface. Only those with expertise can truly grasp the excellence of this song. This assessment holds significant weight, as many fields have inherent barriers. Those who understand require no elaboration, while those who do not will find extensive explanations futile. Zhou Mu found several responses to be quite discerning. In the realm of Fat Luan's works, this song undoubtedly stands as a highly representative piece, revered by numerous fans as one of the Dark Trilogy. The arrangement of this song is a collaborative masterpiece, crafted by the esteemed arrangers Zhong Xingmin and Lin Make, both of whom are pivotal partners in the realm of Pang Luan's music. Their artistic influence is evident in many of his works. However, opportunities for such a collaboration are rare, making this song, The Seventh Chapter of the Night, a notable exception. It has been revealed in subsequent programs that the arrangement took a substantial 7 months to complete. Yet, the song's resonance in its previous incarnation was not particularly widespread. As noted in the comments, the appreciation for this piece necessitates a discerning ear, with most listeners focusing predominantly on the lyrics and rhythm. Unfortunately, the essence of the arrangement is understood by only a select few, leading to a perception of it being somewhat esoteric. This aligns with Pang Luan's characteristic style. His ballads ensure widespread appeal, while his upbeat songs elevate the sophistication of his musical philosophy. Regardless of personal tastes, listeners can discover melodies that resonate with them within his oeuvre. Pang Luan himself has expressed immense satisfaction with this song, previously declaring on a program that to have penned such a piece is a testament to his intellectual prowess. This indicates the high regard in which he holds this work. Additionally, the song's remarkable impact in Xia country can be attributed to his mentor, Zhou Mu. This morning, Chongyi's official website announced an open class led by the venerable Zhou, focusing on the 7th chapter of the night. Unlike previous brief mentions on programs, Zhou delved deeply into the arrangement, dissecting it with remarkable insight. Yet, even after an entire session, the material covered was still less than half of the song, leaving viewers profoundly impressed. This video acted as a catalyst, reigniting interest in an already popular song, and Zhou Mu was subsequently hailed as the foremost arranger of the younger generation. Zhou Mu, reflecting on the comments, felt a mix of emotions. In his previous life, he held a deep admiration for this song, and with Pang Luan's popularity, his works became an essential facet of Zhou Mu's own career. Once, he meticulously analyzed every note of the Dark Trilogy, and now witnessing these creations shine anew in this world fills him with pride. As he perused the posts, the office door swung open, and Meng Shiqing entered. Coffee in hand. Here you go, drink some coffee to perk up. Zhou Mu accepted without hesitation. Meng Shiqing indulged in coffee almost daily, and there were numerous cafes around Hanhai, with several located right below their building. Each time she bought coffee, she would bring him a cup, and over time, even he, a habitual non-drinker, had developed a taste for it. Meng, do you truly enjoy coffee that much? I've heard too much of it isn't good for your health. You should exercise some moderation. He jested, noting that bringing him coffee also warranted her gentle admonishments. If he declined, she would reclaim it. Meng Shiqing shot him an exasperated glance, reaching out as if to retrieve the coffee. Zhou Mu would not grant her wish. He deftly evaded her hand and chuckled. Oh, come now. As the saying goes, spring brings drowsiness, summer fatigue, autumn lethargy, and winter is perfect for slumber. I could certainly use a cup of coffee to invigorate me. Besides, once something is given away, it is illogical to ask for it back. Observing Zhou Mu's playful demeanor, Meng Shiqing rarely adopted a serious expression and inquired, "What are your thoughts on Yinwan? Are you attempting to play matchmaker for us?" Zhou Mu perceived Meng Shiqing's intentions. Additionally, he noticed that Fu Yunwan often sought him out or invited him to dinner when she had no engagements. Though he had never been in a serious relationship, her subtle affections were as evident as if inscribed upon her face, and he certainly recognized them. Unfortunately, it seemed that while the flowers held affection, the stream remained indifferent. He could only extend his apologies to her. However, it was not that he disliked her. In terms of appearance, she was undeniably stunning. Yet, he had his own convictions. Matchmaker, Meng Shiqing glared at him. Yunwan possesses beauty, comes from a respectable family, and has wealth. Are you truly devoid of any feelings for her? Zhou Mu appeared to be oblivious to her words, instead reciting a poem with a whimsical sway, with the grace of a maiden, supple as dough, wielding a sword to cleave the mundane, though heads may not roll in the fray. Silently, I call upon you, as marrow turns to decay. Meng Shiqing struggled to suppress her furrowed brow, gnashing her teeth in frustration. Is that poem even legitimate? Just tell me, is it poetry or not? Chapter 74. The three great guardians. After her encounter with Zhou Mu, Meng Shiqing dejectedly arrived at Lin Yue's side, placing her coffee on the table with a heavy sigh. What troubles you, Shiqing? You look utterly drained, Lin Yue remarked, her amusement growing as she learned about her friend's conversation with Zhou Mu. Why are you so concerned? If Zhou Mu doesn't wish to pursue a girlfriend, then so be it. Why trouble yourself as a matchmaker? Em muted wedded. Meng Shiqing sulked, her head hanging low. Recently, due to a series of hit songs, Zhou Mu had garnered significant attention, as she found herself inundated with collaboration calls daily. There were even numerous overt and covert attempts to acquire the entire Hanhai entertainment, yet she understood that ultimately, those individuals were drawn by Zhou Mu alone. As a boss, she found her role rather effortless. Most of the company's operations were overseen by Zhou Mu, and her primary responsibility was to offer support. This not only relieved her of burdens, but also propelled the company's performance to unprecedented heights. Nevertheless, she was not without worries. Her greatest concern was the fear of losing Zhou Mu to competitors, leading her to dream of him leaving Hanhai to start new. Thus, she sought to foster a relationship between Zhou Mu and Fu Yunwan. After all, there was hardly anything that a whispering pillow could not resolve. If there was, well, one could always whisper a little more. Lin Yue, unfazed, took a sip of her coffee, saying, "I see you are more anxious than the Emperor's eunuch." Zhou Mu has clearly stated he is not looking for a partner at the moment. Isn't that preferable? Why fret over competitors employing seduction tactics? Besides, when it comes to allure, who could rival Hanhai? In terms of appearance, we have the enchanting Fu Yunwan, and speaking of the urban realm, there's the esteemed company owner, Lin Yue, who before her close friend, elegantly turned and proudly accentuated her figure. "I am unashamedly confident," she declared. "Even if he enjoys the novelty of the unconventional, we still hold our ground." "Honestly, you seem to be worrying over nothing," she continued. "Why drag me into this?" "Oh, are you unwilling?" Lin Yue teased, her expression revealing a hint of mischief. "If Zhou Mu were to take a liking to you, would you truly refuse?" "Of course, I would not. Why would I?" Meng Shiqing replied, her urgency palpable. "But we are older than him by quite a margin." Will you say? "What? Do you intend to package us both together for him?" Meng Shiqing's face stiffened as she realized the ambiguity of her words. "Enough of this. I'm speaking seriously. I am too. What does age matter? A woman 3 years older can still bring fortune. Besides, who decreed that we must seek someone older?" She continued, "A wealthy older brother may not lavish gifts upon a younger sister, but a younger brother might genuinely strive to cherish his older sister. Perhaps he simply admires a caring sister." Despite knowing that her friend was often unrestrained in her speech and enjoyed making provocative remarks, Meng Shiqing felt a sense of embarrassment when it came to herself. "What you are saying is utterly outrageous. I shan't continue this conversation. You could drive your own car." With that, she stood to return to her office, only to be intercepted at the door by Su Yu from the reception. "Ms. Meng, Ms. Lin, those individuals from last time have returned, clamoring at the company entrance to see Teacher Zhou." Su Yu's words were urgent, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a spectator witnessing an unfolding drama. "Which individuals? From the Zhou family?" "Yes, indeed, and there are quite a few of them this time." Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue exchanged glances, both reflecting a shared concern. Lin Yue, in a fit of indignation, slammed her coffee cup onto the desk and exclaimed, "I am truly at my wit's end. Those people are relentless, aren't they? I have been far too accommodating." With that, she stormed out, her face aflame with anger, but was swiftly restrained by the quick-thinking Meng Shiqing. "Times have changed. The scale of Hanhai is no longer what it used to be. Back then, we had only a handful of employees, but now we have grown considerably. If they cause a commotion at the entrance again, it would reflect poorly on both the company and Zhou Mu. If word spreads, Zhou Mu could unjustly be branded as unfilial. That would leave us at a severe disadvantage," she reasoned. Meng Shiqing shook her head at Lin Yue, then turned to Su Yu with instructions. "Take them to the innermost conference room. By the way, have Chun Tai and the others arrived today?" "They have, and they are rehearsing in the music room." "Good, escort the guests there first, and then gather Chun Tai and the other boys to wait next door. Be sure to inform Teacher Zhou." "Understood, Ms. Meng." Su Yu left with a sparkle in her eyes, clearly thrilled by the prospect of the impending action. Not long after, Chun Tai and a few others approached Meng Shiqing. It was unclear what Su Yu had conveyed, but Chun Tai and his companions brandished baseball bats and similar implements, instilling a sense of trepidation in Meng Shiqing. What are you planning to do? Are you preparing for battle? The leader, Chen Tai, scratched his head. Didn't someone say they were coming to trouble Teacher Zhou? With us here, no one dares lay a finger on Teacher Zhou. Rest assured, if anyone dares to act, we will ensure they return empty-handed. Lin Yue, observing them, found their fervor quite amusing. I didn't realize you had such spirit. Absolutely. In the face of such a stunning beauty as Lin Yue, Chen Tai immediately stood a bit taller. After all, we are merely a decade or two younger than you. Otherwise, back in the day, when we fought against the invaders, we would certainly have made our way over to their land, smashing their so-called sacred places. Meng Shiqing was left speechless, but Zhou Mu found it rather agreeable. Before the establishment of the Xia nation, they too had endured the invasion of the invaders. When it came to animosity, Xia's resentment towards the invaders was no less than that of the former Huagua. The difference was that after the establishment of Xia, there had been further military engagements with the invaders. Had it not been for the intervention of the Western nations led by the United States, the existence of the invader nation might still be in question today. Even the likes of Goryeo and Annam were no exceptions, having been thoroughly defeated by Xia, to the extent that they could hardly muster the courage to assert their presence, let alone challenge the might of Xia. All right, enough of this. You all stay out here, Meng Shiqing instructed, leading Lin Yue into the conference room, leaving Chen Tai and the others at the entrance. Mo Feng clicked his tongue. Old Chen, are we really just going to wait here? Waiting? Nonsense. Lai Yin, go fetch some chairs. I'll sit right here at the door. The moment anything happens, we'll rush in. If we don't incapacitate them, we'll make sure they regret it. Subsequently, the employees of Hanhai noticed something peculiar. 3 guardians were seated at the entrance of the company's largest conference room, each wielding sticks. Curious onlookers attempted to approach, only to be persuaded to return. Rumors began to circulate that the 2 female bosses and the shareholder and music director Zhou Mu had entered the conference room together. Indeed, this is the entertainment industry. It's all about the spectacle. Chapter 75, Shrimp and Pork Heart. As Zhou Mu stepped into the conference room, he spotted Su Sume and several sisters from the Zhou family seated. Upon his arrival, they all stood up immediately. Su Sume, who had previously maintained her appearance well, now bore the signs of exhaustion due to recent family troubles, with fatigue etched upon her face. The moment she saw Zhou Mu, her eyes welled with tears, cascading down her cheeks. Xiao Mu, my child. When Su Sume attempted to embrace him, Zhou Mu remained unmoved, subtly stepping back. Madame Zhou, I believe I have made my position quite clear. I have no ties to the Zhou family. Please maintain your dignity. Xiao Mu, it is I who have wronged you. I was deceived by those scoundrels. Can you ever forgive me? Su Sume's eyes brimmed with tears as she beheld her biological son's cold demeanor towards her, experiencing a profound agony akin to having one's heart and lungs ripped out. Madame Zhou chuckled, asserting that she had no connection with them, thus rendering any talk of forgiveness moot. She declared her busy schedule, requesting Sister Yue to see them out. Mom. Upon hearing Zhou Mu's words and witnessing their mother's pain, Zhou Yu approached and grasped her mother's arm. Xiao Mu, I acknowledge that we have wronged you over the years, and here I offer my apologies. However, our family has encountered numerous troubles recently, and our lives have not been easy. Regardless, we are bound by blood. After all, you're the child born of your mother's arduous 10 months of pregnancy. The bond of kinship cannot simply be severed. What do you mean? Are you refusing to take responsibility? Zhou Mu's incredulity morphed into a sardonic smile. Miss Zhou, we have a signed contract. I do not seek a penny from the Zhou family. You agreed to sever ties, and I do not believe you suffer from dementia to have forgotten so soon. Zhou Mu retrieved a contract from his pocket and slapped it onto the conference table. Look closely. It bears your signature, Miss Zhou, along with the names of your sisters. You wouldn't dare to renege, would you? Xiao Mu, we were indeed at fault. Mother apologizes. It was Zhou Banghua and Zhou Yun, those scoundrels who instigated this. What mother would abandon her own son? Zhou Yu implored, come back, Xiao Mu. Isn't it better for our family to reunite? Besides, your return could help us deal with Zhou Yun and the others. Stop, Zhou Mu interjected, halting Zhou Yu's words. So you're not here to apologize, but rather to coax me back into servitude. Is that it? In truth, you seek to benefit from my talents, particularly my songs. Lin Yue had already informed him of their splendid circumstances, and he was aware that Zhou Yu and her sisters were not faring well. He had thought they came to express remorse, but it appeared they were merely fearful of losing their luxurious lifestyle. They wished for him to continue being the Na'vi benefactor, but he was no longer that gullible boy. Zhou Mu, please don't misunderstand. We genuinely seek your forgiveness this time, unrelated to business matters, Su Sume urgently explained. Zhou Lu leaned close to whisper something, but Su Sume pushed her aside, intent on speaking to Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu, enough. You all have brought this upon yourselves, and it serves you right. However, I advise you not to set your sights on me. Our ties have been severed. Kindly leave. Please, Zhou Mu, I beg you. I will kneel. Su Sume suddenly bent her leg and, to everyone's astonishment, knelt before him. Zhou Mu was taken aback and quickly stepped aside, honestly feeling no inclination to assist her, only wishing to distance himself. Zhou Mu, she's your mother after all. Do you not possess even a shred of filial piety? Zhou Lu hastily squatted down to grasp her mother's hand, glaring at Zhou Mu with reproach for his perceived lack of compassion. Umph. A virtuous mother raises a filial son. She, having lost her virtue, dares to impose moral obligations upon me? I perceive that both of you, one with a rosy demeanor and the other with a somber countenance, are here to perform a comedic duet at my expense. Alas, I remain impervious to such antics. Zhou Mu, weary of engaging with them further, realized that entanglement with such persistent pests would be unending. Dear bosses, it seems they have come here to undermine you right in your presence. Surely, you must respond to this affront? Lin Yue rolled up her sleeves, casting him a reassuring glance, signaling that she awaited this moment. They are all women. You need not intervene. Leave it to me. So, what shall it be, esteemed guests? Will you depart on your own accord, or shall I escort you out? Mr. Lin, though our relationship with Zhou Mu may be strained, we are nonetheless guests of Han Hai. Are we not? Is this how Han Hai treats its visitors? Friends? Where are these so-called friends? Lin Yue placed a hand on her brow, scanning the surroundings. When friends arrive, there is fine wine. When enemies approach, only the hunting rifle remains. Our connections with Hui Huang hardly qualify as friendship, do they? Moreover, I wonder if your position as general manager Zhou is secure. Zhou Mu, upon hearing this, secretly made a heart gesture, realizing that no one understands women quite like women themselves. How aptly put. This remark struck directly at Zhou Yu's heart, her face flushing with ire. Traditionally known as a strong woman, even Zhou Lu and Zhou Shuang, her sisters, were incensed, instinctively standing beside their elder sister to bolster her presence. Have I struck a nerve, provoking your indignation? Are you relying on your numbers to bully the fewer? You should consider whose territory this is. With that, Lin Yue clapped her hands and called out, "Come in." In an instant, 3 brawny men wielding imposing instruments entered, forming a line behind Lin Yue, their eyes fixated menacingly on the Zhou family. I must admit, this scene bore the resemblance of Lin Yue dramatically shattering a cup, summoning her protectors to her side. Enough! Yue, cease this ruckus, Meng Shiqing finally interjected after observing the spectacle. Mr. Zhou Mu is now a shareholder of Han Hai and serves as the music director. Regardless of your past relations, he is an adult with his own thoughts. None of you have the authority to make decisions on his behalf. Mr. Lin, this is a private matter of our family. I have no personal matters with your family. I kindly ask you to leave at once. Zhou Mu gestured towards the door, issuing an eviction order. Zhou Mu and Su Sume wished to voice their objections, but Zhou Mu ignored them, turning instead to exit the meeting room, seeking solace and distance. Once he departed, Su Sume felt utterly drained, sitting in silence, bereft of spirit. Mr. Zhou, our Han Hai is modest and lacks grandeur, so we shall not impose further. Please, feel free to leave. With that, Meng Shiqing took Lin Yue's arm and led her out of the meeting room. Yet before exiting, Lin Yue cast a furtive glance at Chen Tai and the others, her concern palpable. Though Chen Tai was unaware of Zhou Yu and the others' identities, he recognized that they had come to poach Zhou Mu. Their presence at Han Hai was solely due to him. Should he depart, what would remain for them? Naturally, they bore no favorable expressions towards her. Please, do make your exit. Chapter 76. The Overprotective Brother. I heard that the Zhou family came looking for you again yesterday. Fu Qingyue blinked her large eyes, resting her chin on her hands as she inquired. How do you know? By the way, don't you have classes today? I have no classes this morning, so I thought I'd come see you. She replied playfully, her charming demeanor lifting the spirits of Zhou Mu, who had been feeling somewhat downcast. In the office, the restless Fu Qingyue noticed Zhou Mu busily typing away at his computer, hesitant to disturb him. Instead, she wandered around the office, idly passing the time by examining various items. Eventually, her curiosity got the better of her, and she strolled over to his side to glance at the screen. Upon seeing the display, she became momentarily entranced, her mouth agape in astonishment. It was evident that, after several months of university, she recognized Zhou Mu was arranging music, but she had not anticipated that someone could work with such speed. No longer a novice in music, she had begun to delve into composition-related knowledge during her coursework at school. Fortunately, as a vocal major, all she needed to do was comprehend the sheet music. Otherwise, the myriad of bewildering instruments could easily overwhelm her, let alone attempting to play them herself. In truth, many professions experience an information gap. Those within the industry are acutely aware of the challenges, while outsiders often perceive it as effortlessly simple. Take songwriting, for instance. Before university, Fu Qingyue's greatest aspiration was to both sing and write, becoming a celebrated prodigy in the entertainment industry. However, after attending a few classes, she realized just how naive that notion was. In Xia country, the entertainment sector is thriving, and the subdivisions within music are exceedingly intricate. Vocal performance, lyric writing, and composition each have their respective fields of study. Mastering even one area is a significant achievement, let alone excelling in all. In class, Fu Qingyue had observed her instructor demonstrate the process of composing and arranging music, which typically involved painstakingly experimenting with one chord after another, selecting the best options. It bore no resemblance to Zhou Mu's confident and fluid approach. It was as if he instinctively knew which instruments to employ, the appropriate chords to use, and how to harmoniously blend them. If she were given a template to copy, she would not be able to match his speed. Once Zhou Mu completed the arrangement of song, he couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Fu Qingyue still staring in awe. Have you seen enough? Snapping back to reality, Fu Qingyue exclaimed, Brother, you're amazing. How can you arrange music so quickly? You seem far superior to the professional teachers at our school. As long as you understand the characteristics and timbres of these instruments, you too can work at this pace. But I can't do that, Fu Qingyue replied, somewhat disheartened. I haven't even learned the guitar yet, let alone the many other instruments. Don't worry, it's only your first semester. Besides, your major is vocal performance. As long as you know how to sing and read music, the instruments are not critical. As they spoke, Zhou Mu printed out the score he had just completed, and the printer soon whirred to life, producing a thick stack of sheets. Another call summoned Yu Yang and Chun Tai into the room, to whom he handed the score. Yu Yang, this is a song for your new album. Please make an effort to familiarize yourselves with it quickly. There are only 2 months until New Year's. Yu Yang nodded earnestly, while Chun Tai took a glance at the arrangement, noting that it remained unchanged, with all instruments firmly set in place, saving them considerable time. Teacher Zhou, you truly excel in this, Chun Tai said, genuinely giving a thumbs up. In the past, we have dealt with similar tasks, yet our band often needed to communicate and revise with the arrangers. With your work, we can proceed directly to recording. One must not assume that arrangers are infallible. Akin to how many medical prescriptions require dual confirmation from nurses, the same applies to arrangers. Occasionally, bands encounter issues during performances, prompting them to consult with the arrangers for modifications. Some exceptional bands may even voice their frustrations, much like how car buyers critique some of the absurd designs made by automotive engineers. Conversely, lyricists and composers are seldom questioned, indicating that within the triad of lyrics, composition, and arrangement, the latter holds a lesser status. However, this is an unavoidable reality, If lyrics and composition are akin to mathematics, where 1 equals 1 and 2 equals 2, then arrangement resembles the nuances of language, lacking fixed answers. Each arranger possesses their own ideas and habits, and for most listeners, the quality of the arrangement is often imperceptible, rendering it undervalued. This sentiment resonates with a renowned arranger who, during an interview, expressed that the lack of recognition for arrangers is an issue that requires our own efforts. The underlying sorrow in his words is palpable. Chun Tai gazed at the score in his hands, his eyes filled with fervor as he looked toward Zhou Mu, wondering when their music would possess its own songs. Zhou Mu, recognizing the expectation in his eyes, noted that the recent exposure of the flying band had garnered considerable attention, albeit mostly centered on the lead singer, Jiang Li. In pursuit of maximizing their potential, Zhou Mu was naturally inclined to expedite the release of a single, fulfilling a promise he had made to them. Rest assured, Chun Tai, the day you release your song is not far off. Upon hearing this, Chun Tai's smile widened even further. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. We will not disappoint you. As noon approached, Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue, aware of Fu Qingyue's presence at the company, invited the siblings to join them for lunch. During the meal, Meng Shiqing, with a cheerful demeanor, looked at Fu Qingyue and asked, "Qingyue, would you like to sing?" "Sing?" Fu Qingyue's face lit up momentarily, but she hesitated as she glanced at Zhou Mu. "But I've only just started learning music. Will I be capable?" "Don't worry, Qingyue. Every singer begins as a novice. It takes time and experience to mature in this field. Wouldn't you agree, Zhou Mu?" Zhou Mu frowned slightly, thinking it might be premature. She has only been learning for a few days. It remains uncertain whether she can even understand the score. It's too early for her to release a song. Hearing his words, Fu Qingyue appeared dejected, her head drooping as if she were a frostbitten eggplant, her lips moving as if she were murmuring something. "Zhou Mu, we are not suggesting that Qingyue debut and release a song right away. The company has recently received several orders for drama soundtracks, which would be perfect for her to practice her skills." Lin Yue interjected, noticing Fu Qingyue's despondency and offering a reassuring pat on her shoulder. "How could I be unaware of the company's incidental orders? I noticed your recent busyness, juggling the new song for Xingqian while also producing a new album for Yuyang. I decided to set aside a few minor productions and pass 2 tracks to Zhu Mo." Zhou Mu nodded. He had indeed been quite occupied lately, and even if Meng Shiqing handed him the orders, he would have little time to compose. "How about this? I will return and review the orders, select one for you, and you can write the song for Qingyue to sing. There are plenty of singers in the company. Whoever has the time can assist her." As Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue simultaneously advocated for her sister, Zhou Mu felt reluctant to decline their goodwill. He glanced at Fu Qingyue, who was furtively stealing glances at him. Upon noticing his gaze, she quickly averted her eyes. Zhou Mu understood her thoughts well, with a resigned shake of his head. He replied, "Fine, I'll take a look when I get back." At this, Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue exchanged knowing glances, sensing their plan had succeeded, each feeling a sense of pride. "Silly brother, as long as we keep your sister at Han Hai, I will see where you can run." Chapter 77. The essence of a man. It would be disingenuous to claim that Zhou Mu did not want Fu Qingyue to sing. However, she was merely laying her foundations, and he wished to shield his sister from the premature entanglements of the entertainment industry. He understood better than anyone the folly of hastening growth. He could only keep a watchful eye on her while hoping she would remain true to herself. In the ensuing hours, Meng Shiqing, Lin Yue, and Zhou Mu engaged in discussions about company matters over their meal, which left Fu Qingyue in a state of agitation. She yearned for the meal to conclude so that Zhou Mu could immediately compose and record songs for her. At merely 18 or 19 years old, she was at that age when she craved the spotlight. Previously, she could only indulge in fleeting fantasies, but now she had the opportunity for her own songs, making her restless with anticipation. Observing Fu Qingyue squirming beside him like a greased piglet, Zhou Mu finally could not contain himself. "Why are you fidgeting? As a girl, you shouldn't be wriggling about like that." Fu Qingyue took offense at his words, her eyes widening in protest. "Is this how you speak to your sister? If I am a worm, then what does that make you? At least I don't squirm around awkwardly." Do you even want me to sing? With her cheeks puffed out in indignation, she resembled a little hamster. Sister Shiqing, Sister Yue, look at him. Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue were enjoying the sibling banter, secretly envious of their dynamic. Lin Yue was an only child, lacking even a brother or sister, while Meng Shiqing had a brother. Meng Xingqian was a source of constant worry, wholly absorbed in his music career. She had shouldered the weight of the family during their father's passing and the company's bankruptcy, enduring it all largely on her own. If she had a brother like Zhou Mu, life would surely be less burdensome. All right, your brother is just teasing you. Meng Shiqing interjected to ease the tension. Once we finish eating, I will arrange for someone to take you back to school. We cannot let singing interfere with your studies. I will notify you once your brother has completed the song. Fine. Although Fu Qingyue was reluctant to return. She understood that her brother had been quite busy with work lately, and she did not wish to burden him further, so she reluctantly agreed. Upon returning to the company, Meng Shiqing instructed the receptionist, Suyu, to drive Fu Qingyue back to Chongyi in the company car. She then returned to her office and placed a stack of documents on Zhou Mu's desk. Zhou Mu, these are the orders we have received for film and television projects. I have marked the urgent ones, while the timelines for the others are more flexible. Is there this much? Zhou Mu exclaimed, flipping through the stack in astonishment. I didn't realize the company had such substantial business. How's that song written by Zhou Mu? Did it get rejected? It's decent. A few have been approved, and a few have been rejected. However, these projects are of a modest scale and lack significant attention, so I haven't bothered to involve you. If an opportunity for a major production arises, I will definitely need your expertise as the music director. Meng Shiqing had her reasons for this approach. Soundtracks for dramas are typically one-off purchases, governed by a buyout of rights, and the compensation offered is generally modest. She was reluctant to send Zhou Mu's songs out for such standard orders. She was not foolish. She would only consider involving Zhou Mu for high-profile projects that attracted considerable attention, as otherwise, it would diminish his value. Business collaborations operate on the principle of mutual selection, where everything is dictated by profit. All right, I'll leave these orders with you. Choose one for Qingyue, reserve 2 for Zhou Mu, and I'll push back the rest. Our company, Hanhai, does not have an abundance of composers. Be courteous when you return. We wouldn't want others to think that Hanhai looks down on them just because we've gained some fame. Meng Shiqing shot him a glare. Do you think I need your advice on that? Have I not spent years studying business management? Zhou Mu waved his hands dismissively, realizing he had merely spoken out of turn. Meng Shiqing did not linger to argue, swaying her hips as she exited the office. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Mu picked up the stack of papers and began to peruse them. They primarily consisted of plot outlines, mostly centered on contemporary urban idol dramas. Well, they are all variations of titles like The Overbearing CEO Falls for the Ordinary Me, The Overbearing CEO Falls for the Worthless Me, The Overbearing CEO Falls for the Divorced Mother of Two, The Overbearing CEO Falls for the Menopausal Me, and The Billionaire Falls for the One Foot in the Grave Me. Unbelievable. I wonder what kind of fate has led to these over-the-top stories, as if they have transcended into a parallel universe, yet remain ensnared in such melodrama. However, upon reflection, Zhou Mu recognized that these had been filtered through Meng Shiqing, a devoted drama enthusiast, which provided him with considerable insight. This phenomenon resembled how many young men indulge in free, sensationalized stories, fully aware of their fictitious nature, yet unable to resist their allure. In this regard, men and women alike in this vast world are quite similar. As long as it's enjoyable, that's all that matters. Ultimately, he steeled himself to select one from the pile, as it was necessary to provide some form of contribution. Boss, are you looking for me? Zhou Mu inquired as he pushed open the door and approached Zhou Mu. Here, this is the business we've received. Take a look and choose two to practice with. This many? But I'm currently preparing songs for Yu Yang's new album, and I might not have the time. You are not required to produce the work today. Instead, consider the drafts previously written, examine them for suitability, and I will review and revise them later. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mu's expression brightened considerably. After all, these are merely songs about love and affection, which possess a certain universality. He resolved to revisit his treasure trove upon returning home. As Zhou Mu casually leafed through the outlines, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar name. Zhou Mu? Who is that? Do you know her? I do not. But this young lady has garnered quite a bit of attention recently, with numerous performances to her credit. Zhou Mu took a curious glance. Judging by the production team and cast, it appeared to be a web series. One should not underestimate web series. In his recollection, during the era he traversed into, web series thrived remarkably. Due to their exclusive online distribution, they faced less stringent review processes, allowing for bold and diverse themes, supernatural elements, military strategies, and a plethora of borderline content abounded, giving rise to many talented actors, both visually appealing and skilled in their craft. It is said that some popular actors traverse multiple sets in a single day, completing a web short's filming in as little as 10 days to 2 weeks. Conversely, television dramas broadcast on major networks often face criticism for their illogical plots and subpar performances. It is absurd for a recently graduated, modestly situated girl to afford a luxurious apartment or a villa. Even the protagonist's halo cannot justify such exaggeration. No wonder the comment sections are rife with complaints, practically grinding the audience's intelligence into the dust. Zhou Mu, as Zhou Mu mentioned, fits the mold of a web series actress, and she is also a graduate of a prestigious drama academy. Brother Mu, this script requires 2 theme songs, one for the opening and one for the closing. Shall we each compose one? This web series is nearing completion. The timeline is rather tight. I assent it? Zhou Mu expressed hesitation, as he had already chosen another project, affording him more flexibility. A man must not refuse. He should be versatile in his abilities, whether they be grand or modest, swift or slow. That is the essence of manhood. Would you not agree, Brother Mu? Chapter 78. The plump man's heartbeat. Chong'an has historically flourished, with a lake at its center known as Bowen Lake. This artificial lake was commissioned by a former governor of Chongzhou during the ancient days of the Xia Kingdom, named after his courtesy name. Following several dynasties of continual excavation and maintenance, the lake now spans nearly 7 square kilometers. In contemporary times, the picturesque Bowen Lake, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, serves not only as a tourist landmark of Chong'an, but also as a fully equipped and well-managed irrigation reservoir. Through river channels and sluice gates, it provides ample water supply to the city of Chong'an and the surrounding agricultural lands. Moreover, as Chongzhou is coastal and frequently faces typhoons, Bowen Lake also plays a crucial role in managing excessive rainfall during flooding events, embodying a harmonious blend of tourism and the welfare of the populace. At the heart of Bowen Lake lies a river embankment called the Moon Embankment, originally constructed from earth to facilitate movement during the excavation. Over time, it was widened and reinforced, transforming it into a scenic walkway for visitors to enjoy. The Moon Embankment, with its circular form, is thus divided into 2, presenting an almost yin-yang, bagua aesthetic when viewed from above. Today, the production team of the web series Human Smoke is filming on the Moon Embankment by the Bowen Lake. As Bowen Lake is open to the public free of charge, and considering that Human Smoke is merely a low-budget web series, it is only natural that the relevant authorities would not close off the area for their convenience. Surrounding the filming crew, tourists bustle about, whispering to one another, taking photos and recording videos, fully immersed in the moment. Among them is Zhou Mu, whose music company imposes little to no requirements regarding attendance, allowing him to seek inspiration outdoors frequently. For musicians, searching for inspiration is hardly a lackadaisical endeavor. It is all in the name of work. Zhou Mu is eager to capture a photograph with the leading actress Zhou Mu, but unfortunately, diligent staff members prevent him from getting close. However, he devises a plan, retrieving his work ID from his pocket and presenting it to the crew member before him, saying, "Excuse me, I am an employee of Hanhai Entertainment, and I would like to discuss the theme song with your director. I would greatly appreciate your assistance." The crew member, upon glancing at the ID, which bears his photo and the title junior composer Zhou Mu from Hanhai Entertainment, accepts his claim without suspicion. He replies, "Please hold on," and rushes to whisper a few words to the director. Before long, Zhou Mu is invited inside. Initially, the director was simply attempting to relay the theme song requirements to Hanhai, but he was pleasantly surprised that someone from the company had actually come to discuss it. "Hello, Mr. Zhu. I am Kong Sheng, the director of Human Smoke." Kong Sheng greets him with a beaming smile. Though he does not personally know Zhou Mu, the recent popularity of Hanhai Entertainment is undeniable. Given that this production is small-scale, leveraging Hanhai's or even Zhou Mu's name could undoubtedly bolster the show's appeal. "Hello, Director Kong. I am Zhou Mu teacher. Zhou sent me to observe the filming for my upcoming composition." Kong Sheng feels a surge of excitement at this revelation, interpreting it as confirmation that their company has accepted the order. "Indeed, we require 2 songs. I will handle one, and Teacher Zhou will take the other. Our boss will negotiate the contract with your side." Hearing that Zhou Mu himself is responsible for one of the songs, Kong Sheng can no longer contain his delight, his face lighting up with a smile that seems to bloom like a flower. "That is truly wonderful. We have every confidence in Teacher Zhou's abilities. Here, take this." Kong Sheng retrieves a pass from a staff member and hands it to Zhou Mu. "Mr. Zhu, I still have to shoot some scenes, but with this, you may explore freely. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time." Zhou Mu's spirits lift at this gesture, thinking to himself that the director is quite accommodating, which will surely inspire him to invest more effort into his songwriting. He accepts the pass and begins to survey the surroundings, soon spotting Zhao Xing seated beneath a tree, engrossed in her script. He eagerly approaches her. "Hello, Miss Zhao." Zhao Xing, engrossed in her script, looks up at the unfamiliar voice, her curiosity piqued as she wonders how this person managed to enter. However, she conceals her confusion and replies, "Hello? May I ask who you are?" "My name is Zhou Mu, an employee of Hanhai Entertainment and also an admirer of yours. The theme song for your new drama is currently being produced by our company, and I came to take a look. I wonder if it would be convenient for us to take a photo together." Zhou Mu shyly gestured with his phone. Of course. Upon hearing that he was a fan, Zhao Xiner's face blossomed into a radiant smile, and she eagerly moved closer to Zhou Mu for a pose. Jokingly, she considered herself merely a small-time actress in a web series, although she generally received favorable reviews. It was rare for fans to chase her down for photos and autographs in person. The cheerful Zhou Mu happily held up his phone, making a peace sign with one hand as he snapped several pictures. He then pulled out a photo of Zhao Xiner from his pocket, along with a signature pen, requesting her autograph. The photo bore a Douyin watermark, clearly downloaded from Zhao Xiner's Douyin account. In terms of beauty, Zhao Xiner could only be regarded as average amidst the plethora of stunning faces in the entertainment industry, especially when compared to someone of Fu Yunwan's caliber. However, the ethereal beauty of Fu Yunwan felt more like a goddess to Zhou Mu, distant and untouchable, while Zhao Xiner seemed more approachable, embodying the warmth of everyday life. Moreover, as a composer with his own works, it seemed entirely reasonable for him to indulge in a bit of starstruck admiration while pursuing his career. "You don't seem like a typical composer," Zhao Xiner remarked, her initial guard lowered significantly upon learning about Zhou Mu's identity. "Surely you don't expect all composers to be like Teacher Zhou Mu, tall and handsome, with a knack for songwriting?" She continued, "That's merely a rare exception. Most of us are just ordinary people like me." Zhou Mu, perhaps concerned that she might feel disappointed, chuckled self-deprecatingly. "It's somewhat Zhou Mu's fault. Ever since he burst onto the scene and appeared on Music Pioneer, he has certainly brought attention to the profession of composing. Now, everyone expects composers to be as dashing and charismatic as Zhou Mu, making it a bit embarrassing for me to admit that I too am a composer." Zhou Mu glanced at his own round belly and then at Zhao Xiner's slender figure. "I must lose weight. For love, I absolutely must." As the afternoon approached the end of the workday, Zhou Mu returned from the restroom only to find Zhou Mu, the hefty fellow, already seated at his desk. Propping his chin on one hand while gazing dreamily at his phone, occasionally chuckling to himself. "Stop looking," Zhou Mu thought to himself, recognizing the telltale signs of infatuation. It was no wonder the air was thick with a certain scent of romance. He cast a glance at Lin Yue, who had arrived unnoticed, pondering how this chubby guy had managed to fall in love so quickly since he seemed perfectly fine when he left for lunch. Could he have found someone in a barbershop down some alley? What kind of hunger must he be experiencing? In the days that followed, Zhou Mu, a long-time single, finally witnessed the true power of love. Previously, he and Meng Shiqing had teased Zhou Mu about his weight, suggesting he should lose some pounds to avoid future health issues. Yet, Zhou Mu remained steadfast, insisting that one must never forsake the pleasures of food. Zhou Mu advised him not to indulge in idleness and to focus on work when the time called for it. Zhou Mu retorted, claiming to own several apartments. Meng Shiqing remarked that being overweight hindered finding a girlfriend, as women tend to prefer men who manage their physiques well. He responded, asserting his ownership of property in Chong'an. Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue were somewhat indifferent, merely perturbed by Zhou Mu's ostentatiousness regarding his real estate, as if he were the only one without a home. The entire floor occupied by Han Hai belonged to Meng Shiqing. What could she possibly say? Lin Yue was in a similar position. Although her hometown could not compare to Chong'an, she still possessed a palace back home, and her residence was a villa. Zhu, the corpulent one, was mistaken if he thought flaunting his properties in this company would impress them. Among the group, only Zhou Mu felt disheartened. While others exchanged banter and engaged in playful jibes, he bore genuine sorrow, for he truly lacked both a home and a vehicle. Indeed, he did not even possess a driver's license. Once the revenue from his songs was disbursed in October, he would have a substantial sum, enough for a down payment on a modest apartment in Chong'an, albeit in a less desirable location. Forget about the city center. He could not afford anything sizable. Ding! Zhou Mu exited the group chat. That noon, he sat with Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue for lunch. Zhou Mu occasionally joined them, but it was evident that he had fixated on his phone these past few days, dining alone or lost in thought, as if under a spell. While Zhou Mu was engaged in his meal, he noticed Meng Shiqing staring at him intently. Why are you staring at me instead of eating? Do you find our current lives somewhat sweet and wish to taste the bitterness of love? Even if you wish to, you would find nothing to savor from me. Meng Shiqing scoffed, rolling her eyes. Zhou Mu, do you perhaps not like women? Lin Yue, who had just taken a sip of water, erupted in laughter, inadvertently spraying Zhou Mu's face. My apologies, my apologies, Lin Yue exclaimed, flustered as she hurriedly grabbed a napkin to wipe his face. Meng Shiqing, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhou Mu is certainly not. Though Lin Yue spoke with a semblance of indignation, a smile betrayed her amusement. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Realizing she had interrupted Zhou Mu's meal, Meng Shiqing felt slightly sheepish for having asked, unaware that Lin Yue would react so dramatically. In her view, the office was filled with stunning women. Both Fu Yunwan and Lin Yue could be considered beauties of the world, but Zhou Mu seemed utterly oblivious to them. This prompted her inquiry. After all, was it not said that men in their 20s were in their prime, brimming with desire? Was it possible that his preferences were simply unconventional? Suppressing his inner thoughts, Zhou Mu wiped his face dry with a napkin, acknowledging that he could no longer enjoy his meal. With calm composure, he pushed his lunch toward Lin Yue, declaring, "Today, this afternoon tea is yours." Of course. Lin Yue nodded eagerly. Zhou Mu, look at Meng Shiqing. She nearly believes you are one. Why not pursue a girlfriend? There are so many beautiful women in the company. Is there not one you fancy? Engaging in office romance can lead to complications, he replied. It is of no concern. Such regulations are typically enforced in foreign enterprises or critical departments. But our company does not adhere to these rules. As I have mentioned before, I have just graduated and am in no rush. Furthermore, I harbor little interest in seeking connections within the circle. I believe it is you two who should be expediting your endeavors. Zhou Mu paused momentarily. And if my memory serves me right, you both will be turning 30 next year, correct? Do you know what women of ancient times were referred to upon reaching 30? Half-old shrews. You're the half-old shrew. 30 is merely a nominal age. Do you understand the concept of nominal age? The two women seemed to be struck by his words. Their faces flushed with indignation as they began to retort fervently at Zhou Mu. Sister Yue, I recall you once mentioned introducing me to your close friends. Where are they? Come now, you're not even interested in a woman like Fu Yunwan. So I shall refrain from presenting my acquaintances who are merely mediocre. Zhou Mu then turned his gaze towards Meng Shiqing, who, frightened, hastily waved her hands in denial. If you have taken a liking to any of the women in the company, you may pursue them, but aside from Yue, I have no other female friends to offer you. Do not expect anything from me. Very well, then. Zhou Mu leaned back, spreading his hands in a gesture of surrender. Let's not dwell on this matter any further, my dear shrews. With that, he swiftly retreated into the office, leaving little time for the two to react. Lin Yue, frustrated that she could not catch him, slammed her hand on the table in exasperation. Damn it, Zhou Mu, if you have the ability, don't run away. Do you not believe I can make you pay for this? Her loud voice drew the attention of their colleagues, some of whom, like Su Yu, remained unfazed, continuing their meals with nonchalance, as if this were a common occurrence. However, some of the newer male employees, witnessing their goddess behaving like a shrew, felt a sense of something shattering within them. Oh, it was merely an illusion. Well, that is of no consequence. While Zhou Mu seems to be enjoying a comfortable life, the situation within the Zhou family sisters has become quite dire. Ever since their family's attempt to persuade Zhou Mu to return ended in failure, Su Sume has fallen ill, appearing listless and weak even to this day. Lying in bed, she mutters incessantly about retribution and such. In the evening, Zhou Yu and Zhou Lu returned home from work, and upon seeing their mother in such a state, they exchanged worried glances, fearing that her old ailments might be resurfacing. Mother, you must pull yourself together. If you fall ill, it will only benefit Sun Shui and Zhou Yun. Perhaps Zhou Yu's words had an impact. Su Sume mustered the strength to sit up. How was the company faring now? It remains unchanged, with both parties vying for control, and the business has dwindled to less than a third of its former glory. Even the composition department is on the brink of losing over half its staff. Zhou Yu pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes reflecting deep concern. The former splendor has nearly crumbled due to her struggle for control against Zhou Banghua, rendering governance nearly impossible. Daily, individuals are dismissed, and a pervasive sense of unease has engulfed the workplace, devoid of the decorum expected of a legitimate company. The two factions have reached an irreconcilable point, yet Zhou Banghua and Su Sume remain married. Su Sume seeks to use Zhou Banghua's infidelity as grounds to have him leave with nothing. Zhou Banghua would naturally not acquiesce in this matter. After all, he and Zhou Yun still held the majority of the illustrious shares and the wealth accumulated by the Zhou family over the years. They were far more inclined to completely expel Su Sume and her daughters than to engage in a protracted legal battle. Both parties tacitly agreed to avoid legal avenues that would make their disputes public, as the initiation of legal proceedings would inevitably lead to a division of assets. Zhou Banghua was certainly unwilling to relinquish his shares, yet the company's initial funding originated from Su Sume, and in recent years, several of her daughters had been employed at the firm. Regardless of contributions or numbers, the situation appeared decidedly unfavorable to him, and the uncertainties inherent in litigation were daunting. Until the final moment, Zhou Yu felt as though she was living in a relentless turmoil, exhausted not only physically, but, more importantly, emotionally. Gazing at the tattered family portrait on her bedside, an indescribable sorrow welled up within her. Suddenly, she was overtaken by a profound sense of regret. If only she had treated Zhou Mu a little better back then, perhaps he would not have departed. Would Zhou Banghua and Zhou Yun have been so oppressive towards her and her daughters had he remained? If Zhou Mu were still present, and with his songs as their support, could they not rise anew even after parting ways with their former glory? As Zhou Yu looked at her two younger sisters and their mother, who appear to have aged significantly in just half a month, tears streamed down her cheeks. Her heart heavy with remorse, regret, how she lamented her past decisions. Chapter 79. The self-defeating father and son. Upon hearing her eldest daughter speak of the current plight of Huiguang, Su Sume felt a pang of sorrow. Huiguang Entertainment was a venture she and Zhou Banghua had painstakingly built from the ground up. She recalled the time when she had just given birth to her eldest daughter, Zhou Yu. In order to secure the startup capital for the company, she had liquidated the Su family's assets, and during that period, they had been forced to rent a home. As the company took its first steps, her husband Zhou Banghua frequently socialized to secure business deals. And on nights when he returned home inebriated, she would often have to rush out to fetch him while cradling Zhou Yu. Outside of caring for her child, she dedicated herself to strategizing for the company, often bringing her child to the office to oversee operations. Though those times were arduous, the couple's united efforts made their struggles feel somewhat rewarding. Now, it seemed that the couple who had once weathered hardships together could not share in prosperity. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Susume struggled to sit up in bed, gazing at her daughters, whose expressions were laden with gravity. Xiao Shuang, I know you once cherished Zhou Yun, but now he has shattered our family. You should see him for who he truly is. From this moment on, it is just us, mother and daughters, against the world. She continued, Xiao Yu and Xiao Lu, I worry not for you. Although you three sisters have quarreled in the past, it was because this family provided you shelter from the storms. However, things will be different moving forward. I hope you will support each other and cherish one another. Do not be as willful as before. I understand, mother. From now on, I will be obedient and will never cause you worry again, replied Zhou Shuang, her eyes red. The trial Zhou Shuang had endured had stripped away her former spoiled demeanor, and the upheaval of their family, alongside her own tribulations, had served as a catalyst for her maturation during this challenging period. Continuing, Zhou Yu remarked, Mother, we must certainly retrieve Xiao Mu. Susume's tone was sharp. He is my own flesh and blood, your dear brother. Previously, Zhou Yun and his son toyed with our family, forcing him to leave home. This is our fault. As long as I am alive, I will find him, and you must too, understand? Zhou Lu lowered her head, murmuring quietly, but his demeanor suggested he was unlikely to return. Zhou Yu, turning her back to Susume, tugged at her, signaling her to remain silent. As for Zhou Shuang, her eyes were red, and she uttered not a word. In the past, she would have hurled insults without hesitation, but after enduring a life of hardship with Sun Shui, she now comprehended the struggles Zhou Mu faced. He not only went hungry and cold, but also endured beatings and scoldings, never having the opportunity to explain himself. Such personal experiences linger deeply. Now, her heart was filled with resentment towards Zhou Yun, Sun Shui, and even her father, Zhou Banghua, and she dared not speak ill of Zhou Mu. All right, Xiao Yu, Xiao Lu, you both head to the company. Xiao Shuang will stay here to accompany me. Susumai Institute. Zhou Yu and Zhou Lu exchanged glances, then reminded Zhou Shuang to take good care of their mother before departing for the company. Though one was the general manager and the other the financial director, in reality, the company was nearly at a standstill, with the sisters primarily engaged in internal strife with Zhou Banghua. As Zhou Yu drove, Zhou Lu sat in the passenger seat, and perhaps due to their somber moods, the sisters exchanged little conversation. Xiao Lu, how much money is left in the company account? Zhou Yu inquired. After a brief contemplation, Zhou Lu replied, not much. Probably only a few million. A few million? Zhou Yu exclaimed, her hands trembling and causing the steering wheel to veer slightly. Wasn't there still 20 million not long ago? Where has the money gone? There's no choice. Many employees were dismissed and require compensation. The company has daily expenses, and we need to produce and promote new songs. However, the revenue from our recent releases has been insufficient, so having a few million left is already quite fortunate, Zhou Lu explained. Zhou Yu took a deep breath and fell silent. Although the company faced grave challenges, they could not afford to cease operations entirely. Despite the departure of many staff members, all departments remained active. Songs still needed to be written, recorded, released, and promoted, all of which required funding. Yet, during this period, the performance of new songs had been disappointing, and the market response was tepid. With Zhou Mu's sudden rise, his music gained increasing acclaim. Initially, many doubted that Zhou Mu's work would set new trends. But as he blended various styles, especially ancient and rock influences, his songs began to gain recognition, ultimately being accepted by the mainstream market. Recently, the number of songs released in the market had increased as everyone sought to explore new directions, while their company, mired in past troubles, remained stuck in old patterns, consequently losing market share. Ironically, every time they released a new song, Han Hai would follow closely behind. As netizens put it, Zhou songs are not even worth a dog's attention. After some time, they inevitably face the awkward predicament of financial insufficiency. Regrettably, even if Zhou Yu has recognized the issues and wishes to amend them, she finds herself powerless in the current situation, as the prevailing glory is not within her control. This predicament is one of the driving forces behind her sister's urgent desire to locate Zhou Mu. After a period of silence, the two sisters finally arrived at the company, only to encounter Zhou Banghua and his son Zhou Yun before they could reach their office. Although Zhou Yu initially wished to ignore them, Zhou Banghua preemptively spoke, "Xiao Yu, I would like to discuss some company matters with you." Zhou Yu, suppressing her inner fury, inquired with a stoic expression, "What could Mr. Zhou possibly find worthy of discussion between us?" "Naturally, it pertains to the company. You are aware of our current precarious situation. Continuing this standoff is detrimental for all involved. Why not sit down and deliberate on a solution?" Zhou Yin interjected, "Indeed, elder sister, ever since that Zhou Mu fellow joined Han Hai, he has relentlessly targeted our Hui Guang. We cannot simply remain passive, can we?" "Do not refer to me as elder sister. It disgusts me," Zhou Yu retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun's expression stiffened, revealing a flicker of rage in his eyes. "Mr. Zhou, if I recall correctly, before you commandeered Hui Guang, the company was thriving. What relevance do your words hold now? We have nothing to discuss, save for one matter, the question of corporate control." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun's demeanor darkened as he responded, "Zhou Zong, we currently hold the majority of the company's shares. Thus, the authority should rightly belong to us." "Oh, is that so? Perhaps you should inquire among the employees how many would be inclined to heed your commands. Do you truly believe my tenure as general manager has been in vain?" Zhou Bongwa's expression also grew increasingly grim. It is often said that a distant authority is less effective than a present one, although he is a major shareholder. The actual management of Hui Guang has been in Zhou Yu's capable hands for years. The senior and mid-level management had largely been appointed by her, and while he could issue commands as a major shareholder, he found the results and efficiency lacking. He had hoped that promoting certain individuals would improve the situation, yet it only continued to deteriorate. The turmoil at the top inevitably affects the entire organization. The subordinates are not fools. And regardless of who holds the reins in the future, the opposing side will undoubtedly face repercussions. It would be far safer to engage in a mutual accommodation rather than exacerbate tensions. This is precisely why he sought to make amends with the Zhou sisters. It seemed necessary to approach the matter from an emotional standpoint. Zhou Banghua pondered briefly before continuing, "Xiao Yu, how is your mother doing lately?" The mention of Su Sume elicited immediate ire from both Zhou Yu and Zhou Lu. Mr. Zhou, if you have the leisure to concern yourself with us, perhaps it would be wiser to tend to that woman in your household and your wayward son." The two sisters unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Zhou Banghua and his son, before storming into the office and slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Left standing at the entrance, the father and son wore expressions akin to those who had just tasted bitterness, powerless and enraged. Chapter 8. The Decisiveness of Womanhood. Allow me to introduce, this is the head of our Chong'an City dance troupe, and also my esteemed mentor, Ms. Guaning. In the rehearsal room of Han Hai, Zhou Mu solemnly introduced Guaning to everyone. Opposite him, besides Yang, Fu Yinwan, and Jiang Li, a few other singers, including Meng Shiqing, Lin Yue, and Su Yu, stood in a line, all applauding upon hearing Zhou Mu's introduction. Today, Guaning had accepted Zhou Mu's invitation to provide etiquette training for everyone at Han Hai, except for Meng Xingqian, who was out on a performance. All the other singers had gathered, and perhaps in a quest for beauty, even the drama-loving Meng Shiqing and gaming enthusiast Lin Yue had come over. Observing their enthusiasm, Zhou Mu felt quite satisfied. "It's all yours." Guaning nodded and said, "All right, everyone, I will first correct your standing postures based on your individual situations." She instructed everyone to stand properly and then walked over, carefully observing each person. Do not underestimate the simplicity of standing posture. To some extent, it reflects your health status. Common issues like hunching, slouching, and uneven shoulders can be detrimental for a star, which is why Zhou Mu asked me to come and take a look. As she spoke, Guaning approached Meng Shiqing from behind, examining her for a moment before gently holding her chin with one hand and pressing down on her back to straighten her posture. "Meng, I suppose you often curl up with your phone or tablet." Meng Shiqing blushed and nodded, admitting that her favorite pastime was snuggling on the couch, hugging her knees while binge-watching dramas. Over time, this habit had developed, and she felt a bit embarrassed under the gaze of her colleagues. Miss Lin, it seems you spend quite a bit of time on the computer as well. Remember not to lie in bed while using your phone. It can strain your eyes. Guaning assessed each individual, noting that while there were no major issues, there were plenty of minor problems, all stemming from prolonged sitting and excessive phone or computer use. Finally, she arrived in front of Fu Yunwan. Although she knew the girl was beautiful, seeing her in person truly exemplified the phrase a beauty of national charm. However, recalling Zhou Mu's reluctance to seek a girlfriend within the industry, she couldn't help but wonder if he could resist the allure of such a stunning beauty. Guaning then tailored a different training regimen for the male and female students, including instruction on walking and running postures. Following Zhou Mu's request, she aimed to teach a few girls to dance, particularly Fu Yunwan and Jiang Li, as he believed that girls who could dance often walked with a captivating grace, exuding confidence without coming across as arrogant, an especially valuable trait for stars frequently in the limelight. Fortunately, Guaning specialized in ethnic dance. However, she was uncertain about street dance, which tended to be a bit more unconventional. Watching the group begin to move rhythmically under her guidance, Guaning approached Zhou Mu and asked Shou Mu, "I see your company is filled with beautiful women. Haven't you taken a liking to any of them? I used to think Fu Yunwan was just a pretty face, but in reality, she is even more striking. Even I, as a woman, am captivated. Furthermore, there is Lin Yue, whose exquisite beauty and magnificent figure leave one in awe. However, she is somewhat ill-suited for dancing, as she bears a considerable burden." Zhou Mu finds himself both amused and exasperated. "Madam, I invited you here to train them, not to play matchmaker for me. Besides, we are colleagues, and we encounter each other daily. What of it? Can't colleagues fall in love? If you don't act quickly, those good girls will be snatched away by others, and then you'll be the one lamenting." Zhou Mu chuckles, refraining from rebuttal. He is well aware that these young women are indeed delightful. To claim he harbors no affection would be disingenuous, yet he feels a certain ineffable disconnect. However, he cannot articulate what this feeling is, and even he is uncertain about the type of partner he seeks. The afternoon swiftly passes and Guaning, observing that everyone is performing well, prepares to return home. Today marked her first time guiding them, and she had come mainly to familiarize herself with the setting. In the future, she intends to assign someone from the troupe to oversee the assessment of their progress. As they leave, Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue each wrap an arm around Guaning, escorting her to the foot of the company building, affectionately calling her Sister Ing. They admire how, nearing 40, Guaning maintains her beauty. Her face bears no signs of the passage of time, and her figure is alluringly curvaceous, rivaling their own. Particularly while waiting for the elevator, the three women huddle together, whispering animatedly, with Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue occasionally glancing back at him, giggling to themselves. Zhou Mu, curious to eavesdrop, finds himself dismissed. "We women are conversing. What business do you have here, you big man? Off you go." Ah, women. Upon returning to the office after bidding farewell to Guaning, Zhou Mu is startled to find Fu Yunwan present. The tension at the nape of his neck rises. Is it not said that female celebrities are typically distant from romance? Yet, she does not seem to fit that mold. "Teacher Zhou, do you have time this evening? I would like to invite you to dinner." Dinner? Zhou Mu's mind races, desperately searching for a suitable excuse to decline. "Are you busy?" That seems unlikely, as he knows few friends outside of his colleagues, and if she were to accompany him, it would surely be awkward. "Shall I say I'm going home to play video games?" That sounds rather hurtful. How could he choose to ignore such a lovely girl in favor of a game? He would begin to question his own inclinations. Perhaps he could claim he needs to work late, writing songs? That excuse seems plausible, at least fitting his identity. Unfortunately, Fu Yunwan appears to have anticipated his hesitation, taking the initiative. "Teacher Zhou, if you have work this evening, you can bring your notebook along. It's just a casual meal and one tea take up too much of your time, allowing you to return promptly." Zhou Mu glances at the notebook beside him, realizing for the first time that the company's generous benefits might also pose a dilemma. This very notebook had been provided by Meng Shiqing for his convenience at work. Now, with all avenues seemingly closed, what was he to do? Was Fu Yunwan said to have communication difficulties? Who has miraculously cured her? Just look at how fluently she speaks. She could easily participate in a debate competition. Seeing Zhou Mu speechless, Fu Yunwan felt an undercurrent of anxiety. She gradually relaxed her tightly clenched fists beneath the table, acutely aware of her nails digging into her flesh. Perhaps this was the most she had spoken. Aside from her parents. Thankfully, her efforts had not been in vain, and it seemed that Sister Lin's strategy was indeed effective. When it comes to someone you admire, one must take the initiative, being resolute and unyielding, leaving no room for retreat. Sometimes, unless you push yourself, you remain unaware of your true potential. Chapter 81. Hidden Depths of Fu Yunwan. As Zhou Mu took his seat in Fu Yunwan's car for the first time, he curiously surveyed the interior. Today, Fu Yunwan's manager, Chen Lin, was absent, leaving just the two of them along with a female driver. Upon their arrival, the driver, dressed in a tailored women's suit with a high ponytail, had already been waiting by the car door. She respectfully addressed Fu Yunwan as Miss, nodded in greeting, and, once they were settled, took her place in the driver's seat. The vehicle was undoubtedly of a high-end model. While Zhou Mu was not entirely familiar with its value, the luxurious interior suggested it was far from inexpensive. It boasted every conceivable amenity: genuine leather sofas, a starlit ceiling, massage chairs, a refrigerator, a large television, and a partition in the driver's area. The spaciousness of the car was impressive, rivaling the size of the storage room he had previously occupied at the Zhou residence. As the car began to move, Zhou Mu discreetly checked the brand of the vehicle on his phone. Indeed, it was remarkable. This brand is considered one of the top luxury car manufacturers in Xia country, enjoying a prestigious reputation worldwide. The model they were in was custom-made for celebrities and affluent individuals, starting at nearly 600,000 and typically unavailable to the general public. Another wealthy individual, he mused. Although Han Hai Company was not large, it seemed each employee was worth millions. Reflecting on his relentless efforts to write and release songs over the past few months, he lamented that he could barely afford a car, let alone a home. Was there any hope left in this world? Stealing a glance at Fu Yunwan, who was less than a meter away, he found her gaze upon him as well. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before swiftly breaking contact, leaving an awkward silence in the air. Zhou Mu was perplexed. After all, Fu Yunwan had only recently reached the pinnacle of being a second-tier artist and had not engaged in endorsements or variety shows. How could she possibly afford such a car? Moreover, he recalled Meng Shiqing mentioning that Fu Yunwan owned property not only in Chong'an, but also several residences in Tianhai. Considering the soaring property prices in Tianhai, a true economic hub and an international metropolis, it was no simple feat for even first-tier artists to acquire real estate there. Meng Shiqing had previously noted that her connection with Fu Yunwan stemmed from their family's long-standing acquaintances. Her father had been able to purchase an entire floor back in the day, hinting at the substantial scale of Han Hai. Thus, it was reasonable to surmise that Fu Yunwan's lineage was equally impressive. No wonder she refrains from participating in commercial performances. Initially, Zhou Mu thought it was a matter of her temperament, but it now seems she simply finds the offerings beneath her. How foolish he was to have ever worried about her. It turns out he was the lesser player all along, with such chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Zhou Mu was oblivious to how long he had been driving when the car finally came to a gentle stop. Under the guidance of the impeccably dressed Fu Yunwan, the two took the elevator to a specific floor. Upon entering, they were greeted by a charming woman in uniform, who softly inquired, "Good evening, sir and madam. Do you have a reservation?" Fu Yunwan replied affirmatively and produced a card from her bag, handing it over. Due to the lighting, Zhou Mu couldn't discern the card's appearance. But as the waitress scanned it through her device, her demeanor noticeably brightened. With a slight bow, she addressed Fu Yunwan with heightened respect. "Miss Fu, please follow me." In a moment, they arrived at a private room, which was larger than Zhou Mu's current apartment. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the nightscape of Chong'an City. Zhou Mu felt a twinge of apprehension. Dining in such a place must surely cost him a month's salary. "Please take a seat, Teacher Zhou. I've already ordered the dishes. They will be served shortly." Fu Yunwan encouraged him to sit, while she took her place across from him. Observing the flickering candlelight in the dim room, Zhou Mu curiously asked, "Yunwan, Dining here must not be inexpensive, right? I'm not sure, Fu Yunwan replied, shaking her head. I'm using my father's card, and this is a membership-only establishment. I have no idea how much a meal costs here. Ah, is that how it is? Though the lighting was subdued, the gentle glow of the candlelight accentuated Fu Yunwan's already striking features, rendering her even more enchanting. Zhou Mu, like any ordinary man, was not immune to her allure. Although he often claimed he had no desire for a girlfriend, it was merely his rational mind holding him back. He was neither a recluse nor indifferent to beauty. In his past life, he had often joked about wanting to give up, but only through enduring life's hardships could one truly appreciate the value of the phrase, to strive for 20 years less. Now, it seemed, with merely a few words, such desires could be realized. Teacher Zhou, may I ask you some rather personal questions? Perhaps due to the intimate ambience or the absence of others. Fu Yunwan's voice grew more animated, betraying none of her prior struggles with communication. How personal are we talking? For instance, what type of girl do you like? Fu Yunwan was uncertain if her face had flushed, but she could feel the heat radiating from her cheeks. The Gu family, Zhou Mu answered succinctly. The Gu family? Fu Yunwan had envisioned numerous potential responses. Charming, wealthy, dutiful, but never had she anticipated such a simple answer. However, she quickly realized the depth of his words. Knowing that Zhou Mu had grown up as an orphan in an orphanage, later discovering his biological parents, yet finding no solace, only enduring further hardship. The only place where he felt a sense of home was surprisingly at his foster parents' residence. Upon reflecting on this, a wave of compassion surged within Fu Yunwan. Observing the nonchalant expression on Zhou Mu's face, her heart involuntarily tightened. He must yearn for the warmth of a family, she thought. It's no wonder he constantly expressed his reluctance to associate with people in the industry. The life of an artist has little connection to the Gu family. When one is not famous, there is no food to eat, and when one is famous, there's often no time to eat. Out of the 365 days in a year, at least 300 are spent on the road, leaving little time even for meals, let alone the Gu family. However, this was true for other artists. For her, it posed no issue. Realizing this, Fu Yunwan felt a surge of confidence as the waiter began to serve the dishes. Zhou Mu remained uncertain about the flavors, but the size of the plate was undeniably impressive, while the amount of food was rather scant. Gazing at the meager portion in the center of the plate, he questioned whether he would be satiated. High emotional intelligence equated to exquisite presentation, while low emotional intelligence translated to inadequate portions. Regardless, he was oblivious to what the dark dish contained. After all, it was merely a matter of tasting. Zhou Mu took a fork and sampled it in one swift motion. To his surprise, the flavor was indeed delightful, with a soft and tender texture reminiscent of a certain organ. Foie gras, perhaps? In the ensuing moments, Zhou Mu encountered a series of delectable dishes typically seen only on his phone, each presented with exquisite artistry. There was also wine, the distinction of which he could not discern from the bottles of red wine sold in supermarkets for a mere few dozen. Regardless, he accepted it all without hesitation. Each item represented a cost. No matter the flavor, the singular takeaway was one word: expensive. Chapter 82. Love-struck Fu Yunwan rested her chin on her hands, watching Zhou Mu indulge in his meal with a sweet sensation in her heart. She even worried he might not feel full and offered him some of her own portion, mindful that many of the dishes were high in calories, especially at such a late hour when she dared not overindulge. How did it taste? It was acceptable. This place was quite suitable for a date, albeit it felt somewhat constrained, lacking a sense of ease. Next time, you choose the location, she said with a gentle smile, her eyes reflecting the candlelight, leaving Zhou Mu entranced. Next time, he thought to himself, would you join me for skewers at a roadside stall? Though he refrained from voicing it, he knew that stepping out these days often led to being recognized, let alone someone as conspicuous as Fu Yunwan. He could only imagine the stares they'd attract upon sitting down, making roadside stalls an impossibility. Moreover, it wasn't merely a matter of expense. He lacked the connections to even consider such an invitation. Perhaps in the future, I can have you sample my culinary skills, he proposed. Fu Yunwan's eyes lit up. All right, but you mustn't go back on your word. Zhou Mu inwardly regretted his hasty tongue, cursing himself while simultaneously critiquing the girl's thoughts. Can you not see that I was merely being polite? In the realm of adulthood, a lack of agreement translates to refusal. I cannot simply say I have no time. Yet, he hesitated to directly contradict her. Although they were not lovers, they were colleagues, and he could not bring himself to dismiss her outright. It was uncertain whether Fu Yunwan genuinely missed the implication or was merely playing along, but her spirits remained high, her smile unwavering until she accompanied Zhou Mu to his doorstep. After bidding farewell to Zhou Mu, Fu Yunwan's car entered an upscale villa district. As they approached the entrance, the car horn sounded, prompting two security personnel in uniforms to jog over and open the imposing iron gates. Upon entering the mansion, reminiscent of a grand estate, a beautiful woman greeted her. "Is that Yunwan? How was your dinner with your colleagues today?" The speaker was none other than Fu Yunwan's mother, Rinwan, who bore a resemblance to her daughter but exuded a more mature femininity. Fu Yunwan's cheeks flushed slightly. She had refrained from disclosing to her parents that she had dined alone with a man, merely stating that she was out with colleagues. "Now that you're back, let us discuss everything after you sit down," her mother urged. The moment she saw her daughter, Fu Yunqi, who was seated on the sofa, also beamed with joy and patted the space beside him, inviting her to join. "How is your new company? Are your colleagues treating you well?" he inquired. "Yes, they're quite nice and often encourage me to speak up," she replied. Fu Yunqi and Rinwan exchanged a glance, feeling a sense of relief for their daughter. Her social anxiety had long been a concern for the couple. Their initial support for her entry into the entertainment industry was partly fueled by the hope that she would make friends and become more communicative. Unfortunately, after several years, there had been little improvement. Fu Yunqi had even contemplated having her withdraw from the industry and return home, but unexpectedly, a change of company had brought about delightful surprises. Though Fu Yunwan still exhibited some shyness around strangers, she had improved remarkably. This positive change had lifted the spirits of her parents considerably, causing them to set aside thoughts of having their daughter return home. "Your current company is the one owned by Old Meng, right? I heard that it's now managed by that girl, Shiqing. We should invite her and her brother for a meal sometime to express our gratitude," Rinwan suggested, nodding in agreement. "It's unfortunate that Old Meng left so abruptly. Our families are friends, and we couldn't assist at the time of the incident. Honey, we must see if there's any way we can help Shiqing. It's not easy for a young woman to run a company. We should support her as much as we can." "Yes, Wan, please let us know when it would be convenient to speak with Shiqing and her brother. Oh, and we should also treat your colleagues to a meal, especially that Zhou, what was his name again? His name is Zhou Mu, our music director, and he is exceptionally talented," Fu Yunwan replied, a hint of annoyance creeping into her tone. "Why do you refer to him as that Zhou?" Fu Yunqi and Rinwan exchanged surprised glances, puzzled by their daughter's reaction. "I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll head upstairs," Fu Yunwan said, sensing her parents' scrutinizing gaze. Anxious that they might discern something, she hurriedly grabbed her bag and retreated to her room. Pei Nguyen, well acquainted with the demeanor of her young daughter, watched her retreating figure with concern and remarked to her husband, "Dear, don't you think that every time we mention Zhou Mu, Wan's expression changes? Could it be that she is in a relationship?" "Nonsense," Fu Yunqi retorted, casting a disapproving glance at his wife. "You're worrying unnecessarily. You know our daughter's temperament. If she were to enter a relationship, I would be pleased, but I'm more concerned that she struggles to converse with boys. However, her demeanor just now bears no distinction from how I felt when I first met you years ago. Moreover, do you not feel a twinge of sadness when your little darling begins to date? What do I have to be envious of? Even if I were to feel envy, would that prevent my daughter from marrying for life? If a romantic relationship could restore my daughter's normalcy, I would eagerly wish for her to embark on one. Of course, the condition is that the young man must not be lacking. Our family does not require her to make any sacrifices. It suffices that he possesses good character, talent, and treats her well." Rinwan observed her husband with a scrutinizing gaze, thinking to herself, "Why does that sound so familiar? This phrase was precisely what your father conveyed to me when I first visited your family to meet your parents. How could it not sound familiar?" Fu Yunqi embraced his wife tightly, proclaiming that her happiness alongside their daughter constituted his own. However, Nuan is already 26 this year and has yet to date. As her mother, it is imperative to keep an eye on her. Thus, let us invite Lin over for dinner tomorrow to inquire about the situation. She should have some insights. Understood. I shall call her shortly. But what if Nuan truly enters a relationship? We shall first observe the young man and then decide. If he is of good character, we shall allow things to unfold naturally. But if he is not, we may have to assume the role of the villains. Meanwhile, in her room, Fu Yinwan lay on her bed, blissfully unaware of her parents' conversation, engrossed in chatting with Zhou Mu on her phone. Each of Zhou Mu's replies brought her immense joy, and her thoughts were entirely consumed by the criteria he mentioned regarding finding a girlfriend. Simultaneously, she was searching for something on her phone, muttering to herself. The ideal traits of a girl from the Gu family include possessing excellent culinary skills, being adept at household chores, having a sense of responsibility, and prioritizing family interests. She should know how to cook, but it seems her mother does not possess that skill. Perhaps her grandmother does, and she could learn from her. With a washing machine for laundry and a robot vacuum for cleaning, those chores are easily managed. Always considering family interests, her family and his family. Oh dear, Fu Yinwan, what are you thinking? You are yet to even begin. But what if? Chapter 83. The True Rich Girl. Good morning, Su Yu. Fu Yinwan greeted Su Yu with a beaming smile, her simple salutation leaving Su Yu somewhat astonished. Few in the company were aware of Fu Yinwan's communication difficulties, but through rumors and their interactions over recent days, they had come to understand her situation to some extent. At least this was the first time Su Yu witnessed Fu Yinwan take the initiative to greet someone, which left her feeling pleasantly surprised. Good morning, Shiqing, Yu Wei. Have you not eaten yet? Fu Yinwan entered Meng Shiqing's office, just in time to see the two of them enjoying breakfast together, their cheeks puffed out like two little hamsters. Yinwan, good morning. What brings you here so early today? Is there an event? No, I simply found staying home too dull. The company is much livelier. Fu Yinwan was not in need of finances, and she generally did not relish socializing. She would readily decline any engagements or endorsements whenever possible. She rarely comes to the office unless there are events or rehearsals for new songs. Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue exchanged glances, their instincts alerting them to something amiss. The term lively could hardly be associated with Fu Yinwan. From what they understood, Fu Yinwan cherished solitude above all, relishing the tranquility of being unbothered by conversation or social obligations. Yet now, she claimed to enjoy the bustle of the company, observing the radiant smile on her face. They sensed something was indeed amiss, a significant issue. Their inner gossiping souls stirred with anticipation, yearning to uncover the juicy details. By the way, I don't believe I saw Teacher Zhou when I arrived. Did he come today? He did, but he is probably in the rehearsal room. The new season of Music Pioneer is about to commence, and he is likely rehearsing new songs with Xingqian and the Flying Band. Oh, I shall go take a look. Watching Fu Yinwan bounce out with enthusiasm, Meng Shiqing and Lin Yue exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously remarked that something was indeed up. Upon exiting, Fu Yinwan arrived at the rehearsal room door, peering through the glass to confirm her suspicions. Zhou Mu, Meng Xingqian, and several members of the Flying Band were indeed immersed in their new song preparations. However, instead of joining them, she opted to visit Zhou Mu's office. Although this was not her inaugural visit, the atmosphere felt different. She even tidied up the scattered files and cups on the desk. When Zhou Mu returned and took his seat, he immediately sensed something was off. The previously disorganized folders were neatly arranged, the mouse and keyboard were back in place, and the cup was filled with water. Has anyone been in my office? He inquired, his brow furrowing. Zhou Mo blinked in surprise, having not noticed anyone, but recalled Fu Yinwan's visit, though he was unsure if she had entered the office. Zhou Mu, now reassured that it was Fu Yinwan, felt a wave of relief. Typically, the office's cleanliness was managed by designated cleaning staff, primarily responsible for the general office areas and restrooms. However, the offices of executives, such as the boss or financial director, were usually maintained by secretarial assistants, and if cleaning staff were to be involved, supervision was essential. As the music director of Hanhai, Zhou Mu's office was a focal point. and it was uncommon for cleaning staff to enter without permission. This was largely due to confidentiality. Many composers would jot down their inspirations in secluded spaces, and their computers often contained sensitive material. Any leak could spell disaster. Thus, when Zhou Mu realized someone had entered his office, his anxiety was palpable. The office's tidiness had led him to neglect locking the door, as his creative works remained securely nestled in his mind. However, complacency was not an option. Perhaps he should consider installing a security camera in the office. Zhou Mu, where were you and Fu Yunwan yesterday? Are you too? Meng Shiqing teased, gesturing with her thumbs in a suggestive manner, the implication clear. What nonsense are you spouting? We merely had a simple meal together, he replied, dismissing her insinuation. Really just a simple meal? Meng Shiqing inquired, her eyes twinkling with mirth. He thought to himself, how could this fellow keep his lips so sealed? Just a meal could bring such joy to Fu Yunwan for an entire night? His face practically screamed, I'm in love. What a deception. Zhou Mu originally intended to refute this notion, but upon recalling the bill from last night's dinner, he couldn't help but glance over at it out of curiosity. Though Fu Yunwan seemed disinterested, to his astonishment, that single meal had cost an entire six-figure sum, with a single bottle of red wine exceeding 40,000. 40,000. That was enough to cover his tuition for 4 years of university. It was evident that the world of the wealthy was beyond his comprehension. With this thought, an idea sparked in his mind, and he pulled Meng Shiqing into his office, closing the door behind them. What's the deal with Fu Yunwan? Her display yesterday didn't seem like that of an ordinary person. What with the luxury car and personal driver and bodyguard? Yunwan is the genuine daughter of a wealthy family. Have you heard of Beitao? Gong? Of course, it's the largest shopping site in Xia country and even globally. You can't be suggesting it belongs to her family, can you? Meng Shiqing gave him a look that conveyed a sense of appreciation for his insight. Indeed, Beitao is her family, yes. Her father is not only the founder, but also the largest shareholder. Moreover, they have invested in numerous industries. For instance, the Douyin videos you scroll through daily have her family's shares, as well as in renewable energy and the banana phone you use. They are undoubtedly a prominent family. As Zhou Mu absorbed this information, he scrutinized Meng Shiqing from head to toe, making her feel uncomfortable under his gaze. Instinctively, she crossed her arms defensively. Why are you looking at me like that? Didn't you say your family has a close relationship with hers? If that's the case, why didn't they help when Han Hai went bankrupt? At this, Meng Shiqing couldn't hide her melancholy. At that time, Han Hai was set up. We didn't even have time to react. My father was preoccupied with his business and his health had been deteriorating. When his heart condition flared up, our family was thrown into chaos, leaving us no capacity to think about anything else. It was a sobering thought that Meng Shiqing and her brother were also victims of circumstance. Their mother had tragically passed away during childbirth, leaving their father to raise them alone while managing the company. Just when he had finally built the business up, jealousy from others led to its downfall, leaving only the siblings to rely on one another. It could be said that they were all lost souls in the vast world, perhaps destined to cross paths. A group of individuals, each struggling with their own misfortunes, supporting one another in the pursuit of a better life was certainly preferable to enduring solitary hardship. So, now that you understand Yunwan's strength, what are your thoughts? She truly embodies both beauty and wealth. Winning her favor would undoubtedly save you a century of toil. Have you considered it? Is she an only child? No siblings? No, she is her parents' sole offspring. In the future, the entirety of her father's business empire will belong to her, and perhaps they may even seek your support. Zhou Dong. How vulgar. Zhou Mu. Am not the sort to be swayed by superficial allure. My principles are steadfast. Wealth shall not corrupt me. Poverty shall not sway me. And I shall not bow to power. Refusing to partake in the food of others, not bending low for a mere handful of rice. Meng Shiqing interrupted his lengthy discourse, asserting, I did not request you to sell your dignity for glory. Aren't you the one who wishes to avoid mingling with that crowd? Why do you think Fu Yunwan chose to become singer? Was it for fame and fortune? Zhou Mu was momentarily taken aback, as if a realization dawned upon him. Chapter 84. The main consort. A week passed in the blink of an eye. and soon it was Sunday again. The office was rather quiet, with only Meng Shiqing, Lin Yue, and Zhou Mu present. As the shareholders of the company, they decided to gather and watch the program together for a livelier atmosphere. Just as Zhou Mu set up the projector, the image yet to appear, Fu Yinhuan and Chun Lin burst through the door, carrying numerous items. Is everyone here? We haven't arrived late, have we? Chun Lin greeted as she placed the items on the table. Perfect timing. We were just about to start. You brought so much. You've saved us the trouble, Meng Shiqing said, unceremoniously selecting a few snacks to enjoy. However, just as she brought the food to her mouth, she felt a jolt from the chair beneath her. Yue, why are you kicking me? Lin Yue rolled her eyes and shot Zhou Mu a meaningful glance. Leaning close to Meng Shiqing and whispering, Are you foolish? The main consort has arrived, and you're still occupying the space without contributing. Shouldn't you make way? Meng Shiqing focused her gaze and understood. Initially, they had thought it would be just the three of them watching, so they had arranged the chairs in a row, crowding in front of the screen. With Fu Yunhuan and Chen Lin now present, space had become limited and the seating was quite close. Surely, Fu Yunhuan didn't bring all those items merely to watch the program with them, did she? My bad. Come, Yunhuan, take my seat. We will sit beside you, Meng Shiqing cheerfully insisted, pulling Fu Yunhuan to her place. She and Lin Yue then ushered Chen Lin to sit behind them. Is this better? Meng Shiqing asked Lin Yue, seeking approval. If it's still not enough, perhaps the three of us should watch in the office and leave this space for the two of them? Whether intentional or not, Meng Shiqing's voice, though not loud, was clear enough for everyone present to hear. Fu Yunhuan, already feeling a bit shy, turned even redder at the comment, sitting beside Zhou Mu with her chin nearly resting on her chest. Just enjoy your food. All those delicious treats should keep you quiet, Zhou Mu chided playfully, unable to contain himself. Seeing this, Meng Shiqing chuckled, making a zipping motion across her lips. Among them, only Chen Lin wore a complex expression. Just days prior, she had been summoned by Fu Yunhuan's parents for an interrogation. The moment Fu Yunhuan's mother inquired if she knew about Fu Yunhuan's romantic relationship, Chen Lin nearly fainted. She was merely a small-time manager, and with the Fu family's power, they could easily render her unable to rise again. Over the years, she had diligently played her dual role, serving as Fu Yunhuan's voice while also revering her as a figure of authority. Upon hearing Rinwan's inquiry, she initially assumed they were blaming her for not adequately caring for Fu Yunhuan. Consequently, she dared not conceal the truth and relayed the entire matter regarding Zhou Mu to the couple, Fu Yunqi and his wife. To her astonishment, they did not oppose Zhou Mu's story. On the contrary, they expressed gratitude, especially upon realizing that their daughter had overcome her psychological issues largely thanks to Zhou Mu's support. Their appreciation was unceasing, even urging her to invite Zhou Mu over for dinner when he had the time. It was only after she departed from the Fu household that she felt as though she were still in a dream. This situation seemed amiss. According to the narrative of a television drama, Fu Yunqi should have produced a bank card or a blank check for her to pass on to Zhou Mu, followed by remarks such as long as you stay away from my daughter, feel free to fill in any amount you desire. Although they did not explicitly agree to Zhou Mu and Fu Yunhuan's relationship, it appeared they were not entirely opposed either. However, Chun Lin refrained from probing further, recognizing that this matter was beyond her purview and that it was best to remain a humble spectator. Yet, as she observed the two figures sitting shoulder to shoulder ahead of her, she felt a tinge of envy for Zhou Mu. If their relationship were to blossom, they would be free from worries for this life and even for the next. Alas, possessing skills and enchanting women, yet trapped in a female form. How lamentable and sorrowful. As her thoughts wandered, the opening advertisement concluded, and the focus shifted to the stage of the broadcast hall. The hosts of Musical Vanguard, Chun Jingxiu and Fong Yi, commenced their opening remarks. Welcome to the 5th episode of Musical Vanguard. I am your old friend, Chun Jingxiu, and I am Fong Yi. Today, we have an additional member on our judging panel, whom many of you likely recognize, renowned lyricist Teacher Ming Liu. Let's extend a warm welcome to Teacher Ming Liu. Chun Jingxiu continued. Today's theme is ancient style, Our nation boasts a civilization that spans 5,000 years, and historical records indicate that as early as the Western Zhou period, our ancestors began to establish a comprehensive system of rites and music. Of course, our program is primarily focused on music. We will delve into the musical aspects. Feng Yi chimed in with a smile. Indeed, there's a saying in the Zhuojuan, the great affairs of the state lie in sacrifices and military endeavors. What does sacrifice entail? It refers to the veneration of ancestral spirits, a practice esteemed by the people of our nation since time immemorial, who believe that the deceased continue to protect their descendants from beyond. And military pertains to warfare, both of which are inextricably linked to the presence of music. Without a doubt, whether it is in honoring ancestors or in the triumphant return of armies, the influence of ceremonial music is indispensable. Now, let us witness how contemporary talented musicians interpret the ancient musical traditions of our nation. Before the host could finish, viewers in the comment section had already begun to engage in lively discussion. Do you know how I spent this week? The 5th episode has finally begun. I'm no longer pretending. I'm here to see Zhou Mu's new song. I have a bold idea. I believe Zhou Mu will secure first place in this episode. Although he has only recently debuted, his songs are undeniably impressive. Please remove "I think" from the above. The theme for this episode is ancient style. If Zhou Mu were to sing the previous song Jiangnan again, he would surely triumph. Your thoughts are rather simplistic. Ancient style can be divided into two categories, one that pursues authenticity and another that blends ancient and modern elements, leaning towards the contemporary. Jiangnan belongs to the latter category. And perhaps this episode will reveal something extraordinary. In ancient times, the position of sacrificial rites held significant importance. The Xia dynasty often governed through filial piety, and rulers would frequently hold sacrificial ceremonies to showcase their legitimacy and authority to their subjects, with music being a crucial component. The 5,000-year history of the Xia dynasty is, in essence, a chronicle of warfare spanning 5 millennia. Now, let's welcome the first singer to the stage. As the two hosts exit, the lights dim, leaving only the pathway to the backstage illuminated in red. The 5th episode of Music Vanguard officially commences. In Chapter 85, the jester is myself. The first performer is a young woman. Zhou Mu, having been engrossed in listening to the songs over several episodes, has little knowledge of the singers' backgrounds. But her name seems to be Chu Jing. She ranks among the top 100 singers of the newcomer season. Though Zhou Mu strongly suspects her beauty played a role in her ranking, Chu Jing possesses striking features, deep-set eyes, and a prominent nose. However, judging by her attire, Zhou Mu would wager she has some ancestry from the western regions. At first glance, she reminds him of a past life as Reba. It must be said that the western regions are renowned not only for their fruits, but also for their stunning women. The legacy of the left minister is not just a saying. Chu Jing's clothing is evidently infused with strong regional flair, and her song echoes the unique characteristics of those areas. Historically, while the western regions sometimes operated independently from the Central Plains, there were many periods during which they were vassals of the Xia dynasty, making this song's classification as ancient style quite justifiable. Clearly, the audience and online viewers are receptive. The applause following her performance is incessant. Chu Jing, adorned in traditional attire, breathes lightly, exuding a captivating charm. Ultimately, her score settles at 156 votes, a commendable achievement. After the results are announced, the camera shifts among several other performers. Except for Meng Xingqian, who remains carefree and uninhibited, the other singers were expressions of concern, indicating that the score of 156 has indeed placed some pressure on them. Subsequently, the second and third singers take the stage, accompanied by the judges' comments and the host's lighthearted banter as time continues to pass. However, Fu Yinwan's thoughts are elsewhere. She notices Zhou Mu's intense focus and refrains from interrupting him. Occasionally, she shares a snack or hands him an orange, finding solace in the moment. Seated behind them, Chun Lin is similarly disinterested in the program, opting instead to snap a few photos of the two and secretly send them to Fu Yunwan's mother. Since Ren Yuan became acquainted with Zhou Mu, She had instructed Lin to take a few photographs for her to peruse. Upon receiving the images, Wan promptly sought out her husband. "Darling, look." Lin sent several photos of Zhou Mu. "Would you care to have a glance? I must say, he is rather handsome." "Well, he seems acceptable." Fu Yunqi replied somewhat dismissively after a cursory glance at the pictures, which mostly featured Zhou Mu's back. He found it difficult to understand what Wan deemed so appealing. "Your response is rather lackluster. Did you truly observe him?" "Of course I did," Fu Yunqi reassured his beloved wife, sensing her dissatisfaction. "Not to mention his appearance. I have his background information right in my office." "You investigated him? What were the findings?" Fu Yunqi spoke slowly. "He seems to be a decent person. Zhou Mu grew up in an orphanage and has never wallowed in self-pity, though it is unfortunate that his biological parents are not of good character." He then recounted the details of his investigation, which moved Wan to tears, her maternal instincts overflowing. "I had no idea he was such a pitiable child. Yet, working to earn his way through college and achieving such success is no small feat," though Wan did not frequently listen to music, aside from her daughter's songs. She made a point to listen to Zhou Mu's compositions after learning of him, although she did not grasp the deeper meanings behind the lyrics. She found the songs quite commendable. "What do you think of this young man?" Fu Yunqi was well aware of the implications behind her question, yet he could not easily relinquish his precious daughter. "You are worrying too soon. They have not even begun to know one another. Furthermore, he has expressed a desire not to date anyone from the entertainment industry. If he could persuade Wan to exit that realm, it might be worth considering. That depends on how much your daughter likes him." While the couple discussed Zhou Mu, Fu Yunwan and Zhou Mu were attentively watching the live broadcast. At that moment, the program was on the verge of featuring Meng Xingchen. Zhou Mu had initially hoped to hear Zhou Yun's new song, but upon listening, he felt profoundly disappointed. Perhaps due to the current loss of talented individuals in the industry, Zhou Yun's latest ancient-style song was of rather mediocre quality. While the ancient style has always been a popular genre in the music scene, this particular melody felt like a haphazard amalgamation, with lyrics that seemed to be a mere collection of extravagant phrases. Zhou Mu could almost declare that after these two episodes, Zhou Yun's music career had suffered a significant blow. Meng Xingchen, who had ranked first in the previous episode, was now set to perform last. Compared to earlier episodes, she appeared less reserved and more composed. Once ready, she nodded in acknowledgement to the band, and the sound of a piano began to resonate. The information about the song then appeared on the screen. East Wine Breaks composed by, Zhou Mu lyrics by, Zhou Mu arranged by, Zhou Mu performed by, Meng Xingchen immediately. Meng Xingchen's voice, tinged with a hint of melancholy, began to fill the air. A solitary lamp of yearning stands alone by the window, while I linger behind the door, feigning that you have yet to depart. The familiar place feels like a nostalgic revisit, yet the full moon only deepens my solitude. The flickering candlelight in the dead of night does not chastise me. A jug of wandering, difficult to swallow, haunts my thoughts. Since your departure, the warmth of wine has turned my memories thin with longing. The river flows eastward, while time stealthily slips away. The blossom blooms only once in its maturity, yet I have missed the moment. The melody flows gently, evoking a subtle sorrow that lingers deep within the hearts of all who hear it. Especially for those attending the program at Ming Lu for the first time, he, a professional lyricist, can truly appreciate the extraordinary nature of these lyrics. Upon hearing just a few lines, he was momentarily taken aback, as no one had previously informed him of the exceptional quality of the words. Did they truly require his critique? In reviewing all his works, he could not produce a single piece that could rival this one. He glanced over at Jiang Mian and Su Hongxiu, who were lost in the music, unaware that Jiang Mian was equally astonished. The melody is in the gong mode. Jiang Mian recognized the song's traditional composition from Xia, employing the gong, shang, jiao, ji, and yu scales. Unlike the modern 7-note scale, the gong mode consists of only 5 notes, omitting the 4th and 7th. Consequently, crafting a song in the gong mode is more challenging than composing in the modern 7-note scale. While there are indeed composers in today's Xia music scene who can write in the gong mode, few can create works that are truly breathtaking. To think that this young apprentice of mine could master the gong mode so beautifully, who is playing the pipa, rendering the tune of East Wind Breaks. Time peels away on the walls, reminding me of our childhood, a time when we were still so young. And now, as the haunting notes of the Qin resonate, my waiting has gone unheard. Who is playing the pipa, performing east wind breaks? The maple leaves stain the stories, and the ending is clear to me. I led you along the ancient path beyond the fence, where the years of desolation turned even farewells into silence. As the refrain concludes, a melancholic sound of the eru arises, traditionally evoking a sense of sorrow. It is said that no one can part without the eru. The depth of its lamentation is palpable. Yet here, the sorrowful tones of the eru have been supplanted by a profound sense of solitude, with a theme of melancholy woven throughout the piece, coupled with the pipa's enchanting melodies and the lyrical beauty akin to poetry. The song exudes both the elegance of traditional styles and a modern essence. After listening, Ming Lu remained in a daze for a considerable time, once again casting his gaze toward his friend Jiang Mian. "Buddy, you merely invited me to this program to guide the lyrics, not to learn. How can I provide guidance on such lyrics? You claimed this task was easy and lucrative, yet I see you're simply teasing me." Ming Lu, feeling somewhat constrained, clenched his fists, for the first time experiencing an impulse to strike someone. "Jiang Mian, oh Jiang Mian, you have truly put me in a difficult position." Chapter 86. I shall ensure his downfall. As a professional lyricist with nearly 2 decades of experience, Ming Lu believes he is qualified to engage in discourse with any lyricist, apart from a select few at the pinnacle of the music industry. Until the release of the song East Wind Breaks, he was steadfastly convinced of this idea. However, now he finds himself beginning to doubt it. "Teacher Jiang Mian, what are your thoughts on this song?" Chen Jingxiu's words jolted Jiang Mian, who remained somewhat dazed after listening to the song. "I can only describe this song as unprecedented." Jiang Mian's opening remarks set the tone for the song. "I believe that the so-called ancient-style songs currently prevalent in the music scene can be disregarded. For this time, teacher Zhou Mu has truly redefined what ancient style means." The melody of this song is, in essence, quite simple. Many sections involve the repetitive use of the melody, creating an almost enchanting experience. Yet, teacher Zhou has adorned it with a magnificent arrangement, draping it in a splendid and intricate exterior. Particularly, the segment featuring the eru at the conclusion can only be described as breathtakingly beautiful. I find myself at a loss for words. Any further praise for this song would not be excessive. Jiang Mian's face flushed with excitement. If this song were his creation, he would gladly retreat from the world of music. In today's Summer Nation's music scene, there is an abundance of restlessness and imitation, with very few innovative works emerging. Although Zhou Mu's previous songs garnered excellent acclaim, the musical elements employed were already well established, merely showcasing a masterful application of various musical elements. However, East Wind Breaks is different. It presents something entirely new, even capable of establishing its own genre. So, teacher Jiang, what does the title East Wind Breaks signify? The break in East Wind Breaks actually refers to an ancient musical form from a summer nation, known as Chu Pa. The east wind may represent an ancient melody, and East Wind Breaks signifies the rearrangement and production of a segment from a piece called East Wind. However, only teacher Zhou Mu knows whether this piece truly exists. Chen Jingxiu nodded, understanding now. "What about you, teacher Su?" Su Hongxiu's expression also reflected excitement. "My view aligns closely with teacher Jiang Mian's. As an ancient-style song, this piece undoubtedly surpasses all current ancient-style songs in the Summer Nation, leading by a significant margin. I even believe that this song should not be labeled as ancient style. Our Summer Nation is a multi-ethnic country, with various musical forms historically associated with other ethnicities that can all be referred to as ancient style. However, the palace tune is uniquely Han, and I think a more fitting name should be adopted. Chinese style?" Upon hearing Su Hongxiu's words, Meng Xingchen suddenly interjected. "What? Chinese style?" Noticing the confusion on Su Hongxiu and others' faces, Meng Xingchen repeated, "Teacher Zhou once mentioned to me during a recording session that this style could be termed Chinese style." "Chinese style?" Jiang Mian murmured it twice, his eyes brightening. The ancient ancestors referred to our nation as Zhongxia or Zhongyuan. Thus, China can also denote the ancient summer nation. If employed correctly, Chinese style is an exquisite term, but if it is to be considered a completely new style independent of ancient style, does it possess any specific standards? Meng Xingchen pondered for a moment, recalling that teacher Zhou Mu had mentioned that true Chinese style must conform to the requirements of 3 ancient and 3 new, which encompassed ancient poetry, ancient culture, and ancient melodies, alongside new singing techniques, new arrangements, and new concepts. Jiang Mian and the others exchanged glances, initially thinking this song was merely a fleeting moment, only to realize that Zhou Mu had already established a complete set of standards. This represented an entirely new musical style, a rhythm deserving of reverence. Fang Yi directed her gaze toward Ming Lu. Teacher Ming Lu, what are your thoughts on this song? In truth, Ming Lu had yet to fully process the situation. His head bowed as he stared blankly at the lyrics booklet in his hands. The previous songs, in his opinion, each had their merits and flaws, but this particular song evoked a sense of trepidation in his critique. After careful consideration of his wording, he began to speak. This song indeed diverges from our usual ancient-style songs. The melodies and arrangements have already been discussed by the other 2 teachers, so I shall briefly comment on the lyrics. Typically, in our pursuit of ancient charm, we often strive to imbue the lyrics with a poetic essence, which can lead to an impression of artificiality in our phrasing. However, this song's lyrics are different. I would describe them as akin to a gazelle's antlers, particularly in their remarkable ability to evoke the essence of Chinese aesthetics. For instance, the lyrics mention a lamp of parting sorrow. How can sorrow be encapsulated in a lamp? Is it not a light? Why do we light a lamp? Should we not simply sleep when darkness falls? It is because, as humans, we experience emotions, sorrow, longing, ultimately expressing sentiment. Moreover, the phrase a pot of wandering. What does a pot signify? Wine. When people think of wine, do they associate it with joy or sorrow? It is a tangible representation of sorrow, exemplifying the technique of using adjectives as nouns. Additionally, there are many literary devices within, subtle elements that evoke involuntary associations. I seldom admire others' lyricism, but today, this song has left me utterly in awe of teacher Zhou Mu. After listening to the judges' comments, the barrage of netizens' remarks surged dramatically. Oh no! After just one listen to East Wind Breaks, that melody is stuck in my head. Indeed, one cannot deny Zhou Mu's exceptional skill in arrangement, as a repetitive structure caused the song to whirl incessantly in one's mind. I felt as if I had been enchanted. I too found that I could not absorb any other songs apart from this one. While others continued to comment in the barrage, I, being astute, had already set this song on a single loop mode. I believe that within the contemporary music scene, a remarkable song has finally emerged, one that cannot be diminished even by a single loop repetition. I feel as though my palate has become spoiled by Zhou Mu. I can hardly appreciate ordinary songs anymore, and the thought of a week without his new music feels suffocating. Likewise, I've been endlessly replaying Zhou Mu's few songs, and similar comments filled the barrage, nearly overwhelming the entire livestream screen. Seated in a lounge, watching the phone screen, Zhou Yun was nearly trembling with frustration. Why is he consistently overshadowed by Zhou Mu? Each time he releases a new song, Zhou Mu invariably follows closely behind. It is hard to believe that this is not intentional. The more he contemplated this, the angrier Zhou Yun became, feeling an insatiable urge to hurl something in frustration. He took out his phone and opened a chat interface. Release everything you have in hand. I intend to make him a disgraced wretch. Chapter 87. The Way of Nature, Chongzhou Music Association office building. As Zhao Jingqing entered the conference room, a dense haze enveloped the air. If it weren't so acrid, one might almost perceive a sense of the ethereal. Cough, cough. You old fellows, puffing away without regard for the surroundings. Do be mindful not to summon the fire department again. Zhao Jingqing waved his hand dismissively before opening a window for ventilation and subsequently took a seat at the conference table. How goes your discussion? Have the personnel been finalized? Just in time, old Zhao. We were just discussing your apprentice. We plan to allocate him a spot. That's perfectly fine. I have no objections. Even if you hadn't team mentioned it, I would have brought it up myself. Rare indeed, old Zhao. One of his companions squinted with amusement. It's unusual for you not to engage in your usual verbal sparring. I expected you to be a bit more courteous. Courteous? When it comes to recognizing talent, familial ties are irrelevant. That young fellow Zhou Mu possesses ample capability to participate in this exchange, should you manage to find a youth more talented than him. I would give my unreserved consent. Zhao Jingqing's gaze burned intensely into the man before him, who opened his mouth to retort but found himself at a loss for words. The speaker was named Li Mingbo, a distinguished composer from Dream Entertainment, of similar age to Zhao Jingqing, thus belonging to the same era of musicians. The other attendees seemed accustomed to the banter between the two, showing little surprise. All right, you two have been at it for half a lifetime. Is that not enough? Let us focus on the allocation of spots for next year's exchange. Tianhai has already made their arrangements, and we must act swiftly. Upon hearing the chairperson's remarks, the spectators ceased their amusement. As others prepared to speak, Zhao Jingqing, not wishing to yield to his old rival, was the first to voice his thoughts. I still advocate for Zhou Mu. If you have alternative candidates, I welcome them, provided they can compose a song superior to yesterday's east windbreaks. At his words, those who had been ready to speak swallowed their responses. It was a jest, while they might have contested for their chosen candidates with other songs. How could they possibly compete with a piece of such caliber as East Windbreaks? Not to mention, even if these old-timers tried, they would hardly have the confidence to compose something of that level. In the conference room, a moment of silence ensued as everyone exchanged glances, none daring to voice a word. Zhao Mingqing was not surprised. There were 5 individuals present, 4 of whom were members of the Music Association, each holding distinct roles outside of that identity. For instance, beside him sat a composer from Dream Entertainment, while he himself was the head of the music department at Showbiz. Only the chairperson at the front was a true member of the Music Association, responsible for the daily administrative affairs of the Chongzhou Music Association. As for the 4 of them, they serve as representatives of the community. Should any matters arise, the chairman will notify them to deliberate through a meeting. Where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Each individual represents a distinct faction, and while their relationships may be those of colleagues and friends, they are simultaneously competitors. Harmony is non-existent. Do any of you have other candidates to recommend? Surely, we cannot submit just one from Chongzhou. Among the 4 committee members, Zhao Jingqing has nominated Zhou Mu. According to regulations, each committee member is entitled to make one recommendation, and other music companies within Chongzhou will also propose candidates. Following customary practices, the Music Association will select several capable individuals from these nominations, supplemented by those recommended by the committee members, to form a team to report to the headquarters. Ultimately, the final selection rests with the headquarters. Albeit the process may be somewhat cumbersome, it is imperative, as it represents Xia country's participation in a national-level exchange conference, and rigorous standards are warranted. Under the chairman's urging, the others each recommended an individual. Reviewing the list in hand, the chairman continued, "Well, you have all made your recommendations. I will arrange for the recommended list submitted by other companies to be sent to you shortly. Please expedite your evaluations, as I need to report back soon." After discussing a few additional matters, the meeting concluded. Once the others had departed, the chairman meticulously examined the files of the candidates, particularly beaming at the mention of Zhou Mu. As the chairman of the Chongzhou Music Association, he might not oversee every minute detail, yet he possesses an intimate knowledge of most matters. If one were to inquire who reigns supreme in the music scene lately, Zhou Mu would undoubtedly take the crown. Each of his songs generates considerable waves, not to mention the earlier mention of East Windbreaks by Zhao Jingqing. The chairman took out a pen and circled Zhou Mu's name on the list, signifying that this individual is a key candidate from Chongzhou. Should Zhou Mu shine at the exchange conference, it would undoubtedly be a testament to his accomplishments. During the first half of this year's exchange conference, Xia country narrowly lost to Fusang country, resulting in the Music Association being roundly criticized by the populace. This time, the headquarters of the Music Association has issued a directive. No personal interests may taint the selection process, and candidates must be chosen solely based on their true abilities. Anyone daring to engage in underhanded dealings will face dire consequences. In summary, It is imperative that Xia country regains its standing at next year's exchange conference with absolute superiority. With Zhou Mu emerging as a prodigy from Chongzhou, the chairman feels a swell of pride. Even if no committee member had recommended Zhou Mu, he would have insisted on including his name. Historically, Chongzhou has always been overshadowed by the capital and Tianhai. This time, I intend to reclaim all that we have lost. Brother Mu, have you completed the theme song for Human Fireworks? Have you secured a singer? In the office, the chubby Zhou Mu inquired with a sycophantic expression, his face brimming with eagerness. Not yet. Weren't we supposed to write one song each? Have you finished yours? I have completed my writing. However, the arrangement remains unfinished. Could you lend a discerning eye? Zhou Mu retrieved several sheets of paper from his pocket and presented them to Zhou Mu with an ingratiating smile. The speed of this work is impressive. It has only taken a few days. Zhou Mu picked up the score and began to read. Typically, having this little chubby fellow compose a song would involve delays. Yet this time his efficiency is astonishing, prompting a reflection on the power of love. All right, I will hold on to this song for a while to review it. By the way, who do you intend to have sing this piece? Zhou Mu suddenly grew bashful. Must the vocalist be affiliated with our company? Do you have someone else in mind? The production team hopes that the female lead can perform the song. Oh, is that so? Zhou Mu regarded Zhou Mu with a playful expression. Are you certain this is the production team's wish? Haha, it's all the same. Noticing zu Montag es embarrassment. Zhou Mu decided to cease his teasing. Fine, in a few days, bring Zhao Exen over to record the song. However, I must clarify that even if the singer is from their side, the price will remain as per our contract. Zhao Xin can negotiate her compensation with the production team or investors. Our company will not be responsible for that. Understood, Zhou Mu replied, thumping his chest in assurance. I will take care of the arrangement. Thank you, Brother Mu. Tonight, I'll treat you. Let us go out for a meal. I want to be joining. I am currently committed to a vegetarian diet and a path of asceticism. Zhou Mu blinked. The path is the path, and the method is the method. Brother Mu, you're being too rigid. All right, the natural way is the way, right? Zhou Mu chuckled in exasperation. Just as the office door flew open and Meng Shiqing rushed in, urgency etched on her face. Zhou Mu, quickly check your phone. Something has happened. Chapter 88. A shocking revelation. Before Zhou Mu and Zhou Mu could comprehend the situation, Meng Shiqing was already at the computer, navigating with haste. She first opened Weibo and then various trending forums. Take a look at this post, Meng Shiqing urged, her expression one of distress. The post seemed to have emerged out of nowhere, rapidly gaining traction across the internet and climbing to the top of the trending list. Initially, Zhou Mu was uncertain about the issue at hand, but after perusing the post for a while, he grasped the unfolding drama. The post, authored by an unknown individual, detailed various aspects of Zhou Mu's life, particularly his relationship with the Zhou family and brilliant entertainment. However, from Zhou Mu's perspective, the post appeared somewhat misleading, as it emphasized his disdain for the Zhou family, his abandonment of kin to join Han Hai, and how he suppressed his own relatives. Though not explicitly stated, the implication was clear. During his time with the Zhou family, he was rather ordinary, but upon severing ties, he began to showcase his compositional talents. The insinuation was that his songs were likely of dubious origin. Otherwise, how could one person exhibit such a star transformation? Yet, upon finishing the reading, Zhou Mu was not angry. Instead, he felt a sense of amusement. The original poster's ability to distort the truth is evidently lacking finesse. In previous times, such matters would have warranted lengthy, heartfelt essays filled with vivid imagery. This post spans merely a few thousand words and lacks both images and videos, rendering its persuasive power severely deficient. However, the internet is never short of those who readily believe hearsay, trusting whatever they hear without scrutiny. Coupled with Zhou Mu's current influence in the music industry, many are hastily voicing their opinions in the comment section. Is this not a significant scandal of the year? Who would have anticipated that the recently fervently discussed Zhou Mu has such a narrative? If true, does this not depict a quintessential betrayal? The Zhou family has treated Zhou Mu with utmost kindness, yet he chooses to betray them and assist outsiders against his own kin. Would this not be deemed treasonous in earlier times? Amusingly, while Zhou Mu appears unremarkable within his family, he suddenly shines with talent in the public eye. This raises an inquiry. Are all of Zhou Mu's songs genuinely his own creation? It is disheartening. While his family is devoted to him, he plays mind games with them. Initially, I held a fondness for Zhou Mu, yet now he seems merely a leech, feasting on the goodwill of his family, without knowledge of the full context. I refrain from commenting further and urge netizens to consume this gossip with rationality. There may yet be unexpected twists. Each post across various platforms is inundated with vitriol and disdain, predominantly asserting that Zhou Mu is an imposter. Furthermore, gullible netizens have traced the online presence of both Han Hai and Zhou Mu, leaving comments on their respective accounts, some resorting to outright insults, while others inquired about the authenticity of the post content. In summary, this post has ignited a fervor across the internet. Several media outlets, reveling in the drama, have begun to circulate the article, further fueling the fire. Zhou Mu has undoubtedly become a household name, not only within the music sphere, but also extending beyond it. Soon after, Lin Yue arrived at Zhou Mu's office, and even Fu Yunwan and Meng Xingchen, who were engaged in external activities, halted their engagements to return to the company. Brother Mu, should we issue a statement to clarify? The public discourse surrounding this matter has escalated tremendously. Meng Xingchen expressed concern, having just been confronted by reporters seeking his views on the issue during an event. His immediate reaction was to vehemently refute the journalists. But due to the personal nature of the situation involving Zhou Mu, he dared not elaborate and chose instead to consult Zhou Mu for his perspective. In stark contrast to their anxiety, Zhou Mu remained remarkably composed, recognizing that the style of this post bore unmistakable resemblance to Zhou Yun's handiwork. The article's claims regarding his school days, involving truancy and associations with unsavory characters, could only have been penned by Zhou Yun. Now, as he navigates his own burgeoning success, this individual has the audacity to engage in such petty slander. Truly, it is akin to a toad sitting upon a foot, offering no harm, yet causing significant disgust. Regardless, the external world is currently lambasting Zhou Mu and the company. Should we not devise a strategy to temper the escalating heat? Meng Shirqing insisted, if this continues, it will adversely affect both Zhou Mu and the company's operations, including our roster of artists. To spend money to suppress the heat of the situation. Does that not imply we harbor a guilty conscience?